Wen Jian Xianyu? Asked Su Jingyan, her eyes filled with doubt. Perhaps you have never heard of Xianyu. In the regions where our Canglong mansion resides, there exist 8 great houses. And the mightiest among these is the Xianyu mansion. Moreover, the Xianyu sect stands as the dominant nascent soul power in the northwest, with all houses theoretically subject to its orders. However, according to my father, as long as the houses do not cause too much trouble, the Xianyu sect generally does not bother intervening, primarily because the northwest is so vast. Our very own Canglong mansion spans over 1,000,000 li. Su Jingyan listened in utter shock, while Su Chongjian and Su Jingwu maintained almost no change in expression. So does this Wen Jian Xianyu mean to challenge the Xianyu sect? With them being so powerful, can one really afford to provoke them? Su Jingyan asked again. Naturally, it is not a direct challenge to the Xianyu sect. Instead, a platform is set up in Xianyu City where sword cultivators up to the late foundation establishment stage may challenge enemies with their swordsmanship. 7 days undefeated shall mark success. Su Chongjian explained his task in detail. There is no need to worry about the Xianyu sect. My maternal grandfather is a golden core elder of the Xianyu sect, personally taught by the venerable Xianyu patriarch. At present, even the sect leader of the Xianyu sect is his senior. However, since my maternal grandfather is busy meditating on array formations, he is unlikely to move. I do not even know which elder accompanied Chongjian to the Xianyu mansion. Su Chongfei remarked, pausing before looking at Su Jingyan. Now speak of your brother. She retorted proudly, compared to my brother's task, yours are mere trifles. Su Jingyan boasted, my brother's task is to train at least 50 Yuan Wu realm warriors for our family within 30 years. 30 years. Su Chongfei's immediate reaction was that the duration seemed excessively long, and he furrowed his brows, while Su Chongjian also sensed that something was amiss with Su Jingwu's assignment. There is a problem. This task appears too perfunctory, hardly the result of deliberation by the grand elders and clan leaders. Su Chongfei looked at Su Jingwu. Surely, you haven't taken any shortcuts. Do not spout nonsense. The task was set by the grand elders and the clan leaders. If you have any doubts, go and ask them, replied Su Jingwu. Then never mind. Su Chongfei stated, the decisions made by the grand elders are not for us to question at this time. However, give me a decade or so, and I am confident that I will rise to the position of a clan elder. As for you, Jingwu, your martial journey is only at the 2nd realm, he remarked. Yet if the 2nd realm can be achieved, why should the 3rd realm not emerge at my hands? Su Jingwu replied, calmly ambitious. This is indeed the prodigy of the Su family. He added, even among prodigies, one must strive to be the very best. Just like Aunt Deling. Su Chongfei, upon returning, inquired with Yi Fan and discovered that it was his own parents who had escorted Su Chongjian to the Xianyu mansion. However, when it came to discussing Su Jingwu, both spoke evasively, warning him not to question the decisions of the grand elders. Perceptive as he was, Su Chongfei sensed that Su Jingwu harbored secrets. They withhold everything from me. Once I achieve a golden core, I shall see who dares keep secrets. Currently, those in the Su family who have reached the golden core form its core and are privy to many concealed truths. Yet in a few hundred years that may not be so. Perhaps only a select few with golden core or nascent soul will learn the Su family secrets. A few days later, the descendants of the Su family soon set out on their trial tasks, and some upon completion aspired to challenge themselves with even more daunting trials. Moreover, many shared similar aspirations. A few days later, Yi Fan and Su Diyue escorted Su Chongjian to the Xianyu mansion, while Su Chongfei, eager to see for himself, eventually persuaded Xin Yulian to accompany him. They piloted one of the finest flying boats crafted by the Tianling sect. Although modest in size, just over 20 zhang long, its speed far exceeded that of a perfected golden core vessel. Such flying boats were rare in the Su family. Only 3 existed. A month and a half later, they arrived outside Xianyu City. For the 3 youngsters, it was their first visit. Seeing this magnificent city, even grander than their own Yunxi city, their faces were filled with awe. Yi Fan mused, time lingers. If father could perfect the 4th stage teleportation array, future travels would be much easier. First, let's find an inn. Upon entering the city, for later, we must visit the Xianyu sect. Su Diyue agreed, your words are wise. With a perfected golden core, one is naturally exempt from paying entrance spirit stones, as is customary in every southern city. This exemption is a mark of respect for golden core practitioners. After settling the 3 in an inn, Yi Fan and Su Diyue advised them to meditate in their room before the couple proceeded to the Xianyu sect. Outside the mountain gate of the Xianyu sect, Yi Fan clasped his fists and said to the guarding disciples from Canglong mansion and Yunxi Su family, I, Yi Fan, a disciple of Kurong Jinjuan, have come to pay respects to your sect leader. The The Su family of elders Su Mingxian. Exactly. Please wait, esteemed seniors. I will notify the outer gate elder immediately. Soon a middle-aged man in a purple robe at the early golden core stage arrived outside the gate. I am Elder Jiantang of the outer gate, he announced after glancing at Yi Fan and his companion. What matter brings you to seek our sect leader? I come representing the family master to pay respects to your sect leader. From Songlong Mansion, a disciple of Kurong Jinjuan. The purple-robed elder murmured, clearly aware of who Kurong Jinjuan was. He is the father of Su Mingxian. Although both he and Su Mingxian hold the title of Golden Core Elder, their statuses differ greatly. He is an outer gate elder, while Su Mingxian is an inner gate elder. Inner gate elders are expected to achieve great divine prowess, even potentially reaching the nascent soul stage, whereas for someone like him, attaining a mid to late golden core is the pinnacle of cultivation. You are a disciple of Kurong Jinjuan, then who is this immortal maiden? Inquired the purple-robed elder as he looked towards Su Diu. She is my Dao companion, and also the daughter of your esteemed Mingxian elder, she replied. What is the meaning of this extra explanation? The purple-robed elder appeared momentarily perplexed, yet he realized that these two were no ordinary individuals. The Su family produces prodigies. Clearly these two are among its finest. Esteemed fellow cultivators, please come inside at once. I will send word to the sect leader. If he is willing to meet you, I shall escort you there. Thank you, Elder Jian. The two entered the Xianyu sect. Jiantang's message was answered promptly, and he then smiled. Please follow me. The sect leader wishes to see you. The trio arrived at the Grand Hall on Wangyue Peak. Sect leader, the Yi couple has arrived, someone announced. Thank you, Elder Jian, you may step aside. Yes, sect leader. After Jiantang departed, Zhang Daoran turned to them and said, fellow cultivators having come from afar, please be seated. Thank you, senior. They complied. Cultivator, Yi is your master well. My master is fine. He has recently withdrawn into seclusion for meditation. Our Kurong comrade's profound cultivation is truly enviable. To achieve such might by the mid-golden core stage makes one wonder what will be attained at a perfected golden core. After a brief exchange and nostalgic recollection, Zhang Daoran remarked, you two are not here solely to greet our sect leader, are you? Senior, your insight is keen. We have come to escort a clan youth to Xianyu City. What purpose does this serve? It is for the Wenjian Xianyu City event. Is it akin to what happened with Brother Mingxian back then? More or less. However, this individual is still young and only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Thus, the challengers are all sword cultivators up to the late foundation establishment stage, including those from my Xianyu sect. Yes, replied Yi Fan in measured tones. Then Zhang Daoran, after a brief pause, sighed. Since it is our Kurong comrade's request, our sect leader will naturally grant him some courtesy. I will issue the orders so that you may proceed with your Wenjian without worry. However, many disciples of the Xianyu sect pursue the sword path. Your clan's youths will not have it easy these coming days. If you are defeated and your sword spirit shatters, do not hold the Xianyu sect accountable. Yi Fan clasped his fists and smiled. Rest assured, in the Su family our prodigies would never allow their Dao heart to break simply because of defeat. Cultivator Yi, you have great confidence indeed. Zhang Daoran remarked in astonishment. However, the Su family's method of nurturing its members is rather rigorous. They simply give their all. The sect leader understands. You may commence the Wenjian trial tomorrow. Thank you, senior, my spouse, and I shall take our leave. Wait, since you are the daughter and son-in-law of Brother Mingxian, please accompany our sect leader to convey greetings to your master as well. Understood. At Xianyu Peak in the Grand Hall atop the mountain, Yi Fan and Su Diu bowed and said, greetings, master. Zhang Fan smiled gently. Though your father is absent, it seems that you two youngsters have come instead. Greetings, master. The father has secluded himself to fully meditate on array formations. Is that so? And to what level has his array mastery reached now? Father once stated that within 10 years he should reach the level of a half-step 4th stage array master, and within 30 years he may very well become a full 4th stage array master. Su Diu elongated the time frame slightly. Is Brother Mingxian's progress in arrays that rapid? Zhang Daoran exclaimed in surprise. However, Zhang Fan remained rather composed, for he held a fair understanding of Su Mingxian's array prowess. Indeed, this rate of comprehension is not slow. Zhang Fan remarked, nevertheless, one must never neglect cultivation. Yi Fan, clasping his fists, added, my master frequently reminds us of this. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. I have seen enough, you may proceed. Zhang Daoran and the others bowed and took their leave. Afterwards, Su Diu and Yi Fan departed the Xianyu sect, and upon returning to the inn began to prepare for the Wenjian Xianyu event. Previously, when Su Mingxian set up the platform, it was done under the auspices of the Xianyu sect. But this time it is solely an affair of the Su family, requiring a different approach. Nonetheless, the matter remains relatively straightforward. They say a man may die for wealth as a bird for its food. The next day at dawn in the central square of Xianyu City, Su Chongjian stood atop the platform. Yi Fan stood beside the platform hoisting a wooden sign. Clearly inscribed on it were the words 1 Jian Xianyu for 7 days for sword cultivators at or below the late foundation establishment stage. A victory earns 10,000 spirit stones. At the same time he gathered his qi and recited the words on the sign. Though his voice was not loud, it carried spiritual power resonating far, up to 100 li away. As his words faded, their lingering echo drifted with the wind into every alley of Xianyu City. In less than half an hour the news spread throughout much of the city. In tea houses and taverns animated discussions arose. A 1 Jian Xianyu for the foundation establishment stage with 10,000 spirit stones for a victory. Which force would dare to let its prodigies undergo such trials? Intriguing, let's go take a look, some remarked. Although for those at or below the late foundation establishment stage the level may seem low, battles at the perfected foundation establishment stage would be truly captivating. About granting 10,000 spirit stones is indeed a lavish reward, but surely this force is not afraid of emptying its coffers. Perhaps it is worth a try. One might even score an unexpected windfall. Various opinions surged forth. Those intrigued began converging on the central square of Xianyu City. Meanwhile, the square itself, already populated by many people, quickly gathered, and within minutes the crowd swelled to several hundred, including solitary cultivators, minor clan youths, and low-stage practitioners drawn by the excitement. Amidst the crowd, a solitary cultivator in a gray robe, his eyes flickering, hesitated before asking, "Elder, is it true that a single victory awards 10,000 spirit stones?" "Certainly, though only for sword cultivators," replied Yi Fan with a slight smile. "Then I shall give it a try." The gray-robed cultivator leaped onto the platform, his gaze fixed on Su Chongjian. Su Chongjian did not hide his prowess. With a mere sweep of his divine sense he discerned that the cultivator was in the early foundation establishment stage. This was an attempt to challenge beyond one's level, clearly a sword prodigy. It seemed that this force intended to temper his skills. "I am Zhao Hu," the gray-robed cultivator said with a clasped fist. "I am Su Chongjian," came the retort. Suddenly murmurs arose from the crowd below. It is Zhao Hu, a cultivator at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage and a member of the Black Tiger demon hunting squad. His strength appears formidable. Indeed, I have witnessed his swordsmanship swift, precise, and ferocious. Now this promises a fine spectacle. With a flick of his right hand, Zhao Hu summoned a Qinggang long sword into his grasp. The blade gleamed with an icy radiance and emitted a faint whistling sound, marking it as a supreme-level artifact. Su Chongjian did not employ the Jinghong technique. Instead, with his ordinary supreme-level artifact in hand, he said, "Cultivator Zhao, please." Not to be outdone, Zhao Hu swiftly moved his sword light, already advancing. Following the path of swift swordsmanship, Zhao Hu unleashed an assault like a raging storm. His Qinggang long sword transformed into multiple sword shadows that enveloped Su Chongjian from every direction. The ferocity of his sword strikes and the rampant sword qi caused the onlookers to see only a blur of sword light covering the platform. "Excellent," came the roar of applause from the crowd. Yet Su Chongjian remained serene. With a slight movement, his Qingfeng sword lightly traced forward. A single strike that seemed prescient, targeting precisely the weakest part of Zhao Hu's attack. Zhao Hu felt a tremor in his grasp as the myriad sword shadows dissipated in an instant. Before he could recover, Su Chongjian's second strike arrived, an unassuming stab aimed straight for his throat. Startled, Zhao Hu hurriedly swung his sword in a horizontal block. Clang! Zhao Hu recoiled sharply while Su Chongjian seized every opportunity. Every stroke from Su Chongjian was like a masterful stroke of artistry, preempting Zhao Hu's moves so that he could only demonstrate a fraction of his true skill. After a dozen or so exchanges, suddenly a burst of golden sword light surged forth, blinding Zhao Hu momentarily. He barely managed to parry in time before being hurled backwards. He crashed onto the platform, blood spurting from his mouth, and his face turned ashen like faded gold foil. The arena fell silent. From the moment Zhao Hu stepped onto the stage to his defeat, barely a dozen rounds had transpired. Moments later, gasps erupted. "Is that already defeat?" Zhao Hu couldn't even withstand 20 moves. Throughout he was completely dominated. This young man's mastery of the sword path is extraordinary. The murmuring crowd now regarded Su Chongjian with entirely changed eyes. Rising, Zhao Hu, his face drained of color, sighed, and clasping his fists admitted, "I, Zhao, am defeated." Then turning away, he pushed through the crowd. Although his cultivation was higher than Su Chongjian's, the latter's martial might and understanding of the sword path were second to none. This battle marked a promising beginning. Next, 7 or 8 more itinerant cultivators stepped onto the stage in succession. Some at the early Foundation establishment realm, some at mid-Foundation, and even one at late Foundation. Just as that late Foundation cultivator took the stage, Yi Fan reminded him calmly, "Fellow Taoist, the rules state only those below late Foundation are allowed. You do not meet the requirement." The man tried to suppress his cultivation and muddle through. Once exposed, the man could only leave in embarrassment. Off to the side, Su Chongfei watched with interest, nodding repeatedly as he murmured, "Chongjian's sword Dao is becoming ever more formidable." He concluded softly, "He truly is an unparalleled genius of the sword Dao lineage." Standing beside him, Chun Yulian smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, his talent is astonishing. Even among cultivators at perfected Foundation, there are few whose understanding of the sword Dao surpasses his. Every challenger who mounted the platform was without exception defeated within 20 to 30 exchanges. Throughout it all, Su Chongjian's expression remained indifferent. His face neither flushed nor breath grew ragged. His swordsmanship appeared ordinary, yet his blade always met his opponent's attacks at the perfect point, breaking their offense and seizing an opening to counter. Whether his opponent was fast or slow, rigid or supple, he responded with ease. This was Jianxin Tongming, a sword heart of perfect clarity. Any sword move before him was dissected in an instant. Thus his progress in sword cultivation was swift. He had practiced almost every sword art recorded within the Su clan. As the sun climbed higher, more and more people gathered to watch. Within the crowd, someone suddenly cried out, "Isn't that Yi Fan?" Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan? The Yi Fan who ranked among the 36 Tiangang at the last Heaven's Pride gathering. The woman beside him should be Fairy Han Yue, another Heaven's Pride. Though their rankings were not high, they are a pair of Dao companions, so they left a deep impression on people. So it's actually them. Then might the one on the platform be their descendant? I cannot say, but the youth is called Su Chongjian. He should at least share a clan with Fairy Han Yue. As the discussion continued, a powerful aura suddenly swept in from afar. The crowd looked up to see a figure walking through the air toward them. In but a moment he arrived above the square. It was a middle-aged man in purple robes, features thin and refined, his cultivation at the Golden Core realm. That's an outer elder of Xianyu sect, Elder Jian Tang. Jian Tang descended first, greeting Yi Fan and Su Diyu. He did not intervene, but instead stood with them quietly, watching the duels. It seems this Su clan questioning the sword of Xianyu has the official approval of Xianyu sect. Naturally, Su Mingxian of the Su clan is the personal disciple of Xianyu ancestor. Xianyu sect offering them convenience is only to be expected. As news spread, still more people arrived. Over the next 2 days, Su Chongjian fought more than 30 bouts without suffering a single defeat. His opponents included itinerant cultivators, scions of minor clans, and even several inner disciples of Xianyu sect. Yet no matter who stepped forward, none could last 60 exchanges beneath his sword. Su Chongjian's swordsmanship grew ever more refined, each stroke seemingly casual, yet landing with perfect precision. At such a young age to possess this level of sword Dao attainment, the Su clan will likely birth another Heaven's Pride. Indeed, it is as if he is absorbing the sword moves of all who spar with him, integrating them into his own comprehension. His sword is truly profound, as though he has brushed against the legendary true intent of the sword Dao. Sword Dao true intent is a rare type of divine ability intent. Ordinary sword cultivators only comprehend the Dao of the 5 elements. Those who achieve true accomplishment in pure sword Dao are extremely few. Even within Xianyu sect, we have never heard of such a genius. Of course, Su Chongjian could not accept challenges endlessly. He still had to rest at times to recover his qi and divine sense. On the 3rd day, the 4th, the 5th, everyone understood that these 10,000 spirit stones would not be easily won. Yet the true spectacle was only just beginning. On the 6th day, a streak of flowing light shot in from the distance and descended onto the platform. The newcomer wore blue robes, his features cold and stern, a long sword hanging at his waist, his aura as sharp as a blade. Yumiao sect, Lin Han mid-foundation establishment, here to witness fellow Su's prowess. Yumiao sect, second only to Xianyu sect within Xianyu prefecture, had arrived. Compared to the present Sun clan, Yumiao sect's foundation was somewhat deeper, not in nascent soul heritage, but in the sheer number of Golden Core experts. As a sect that recruited talents from all regions, the number of Golden Core cultivators they nurtured far surpassed that of ordinary clans. Su Chongjian's gaze sharpened slightly as he cupped his hands. "Please, fellow Lin." The two unsheathed their swords almost simultaneously. Lin Han's sword path was one of grace and agility. His sword light was like clouds and mist, ever-shifting and inscrutable. He struck with astounding speed. At times his sword radiance drifted like rolling clouds, at others it crashed, like surging waves impossible to predict. Su Chongjian's expression grew solemn as his Qing Feng sword thrust out again and again, each strike precisely intercepting Lin Han's surging sword momentum. Yet Lin Han's Qi foundation surpassed Su Chongjian's, and the sword in his hand was a two-patterned spiritual artifact. The two exchanged blows back and forth in the blink of an eye. They had fought 40 to 50 rounds without either gaining the upper hand. This Lin Han truly deserves his reputation as Yunmiao sect's genius. It is said his master is a golden core true person of Yunmiao sect. Su Chongjian is even more remarkable. Despite being inferior in both realm and Qi, he can still contend with Lin Han for so long. This shows his sword Dao attainment surpasses Lin Han's. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. At that moment, Su Chongjian finally began to feel pressure. He had to admit that geniuses carefully nurtured by nascent soul sects were far beyond ordinary itinerant cultivators. Fellow Su, your Su clan is also a nascent soul power. I do not believe you lack even a two-pattern artifact. Your sword Dao is indeed strong, but some gaps cannot be bridged by comprehension alone. That is not necessarily true, Su Chongjian replied. Another 20 exchanges passed. Su Chongjian gradually discerned Lin Han's patterns. Though Lin Han's sword was lively and his foundation solid, it was not without weaknesses. Almost. Su Chongjian drew a deep breath as his sword momentum shifted abruptly. It was still that seemingly ordinary thrust, but this time a faint, indescribable intent gathered at the tip. That intent was extremely subtle, so faint that most spectators below the stage could not sense it at all. Lin Han, however, blanched. In his eyes, the edge of that sword, Qi, seemed capable of cutting through everything. This is... Before he could react further, Qingfeng's blade was already hovering 3 inches before his throat. Lin Han froze where he stood. After a brief silence, he let out a wry smile, sheathed his sword, and cupped his hands. Lin has lost. I did not expect fellow Su's sword Dao attainment to have reached such a level. Lin is convinced. Su Chongjian returned the salute, but fine beads of sweat had already appeared upon his forehead. Yi Fan handed him a pill and transmitted a voice, rest for half an hour. Su Chongjian nodded, swallowed the pill, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Half an hour later, another figure leaped onto the platform. Sun Clan Sun Wujiao, mid-foundation establishment. Please instruct me. Su Chongjian rose slowly to his feet. Sun Wujiao was no weakling either. Compared with itinerant cultivators, major powers had mentors to guide them, so their foundations were often far more solid. Su Chongjian fought him for a quarter of an hour. In the end, Sun Wujiao also lost, falling to Su Chongjian's Jinshin Tongming and that unexpected thread of sword Dao true intent. Many inner disciples of nascent soul sects had already crossed swords with Su Chongjian, yet none had managed to defeat him. Even golden core experts from the various powers grew curious and came to witness the spectacle. It is a pity this competition is restricted to sword cultivators. Many powerful experts possess diverse methods. If they were to act, I doubt Su Chongjian would win so easily. That is not certain. Sword cultivators have long been famed for their formidable offensive power. In our Tianan region alone, there are many mighty cultivators who can suppress countless peers with a single sword. Beneath the platform, the discussion never ceased. In the blink of an eye, the 7th day arrived, the final day of the contest. Shortly after the hour of C, a white-robed figure walked through the air and alighted upon the platform. He was a young man with refined features and an otherworldly, bearing his white robes as pure as snow, an ancient-looking long sword hanging at his waist. His aura was restrained, unfathomable, yet his eyes were like an ancient, deep well, utterly calm. Below the stage, Elder Jian Tang of Xianyu sect's gaze brightened slightly. So he has come. Seeing his surprise, Yi Fan asked curiously, who is this youth? He is Jibai, a genius of our Xianyu sect. His sword Dao talent is extraordinary. He is the sect master's youngest personal disciple. Accepted as sect master Zhang's personal disciple while still in foundation establishment. Then his talent must truly be exceptional. Indeed, Jibai's aptitude even surpasses that of Elder Zhang Xuanji. Then he is your sect's foremost heaven's pride at the foundation realm. Jian Tang glanced at Yi Fan, but did not answer directly, instead offering only a faint smile. Standing upon the platform in white, the young man cupped his hands towards Su Chongjian and spoke in a clear voice. Xianyu sect's Jibai here to witness fellow Su's swordsmanship. Late foundation establishment. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Wasn't the challenge restricted to those below late foundation? Is this not breaking the rules? Yi Fan frowned, and was about to speak when Su Chongjian spoke first. Elder Yi, as for this bout with fellow Ji Chongjian, is willing to accept it. Yi Fan glanced at Su Deyue, who gave a slight nod. Very well, it shall be as you wish, Yi Fan sighed. Thank you, Elder Yi. Ji Bai looked at Su Chongjian and asked, why does fellow Su make an exception for Ji? I can sense the powerful sword intent upon you. My intuition tells me you are a foe worthy of my full strength. Hearing this, Ji Bai's lips curved slightly as he continued, I come by my master's order to witness fellow Su's sword Dao. Please do not hold back. The same to you. A trace of appreciation flashed through Ji Bai's eyes as a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Its blade was like water, clear and transparent, a faint cold radiance flowing at its tip. This sword is named Han Huang. Fellow Su, be careful. Su Chongjian put away Qing Feng and drew another sword. This sword is called Jing Hong. They locked gazes for a brief moment before striking almost in unison. Ji Bai's swordsmanship was unlike that of anyone before him. His sword was extremely slow. So slow that those below could clearly follow every trajectory, so slow it seemed as if time itself had congealed. Yet within that sword flowed a kind of indescribable intent. It was none other than sword Dao true intent. Su Chongjian also held nothing back, pouring all the sword Dao true intent he had comprehended into each of his moves. A faint dragon chant seemed to echo through the air. With a ringing clash, the two swords met, and Su Chongjian felt an overwhelming force surge along his blade. In the next instant, violent sword chi rampaged around them. Su Chongjian staggered back 3 steps, his tiger's mouth numbed. Seemingly slow yet truly fast, seemingly soft yet truly hard. He had perceived Ji Bai's sword intent, yet at his current level that sword appeared almost perfect, without a single flaw to exploit. Ji Bai's sword momentum did not falter, one sword stroke followed another. Each cut was impossibly slow, yet each forced Su Chongjian to barely withstand it. 3 swords. 5 swords, 7 swords. When the 19th sword was unleashed, a sword light, clear, and cool as water sent Su Chongjian flying. He was not truly injured, sword in hand. He stood and looked toward Ji Bai. In terms of sword Dao comprehension, the two were on par. In the depth of sword techniques, understood Ji Bai was even above him. As for artifacts, the sealed Jinghong's power fell far short of Han Shuang's. To defeat him, I would have to unseal Jinghong. But relying on external power would not benefit my sword Dao. After all, this was not a battle of life and death, but Su Chongjian's process of questioning the sword meant to broaden his experience and insight. After a short pause, Su Chongjian cupped his hands. Fellow Ji, I concede. Ji Bai was momentarily taken aback. The outcome is not yet decided. Is it not too early for fellow Su to admit defeat? A tiny difference may lead to vast deviation. Were this a life and death struggle, I would of course fight with everything I have. But as things stand, I am indeed not yet your equal. Very well. Having witnessed fellow Su's sword Dao, Ji can now report to my master. I hope that next time we may duel again when we stand at the same realm. Certainly. Su Chongjian responded with another cupped hand salute. Ji Bai turned and departed. The crowd was left with a lingering sense of unfulfilled excitement. Given the sword Dao strength the two had displayed, even ordinary perfected foundation cultivators would not dare claim they could defeat either of them. I am at late foundation as well, and wish to test fellow Su's strength. A middle-aged man in red robes stepped out from the crowd and ascended the platform. Su Chongjian looked at him. In that case, for the remaining time, any sword cultivator below perfected foundation may issue a challenge. Many were immediately stirred. If we win, can we obtain the 10,000 spirit stones? Naturally. The red-robed man then unleashed his full strength. By now, Su Chongjian held nothing back either. His sword Dao true intent, the Jinghong sword, and sword moves of every type. The red-robed man had overestimated himself, though he thought to win by virtue of his abundant chi. Yet every stroke of Su Chongjian's sword was no weaker than a late foundation attack. Moreover, that peerlessly sharp sword intent was unstoppable wherever it passed. Within barely more than 10 breaths, the red-robed man was cleaved from the platform, landing outside with a slightly pale face. Some refused to accept this result. Yet one after another, several more challengers fell to Su Chongjian's sword. From Xian Yu sect, Yunmiao sect, the Sun clan, and other powers, late foundation cultivators, all took the field. Some among these geniuses managed to exchange blows with the now fully unleashed Su Chongjian for more than a quarter of an hour. But most could not even persist for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Yi Fan's voice rang out. The 7 days are nearly at an end. Does any fellow Daoist still wish to take the stage? Below not a sound was heard. For a long moment no one responded. As the sun gradually slanted westward, Su Chongjian stood upon the platform, eyes sweeping over the dense sea of faces below. He cupped his hands and said, "In these 7 days of questioning the sword, I have been instructed by all fellow Taoists. I have gained greatly. My thanks." He offered a deep bow, then stepped down from the platform. Yi Fan turned to Jian Tang and said, "My thanks, Elder Jian. Without your presence, this questioning of the sword for our Su clan juniors might not have proceeded so smoothly. Fellow Yi is too polite. I am merely following the sect master's instructions." Jian would not dare claim any credit. However, his gaze shifted to Su Chongjian. "This junior of your Su clan is truly outstanding. Even within our Xianyu sect, he would be a talent worthy of devoted cultivation." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Elder Jian, I shall take my leave first." "Please do." Yi Fan and Su Deyu did not linger. They departed Xianyu City with Su Chongjian and the couple Su Chongfei and his wife. At the Xianyu sect on the moon-watching peak in the main hall, Ji Bai flew into the hall and cupped his hands in salute towards Zhang Daren, who was above. Disciple Ji Bai pays respects to master. "You have returned," Zhang Daren replied calmly. "How did that disciple from the Su family fare? In terms of swordsmanship talent, he may even surpass me, though he ultimately conceded defeat." Ji Bai began to recount the battle with Su Chongjian. After he finished, Zhang Daoran said, "With Su Deling and the Su family, they lack for top-tier magical artifacts. That Jinghong you mentioned should be a unique, demonic spiritual artifact of the Su family. It is second only to the 3-patterned magical artifacts. However, its power seems to be sealed, likely to temper Su Chongjian. If fully mastered, it would significantly enhance his strength." He paused and looked at Ji Bai with a slight smile. "You possess an innate sword heart. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is extraordinary, and it becomes more evident as time goes on. Moreover, you grasp a rare sword secret technique that can enhance your sword technique's potency. Even if he fought with all his might, he might not necessarily be your opponent. But he is ultimately only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while I am already at the late stage. Had I been at the initial stage of foundation establishment, I would not have been a match for Su Chongjian. Even my understanding of the true meaning of swordsmanship was only reached during the late stage of foundation establishment. This only indicates that in terms of sword comprehension at this moment, he surpasses you. Both of your cultivation paths have only just begun. There is no need to compete over short-term gains and losses. Su Chongjian understands what he needs right now, which is the reason he acknowledges his defeat. Why focus on your training? Since Su Chongjian can come to inquire about the sword at Xianyue, you may also go to Songlong Mansion when you reach full foundation establishment, or even visit other mansions. The way the Su family cultivates their disciples is something we can learn from. Although our Xianyu sect is the largest sect in the Northwest, other nascent soul forces and even rogue cultivators are not without their own talents. Disciple understands. Go practice. Disciple takes his leave. A crimson flying boat, like a red meteor, soared above the clouds. Its destination was indeed Songlong Mansion. Chongjian, how did Ji Bai fare? Yi Fan, he likely didn't show his full strength. If it were a life-or-death battle, my intuition tells me it could be Yi Fan was slightly surprised, as Su Chongjian possessed 2 excellent swordsmanship talents. One is his innate sword bone, and the other is the sword heart clarity bestowed by Su Chuan. But if we were at the same realm, I am confident I would win against him. I can say the same. Su Chongfei suddenly smiled and said, "No, I am at least 60% confident I can defeat him right now." Su Chongfei dared not say more. He had witnessed the battle between Ji Bai and Su Chongjian and recognized Ji Bai's strength. Ji Bai has also comprehended the true meaning of swordsmanship. If he further understands the profound meaning of the sword techniques he has cultivated, the two would complement each other. Can you still say that? Su Chongfei was left speechless. After a while he mumbled, "Let's talk about future matters later. After all, I have the advantage in our current battle." Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. However, from Elder Jiantang's words, it seems that Xianyu sect must have more than one Ji Bai. He may not even be the strongest genius of the Xianyu sect. I suspect that other nascent soul forces likely have 1 or 2 hidden geniuses as well. It's uncertain whether it's for preparing for the next Foundation Establishment Genius Battle or the Golden Core Genius Battle. There is still nearly 100 years until the next Genius Grand Meeting. I certainly plan to participate in the Golden Core level. I don't want to stay at Foundation Establishment for that long. I remember that the Spirit of the Genius ranking said that the limit for Golden Core stage is 300. Master is also satisfied. Do you intend to compete with your ancestor for the Golden Core Genius? How could I possibly be a match for my ancestor? However, several members from the family will be sent. Su Dus said, every person from our Su family at the Golden Core level meets the criteria, but not all Golden Core cultivators can participate. Although they all have a certain confidence in ranking among the geniuses, a tall tree attracts the wind. Grandfather will likely carefully consider the candidates. You younger generations shouldn't hold too much hope. Oh, Su Chongfei replied, weakly feeling for the first time that the excellence of his elders might not be a good thing. When will our young talents be able to shoulder the family responsibilities? Returning to Yunshi Yi, fans said, Chongji and Chongfei Yulian, you should each go back now. Yes, Elder Yi, Su Chongjian said with cupped hands. Understood, father, Su Chongfei replied. When will our young talents be able to shoulder the family responsibilities? Returning to Yunshi Yi, fans, upon hearing this, Su Chuan nodded slightly. You two have worked hard this time. Did you encounter anyone from the Guyu city while passing by the Tanlang mansion? Back to Master, yes. We followed your instructions and approached the Xianyu mansion from the vicinity of Guyu city's territory. They patrol very closely. On our way there we were stopped 3 times. However, after revealing our Su family identity, they did not obstruct us. I understand, Su Chuan said. Since you have taken over the battle hall, remember to take time to check on the quality of the disciples in the battle hall. Be strict when necessary. Do not neglect your own cultivation. Yes, master. Su Chuan looked at Su Due. You too. Both of you have the potential for nascent soul. Remember to practice diligently. Granddaughter understands. Afterward, the two left the Ku Rong courtyard. Su Chuan summoned Su Mingxian and Mei Yun. Upon receiving Su Chuan's message, the two did not think much and headed over. Father, what do you need me for? Su Mingxian asked, looking at Su Chuan. Mei Yun was similarly concerned, feeling a foreboding omen rise in his heart. Why did it feel like he was about to be sent on a mission? You both know our Su family's next step is to plan for the Tanlang mansion. If we forcefully attack Guyu City, and the Tanlang sect might unite to deal with our Su family. Master, you wouldn't want me to go undercover at the Tanlang mansion again, would you? Mei Yun spoke frankly. As expected of my good disciple, it seems you are already prepared to share the burden with me. Can the disciple say no? Mei Yun said with a sulking face. No, Su Chuan replied firmly with a smile. You have advanced to the Golden Core stage and practiced the luck techniques, which can significantly influence the fortunes of the nascent soul forces. Although luck is elusive, if the luck of the Tanlang sect declines, the probability of their disciples and elders making mistakes during cultivation will greatly increase. Some disciples who might have had a glimmer of survival when encountering enemies or demon beasts might fall due to this. Moreover, Guyu City is relatively new to the nascent soul stage, even if it is richer than the Mo family. Gu Xianyu's strength should be on par with Mo Wentian. The number of Golden Core cultivators is also significantly less than that of the Tanlang sect. Without intervention, the rivalry between the two sides will last for decades, or even centuries. Ultimately, there is a chance it could evolve into a situation where both sides stand their ground and govern their own territories. My Su family will not spend too long on the matter of the Tanlang mansion. Su Chuan said, gazing at Su Mingxian showed no hesitation and cupped his hands, saying, I will follow father's arrangements in everything. Mei Yun, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, seemingly in a dilemma. After we annex the Tanlang mansion, my Su family plans to establish a branch of the Su family and set up a dynasty for you. At that time, you can choose to establish the dynasty in Songlong Mansion, Tanlang Mansion, or other mansions in the northwest. Mei Yun's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head in contemplation. If I rely solely on myself from inception to initial scale, it would likely take decades, and developing it further would take even longer. Mei Yun knew that developing a dynasty was far more troublesome than developing a family. With the help of the Su family, relocating populations and establishing various imperial laws would be much easier. Additionally, the Su family clearly has extensive experience in handling the relationship between mortals and cultivators, surpassing many cultivation families and sects. Unity of hearts and prosperity of luck will also benefit him. Establishing a dynasty is too troublesome, leaving it to the Su family, and enjoying the fortune will be much easier. Compared to the troubles of the latter, enduring some hardships as an undercover agent in the early stages is nothing. Disciple understands, and I will follow master's arrangements. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Once we begin establishing the dynasty, you will have plenty of time to relax. Mei Yun's eyes lit up. Master, you jest. As a disciple, following master's orders is only right. I am indeed very respectful of my teacher. Su Mingxuan's mouth twitched beside them. So damn respectful. Soon after, Su Chuan began outlining his plans. In simple terms, it involves Su Mingxian assisting Guyu City, while Mei Yun, through a series of coincidences, earns the favor of the Tanlang sect. seizing the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Tan Lang sect. Master, could this be dangerous? Mei Yun asked worriedly. Plans can change at any time, depending on the Songlong and Tan Lang mansions are so far apart. How can they communicate? This I have prepared for. No matter how far apart you are, I can still contact you, though the method is somewhat special. Su Chuan immediately demonstrated. Moments later, Mei Yun felt his divine sense being pulled, and strange fluctuations in the void appeared around him. Master, what is this? By splitting a thread of divine sense, you can enter my Su family's cave heaven. This is our Su family's greatest secret. Su Chuan looked at Mei Yun and said, Mei Yun, it's not that I don't trust you, but any Su family member must not leak this information without my permission. Thus you need to take an oath of your soul. Mei Yun saw Su Chuan's serious expression and knew he was not. After thinking for a moment, he eventually nodded. Then he made his oath. Su Chuan smiled slightly. You can try it out. Mei Yun followed suit. His divine sense entered Su family's cave heaven. He beheld a cave heaven spanning just 10 miles, filled with vast amounts of rare spiritual herbs and a dynasty scripture tower. He was greatly astonished. The divine sense projection of Su Chuan materialized, looking at him with a faint smile. This is the foundation of my Su family. Disciple, even among my Su family members, without my permission you are not allowed to disclose this. Disciple understands. Mei Yun had never heard of being able to pull anyone's divine sense into a cave heaven from anywhere. It was truly astonishing. He could even imagine the numerous applications of this cave heaven. However, what Mei Yun could not foresee was that the capabilities of this cave heaven would further change as Su Chuan's strength increased and the fortune of the Su family grew. Of course, Su Chuan would not specifically explain this. Some things, even to Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, his own children, he might not fully disclose. It would be enough to introduce it at the right time. Stepping out of the cave heaven, Mei Yun was also deeply A deep voice resonated. Uncle Emo stopped guessing blindly. Before the words faded, he suddenly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a green light burst forth from his dantian. That light was the vitality seal set by Su Chuan, gathering the life force within him, making him appear like a Songlong, his aura shifting. Now that the seal was shattered amid the green radiance, Su Mingxian regained his ethereal appearance. So it was you, kid. Uncle Emo widened his vertical pupils in disbelief and exclaimed, This is Su Chuan's divine ability. But how is that possible? He scratched his head, his eyes filled with questions. If Su Chuan performed it himself, his divine sense is powerful enough to conceal it even from an ordinary nascent soul. But using it on others, a nascent soul's divine sense should be able to spot flaws. Su Mingxian smiled slightly, raising his hand to take a jade pendant from around his neck. The jade pendant was no larger than an infant's palm, warm to the touch, engraved with intricate patterns. The patterns were extremely complex, faintly forming some mysterious restriction, yet were deliberately suppressed, revealing only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. This is a half-step spiritual restriction I've developed, lineage restriction. Su Mingxian held the jade pendant in his palm. Wearing this can obscure and confuse the divine sense of a nascent soul. Of course, it also requires my father's divine ability to be perfected. Uncle Emo looked at the jade pendant, marveling. What a delicate restriction, it feels extraordinary. It must be a method of restriction, right? Your father had you study this, didn't he? He loves this kind of flashy stuff. Speaking, Uncle Emo looked up at Su Chuan. Does it prevent a nascent soul from prying into who you're planning to deceive this time? Su Chuan replied with a faint glance. You should focus on your cultivation. The 4th-tier low-grade water system's spiritual vein is already prepared for you. I don't say I'm not thinking of you. If I need you to make an appearance later, I will notify you. Uncle Emo nodded. All right then. I won't hold you accountable for this prank on me this time. Before he finished speaking, his figure swayed and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly diving into the deep pool behind him. The pool water churned a few times before settling back to tranquility. Su Chuan watched the disappearing streak of light, his lips twitching slightly, left speechless for a moment. He had intended to say something more. Does that guy Uncle Emo think he has outsmarted me in a battle of wits just because he thinks I can't hear the follow-up? Such childish tricks. Father, perhaps this is the only way Uncle Emo thought he could win against you in words, Su Mingxian said, stifling a laugh beside him. It's hard for him being a dignified 4th-tier, transforming demon. For now, make 2 pieces and hand them over to Mingxian and Mei Yun. I want them to handle some matters at the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Su Mingxian pondered, saying, Third brother tends to avoid danger, and now he has good fortune, while Mei Yun can nullify the aura of hostile forces. It's difficult to perceive without cultivating the path of fortune. Indeed suitable. Pausing, he added, I will refine 2 pieces in the next few days. Go prepare it, Su Chuan replied. Su Mingxian clasped his hands in farewell. A week later, Su Chuan along with Su Mingxian and Mei Yun used the teleportation array beneath the Su residence to head toward the Greedy Wolf Mansion in Shanghai City, the City Lord's mansion. In the underground teleportation array, Su Chuan sensed Xiao Zhan's presence and immediately sent a message for him to come here. Xiao Zhan was startled and instantly awakened from his meditation. The Lord has arrived. Without hesitation, he hurried through the secret passage from the meditation room to the underground teleportation array. He then saw 3 people standing there. Su Chuan appeared as his usual self, but both Su Mingxian and Mei Yun had altered their appearances with divine abilities covered by the jade pendant inscribed with half-spiritual restrictions. No matter how Xiao Zhan probed, he could not uncover the truth. He bowed to Su Chuan, saying, I, Xiao Zhan, greet the Lord. I have come to find you for 2 reasons. One is to have the demon heaven merchants create chaos in the Greedy Wolf Mansion's murky waters. Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted slightly. I will follow the Lord's orders, going through fire and water without hesitation. These 2 you quietly take them out of Shanghai City without letting anyone know that their first appearance was in Shanghai City. If anyone sees them, you know what to do. Understood. As for how to create chaos, I will explain it in detail later. For now, we have a second task. Take out the white bone skull I initially gifted you. Yes. Xiao Zhan did not hesitate, slapping his storage bag, and the skull as white as jade flew out, its hollow eyes flickering with eerie green flames. The skull seemed to sense Su Chuan's aura, flying straight to his side and circling around him. The eerie and terrifying aura of the white bone skull made Su Mingxian and Mei Yun feel a slight shock in their hearts. It seems you have been obedient, not recklessly feeding it more. As you say, my lord, how could I dare to disobey? Su Chuan nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 streaks of black light flew out from his robe, hovering in midair. As the black light dissipated, 3 magical treasures appeared. Each one emanated a chilling demonic aura, the cold atmosphere spreading out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. The first item on the left was a long black gold mace. The mace was over 3 feet long, completely black as ink, etched with numerous demonic patterns that faintly formed distorted, ghostly faces. At the head of the mace, a dark red gem was embedded, resembling a demonic eye coldly gazing at the world. This mace is called Soul Devourer, specifically designed to shatter protective spiritual light. Su Chuan stated calmly. The second item in the middle was a pitch-black long sword. The sword was slender, with a dark red blood groove along the spine that seemed to have drunk countless blood. The hilt was carved from the spine of some demonic beast, feeling cold to the touch. This sword is called Bloodslaughter, its sharpness unmatched, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Su Chuan continued his introduction. The third item on the right was a broad-backed long knife. The knife's blade was wide, glimmering with a chill. On the back of the knife, 9 copper rings were arranged in a row, and with a slight movement, they emitted a clinking sound. That sound, upon hearing, made one feel dazed, as if being dragged into an endless abyss. At the hilt, a grotesque demonic head opened its bloody maw. As for this last long knife, it is called Soul Chopper. When the 9 rings sound together, it can affect a person's soul, making it hard to defend against. The 3 magical treasures hovered in midair, demonic energy churning. Xiao Zhan glanced at them and felt his heart tremble. Each of these was a top-grade magical treasure. Especially the last one, which can influence the soul, is truly rare. I promised you before to gift you a top-grade magical treasure. You may choose one from these 3. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan, although somewhat expecting it, could not help but feel excited. After a moment, he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 magical treasures. After a while, he lingered between Bloodslaughter and Soul Chopper. My lord, I choose this Bloodslaughter as it resonates with me more and will allow me to unleash part of its power more easily. Xiao Zhan pointed to the pitch-black long sword. Su Chuan nodded, waving his sleeve, and the Bloodslaughter fell from the air, hovering in front of Xiao Zhan. The other 2 were put away by him. Holding Bloodslaughter, Xiao Zhan felt that with this sword his combat power would be more than doubled. In the Greedy Wolf Mansion, he would undoubtedly be among the top experts below the nascent soul. He would be even stronger than the previous true monarch of the Greedy Wolf sect, Songlong. Xiao Zhan came back to his senses, kneeling on one knee and bowed deeply to Su Chuan. Thank you, my lord. In this life, I shall go through fire and water for you with no hesitation. His voice trembled, evidently overwhelmed with excitement. Given his past as a scattered cultivator, without great fortune, the chances of obtaining a top-grade magical treasure were slim. Many top-grade magical treasures from ancient secret realms are also largely out of reach for scattered cultivators. To compete for them means being ready to face death. After all, great opportunities often entail life and death battles. Yet now Chuan simply took one out, directly bestowing it upon him because of a promise. As Chuan's soul servant, his life and death were under Chuan's control. Even without any rewards from Chuan, Xiaozhan would not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. In addition to Chuan's generosity, the Su family's foundation also astonished Xiaozhan. It hadn't been long since they casually produced 3 top-grade demonic treasures, showcasing the rapid enhancement of the Su family's strength. Get up, Chuan waved his hand. Refine it as soon as possible, so you'll have a trump card in the future. Yes, my lord, Xiaozhan replied. Xiaozhan bowed again, full of respect. Afterwards, Chuan detailed his arrangements. After more than half an hour, he returned to Yushi City via the teleportation array. What is the background of both of you fellow Taoists? After Chuan left, Xiaozhan turned to the two and asked with a smile. There is no need to ask about other matters. According to the Lord's instructions, just quietly take us out of Shanghai City. Su Mingxian said in a deep voice. Understood. After years of operations, the Demon Heaven merchants completely controlled Shanghai City, with their members infiltrating every corner of the city. Taking Su Mingxian and Mei Yun out was not difficult. For secrecy, Xiaozhan had prepared for 2 days in advance, then quietly took the two away. Outside Shanghai City, several hundred miles away, a forest sprawled between the lush mountains. The terrain here was continuous, with peaks rising and falling, and the woods were thick and ancient. Occasionally mist swirled around the mountainsides like light gauze, enhancing the deep green color of the mountains. In the forest, the faint sound of flowing streams mingled with the occasional calls of birds, adding to the tranquility and depth of the woods. 2 streaks of light came from afar, slowly stopping above the forest. As the light dissipated, the figures of Su Mingxian and Mei Yun appeared. Su Mingxian was clad in brocade, looking scholarly. Mei Yun wore a gray Taoist robe, appearing middle-aged with a short beard. The two stood facing each other, surrounded by a vast sea of trees. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, and a few wisps of white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Su Mingxian looked at Mei Yun and said gently, "Let us part ways here. You wander around for a while, and if there's a suitable opportunity, I will notify you." Mei Yun nodded, slightly clasping his fists. "Thank you, senior brother Mingxian. Be careful on the road. With the treasures bestowed by the master, self-protection is not an issue." Su Mingxian smiled. He then turned and transformed into a streak of light, shooting off in one direction. The direction he was heading was indeed towards the area where the ancient ghost city was located. Mei Yun watched him leave, and after a moment withdrew his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he swayed his figure and transformed into a streak of green light, heading off in another direction. The mountain wind swept through the forest, stirring up waves of green. 2 streaks of light, one south and one north, gradually faded into the distance. Days later, a yellow light rushed from the horizon, gradually slowing its speed. A figure emerged from the clouds. It was Su Mingxian, disguised as a pale-faced scholar. He stood atop the clouds, gazing into the distance. 30 miles ahead, a massive city loomed over the vast land. That city was the ancient ghost city. This city was built against the mountains, backed by the continuous dark mountain range with an endless wasteland in front. The city walls towered 100 feet high, entirely constructed from dark stones. The source of these stones was unknown, as they did not reflect light under the sun. Instead, they absorbed all the light. This made the entire city wall appear like a black chasm, completely separating the inner and outer worlds. On the city wall, faint traces of dark red could be seen. A massive formation enveloped the entire city. A ghostly green light flickered, and if not examined closely, one might easily overlook it. Su Mingxian's gaze sharpened. What my father said is true. The ancient ghost city indeed has deep foundations, worthy of being the former nascent soul-level power of the greedy wolf sect. This great formation should be of the top-tier 3rd rank. If it is the core of the ancient ghost city, even a half-step 4th-rank formation would not be surprising. Pausing, Su Mingxian muttered to himself, "I wonder how the ancient ghost city managed to survive back then. Qi Tianxiong does not seem like someone who is merciful." Collecting his thoughts, Su Mingxian continued to observe the ancient city. The ancient ghost city was vast, roughly estimated to cover 700 or 800 miles. He only saw a corner of it. The ancient ghost city was a mix of all sorts, with various factions and scattered cultivators gathering. Even fighting among the inhabitants was a common occurrence. Su Mingxian transformed into a streak of yellow light, descending toward the city gates of the ancient ghost city. The city gate was wide open, measuring over 10 zhang in width and 6 or 7 zhang in height. On either side of the gate stood towering stone statues, two fierce-looking demonic figures with green faces and fangs wielding giant axes glaring at passers-by. At the city gate stood armored guards. Su Mingxian displayed his golden core aura, striding boldly into the city under the watchful eyes of the two guards. He inquired a bit and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, Su Mingxian was stopped immediately. Even though he revealed his golden core aura, the two Foundation establishment guards did not back down. "Senior, what business do you have at the city lord's mansion?" "Naturally, I am here to find your city lord. Do you expect me to look for you?" Su Mingxian's eyes flashed with brilliance, frightening the speaking guard to retreat 2 steps. Who dares to cause trouble in front of the city lord's mansion? A black light shot out from within the mansion. It was a burly man with a big beard, looking fierce and exuding a strong aura, clearly possessing mid-golden core strength. He hovered in midair, glaring at Su Mingxian, the uninvited guest, with an unfriendly tone. "An old friend has come. I request to see City Lord Gu," Su Mingxian said, taking out a token engraved with the character Su from his storage ring. Upon seeing the token, the man's pupils instantly contracted and his demeanor softened considerably. "Since you are here to visit the city lord, then please follow me, Chu." "Thank you," Su Mingxian replied with a slight smile, clasping his fists, and followed the Chu surname man into the city lord's mansion. He was led to a secluded, quiet room decorated in an ancient style, with wisps of white smoke gently rising from an incense burner. "Please wait here, I will go inform the city lord." After a moment, a middle-aged man walked in. His cultivation level was indiscernible, yet a faint smile graced his lips. As soon as he entered, he spoke. "I wonder which member of the Su family you are, fellow Taoist." In an antique and tranquil room, Gu Xianyu scrutinized Su Mingxian, who was also observing him. "Unable to see through your cultivation, you must be the city lord of Guyu City, the demonic cultivator my father mentioned, who had a child in Yunqi City." "I am Su Mingxian. Greetings to you, esteemed Senior Gu. You recognize me, eh?" Gu Xianyu raised an eyebrow and murmured, Su Mingxian, could it be you belong to the Ming generation of the Su family?" "Who is Su Mingxian to you?" "He is my 5th brother." "I see. May I ask what brings you, friend Mingxian, to seek me, the city lord?" "I have come for 2 reasons. First, to look into the situation of the Tanling Manor to see if it is suitable for the development of my Su family. Second, to inquire on behalf of my father if the previous agreement still holds." Upon hearing this, Gu Zuanyu's eyes flickered. "That is natural. However, even though I have now formed a child, the foundation of Guyu City is still significantly inferior compared to the Tanling sect. This matter can only be deliberated over time. By the way, may I ask what your father Taoist Su is currently doing?" "He should have gone to the ancient battlefield, right?" Gu Xianyu attempted to change the subject, but Su Mingxian replied, "Not long after returning, my father entered seclusion. I came to see you as per his arrangement before his retreat. If you need anything, you may contact me." Gu Xianyu looked at Su Mingxian. "Is the Su family that eager?" "You also know my 5th brother Su Mingxian is a direct disciple of the Xian Yu sect taught by the ancestor of Xianyu. With this relationship, if we can open up a trade route between the Songlong Manor and Xianyu Manor, it would greatly enhance the development of my Su family." "That makes sense." Gu Xianyu pondered. "The Su family has killed Shi Daoyun and driven away the Shi family. Currently, the one in charge of the Songlong Manor will reach saturation in at most a few decades. To further accumulate foundation, leveraging the relationship with Xianyu sect and trading with Xianyu City is the best choice." "Exactly. My father believes that as a necessary thoroughfare, if the Tanling Manor is unstable, the risks for my Su family are not small. The sooner the Tanling Manor stabilizes, the sooner my Su family's development can be put on the agenda." Su Mingxian looked at Gu Xianyu and then smiled. "Esteemed Senior Gu, you know that the relationship between my Su family and the Tanling sect is like fire and water." Gu Xianyu slightly nodded and sighed. "If I were in your family's situation, I would either develop quietly, waiting for the day the Su family completely surpasses the Tanling sect, or find a way to eliminate the Tanling sect. You Su family have chosen the latter, have you not? What you say is indeed true. But the Tanling sect is powerful and currently at its peak, far from what your Songlong Manor's former Tiansong sect could compare to." After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Does your Su family have a specific plan?" "My father naturally thinks it won't be easy and thus plans to insert an undercover agent into the Tanling sect. This matter requires the assistance of esteemed Senior Gu." "This matter?" Before Gu Xianyu could finish speaking, Su Mingxian added, "By the way, I forgot to mention to you the true monarch of the Heavenly Wolf has already perfected his divine abilities and is likely to cross into the nascent soul stage. I believe the sect master of the Tanling sect will do everything to assist him." If a second nascent soul appears in the Tanlang sect, then Guyu City will no longer have the qualification to compete with it. At that time, my Su family would also have to abandon the collaboration with Guyu City, choosing the first option I just mentioned. First, slowly accumulate the strength of the Su family, then gradually plan for it. Gu Xianyu did not notice the flaw in Su Mingxuan's words. After all, the Tanling Manor was indeed an unavoidable issue, even if the Su family did not hold grudges against the past with the Tanling sect. However, demonic cultivators are known to repay grievances with vengeance, or whether they will abandon their enmity with the Su family is uncertain. Pinning hopes on the mercy of an enemy is the most foolish act. I always feel there is something off about this, Gu Xianyu thought. However, even if the Su family intends to take over the Tanling Manor, they shouldn't be so eager. If they waited 100 years to take this action, my first reaction would be that they want to provoke conflict between us, hoping to benefit as a fisherman. If given the opportunity, they would definitely choose to fully occupy the Tanling Manor. However, at this time, Gu Xianyu felt that the Su family had the heart, but lacked the strength. Though the Su family currently has 4th-tier combat power, several Golden Core geniuses, and Su Chuan himself is also a peerless prodigy at the Golden Core stage, their foundation is still too shallow. In simple terms, they have too few trusted cultivators they have trained themselves. If they employ other Golden Core forces from Songlong Manor, it is hard to guarantee that they will not just put on a facade. And if they suffer too great a loss, they could become the next Shi family of Songlong Manor. What do you plan for Guyu City to assist? The predecessor of Guyu City was Guyu Sect, which was destroyed by the Tanlang Sect, and Gu Xianyu naturally sought to avenge this grievance. To restore the Tanling Manor to the lineage of Guyu. Su Mingxian felt secretly pleased, as expected of what my father predicted, even if Gu Xianyu guessed that the Su family is using their hands to eradicate the Tanling Sect. As long as they want to reclaim the Tanling Manor, my Su family cannot be without such a natural ally. Then Su Mingxian began to explain his plan to him. Gu Xianyu initially frowned slightly, but soon relaxed only to frown again at the end. If so, wouldn't that directly offend them? Then it would be difficult for my Guyu City to stabilize and accumulate strength again. Although the war between the two manors has caused the Tanlang sect to suffer considerable losses, your Guyu City wants to surpass them in the number of golden cores. The chances are too slim. Developing cautiously under the eyes of the Tanlang sect would likely take hundreds of years. After all, it is not just your Guyu City that will continuously produce golden cores, the Tanlang sect will as well. The increase in the number of golden cores for the Tanlang sect may even be faster. The Tanlang sect can openly recruit demonic guest cultivators, while your Guyu City must operate in secrecy. Once it is discovered that esteemed Senior Gu has formed a child, the sect master of the Tanlang sect would likely rush here immediately. Gu Xianyu felt helpless upon hearing this. The formation of the nascent soul should not be interfered with, and Shi Daoyan wouldn't dare act recklessly due to face, but demonic cultivators do not care about such matters. As long as the protective formation of the Tanlang sect remains intact, their foundation will always be stable. Regarding this matter, I still need to discuss it with the elders. I will reply to you, friend Mingxuan, in a few days. However, do you truly have confidence in sending someone to infiltrate the Tanlang sect? We can only say it is an attempt, but if luck is on our side, success would minimize losses for both our families. Gu Xianyu stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative. After a moment, he smiled slightly. If so, friend Mingxian can stay in the city lord's mansion for now. How does that sound? Good. Su Mingxian clasped his hands and smiled. However, I have a small request. If esteemed senior introduces yourself to outsiders, you only need to refer to me as Daoist Xian. As expected of Su Chuan's offspring, indeed cautious. This is not a big deal, so Gu Xianyu immediately agreed. On that day, in the main hall of Guyu City, located at the highest point in the dark red palace in the city, it was a completely different world. The hall doors were wide open and a cold aura slowly emanated from within. The hall was over 30 feet high with walls made of dark-colored stone. The stone was smooth as a mirror but did not reflect light, only casting everything within into a hazy shadow. 81 luminous pearls were embedded in the dome. Instead of the common bright white color, they emitted a dark green hue, enveloping the entire hall in a cold sea of light. The floor was paved with dark gray cloud stone, with faint dark golden patterns flowing across the stone surface, resembling sleeping demonic dragons. Every few feet, a thick black stone pillar supported the dome, with fierce demonic totems carved on the pillar bearing their fangs and claws vividly lifelike. At the northern end of the hall, a high platform rose from the ground. On the platform sat a wide chair with a high back and a fist-sized dark green jewel embedded at the top. At this moment, a person was sitting on that chair. It was Gu Xianyu. Below the high platform, there were 15 chairs arranged on each side. However, only half of the seats were filled. Each occupant was a golden core true person. The first on the left side was an old man, his hair and beard completely white with a gaunt face, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle. Dressed in a gray robe, his aura was unfathomable, with faint spiritual light circulating around him. This man was the Grand Elder of Guyu City, a golden core completion stage expert. Due to the fortuitous events of the Taihao Lake's innate secret realm, he also reached the peak of divine abilities several years ago. Following him were the second elder, the third elder, and others in sequence. As for the order of arrangement, it was not fixed, but based on fluctuations in strength. From the aura aside from the Grand Elder, 3 others among the attendees reached the late golden core stage, or above. 1 each at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. Then there were 8 golden core mid-stage elders, and 4 golden core early stage elders. 1 at the early nascent soul stage, and 16 golden cores. This is the current foundation of Guyu City. Although the Mo family is also a newly emerged nascent soul family, their foundation is still lacking. Of course, they are still far behind the old established nascent soul families. Everyone was suddenly summoned here with various expressions, all looking towards Gu Xianyu. Suddenly the Grand Elder spoke. Xuanyu, you summoned us so hastily. What urgent matter do you have? Aside from being the city lord of Guyu City, Gu Xianyu was also the disciple of the Grand Elder. Among those present, only the Grand Elder dared to call Gu Xianyu by name. Gu Zuanyu's gaze slowly swept over everyone in the hall, before finally landing on the Grand Elder's face. He smiled faintly, and said that Songlong Manor has visitors from the Su family. Upon hearing this, all present changed their expressions slightly. The Su family possesses a 4th-tier, transforming dragon, which can be considered a newly emerged nascent soul power. In terms of the number of golden cores, they cannot compare to Guyu City, but in terms of combat power, it is not so simple. Guyu City was still unaware of the current situation of the Su family, only thinking it was still the previous scenario, with 5 core golden cores and 2 guest elder positions. The second elder asked, City Lord, who from the Su family has come? Su Mingxian or Fairy Fengling? Or perhaps a disciple of the true monarch of withering and flourishing? Gu Xianyu shook his head. Neither. It should be a hidden golden core cultivator from the Su family of the same generation as Su Mingxian. It is his elder brother. What is his realm and strength? Early golden core likely not as strong as Su Mingxian. If every golden core in the Su family were like Su Mingxian, that would indeed be terrifying. The true monarch of withering and flourishing is undoubtedly a peerless genius at the golden core level. Fairy Fengling, rumored to have reached peak golden core strength, is also a prodigy. Su Mingxian and the others' reputations are somewhat lacking. However, as they gradually emerge, they are likely to become prodigies in the future. Some may walk the path of divine abilities to form cores, but by the time they reach the golden core stage, they start to fade into obscurity. They are quite rare, like the Su family. Everyone fell silent. Gu Xianyu stated, We need not worry about the Su family for now, or at least for now we can consider ourselves allies. The Grand Elder interjected, Xuanyu, you called us here not just to inform us of this news, right? Yes, Master. The Su family wishes to join forces with us to resolve the Tanlang sect as soon as possible. The Su family is that anxious. They want to stabilize the situation in Tanlang Manor and then initiate trade with Xianyu City. The existence of the Tanlang sect is undoubtedly a time bomb for them. How much do you trust the Su family? 70 to 80%. Even if they harbor thoughts against our Guyu City, they won't be in a hurry. After all, while the Su family is strong, they are not yet at the level to simultaneously swallow the Tanlang sect and our Guyu City. The 7th elder pondered before curiously asking, Why doesn't the Su family wait until their foundation is stronger before taking this action? They are the dominant force in Songlong Manor and can develop freely without any restrictions. The Su family has commercial roots. Perhaps for them time is equivalent to spirit stones. An elder speculated. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. This reasoning holds some truth. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The sooner the Tanlang sect is resolved, the greater the benefits for the Su family. Of course, it is the same for our Guyu City. I think the same way. Gu Xianyu chuckled. If the Su family were to come to discuss this matter 100 years later, their ambitions would be all too obvious. Are you implying you agree to collaborate with the Su family? In dealing with the Tanlang sect, we are natural allies. Why not take advantage of that? As for what happens after we eliminate the Tanlang sect, as long as we consolidate the demonic forces of the Tanlang Manor, the Su family will have no way to deal with us. Unless they wish to spark another war between the two manors. It is not so simple for outside forces to dominate the Tanlang Manor. Seeing that the majority nodded, Gu Xianyu outlined Su Mingxuan's plan. However, creating the opportunity to arrange for an undercover agent is not that simple. Gu Xianyu deliberately waited 3 days before informing Su Mingxian of the outcome. Su Mingxian clasped his hands and said, "Then this matter will trouble you." However, a day earlier he had already learned of Guyu City's decision from Su Chuan. This was the result calculated by Su Chuan himself using the Tianji Dao Yin. Although a dominant nascent soul power with the heritage of a spiritual treasure might find it somewhat challenging, Guyu City clearly did not fall into this category. This matter cannot be rushed. How to proceed we will need to discuss slowly in Guyu City. It could take anywhere from half a year to 1 or 2 years. After all, our Guyu City cannot just leave whenever we wish like your Su family. I understand. I will follow your arrangements, and once you have planned well, I will find a way to notify the Su family's undercover agent. Going undercover in the Tanlang sect is extremely dangerous. Once discovered, it would mean certain death. Even Guyu City would not wish to lose a golden core cultivator so easily. Thus, they had not mentioned arranging for any undercover agents. Late at night, Su Mingxian activated Su Chuan's life talisman. Songlong Manor, Yunqi City. The withering and flourishing courtyard. Su Chuan sensed something and immediately entered the Su family cave heaven, bringing Su Mingxian and Mei Yun inside. "Father, Master." Upon seeing Su Chuan, the two greeted him in turn and then focused on forming a spiritual projection. "Has there been progress in the matter?" Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxian. The implication from Gu Xianyu is that the planning of this matter should be gradual, taking anywhere from 6 months to a year or 2. Indeed, it is reasonable. Our Su family is not short on time, so you can stay at the Tanling mansion for now. Su Chuan has thoroughly entered the path of the 5 elements. One day he suddenly stood up and seemed to be speaking to himself. "I need to go out for a while, at least 2 to 3 months, and at most half a year." "So long. Where are you going?" "Xianyu City, and then to the eastern part of Tian. Nandi, you will take care of Yunqi City." "The east?" The voice in midair sounded somewhat surprised. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the east?" "It's nothing, just recalling some things." Su Chuan asked in surprise. "You have traveled to the eastern part of Tiannan before?" After a moment, a figure burst out from the deep pool, splashing white water, and landed, transforming into a dragon-head human form. "You don't think this seat is a beast from the northwest region, do you?" Hearing this, Su Chuan was slightly taken aback. "Could it be that you are from the eastern part of Tiannan? It is unlikely that beasts below the transformation stage can use the teleportation arrays of human cultivators. The 2 places are separated by tens of millions of miles. How did you end up here?" After a pause, Su Chuan asked again. "By the way, you possess an extraordinary bloodline. How could you end up sealed in a prison? Do you really want to know my origins?" Mo fixed his gaze on Su Chuan. Su Chuan smiled. "No matter what your past was, from the day you signed a contract with me, you became a part of my Su family. If recounting the past makes you feel uncomfortable, you do not need to speak of it. Regardless, you are still the elder of my Su family. Never mind, it's not a matter of great sorrow." Mo sighed slightly. "It's just that too much time has passed, and many things have been forgotten. Some details are a bit unclear." Seeing Su Chuan listening intently, he continued, "This seat hails from Julong Mountain. It is one of the most powerful demon clans in the eastern part of Tiannan, similar to Xianyu sect and Qingsu sect." "Exactly." Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Julong Mountain is led by the Jiao Dragon clan, revered for their true dragon bloodline. Moreover, there is a dragon pool treasure land that can enhance the dragon clan's bloodline, allowing Julong Mountain to thrive unceasingly. When I was born, there were 5 dragon lords in Julong Mountain, and my father was one of them. As for how it is now, that remains unknown. 5 transformed great demons, that's even more powerful than Shawandishan. Naturally, this is only the surface of whether there are any ancient existences alive in secret is hard to say. But at least like the existence of the Zhu Yin ancestor from Shawandishan, my Julong Mountain has at least one such being. So certain. The demon clan has its own methods of inheritance that can increase the chances of transformed demon beasts appearing. Otherwise, how could they compete with humans? However, this matter involves the secrets of Julong Mountain, so it is not appropriate for me to elaborate further. I suppose you don't fully understand it either." Su Chuan chuckled softly. "Nonsense. Then let me guess, although your Julong Mountain has methods of inheritance, it can't be widespread, and the cost must be substantial. Only the most outstanding individuals of each generation in your Julong Mountain can receive such cultivation. And you must have failed in the competition for candidates, leaving Julong Mountain in frustration, wandering around for adventures." such as swearing not to rely on the clan, relying solely on oneself to undergo the tribulation and advance to a transformed great demon. However, the outside world is not as easy to traverse. The Jiao dragon with true dragon bloodline is viewed as a treasure by cultivators. You must have encountered numerous ambushes. Perhaps you have also killed quite a few golden core cultivators. After fleeing, you made your way to the northwest region. As for being suppressed, I assume it was due to competing for treasures or the descendants of nascent soul cultivators. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "How did you know?" "Just normal logical reasoning," Chuan smirked. After staring at Chuan as if he were a ghost for a while, Mo finally came to his senses and sighed. "That's somewhat similar to what you said." This seat was suppressed by an old Taoist called Chong Qingzi. Initially, he would come every once in a while trying to persuade me to become his spirit beast. But after 100 years, he suddenly stopped coming. Most likely he died. Perhaps the formation of the prison was during that period. And if my guess is correct, that area was known as the ancestral land of Tian, Nan before ancient times. Mo fell silent. "Enough about this. Since you are going to the eastern part of Tian, Nan, I must go too. Songlong Mansion regards your Su family as the highest authority. In Yunxi City and within your Su family estate, the Great Formation is layered, and even a nascent soul cultivator would have no means to breach it in a short time. Do you want to return to Jiulong Mountain?" Mo pondered for a moment and said, "I do want to, but I don't know what the current situation of Jiulong Mountain is. If I return to Jiulong Mountain, I could secure a position as a dragon lord, and in that case, I would have considerable influence within Jiulong Mountain. Moreover, there are many treasures in Jiulong Mountain. Perhaps there is something you need." Chuan's eyes lit up. "What you said makes sense. Since Jiulong Mountain is a dominant power, it must have many rare flowers and herbs. Within the Songlong Alliance, there are also several dragon blood fruits. They are extremely useful to your Jiao Dragon clan and could be exchanged for more valuable treasures. So do you agree?" Mo's eyes brightened. "What else can I do? You are the elder of my Su family. Can I force you otherwise?" Chuan had just quietly divined and calculated that Mo's journey would benefit the Su family. Thus he agreed. "When will we leave?" "Today, after I give some instructions." Immediately, Chuan sent messages to Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxian Su, Delying Su Daizhong, and others. Half an hour later, under the gaze of the crowd, Chuan and Mo concealed their auras, transforming into two streaks of rainbow light, one blue and one black, shooting towards the distant sky. Su Mingyuan looked at Su Daizhong and said, "While your grandfather is away, if someone comes to visit, just say he is in seclusion." The others should respond similarly. "Second Uncle Daizhong understands." Everyone disperse. Su Mingyuan and the others left the Qugrong courtyard, and the place fell silent. Only the tall withered tree made a rustling sound in the gentle breeze. More than half a month passed. Chuan crossed through the Songlong and Tamling mansions and arrived at the territory of Xianyu Mansion. Using a disguise and concealing his aura, he did not attract anyone's attention. Xianyu Mansion, Tianyuan City. This city spans 1,200 miles and was built by the Sun family. The city has high walls and thick fortifications. Initially, it was only 300 to 400 miles, but after 2 or 3 expansions, it reached its current scale. Tianyuan City is similar to Yunxi City, divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city is mostly where the Sun family resides. However, there are also powerful golden core families closely related to the Sun family. The Sun family has developed for over 3,000 years with a population that far exceeds the Su family by hundreds or thousands of times. What are we doing here? In the streets of Tianyuan City, Mo extended his divine sense to observe the surroundings through his spirit beast pouch. The Sun family is an old established nascent soul family, and the friendships forged in the ancient battlefield must naturally be maintained. Developing a family is not an easy task. One needs to cultivate more friends and fewer enemies. This makes it easier for development. If there are troubles every few days, it becomes quite annoying. Chuan wondered for half a day. Tianyuan City is quite lively. It seems the Sun family has put in some effort into governance. However, not long after, he encountered some bullying. Sun Xiao has taken a liking to your sister. That's your good fortune. Hurry up and bring 300 spirit stones, or get lost. If you serve Sun Xiao, well, perhaps he will take her as a concubine. This way your fan family can also rise. The speaker was a young man with red hair dressed in luxurious brocade robes. Beside him stood 3 black-clad bodyguards. 2 of them were holding a beautiful young female cultivator's arm tightly, preventing her from escaping. The female cultivator struggled desperately, her eyes red and tears streaming down, but she could not break free. There were many onlookers, but none dared to approach. This was because the young man with red hair had a jade token at his waist engraved with the character Sun. This city is named after the Sun family. The red-haired youth tossed a pouch of spirit stones in front of a young man with black hair. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, the young man did not even glance at it. Isn't that Fan Wincing from the western part of the city? That must be his sister Fan Wenwan. I heard both siblings possess true spirit root aptitude and have hopes of foundation establishment. The Fan family is merely a small foundation establishment clan, and how could they defy the Sun family? Even if they are just a branch of the Sun family, one misstep could lead to the entire Fan family facing annihilation. Chuan stood among the crowd observing quietly. Let my sister go. Fan Wincing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his chest heaving violently, as if he might bite his teeth to pieces. Humph, don't be greedy. Don't forget that the whole Tian Yuan city is surnamed Sun. I can give you 200 spirit stones at most. The red-haired youth said. Who would want your spirit stones? Forcibly taking my sister, do you think you are justified? Aren't you afraid someone will report you to the Sun family's law enforcement team? I want to see who dares. The red-haired youth sneered, scanning the surroundings. Anyone who met his gaze immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Only Chuan remained calm, showing no signs of change. If I die today, I will still. What will you do? The red-haired youth interrupted him nonchalantly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. The two black-clad bodyguards beside him lifted their heads at the same time, their gazes sharp as knives fixed on Fan Wincing. The pressure of foundation establishment suddenly descended. Fan Wincing felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him, his legs softened, nearly collapsing. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly refusing to kneel, his forehead bursting with veins as sweat poured down. You are truly delusional. The red-haired youth shook his head as if watching a joke. He waved his hand lazily, saying, teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-clad bodyguard moved. He flickered and appeared before Fan Wincing, striking down with a palm. Fan Wincing desperately circulated his spiritual power to resist, but how could he withstand the palm power of a foundation establishment cultivator? With one blow, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall by the street, bricks shattering and dust flying. Brother! Fan Wenwan's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Fan Wincing struggled to get up, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he still fixed his gaze on the red-haired youth. He staggered and tried to charge forward again, another palm. He was sent flying once more. This time he crashed into a wooden rack by the street, falling into a mess of rotten vegetable leaves and muddy water, his clothes torn and in a wretched state. Still not giving up. The red-haired youth sneered, how brave. Fan Wincing trembled all over, unsure if it was from pain or anger. He pushed himself up with both hands, slowly rising, but his knees buckled, and he knelt again. He gasped for breath, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, yet he still stared fiercely at the few people, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Brother, please stop moving, I beg you, please stop. Fan Wenwan cried, tears blurring her vision. She watched her brother rise again and again, only to be knocked down each time, his injuries worsening and his breath growing weaker. She knew that if this continued, he would really die. The onlookers stood at a distance. Some showed pity, some shook their heads and sighed, and some had expressionless faces, yet none stepped forward. Who would dare? The servants of the Sun family also represented part of the Sun family's face. To offend the Sun family for an unrelated person would be unwise. Fan Wenwan closed her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her voice hoarse, yet exceptionally clear. Let my brother go, I will. I will go. The red-haired youth raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. The two bodyguards released their grip, and Wenwan staggered a few steps, but stood firm, not fleeing. Wenwan, no. Don't. Brother can hold on. Fan Wincing lay on the ground, reaching out to grab something, but unable to grasp anything. Fan Wenwan glanced at him. In that glance there were tears, reluctance, anger, and compromise. Brother, this is my decision. Go back and tell Mom and Dad, or at the latest, I should be able to return home in a few days. After saying this, she turned her head and no longer looked at him. The red-haired youth laughed heartily and turned to leave. Fan Wenwan and the three bodyguards followed him, and the group walked away, disappearing at the end of the street. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Some sighed, some shook their heads, and some muttered a few words of pity before going about their own business. Only Fan Wincing remained on the ground, covered in blood, unable to move. He stared fiercely in the direction where those people had disappeared, his hatred nearly overflowing. If that gaze could kill, the red-haired youth would have died 1,000 times by now. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and slowly pushed himself up from the ground. He staggered step by step in the direction of home. Chuan watched him, as if seeing a flame burn. On the ground, a pouch of spirit stones was being fought over by several chi refining cultivators, but it ultimately fell into the hands of a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator. The other participants were injured, making it a costly venture. I thought you would intervene to help that poor brother and sister. Imoyu's voice suddenly echoed in Chuan's mind. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. This is not uncommon. How could I manage it? Moreover, this is ultimately a matter for the Sun family. If intervention is needed, it should come from the Sun family themselves. Imoyu pondered for a moment, and then asked, what if such things happen to your Su family's descendants? If I discover one case, I will kill one case. Chuan soared into the sky, flying toward the inner city, and replying. At the entrance of the inner city gate, Chuan descended from the sky, clearly revealing his mid-golden core cultivation. The 4 armored guards immediately stepped forward, cupping their fists in salute. We meet the esteemed one. May I ask if you have come to visit or to attend the auction? Is there a high-level auction in Tianyuan City? Not exactly high-level. High-level ones are usually trading fairs. However, this auction is considered large-scale, with several magical treasures or rare spiritual herbs of the 3rd and 4th tiers being auctioned. I see. Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, but I have come to visit the elder of the Sun family, Senior Sun Chuanqing. The elder. The guards were taken aback, and the leading guard hurriedly asked, may I know the name of the elder? I can relay the message. Kuragong Jinjuan. What? You are the Kuragong Jinjuan, known as the foremost figure beneath the nascent soul in the northwest. The guards bowed respectfully once more. Indeed, only someone like Kuragong Jinjuan could visit an elder. The leader of the guards immediately sent the message to someone he could contact. After 2 or 3 people, the news finally reached Sun Chuanqing. With Kuragong Jinjuan visiting, the Golden Core guest elders of the Sun family did not dare to be negligent. Chuan was led by a guard to the Sun family estate. As soon as they arrived at the estate's entrance, they saw Sun Chuanqing flying out from the estate, as if he had been waiting there. I greet the elder. Sun Chuanqing nodded slightly, and waved his hand, saying, you may return to your post. Yes. The leading guard cupped his fists before departing. Sun Chuanqing smiled at Chuan, saying, friend Su, your sudden visit has surprised me. I merely stopped by while passing through. I hope Senior Sun does not mind. I could not ask for more. But please do not call me elder anymore. Your strength is not much less than mine. Let us treat each other as friends. Chuan's eyes shimmered slightly as he cupped his fists and said, in that case, I shall respect your wishes. Friend Su, let us go to my cave for a chat. Chuan nodded. The 2 flew straight to the mountain peak within the Sun estate, where spiritual energy lingered, a retreat for the 2 elder masters of the Sun family. The peak is where another elder of my Sun family resides while I live in the mountainside. The 2 landed in front of the cave at the mountainside. With a flick of his sleeve, Sun Chuanqing shot out a red beam, causing a temporary gap to appear in the cave's formation. Friend Su, please enter. Chuan did not hesitate. Entering the cave, he found a hidden world inside, with a serene environment. My cave is simple. Oh, please do not mind it, friend Su. Chuan glanced around and seated himself on a cushion, smiling as he said, we practitioners of the path do not concern ourselves with such things. Sun Chuanqing poured a cup of spiritual tea for Chuan, and then asked, by the way, friend Su, what brings you to Xianyu Mansion? I am merely passing through, stopping by to visit you, and I still have to go to Xianyu sect afterward. I must express my gratitude for the help given by the ancestor of Xianyu in my time of need. Otherwise, it is hard to say if I would still be alive now. Naturally, the friend of Xian, you acted with ease. But I believe that even without others, you would have the means to escape from the demons. You overestimate me. That is a peak transformation demon. Sun Chuanqing simply smiled and did not elaborate. In these past few hundred years, it is the first time I've seen the ancestor of Xianyu care for someone so. Perhaps it is related to my son Mingxian. Perhaps. By the way, from your tone, could it be that you and the ancestor of Xianyu are of the same generation? Sun Chuanqing felt a stir in his heart and said, friend Su, you have a sharp intuition. To be honest, I could consider myself a peer, though I entered the nascent soul stage before him. However, our paths diverged completely after that. In the golden core stage, I was also considered a genius. Yet after entering the nascent soul, I remained stuck in the early stage for hundreds of years, while the ancestor of Xianyu advanced at a pace not inferior to that of the golden core stage. He established Xianyu sect, and in the mid-nascent soul stage, he could contend with powerful nascent soul cultivators, severely injuring a top nascent soul family in central Tiannan. One event after another. Haha, I've said too much and hope to not embarrass you, friend Su. Sun Chuanqing apologized with a smile, saying in front of him, I am merely an ordinary genius. However, in you, I see the elegance of the ancestor of Xianyu from years past. Even the noble phoenix feather fairy, and Su Mingxian are the same. 3 generations of extraordinary talents. It truly makes me envious. The Sun family has a heritage of over 3,000 years. How could I not envy you? Su Chuan said, I just fear that my Su family stands out too much. A tree that stands out will be uprooted. Only those who survive to the end can laugh last. Then let the soldiers come to block the soldiers, and the water to cover the water until no one provokes us. Who isn't walking step by step like this? I have learned from your teachings. Su Chuan slightly cupped his hands. The two chatted for a while. Suddenly Su Chuan said, by the way, as I strolled around Tianyuan City today, I noticed the bustling vibrancy is not much inferior to Xianyu City. This shows how well the Sun family governs. What a shame. What a shame about what? Su Chuan chuckled. It seems that someone is acting in the name of the Sun family to bully others. It could possibly be a wicked servant abusing their power. What a shame. What a shame about what? Su Chuan chuckled. It seems that someone is acting in the name of the Sun family to bully others. Not at all. I merely feel that with the Sun family's 3,000 years of heritage, it shouldn't have lost control over its own descendants. Perhaps it is a misunderstanding. If my Su family could ever reach the scale of the Sun family, I would have no regrets in this life. Su Chuan then discussed the matter of wanting to establish trade with Xianyu Mansion. Sun Chuanqing immediately offered to assist. The two enjoyed a lively conversation. After more than an hour, Su Chuan took his leave. Soon news of the Fan family's incident reached Sun Chuanqing's ears. Apart from this, there were many similar matters causing him to fly into a rage and order severe punishments. Some servants were executed, some collateral lines had their cultivation abolished, and even some direct line members were ordered to reflect in isolation. Fan Wenwan was soon sent back to the Fan family, and the Sun family even sent some resources as an apology. The Fan family was naturally overjoyed and dared not say more. The two siblings embraced and wept, further solidifying Fan Wen's determination to strengthen his own power. However, all of this had nothing to do with Su Chuan. After leaving Tianyuan City, he went to Xianyu sect. Meeting him at the mountain gate was Qing Xianjinjuan, whose strength had also reached the pinnacle of divine abilities, being one of the elders of Xianyu sect with the most hope of advancing to the nascent soul stage in this generation. Qing Chuan, my friend. Su Chuan greeted with a smile, cupping his fists. Qing Xianjinjuan returned the gesture. Qirigong, why have you come so suddenly? Is there something you need? Is the sect master present? Qing Xianjinjuan replied, the sect master is in closed-door cultivation and is not meeting guests for now. Without the ancestors' permission, even we elders cannot disturb him. It seems that when the elder emerges from seclusion, he should be able to step into the mid-nascent soul stage. I congratulate your sect in advance. Qirigong, you are too polite. I wish to visit the ancestor of Xianyu. Does the elder have time? This matter requires me to inquire first. Qing Xianjinjuan immediately sent a message to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was slightly surprised, but still allowed him to take Su Chuan to Xianyu Peak. Ancestor Qirigong has arrived. Qing Xian will take his leave now. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. After a moment, he looked at Su Chuan. Young friend Su, what brings you here today? I have come specifically to thank the elder for speaking up for me on that day. Not to mention you saved Daorin simply because you and I come from the same place, and you are Mingxian's father. I cannot stand by idly. Zhang Fan said, as for gratitude, I believe I can see through you to some extent. You did not come merely to chat with me, did you? You wish to inquire about the ancient battlefield, right? The true demon of Jinma Mountain. The ancient heavenly pride token. Or the Tian-Nen ancestral vein. Zhang Fan looked at Su Chuan. If I am not mistaken, you have come for the ancient heavenly pride token, haven't you? How did you guess? After all, the ancient battlefield has passed, and there is not much to inquire about. The Jinma Mountain involves my secrets. I doubt you would dare to inquire about that. As for the Tian-Nen ancestral vein, it is a matter that has been searched for thousands of years without results, so how could it be easily discovered? Only the ancient heavenly pride token can be exchanged for rewards, and it is also related to the upcoming Heavenly Pride Grand Assembly, which is what your Su family should pay the most attention to. You have keen insight, elder. I am truly impressed. Su Chuan flattered him with a smile. Tell me, how many have you obtained? To be honest, I have 3 tokens in my possession. Zhang Fan's eyes brightened, stroking his beard, and smiling lightly. Your Su family indeed has extraordinary fortune. In the 2 domains of Tian-Nan and Heishui, among the 9 major dominating nascent soul forces, they cannot even gather an average of 2 tokens. Yet your Su family has found 3. It is purely luck. Su Chuan did not lie. He had not encountered even one himself. All were thanks to Su Mingxuan's luck. Speak plainly, what do you want to exchange for? Does Xianyu sect have any 3rd-tier longevity pills? I would like to exchange one with an ancient heavenly pride token. Longevity pills. Zhang Fan exclaimed. If I remember correctly, you are not yet 150, are you? I consider it being prepared for the worst. May I ask if there are any? There truly are none. Golden core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years, and unless one is nearing the end of their life, ordinary cultivators do not seek longevity pills. It is better to accumulate some resources in exchange for cultivation pills. If one has no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage, even if they find it, it would only extend their life by a few decades. Then do you know where to find one? Third-year longevity pills are rare. Perhaps Tiandan sect might have some in stock. You can give me one ancient heavenly pride token, and I can help you procure one. Coincidentally, I plan to visit there soon. You can come with me regarding the transaction for the Du Dan refining matter you mentioned last time. If you can outshine him in alchemy, the Du Dan can be entrusted to you for refining. And as you mentioned, for 15 pills or fewer, they belong to Xianyu sect. Anything beyond that belongs to your Su family. Thank you, Elder. What do you plan to do with the remaining 2 tokens? Su Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, I have heard that Qingshu sect has a very powerful Kurgong legacy. If possible, I wish to exchange 1 token for the complete inheritance of this path. Exchanging only for the inheritance is somewhat of a loss, but considering that this inheritance is perfectly suited to you, it is worth 1 ancient heavenly pride token. What about the last one? Have you thought of what to do with it? Su Chuan shook his head. Do you not wish to exchange for a top-grade innate spiritual object that is compatible? My Su family's golden core members are still quite young and have not fully unleashed their potential. Moreover, 1 ancient heavenly pride token can only exchange for 1 item. Zhang Fan shot him a glance. Do you think top-grade innate spiritual objects are cabbages? They are high-level resources even among nascent soul forces and will not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. By the way, what has become of Tian Luo Majuan? What suddenly brings this up? I was thinking that if he still has a remnant soul, I would like to exchange for it. What would you want his remnant soul for? Just to study it a bit, Su Chuan said casually. He still has use for me, Zhang Fan contemplated. Afterwards, Su Chuan mentioned 2 types of 3 materials for the Xianyang longevity pill. One of them is used to configure Xianyang's spiritual water, while the other 2 are longevity spiritual herbs. These 3 must be combined in 1 furnace to maximize the longevity effect, extending the lifespan of a golden core cultivator by 80 years. Your conditions are indeed harsh. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. It is truly not easy to obtain an ancient heavenly pride token from you. If it were another dominating force, they might have forced me to hand it over. I also wish to settle things simply, but compared to forming a rift with your Su family, the heavenly pride token is not worth it. Su Chuan thought for a moment, then waved his sleeve, producing 2 ancient heavenly pride tokens, one as payment for the Xianyang longevity pill, and the other as a token of gratitude for your repeated assistance, Elder. Free things are often the most valuable. Young friend Su, please propose what you need. May I inquire about the purpose of collecting the ancient heavenly pride tokens? If that is the case, I feel undeserving of it. This matter is not exactly a secret, but it is indeed not widely known. The ancient heavenly pride list is a fortune spirit treasure created by many ancient forces in Tian, meant to suppress the luck of the human race. In ancient times, heavenly pride figures above the golden core could enter the heavenly pride cave, obtaining spiritual objects, inheritances, or magical treasures that suited them. They would also be granted the ancient heavenly pride token, which could invisibly enhance their luck, even boosting the luck of their sect. There are a total of 108 tokens, 36 granted to golden core heavenly pride figures, and 72 to nascent soul heavenly pride figures. The higher the ranking of each level of heavenly pride, the more concentrated the luck they receive. With abundant luck, the entire sect will smoothly sail for a period of time. So it is a competition for luck. Though this may be normal in ancient Tian Nan in the present time. As long as the golden core battle platform is activated, those who gain a ranking will surely be blessed with luck. However, the key is the opportunities found within the heavenly pride cave. Perhaps among these cultivators who gain such opportunities, there will be some who can break through to the transformation stage. Once any family births a transformation stage figure, they will likely unify all of Tian Nan or Heishui. And what about the current transformation stage figures? They are merely remnants from the ancient era, unable to intervene. As long as the true body does not appear, their incarnations cannot contend with the true body of a transformation stage cultivator. Since the transformation stage figures remaining from the ancient era cannot intervene, why can the current transformation stage figures? It may involve the rules of heaven and earth. I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but one thing is certain. Cultivators in the current era who reach the transformation stage will not be restricted by heaven and earth within 100 years, allowing them to act without restraint. Su Chuan's eyes flickered and he paused before saying, if I am not mistaken. The path to the transformation stage in this era is also somewhat related to luck, isn't it? You are indeed clever, Zhang Fan said, looking at Su Chuan and stroking his beard with a faint smile. The conversation continued. It's a bit early to tell you this, but I have high hopes for you. Sooner or later, you will be among us. After a brief pause, Zhang Fan continued, to advance to the God transformation stage, the most basic requirement is to reach the perfection of the nascent soul realm. Secondly, you must break through the barriers of the realms. This point needs no elaboration. There are barriers at the foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages. These can be overcome through persistent effort or with the aid of heavenly materials, treasures, or pills, among others. Of course, you should deeply understand how difficult this step can be. Thirdly, your soul must resonate with heaven and earth. This process can only be comprehended through personal insight. Once achieved, after breaking through the barriers of the realms, you can draw upon the powers of the 5 elements and refine your body, significantly enhancing your physical form. After this ordeal, you should at least reach the 3rd-tier physical level. At the same time, it will also purify your soul, greatly increasing its strength and allowing your nascent soul to evolve into a substantial true spirit. The strength of the God transformation stage, aside from the true spirit and magical power, lies in the ability to invoke the power of heaven and earth with every gesture. The pressure it exerts is worlds apart from the previous 3 levels. Under the might of a powerful true spirit and the pressure of heaven and earth, even the full strength of a nascent soul can be directly restricted by 2 or 3 tenths. Not to mention the inherent differences in magical power. Su Chuan's eyes flickered as he asked, what about the Dharma aspect manifestation? Is it not essential for entering the God transformation stage? Zhang Fan smiled at Su Chuan, saying, in today's era, unparalleled geniuses below the nascent soul level have no chance of crossing into the God transformation stage. To become a genius, comprehending the Dharma aspect manifestation is a must. Moreover, once comprehended, it will greatly aid in breaking through the barriers of realms, as well as in the soul's resonance with heaven and earth. Even those who have just entered the God transformation stage will have combat power that is definitely not weak, even comparable to those in the mid-God transformation stage. However, cultivating the Dharma aspect manifestation is equally challenging and requires the appropriate inheritance. A hodgepodge of magical abilities will never lead to mastery. This alone has prevented the majority of nascent soul cultivators, as only those of supreme status and top-tier nascent soul powers possess complete lineages. Of course, some top-tier lone cultivators may also have the chance. It all depends on one's own fortune. However, even among those with inheritance, very few can actually cultivate it. If a great cultivator within a top-tier power successfully cultivates it, they can join the ranks of supreme forces. Su Chuan remarked, no wonder the Xianyu sect has only 3 nascent souls, yet can dominate the Northwest. Su Chuan sighed, then bowed respectfully to Zhang Fan, saying, thank you, senior, for your insights. Do you have any more questions? Have you ever seen a God transformation cultivator? Yes. Are there many God transformation powers in the Tiannan and He Shui regions? Very few. Some God transformation cultivators merely walk as avatars, indulging in the mortal realm, such as the Su family in central Tiannan. The Dantai family in the He Shui region. Both are top-tier nascent soul families, but their backgrounds are not weaker than those of supreme nascent soul forces. Beyond that, I don't know much. However, they all influence the situations in the He Shui and Tiannan regions in an intangible way. Even some nascent soul lone cultivators and great nascent soul cultivators may be their disciples. Do the supreme forces like the Qingyun sect and the Qingsu sect have God transformation cultivators behind them? What do you think? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. I understand now, Su Chuan said. That will be all for my questions. This ancient genius token belongs to you, senior. In that case, please follow me to the Tiandan sect shortly. Zhang Fan sent a message to another elder of the Xianyu sect, a friend of his Tianya. After making arrangements, Zhang Fan and Su Chuan headed to Xianyu City. Outside Xianyu City, Su Chuan brushed his sleeve across his face and changed his appearance. Zhang Fan did the same. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their thoughts unspoken. Su Xiaoyo, your abilities are remarkable. Not only can you change your appearance, but you can also alter your aura. May I ask how you do it? It's a magical ability combined with my own cultivation of the withering and flourishing path. However, I have not yet mastered it, and you saw through it at a glance, senior. Few can deceive me, Zhang Fan chuckled, lightly stroking his beard. He then noticed that he had transformed into a young man without a beard. Your mastery of the withering and flourishing path is indeed profound, seemingly complete. Why do you seek the Qingsu sect's inheritance? It's merely for reference, and the perfection of a magical ability does not imply the completeness of this path. Zhang Fan's pupils slightly constricted. It seems you know quite a bit. The true essence is merely an insignificant fragment of the path of laws. Chuan did not hide it, smiling as he said, from what I know, magical abilities can be divided into minor and major. Indeed, in ancient times they were categorized this way, but nowadays. Zhang Fan sighed. Slightly major magical abilities can typically only be cultivated above the god transformation stage. It is quite difficult for a nascent soul to comprehend them. Only true, unparalleled geniuses can grasp a major magical ability in the nascent soul stage. Even if it is only 2 or 3 tenths of mastery, it is still stronger than a perfected minor magical ability. At this moment, Chuan thought of the 2 major magical abilities he was currently comprehending. One is the path of life and death, and the other is the path of creation. Both are incredibly profound paths of law. If Zhang Fan were to know, he would surely call him a prodigy. Arriving at the teleportation square, there were Golden Core elders from the Xian Yu sect stationed here to prevent chaos. Zhang Fan presented a token allowing the 2 to bypass fees and directly book the teleportation to Tiandan City. In the southern Tiannan region, the first among weapon cultivators is the Nanbu Tianju sect, and the first among pill cultivators is the Tiandan sect. Due to the uniqueness of both, nearby cities are equipped with large teleportation arrays. Is this Tiandan City? Shortly after teleporting, Chuan caught a whiff of the air, filled with the fragrance of countless spirit herbs. However, it was quite thin. If not for Chuan's talent of Shenang's 100 herbs, he might not have sensed it easily. Indeed, this is a great city for alchemy. Zhang Fan glanced at him and smiled slightly. This city gathers alchemy masters and grandmasters from all over Tiannan. Alchemy families that are rare elsewhere are quite commonplace here in Tiandan City. Even my Zhang family has disciples who have joined the Tiandan sect. Chuan nodded slightly. Seeing his interest piqued, Zhang Fan continued, the spirit herbs you seek are exceedingly rare, but in Tiandan City, there is still hope. You will have free reign in Tiandan City for 7 days while I will visit some friends. As for the alchemy competition, I will take you to the Tiandan sect after 7 days. Thank you, Senior. Chuan clasped his fists. Zhang Fan waved his hand and flew off into the distance. Chuan also spread his divine sense to observe the surroundings. However, many buildings had restrictions that prevented divine sense from probing. Although they could not stop him, forcing entry would surely attract attention and was rather uncouth. Thus, Chuan abided by the rules. If he discovered any spirit herbs not found in the Su family's cave paradise, he would collect them. If he could gather all the spirit herbs of the world in one place, it would be a monumental achievement for Chuan. In simple terms, he had a collecting obsession. In just half a day, he discovered hundreds of spirit herbs he did not have, though they were mostly first and second tier. Above third tier were rare finds. 2 days later, he spotted a gray-robed man at a stall selling several rare third-tier spirit herbs, including a fourth-tier Xianyang flower. The Xianyang flower is the key material for refining Xianyang spirit liquid, which only grows in places of utmost yang. After sensing it with his divine sense, Chuan swiftly approached the stall. How much for this spirit herb? The gray-robed man looked up at Chuan, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood. Although he possessed a similar artifact to conceal his aura, he could not hide from Chuan's nascent soul divine sense. Despite the mystery, he was merely a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator. His voice, slightly old and disguised, casually stated, "Fellow cultivator, can see that this spirit herb is extraordinary, exuding pure yang energy. It is greatly beneficial for those practicing fire and yang attribute techniques. Pure transactions of spirit stones are not worth it." It seems this person does not recognize this spirit herb. Chuan immediately made a judgment, smiling slightly. "If you're not trading spirit stones, what are you looking to barter with?" "I have a junior about to reach the golden core stage, but unfortunately his talent is limited, so he can only rely on items for golden core formation. If you have such an item, I will trade this spirit herb for it." Chuan found this tactic amusing, but did not expose it. Instead, he frowned and thought items that assist in golden core formation are extremely precious. Although this spirit herb is excellent, I feel it is not enough. Mainly because this Xianyang flower does not have roots, making it impossible to transplant. Unless you can tell me where it grows. The gray-robed man pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not that I don't want to share, but that place is exceedingly dangerous. Were it not for sheer luck, I would not have been able to collect this spirit herb." "What kind of danger?" "There is a peak third-tier demonic beast, the Liyang Fierce Lion." "No problem. If you are willing to trade, I will offer a high-grade pure spirit pill in exchange." "High-grade pure spirit pill. the gray-robed man exclaimed, his eyes flickering before seemingly making a decision. All right, it's a deal. The gray-robed man was overjoyed to trade for a high-grade pure spirit pill. Chuan also collected several other rare third-tier spirit herbs before bidding farewell and leaving. All of these were traded for spirit stones costing over 3,000 spirit stones. Chuan did not linger and left Tiandan City, directly heading toward the location mentioned by the gray-robed man. That place is the Tianyang mountain range, which is thousands of miles away. The Tianyang mountain range has many fire attribute spirit herbs, and finding a Xianyang flower indicates the gray-robed man's luck was indeed remarkable. Chuan stood high in the sky, overlooking the valley below. Deep within the valley, a fiery red light lingered at the cave entrance, radiating a scorching aura. Amidst the light, a massive creature could be vaguely seen lying on the ground, seemingly asleep or in deep breathing. Indeed, there is a Liyang fierce lion. At peak third tier, it must be one of the three overlords of the Tianyang mountain range. Chuan faintly sensed powerful auras emanating from several locations in the mountain range. It is likely lying here to use the Xianyang flower to cleanse its bloodline and purify its fierce flames. If it can truly achieve this, it may have a chance to enter the transformation stage in the future. Chuan contemplated, since the Su family wants to develop a beast-taming path, capturing this beast would be a good idea. At the very least, once the beast-taming sect is established, it would have a guardian spirit beast. Of course, Chuan understood that everything depended on whether the beast was willing to submit. Demonic beasts are stubborn. Not all of them can be subdued by force. Moreover, this was a peak third-tier demonic beast. However, regardless of whether human or beast, all have weaknesses. As long as the bait is appealing enough, he did not believe it would not take the bait. Chuan's figure flickered as he dove toward the valley, landing swiftly before the cave entrance. The moment he touched down, the Liyang fierce lion opened its dark golden eyes, flames seemingly burning within its gaze. Human. Its roar was like thunder, carrying the pressure of a peak third-tier beast, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a wave of scorching heat surged toward him. It stood up slowly, its body measuring 3 meters long, covered in fiery red fur that looked like burning flames. It was evident that this was its reduced size. In reality, most third-tier demonic beasts are often 7 or 8 meters long, or even over 10 meters. Creatures like serpents and dragons can reach over 20 meters. The Liyang fierce lion's limbs were as sturdy as columns, and where its claws struck the ground, the rock instantly melted into a pool of magma. Its eyes, the size of bronze bells, were dark golden and fixed intently on Chuan, filled with ferocity. Most astonishing was the malevolent aura swirling around it. The intensity of this aura was almost tangible, constantly eroding its reason, likely due to its bloodline. It could be said that its success and failure both stemmed from its bloodline. The Liyang fierce lion glared at Chuan, a low growl emanating from its throat as it sniffed the air, and its eyes suddenly narrowed. "It's you who stole my spirit herb." In the next instant, a furious roar shook the heavens and earth. Its body glowed red as its fierce aura surged into the sky, and it dashed towards Chuan like a streak of red light. Its speed was astonishing. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, leaving a long trail of flames. It aimed to tear this human apart. Chuan remained unfazed, not taking a single step back. He raised his hand and gently pressed down. A vast and unmatched magical power crashed down, causing the Liyang fierce lion midleap to feel as if a mountain of 100 feet was pressing down on it. Its body paused, its forward momentum interrupted. In its angry eyes, a hint of vigilance surfaced. Chuan flipped his palm, and the Zhongxian seal floated above his palm, exuding a dark glow. "If you want to fight, I have no objection to accompanying you. You stole my spirit herb. Hold on, do you think I need to steal given my strength? This spirit herb was purchased from a cultivator, and I learned the origin of the Xianyang flower from him. You must have 2 or 3 Xianyang flowers in your cave, but they are still unripe, and I came for them." The Liyang fierce lion's anger surged again. "You intend to keep the other spirit herbs as well, greedy human. Even if you are strong, I won't let you have your way. There's no need to be impulsive. I can see that your bloodline is extraordinary. You are consuming the Xianyang flower merely to cleanse your bloodline and suppress the erosion of the fierce aura on your reason." The Liyang fierce lion's pupils constricted. "How do you know that? You need not concern yourself with that. Let's make a deal. As long as you stay by my side, I can help you suppress the fierce aura. Of course, completely eradicating it is unlikely unless your bloodline is refined to be pure. You wish to take me as a spirit beast." The Liyang fierce lion bared its fangs, dark golden flames beginning to rise. "No, I have spirit beast companions. I am merely offering you a chance. With my help, you will not face a bloodline crisis for a while. If the bloodline refinement is successful, you may have a chance to enter the transformation stage in the future. What benefit is this to you? My Sioux family aims to establish a beast-taming force, and I intend to invite you to become the guardian spirit beast of the sect. Why should I trust you? It would be easy for me to kill you. You may refuse, but be prepared to die here. To me, your existence is inconsequential. After all, my clan also has a mid-tier, third-tier demonic beast that can hold the fort for now. I merely thought that to develop the scale of the beast-taming force, the more spirit beasts we have, the better. The fierce sun beast fell silent for a long time upon hearing those words. Suddenly, a dragon's might erupted, enveloping the surrounding area for several miles. The next moment, a dark blue figure burst forth from Su Chuan's beast pouch. It was Moue, a dragon-head, human-bodied entity. The true dragon's pressure descended upon the fierce sun beast, causing its body to tremble slightly. A transformed dragon. Its voice was filled with fear. Is this your spirit beast partner? Su Chuan shrugged. That's right, and he is also a supreme elder of my clan. Little lion, do not overreach. If you wish to die, I don't mind adding a meal today. The fierce sun beast looked at Mou in disbelief, then at Su Chuan. As a transformed great demon, why do you submit to a human? Submit. Didn't I just say I'm his partner, and also the supreme elder of the Sioux family? Mou looked at the fierce sun beast with dissatisfaction. Moreover, when I first met him, I was only at the 3rd rank. Little lion, if you fight alone, you have no hope of entering the transformation stage in this life. If you agree to his terms, there might still be a glimmer of possibility. I once experienced the days of occupying a territory and ruling over it, and it was nothing special. Occasionally changing your lifestyle wouldn't be a bad idea. Now if I want resources, someone will find them for me. As long as the Sioux family doesn't have any major upheavals, there's no need to take action at all. Little lion, I'll say good things to this point. If you still refuse, then it's your fate. With your strength, there's no way to escape from the two of us. Compared to Su Chuan, Mou's presence posed an even greater threat to the fierce sun beast. After a moment, the fierce sun beast looked at Su Chuan and asked, can you help me advance to the 4th rank? I can only do my best. Whether it's your transformation phase or our human's nascent soul phase, it's not something that can be easily achieved. You should be quite clear about this. Can you help me suppress the murderous aura? That I can try. Su Chuan smiled slightly. If I can't do it, I'll take the Xianyang flower and leave without harming your life. But if I succeed, the fierce sun beast finally lowered its head and said, then I will serve you as my master. I will follow you out. Good. Do not resist. Allow me to carefully examine your body. The fierce sun beast nodded slightly. Su Chuan approached, flying into the air. He raised his hand and placed it on the forehead of the fierce sun beast. A mysterious aura surged from his palm into its body. The fierce sun beast trembled. The power coursed through its entire body. After the examination, Su Chuan began to act using life and death energy to strangle the murderous aura. This murderous aura is extraordinary, likely inherited from an ancient fierce beast. However, due to its impure bloodline, it is difficult to control, leading to the aura eroding itself. The fierce sun beast felt the murderous aura within it truly beginning to dissipate. It sensed that its mind was clearer than ever before, and the restlessness and killing intent that had tormented it began to fade away. 2 hours later, Su Chuan withdrew his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fierce sun beast stood in place, staring blankly. It raised its front paw, looked at its claws, and sensed its internal state, filled with disbelief. Actually did it. It lifted its head to look at Su Chuan, its gaze complex. After a moment, it slowly lowered its proud head, bending its front limbs to kneel on the ground. Master. Its voice was hoarse, but carried a sense of submission. Su Chuan nodded slightly, asking whether it was willing to become his soul's servant or spirit beast. The fierce sun beast thought for a moment, and chose to become his spirit beast. Then Su Chuan flicked his fingertip, and a wisp of spiritual light flew out, landing on the beast's brow. That spiritual light transformed into a complex contract pattern, which instantly merged into its body. Su Chuan looked at it, and said, I will give you a name from now on. You shall be called Tian Shi Su Tian Shi. Thank you for bestowing a name, Master. Your situation is as I anticipated. I can only suppress it temporarily. The murderous aura originates from your bloodline, and will continue to emerge. This cleansing can ensure you remain unharmed for 10 years. If there is an opportunity, I will find a treasure to help you refine your bloodline, or if I gain deeper insights into the Tao, there is a slim chance I could achieve it. Thank you, Master. Su Chuan entered the cave, took 3 immature Xianyang flowers, and transplanted them into the Sioux family cave heaven. At that moment, the fierce sun beast felt as if its contract connection with Su Chuan had been severed. What's so surprising about that? You had already grown accustomed to it. Following the Su family will definitely bring you benefits. Soon after Su Chuan exited the cave, the fierce sun beast presented its long-held collection some storage bags from the cultivators it had killed. Inside were dozens of magical tools and several treasures along with numerous various texts. You should enter this spirit beast pouch now. Su Chuan wouldn't let the fierce sun beast squeeze in with MOU. In the distance, the setting sun dyed the entire valley a golden red. Su Chuan looked up and then waved his sleeve, soaring into the sky toward Tiandan City. In the remaining days, he continued to collect spiritual herbs. However, he still had not found the two longevity herbs, Shou Chun flower and Sui Xian fruit. 7 days passed. Zhang Fan brought an old man with gray hair wearing a Taoist robe to Su Chuan. I have met Zhang Sr. Who is this? This is my old friend Taoist Chong Song, one of the supreme elders of Tiandan sect. So it's Elder Chong Song, who I have long admired your name. You've heard of me. Not at all. Taoist Chong Song's expression stiffened, and Zhang Fan laughed. Taoist Chong, please do not take it to heart. This child is just like that. Taoist Chong Song sighed lightly. Well, considering Zhang Taoist's friendship, I won't hold it against you. Then you wish to compete with me in alchemy? The competition was proposed by Zhang Sr., but I do have some confidence in the path of alchemy. Your tone is quite bold. Taoist Chong Song remarked. Then let's find a random alchemy workshop in Tiandan City to compete using the alchemy furnace and existing materials there to avoid you saying I had the advantage in my own sect after you lose. As you say, Senior. Zhang Taoist, you choose the location. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Then let's go to Pinkong Workshop, though I recall there are alchemy rooms available for rent there. The three arrived at Pinkong Workshop. They rented 2 alchemy rooms, and Zhang Fan selected the Gathering Yuan pill as the competition pill. The materials were personally selected by Su Chuan and Taoist Chong Song at the spiritual herb shop. Half an hour later, Taoist Chong Song and Su Chuan walked out of their alchemy rooms one after the other. Zhang Taoist, I will leave the judgment to you. He handed the blue porcelain bottle in his hand to Zhang Fan, and Su Chuan did the same. Then let's first look at Taoist Chang's. The moment Zhang Fan opened the bottle cap, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Su Chuan sniffed lightly. Perfectly refined 9 high-quality pills. Taoist Chong Song looked at Su Chuan in surprise. Young friend, can you tell the quality of the pills just by smell? Senior overpraises me. Zhang Fan poured out the contents, and indeed, there were 9 perfectly integrated high-quality Gathering Yuan pills. He then poured out the pills refined by Su Chuan from the yellow porcelain bottle. The quality of both pills was comparable. Both were 9 pills from a single furnace, each of high quality. Zhang Fan looked at Su Chuan and said with a slight smile, it seems you indeed have some skill. Young friend, your mastery of second-rank pills has already reached the pinnacle. There's no need to compete with second-rank pills anymore. As for third-rank pills, ordinary formulas probably won't trouble you much either. How about refining a relatively rare third-rank pill, one that neither of us has ever refined? And as for the competition location, I'm afraid we still need to go to my Tiandan sect. After all, some materials might only be available in my Tiandan sect. Su Chuan's mind moved. I once obtained a formula for the Xian Yang longevity pill. This formula is rare. It is among the most difficult in the third-rank pills. Furthermore, I have never refined it before. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, but did not speak. Taoist Chong Song looked at Su Chuan in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a formula. This formula is indeed suitable. However, the materials are precious. My Tiandan sect only has 1 mature set. Su Chuan's eyes lit up. As long as there is 1, that's enough. Taoist Chong, with your extensive knowledge, please feel free to suggest it. Let me think. Let's walk and chat, Zhang Fan suggested. The 3 immediately left and flew towards the nearby Tiandan sect. With Taoist Chong Song leading the way, they flew straight into the protective formation of the sect. At the entrance of his cave dwelling, Taoist Chong Song suddenly said, I have it, the blood soul pill. This is a devil's path pill that I have never refined either. I've only seen it in texts. What effect does this pill have? Su Chuan asked. It is an explosive enhancement type. After recognizing the master with a drop of blood, the pill will enter the dantian. Once activated, it can enhance strength by at least 50%. So little. Is it related to the refining materials? What do you think the key material is? Zhang Taoist can take a guess too. No, Zhang Fan raised his hand. I'm not an alchemist, so why ask me? Su Chuan pondered slightly. Could it be related to the human spirit or the soul of a beast? Oh, why do you think so, young friend? Senior, you just said this is a devil's path pill, blood soul pill. As the name suggests, it has to do with soul. And as a third-rank explosive-type Devil's Path pill enhancing 50% seems a bit low, unless the key material is exceptionally unique and not fixed. If the cultivator's spirit or the beast's soul is the material, then it makes sense. It's likely that the blood soul pill requires at least the spirit of a foundation establishment cultivator to refine it. The soul of a beast would probably work too. Daoist Chong Song's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Young friend, you truly are astonishing. Your keen insight combined with your alchemical skills likely rivals mine. You managed to deduce the key to the blood soul pill from just a few words. After a pause, Daoist Chong Song continued, theoretically this pill can indeed be replaced with the beast's soul. However, my Tiandan sect does not prioritize this, so it has not been improved. How about we set a limit of half a month to enhance this formula and see who produces the better effect? This is getting more interesting. Zhang Fan thought to himself. That sounds good, but enhancing the formula is a thankless task. If I miraculously win, can I leave the formula to your sect and receive 2 or 3 rare spiritual herbs as compensation? That seems reasonable. Oh, I will agree to your proposal, Su young friend. Daoist Chong Song stroked his beard and said, let's retreat to the cave for half a month to study. The materials needed for the formula will soon be sent over in 10 sets. Is that all right? I'll follow your lead, senior. Half an hour later, in a quiet room in the cave, Su Chuan looked at the alchemical formula copy brought by Daoist Chong Song's disciple. Interesting, it's surprisingly similar to the spirit beast pill, using special methods to refine the blood soul, then sealing it within the pill. Soon after, another 10 sets of blood soul pill materials were delivered. The main material was the soul of a second-rank beast. Time was limited and the materials were few, plus the blood soul pill was inherently difficult to refine. Even for an alchemist like Daoist Chong Song, it was quite challenging. Of course, it didn't mean it was impossible. Just how far they could enhance the blood soul pill was something Daoist Chong Song couldn't be sure about. However, for Su Chuan, having previously refined the spirit beast pill made it easier for him to grasp the blood soul pill. He first attempted to refine the beast soul using the special methods in the formula, but failed outright. Then he tried refining the beast soul into a spirit beast first, and then using the spirit beast to refine the blood soul. After 2 attempts, he succeeded. He then began researching how to refine the pill and how to seal the blood soul, and how to maximize the enhancement of the cultivator's strength after activating the blood soul pill. However, even with the blood soul as a substitute after activation, the cultivator would still inevitably feel weak. But compared to the after effects of pills like the violent blood pill, it was much less severe. After numerous attempts, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The two emerged from the alchemy room. Daoist Chong Song's 2 golden core disciples stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet our master." He nodded slightly, looking at Su Chuan with a light smile. "Su young friend, do you have confidence in winning?" "That depends on whether the senior intends to let me win." Haha, Daoist Chong Song laughed heartily while stroking his beard. "Losing to my master is not unjust. He ranks second in alchemy skills in my Tiandan sect. Even in the entire Tiandan region, he would still rank in the top 5. The outcome has yet to be determined, but do not speak recklessly. Su young friend's alchemical skills are no less than mine. It shows that the world is vast, and not everyone is vying for fame. This time the judging will still be done by me. Do either of you have any objections?" Zhang Fan scanned the 2. "Zhang Daoist, I trust you completely." Su Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's first take a look at the pills we each refined, and then let Zhang Senior consume them for judgment. This competition will only consider who refined the best quality pill, so only the one you are most satisfied with needs to be presented. Daoist Chong, what do you think?" Zhang Fan looked at Daoist Chong Song. His gaze briefly flickered towards Su Chuan, and after pondering he nodded. "I would also like to see how the blood soul pill you've improved is." After both parties agreed, Zhang Fan handed each person their respective pills. Su Chuan inspected them carefully and said, "The blood soul pill is no ordinary pill. The one refined by Daoist Chong Sr. is of high quality. However, the effects seem to, at most, enhance by 70%. As for the duration and degree of weakness, I can't discern." Upon hearing this, Daoist Chong Song's pupil shrank, and he began inspecting Su Chuan's refined blood soul pill. What's wrong, Daoist Chong? Is there a problem with Su young friend's pill?" "No." Daoist Chong Song's expression grew serious, even carrying a hint of disbelief. He stared at Su Chuan and asked, "How did you resolve the soul's volatility? Even my high-quality blood soul pill is not perfect. And yours is also high quality with a technique that is nearly perfect, comparable to the original blood soul pill. Did you perhaps improve the formulas recorded?" "Blood soul refining secret method. Senior, you overestimate me. Modifying the secret method is significantly more difficult. How could it be accomplished in just half a month? Seeing that Changsong Daoist was about to ask further, Zhang Fan interrupted, saying, "Friend, this is not the time for questions. If we lose, you will have to give Su Xiaoyu 2 or 3 rare spirit herbs. As long as it's not a few overly precious types, just 2 rare spirit herbs, I Changsong Daoist can afford to lose. So you admit defeat?" Zhang Fan smiled. "The result is not out yet. How could I easily admit defeat? Let's stop this idle chatter and start with this blood soul pill of mine." All right. Zhang Fan dripped blood to refine 2 blood soul pills, savoring the changes they induced. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, first glancing at Changsong Daoist, then turning to Su Chuan. "To speak frankly, the blood soul pill refined by Su Xiaoyu has effects over double that of yours, and the weakening is less severe. It is indeed my lack of skill." Changsong Daoist sighed lightly. "However, Su Xiaoyu's ability to improve the blood soul pill in just half a month truly exceeds my expectations. Changing a cultivator's spiritual soul into a beast's essence and significantly increasing its strength, this is already considered an excellent explosive type pill. Su Xiaoyu, are you truly willing to leave the pill formula with my Tian dance sect? After all, it is a matter of agreement. How could Su not keep his word? What spirit herbs do you wish for? As long as I can decide, I can grant them all to you. The spirit plants Chuan flower and Suaxin fruit, even if they are just seedlings, are acceptable. Xianyang longevity pill." Changsong Daoist immediately understood. These 2 spirit herbs, although they can refine other longevity pills, are only used together with the Xianyang longevity pill. No wonder Su Xiaoyu made this request before the competition. Changsong Daoist instantly grasped everything. "May I ask if the senior can permit this?" He fell silent. If it were just the Chuan flower and Suaxin fruit, he would have given them without hesitation. However, complete spirit plants, even Changsong Daoist must think carefully. Zhang Fan laughed. "Friend, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Zhang does not believe that in the vast Tian Dan sect there is only 1 Chuan flower and 1 Suaxin fruit spirit plant. This? Changsong Daoist looked at Zhang Fan in surprise, thinking to himself, does Zhang Fan owe Su Chuan a favor? Otherwise, why would he protect him so much? Su Chuan's alchemical skills are indeed remarkable, but for Tian Dan's sect, they do not seem to be lacking. His weight cannot be considered heavy. However, considering Zhang Fan, who might be one of the top 5 cultivators in Tian Nan, this must be carefully considered. As for the seedlings of the spirit plants, I must discuss this with my fellow brothers before giving a response. Su Chuan smiled and replied, of course. Then you and Zhang Daoist can wait here in my cave for a while. Changsong Daoist, you can go ahead. Changsong Daoist immediately left. He lightly stepped, rising into the clouds, flying towards another mountain peak several miles away. That peak is called Tiando Peak. The mountain is steep, surrounded by mist. At the top of the mountain, an ancient cave dwelling can be vaguely seen. Residing here is a great cultivator of Tian Dan sect. Though he possesses high cultivation, he does not excel in alchemy. In terms of alchemical attainment, he might not even make it into the top 20 within Tian Dan sect. Moments later, Changsong landed at the top of Tiando Peak. He transmitted a few words towards the cave dwelling, and the cave door slowly opened. He stepped inside. Inside the cave there is another world. What brings you here, junior brother? An elderly man with a gaunt face spoke softly. His hair and beard were all white, and his aura was unfathomable. He is the master of this peak, Tiando Jinjun. Junior brother, please bring senior sister and the other junior brothers here. Almost instantly, 2 people also entered the cave dwelling. The first to enter was a middle-aged Taoist dressed in a gray-blue robe with a somewhat stern expression. His name is Xianji Taoist, with early-stage nascent soul cultivation. Beside him was a kind-looking middle-aged woman holding a whisk adorned with a spirit flower at her temple and faint traces of medicinal fragrance surrounding her. She is Changsong Daoist's senior sister Qing He Fairy. Her strength has reached the mid-stage nascent soul. Senior sister Qing, he junior brother Xian Ji, you have arrived. Xianji Daoist spoke. Brother Changsong, what did you call us here for? Please have a seat first. The 2 nodded, slightly greeted Tian Dojin Jun, and casually took their seats. Changsong Daoist did not hide anything and immediately recounted the previous events in detail. Qing He Fairy said, with your alchemical skills, junior brother, you actually lost to a golden core cultivator. Not only was she puzzled, but Xianji Daoist and Tian Dojin Jun also found it hard to believe. This must start from the story of Zhang Fan. This time Xian Yu sect obtained the Du-E lotus seed. Given your relationship with them, it must be entrusted to me for refining. But then there was Su Chuan. Zhang Fan seems to trust him very much, If it weren't for the significance of the dew pill, he would probably have directly given it to him for refining. This led to our alchemical competition. With second-tier pills, it was hard to distinguish who was superior, so we chose to improve the blood soul pill and let its efficacy determine the victor. Unfortunately, I still miscalculated. Ching He Fairy pondered. For a golden core cultivator to elevate alchemy to such a realm, he must have top-notch alchemical talent. This Su Chuan is extraordinary in combat, Zhang Fan Daoist said. He has already preliminarily attained nascent soul battle capability. In the northwest region, he has the reputation of being the strongest under the nascent soul. Not to mention Su Chuan himself. He asked for Shochuan flower and Suaxin fruit, clearly intending to refine the Xian Yang longevity pill. These are one of the main ingredients, the remaining being the Xian Yang spirit water. If it were just the materials for the pill formula, I wouldn't mind granting them. But the spirit plants. Xianji Daoist frowned slightly. Our Tiandan sect has previously established connections with several nascent souls through the Xian Yang longevity pill. With this person's alchemical skills, if he gathers the pill formula materials, he will surely be able to refine it. Afterwards, there will be one more power to consider for golden cores nearing their lifespan limit. Chongsong Daoist revealed a hint of bitterness. I also think this way. I couldn't make a decision for a moment, so I sought a few people to discuss it together. However, since I lost the alchemical contest, the conditions I promised before certified by Zhang Fan cannot be retracted under any circumstances. In my view, just granting some spirit flowers and fruits will suffice. That's not good. There are 3 Shochuan flowers in total and 2 spirit trees of Suaxin fruit. Giving away the seedlings is acceptable. After all, transplanting these 2 is difficult, and not everyone can cultivate them successfully. In addition to being the top alchemist of Tiandan sect, Ching He Fairy is also a master of spirit plant cultivation. When she initially transplanted these 2 spirit herbs back to Tiandan sect's medicinal garden, she spent considerable effort to ensure their survival. Senior Sister Ching, what if he is also skilled in spirit plant cultivation like you? Then that would be his destiny. Ching He Fairy glanced at him lightly and said indifferently, all things have their own affinities in this world. Though our Tiandan sect cultivates many spirit herbs, we cannot claim to encompass all spirit grasses in the world. Seeing the 2 holding different opinions, Tian Dojinjun looked at Chongsong Daoist. Junior brother, this matter began with you. How do you think it would be better? Chongsong Daoist thought for a moment. Actually, junior brother, deep down you agree to give the spirit plants as a gift. Firstly, it shows our Tiandan sect's generosity and promises keeping. Secondly, it helps in forming a connection with Su Chuan. His request for these 2 spirit herbs must be essential to him. Furthermore, although Su Chuan is a golden core, he gives me an unfathomable feeling. His potential and future are limitless. I even saw the shadow of Zhang Fan Daoist from back then. The others were all slightly shaken. Thirdly, it is to give Zhang Fan Daoist an explanation. Over 100 years ago, it was his deterrence that helped our Tiandan sect avoid an unwarranted disaster. The others fell silent. After a while, Tian Dojinjun said, Chongsong junior brother is right, and no matter what we cannot disregard Zhang Fan's face. Moreover, we lost this alchemical duel. Besides, Su Chuan also left behind the improved blood soul pill as thanks. This pill is enough to give the disciples of our Tiandan sect an additional means of survival. Tian Do is correct, but junior brother still feels somewhat unwilling. Xianji Daoist said the Su family is merely a newly rising nascent soul family. Do not speak of this again. Our Tiandan sect has always been neutral, which is why we maintain our current position. How do you know that today's newly rising nascent soul family won't become a dominating nascent soul family in the future? Chongsong junior brother has always had good fortune. Hundreds of years ago, when Zhang Fan had not yet risen, he built a friendship with them and offered assistance. That is how the 2 families established their current relationship. Since he thinks Su Chuan might be the next Zhang Fan, it must not be a baseless guess. Forget it, since you all agree. What more can I say? Ultimately, the minority must yield to the majority. Ching He Fairy said, Chongsong junior brother, is Su Chuan's alchemical skills truly above yours? It's hard to say. Perhaps they are on par, perhaps he is above me. It is better for senior sister to personally go and have a look to discuss with him. I believe he would be very pleased to philosophize with the #1 alchemist of Tiandan sect. Furthermore, obtaining the Shochuan flower and Suaxin fruit spirit plants will require senior sister to do it personally. Ching He Fairy slightly nodded. The northwest is full of turmoil. It seems a storm is about to rise again. Tian Dojinjun murmured, I wonder how many forces will rise and fall this time. The others fell silent. The matter was already decided. Chongsong Daoist accompanied Ching He Fairy to the spirit herb garden. After obtaining the seedlings, the two then went to Chongsong Taoist's cave dwelling. In the living room of the cave dwelling, Su Chuan and Zhang Fan were led by disciples to the guest hall. Upon seeing Qing He, Fairy Zhang Fan immediately smiled and said, "Fairy Qing He, it's been many years, you still look as beautiful as ever." Zhang Fan Taoist's strength has become even more unpredictable. It is rumored that you are one of the few most likely to advance to the transformation stage. It seems the rumors are not unfounded. Since Fairy Qing He calls it a rumor, how can one believe all rumors? Zhang Fan laughed heartily. He then looked at Chongsong Taoist. With Fairy Qing He, here it seems you have made a decision, Chongsong Taoist. Naturally, Chongsong Taoist said, "Senior sister, this is the Su Chuan young friend I mentioned to you." Qing He Fairy looked at Su Chuan, and with a flick of her azure robe, two complete spirit plants appeared in midair. Their roots were still carrying spiritual soil. Su Chuan's heart surged with excitement, but his expression remained calm. With these two spirit herbs, the Su family would have a continuous source of Xianyang longevity pill in the future. Thank you, Senior Chongsong and Senior Qing He. Qing He Fairy smiled lightly and said, "Since it is a promise, our Tiandan sect will certainly keep it. Moreover, the improved blood soul pill you created is also quite valuable." Upon mentioning the pill formula, Su Chuan handed over his improved and refining method to Chongsong Taoist. "So it is, you first process the beast essence. This secret method is clearly specifically targeted at beast essence. Just this secret method alone is of extraordinary value." Qing He Fairy also scanned it with her divine sense. Aside from this aspect, there were almost no changes. She understood that in terms of alchemical attainment, Su Chuan's comprehension and learning ability were both above that of her junior brother. He was even not inferior to her at all. Su Zioius alchemy is remarkable. Oh, I am very pleased. May I invite you to discuss the way of plants and trees and the insights of alchemy? To debate with the #1 alchemist of Tiandan sect, this junior is unable to ask for more. Therefore, Su Chuan stayed at Tiandan sect for another 3 days. A debate ensued. Both sides gained insights, and in terms of alchemical skills, it could only be said to be hard to distinguish who was superior. Zhang Fan also requested a Xianyang longevity pill. "Su Xiaoyou, I have fulfilled all that I promised you." Su Chuan solemnly accepted the pill and cupped his fist, saying, "This trip has troubled you, senior. Next, are you going to Qing Su sect?" "Exactly. Since you are tasked with helping my Xianyu sect refine the Do-E pill, I will escort you for a while longer." "Thank you." The two did not linger in Tiandan City and directly went to Qing Su City via the city's teleportation array. During the teleportation, Zhang Fan took out a Tiandan sect guest elder token. This could save another transport fee. Seeing this, Su Chuan curiously asked, "Senior Zhang, are you still a guest elder of Tiandan sect?" "It's just a nominal position." The token was given by Chongsong Taoist. "With this token, I can have reasons to intervene in Tiandan sect's affairs at certain times. What do you think?" "I think it's very good." Su Chuan's eyes sparkled. "If I had tokens for various teleportation arrays, that would be even better. There are still several forces that do not welcome me." Amidst his hearty laughter, the two stepped into the teleportation array, leaving under the respectful gazes of others. Qing Su City. It is quite different from Tiandan City in its prosperity. It is more balanced. Unlike Tiandan sect, where spirit herb shops, and alchemy workshops can be seen everywhere. It is somewhat similar to Xianyu City, but even more prosperous. How do you plan to arrange it? This is my first time in Qing Su City. I plan to understand the situation first, and then visit Qing Su sect in 3 days. Do as you wish, or find an inn to stay at first. Su Chuan did not refuse. Zhang Fan quietly cultivated in the inn, while Su Chuan gathered details about Qing Su City. From what he gathered, Qing Su City itself was an ancient city that had been transformed, seeming to hold many secrets. There are rumors of a 5th-tier spirit vein lying dormant underground. There are also claims of it being sealed against ancient true demons. However, there are indeed 3 sites in the city that bear the traces of ancient battles still preserved to this day for people to observe and comprehend. However, no one has truly comprehended divine abilities or profound laws from the traces of techniques. This requires an extremely extraordinary understanding. In the city, there are industries for alchemical devices, formations, and talismans, as well as spirit beasts and servants for sale. The Sutian Chamber of Commerce, Qing Hua Chamber of Commerce, and Jinyang Chamber of Commerce all have auction houses established. The business of Qing Hua Chamber of Commerce does not conflict much with the other 2 major chambers. However, the Sutian Chamber of Commerce and Jinyang Chamber of Commerce are in fierce competition, often clashing verbally. There have even been incidents of assassination. Su Chuan had no intention of lingering long in the eastern region. Having acquainted himself with Qingshu City, the major sects, and perilous mountain ranges of the east, he accompanied Zhang Fan to Qingshu Sect. Qingshu Sect was nestled deep within the Tianqing mountain range, occupying the most spiritually abundant land in this realm. Its territory spanned over 2,000 li, encompassing both its core precincts and the trial forest. Moreover, according to Su Chuan's inquiries, Qingshu Sect possessed a sole ancient secret realm, accessible exclusively to its disciples and elders. Rumor held that the sect's rise and enduring prosperity stemmed directly from this primordial sanctuary. Had the former Tiansong sect secured full sovereignty over the Songlong secret realm, it might well have ascended to the stature of Qingshu Sect. After all, countless hidden mysteries and unclaimed legacies still slumbered therein. Here mountains rose and fell in graceful undulation, spirit peaks pierced the heavens, countless pavilions and halls clung to the slopes in harmonious disarray, half concealed within drifting mists, like a celestial realm suspended between dream and reality. Su Chuan and Zhang Fan arrived by soaring light, halting upon the clouds to gaze down. Below, mist swirled among the peaks. Not mere vapor, but thick, luminous spiritual energy veiling the entire sect like a gossamer shroud. That mist was no ordinary moisture. It was spiritual energy, so dense it verged on corporeality, shimmering with a soft prismatic halo beneath the morning sun. Cranes soared through the clouds with piercing cries echoing across the heavens. Spirit deer leapt across ravines, treading lightly upon water's surface. Amidst the haze, palaces and towers emerged faintly. Azure tiles, vermilion eaves, upturned roofs crowned with bracketed beams, ancient, solemn, and stately. Atop the highest peaks floated suspended palaces linked by iron chains, rising and falling gently within the mist as if celestial abodes. The entire core domain of Qingshu Sect lay veiled beneath a translucent azure grand formation, faint yet omnipresent. A formation deployed as a sect's supreme defensive bulwark, must rank as a Tier 4 supreme great array. With such a barrier in place, none below the nascent soul realm could hope to breach it. Even a powerhouse like Zhang Fan, employing his Dharma body projection, spirit treasures, and every other arcane technique, would require over half a month to assail it. And yet the Dharma body projection could not be sustained indefinitely, though immensely potent, it drained spiritual energy at a staggering rate. Indeed, unless 3 or 4 masters of Zhang Fan's caliber converged upon it, a hegemonic sect like Qingshu faced no existential threat. What a peerless land of immortal cultivation, Su Chuan murmured, awestruck. He had beheld many sects across the realms, yet few matched Qingshu Sect's awe-inspiring magnificence and cosmic resonance. Beside him, Zhang Fan offered only a faint knowing smile, silent and inscrutable. Still appearing youthful, his aura profoundly restrained. Su Chuan and Zhang Fan descended their radiant flight path and alighted before the mountain gate, a towering edifice dozens of zhang high carved from a single slab of azure jade. Above the lintel, 3 archaic seal-script characters, Qingshu Sect, were etched with vigorous, incisive strokes, each line imbued with subtle Taoist resonance. Flanking the gate stood 2 stone Qilan statues, 3 zhang tall, exquisitely lifelike, their eyes even rotating as if animated. 2 gate-guarding disciples stood watch, both foundation establishment midstage cultivators clad in indigo-gray Taoist robes, waist-hung with spirit artifacts, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Greetings, esteemed seniors. May we inquire your purpose in visiting Qingshu Sect? Even disciples of a hegemonic sect dared not slight a golden core cultivator lightly. Su Chuan stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and declared, Su Chuan of the Su Clan, Songlong Prefecture. I seek an audience with Elder Yuan Song. Kindly announce my arrival. Hearing this, the 2 disciples exchanged glances, perplexed as if unfamiliar with the name. They appraised Su Chuan briefly, then glanced toward Zhang Fan behind him, returning the salute with formal courtesy. Please wait a moment, senior. One disciple withdrew a jade tablet, murmured into it softly, and watched as its azure light flickered once before subsiding into stillness. Meanwhile, deep within a mist-shrouded mountain cave dwelling, Yuan Song opened his eyes and activated his communication jade tablet. Instantly a voice echoed within his mind, Elder Yuan Song. 2 golden core cultivators have arrived at the mountain gate requesting an audience. One identifies himself as Su Chuan of the Su Clan, Songlong Prefecture. Shall you receive him? Su Chuan. Yuan Song paused, his pupils faintly rippling. Then memory stirred a long-ago conversation with Su Chuan resurfaced in clarity. Could he truly have come for the Gloom legacy? Regardless of motive, Yuan Song knew he must meet him. Su Chuan's strength far surpassed his own. Within Qingshu sect, only the Grand Elder could rival him, and even victory remained uncertain. Without hesitation, Yuansong rose transformed into a streak of light and shot forth from his cave abode toward the mountain gate. Moments later, a swift beam of light streaked toward the gate, vanishing instantly to reveal a middle-aged Taoist master. Clad in dark azure Taoist robes, his features refined and elegant, 3 strands of beard flowing gracefully, his presence exuded serene authority. Yuansong, a golden core cultivator at the peak of his realm. Senior Su. Upon seeing Su Chuan, Yuansong's face lit with genuine warmth. He hastened forward, clasping hands in respectful greeting. Senior Su. You've kept this old man waiting quite some time. Su Chuan returned the gesture with equal formality. Senior Yuansong, we meet again. Yuansong gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Fan, unfamiliar, unrecognized. And who might this senior cultivator be? Su Chuan smiled faintly and transmitted a private message. This is Elder Zhang Fan of Xianyu sect, the Xianyu ancestor. The Xianyu ancestor? Yuansong's expression shifted instantly, his pupils contracting slightly. Clearly Zhang Fan had come disguised, preferring discretion over fanfare. A seasoned veteran of countless worldly affairs, Yuansong recovered composure in an instant. His warmth undiminished as he gestured graciously. Esteemed seniors, having journeyed so far, please enter the sect and speak at leisure. The 3 passed through the mountain gate and entered Qingshu sect's inner domain, flying directly toward Changqing Hall, the sect's grand reception hall reserved for distinguished guests. En route, Yuansong dispatched urgent transmissions to Qingshu sect's senior cultivators regarding Zhang Fan's arrival, then discreetly queried Su Chuan. Senior Su, may I ask the purpose of Elder Zhang's visit? No need for concern, Senior Yuansong. Elder Zhang merely accompanied me as a matter of convenience. I see. Yet inwardly Yuansong grew even more astonished. What stature did Zhang Fan possess to accompany a golden core cultivator on a casual Eastern excursion? Could it be tied to the ancient prodigy token? As Foundation establishment disciples encountered Yuansong along the way, they halted respectfully. Senior Uncle Yuansong. Yuansong acknowledged them with a gentle nod. Soon he led the pair to Changqing Hall, a majestic structure 33 zhang tall, built entirely of azure granite, its roof tiled, with lustrous emerald-glazed ceramic shimmering beneath the sun. Inside, classical elegance met refined simplicity, several rosewood chairs, ink-wash landscape scrolls adorning the walls, and a bronze censer releasing delicate fragrant smoke. They seated themselves as young attendants served spirit-infused tea. Just then a clear, resonant voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Senior Zhang, your arrival warrants prior notice. I would have greeted you at the gate. With those words, a figure stepped into the hall, robed in moon-white silk hair and eyebrows snow-white, countenance austere, yet profound, eyes deep as ancient wells, aura immeasurably vast. He stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, sweeping his gaze across the chamber, lingering briefly on Zhang Fan. Yuansong rose immediately, bowing deeply. Greetings, Patriarch. No need for ceremony, Senior Yuanjin. I am merely accompanying a junior friend. Treat me as invisible. Even so, your presence honors Qingshu sect. How could I fail to attend? Zhang Fan offered a faint smile, turning to Su Chuan. Junior Su, state your purpose plainly. With Senior Yuanjin, here matters concerning Qingshu sect rest largely in his hands. This junior seems familiar. Ah, was he not the one intercepted by that ancient demon from the 10,000 mountain range at the conclusion of the ancient battlefield? It was Senior Zhang and Senior Qingfeng who intervened and halted him. Yuansong bowed formally. Patriarch, he hails from the Su clan of Songlong Prefecture in the northwest, Su Chuan. He bears the title Glumenbloom, True Lord. Though his cultivation level appears modest, his true strength far surpasses mine, even as his junior elder. One whom Senior Zhang esteems cannot be ordinary. Such prowess is wholly credible. Greetings, Senior Yuanjin. Yuanjin stroked his beard while studying Su Chuan closely. Junior, what brings you to Qingshu sect? Speak freely. This junior was fortunate enough to recover an ancient prodigy token within the ancient battlefield, and learned it may be exchanged for treasures herein. So it was indeed about the ancient prodigy token. Yuansong thought silently. Fortune favors you, Junior. What then do you wish to exchange it for? Rare spirit herbs, innate spirit artifacts, or perhaps divine techniques and spirit treasures? This junior seeks your sect's Glumenbloom legacy. You wish to obtain the primordial Glumenbloom script. If this is the sole ancient Glumenbloom Tao legacy preserved by your sect, then it must be this one. Yuanjin paused in contemplation. This scripture is one of our sect's supreme inheritances. Though incomplete, it supports cultivation up to the nascent soul realm's apex. It includes fully intact techniques and Dharma body projections. Its value is incalculable. Zhang Fan interjected. Senior Yuanjin, as I understand it, this scripture is exceptionally arduous to cultivate. Few within Qingshu sect have mastered it, even now. Moreover, Junior Su only requests a copy, not the original transmission. A fine scripture means little without a cultivator capable of realizing its potential. Otherwise, would your sect not already boast several more masters of Gloom&Bloom's caliber? Senior Zhang, why undermine this old man's dignity? Yuanjin shook his head, chuckling wryly. I myself coveted Junior Su's ancient prodigy token, but he insisted upon Qingshu sect's Gloom&Bloom legacy. Should you refuse, I shall claim the token myself. I'll simply invest time sourcing another for him. Senior Zhang, that's hardly fair. When did I ever say no to the exchange? Yuanjin smiled warmly at Su Chuan. While other Gloom&Bloom Dao legacies exist in the world, our primordial Gloom&Bloom scripture stands unquestionably among the finest. Having come thus far, why seek afar when the treasure lies close at hand? Would you not agree, Junior Su? Su Chuan bowed respectfully. Senior Yuanjin speaks wisely. Might I peruse a portion of it first? Yuanjin considered, glanced at Zhang Fan, and finally nodded agreed. Then he instructed Yuansong. You retrieve the transcription of the primordial Gloom&Bloom scripture. Yes, Patriarch. Yuansong departed immediately for the Dao repository tower. A quarter hour later, Yuansong returned bearing an azure jade tablet, which he presented to Yuanjin. Yuanjin sealed it with intricate restriction seals before handing it to Su Chuan. The unsealed portion is open for your inspection, Junior Su. Many thanks, Senior. Su Chuan probed the tablet with his divine sense, swiftly, meticulously. The primordial Gloom&Bloom scripture proved profoundly esoteric, cultivable only from the golden core realm onwards, centered upon refining the primordial gloom and bloom chi, the foundation for myriad Gloom&Bloom techniques. It even described the coalescence of the ultimate Gloom&Bloom technique, though whether such a pinnacle was fully documented remained unknown. The profundity and difficulty of comprehending the primordial Gloom&Bloom Dao far exceeded Su Chuan's prior mastery of the Gloom&Bloom intent, akin to the fundamental distinction between the primordial and the post-heavenly. As the text explained, attaining the primordial Gloom&Bloom required first perfecting the Gloom&Bloom Dao itself. Though no explicit cultivation roadmap was provided, Su Chuan surmised the Golden Core section focused precisely on this refinement. True comprehension of the primordial Gloom&Bloom would begin only at the nascent soul realm. Su Chuan felt a quiet thrill. Even fragments of this legacy would sustain his cultivation for years to come. After a brief interval, roughly the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, Su Chuan spoke. This scripture aligns perfectly with my cultivation path. Here is the ancient prodigy token. If Senior Yuanjin consents to the exchange, the token becomes Qingshu sect's possession. Excellent. Smiling, Yuanjin accepted the token and flicked a finger, sending a thread of spiritual light into the azure tablet. Instantly, all restrictions dissolved. Su Chuan swept his divine sense across it once more, then bowed deeply. My deepest gratitude, Senior. Merely mutual benefit. Should you acquire further ancient prodigy tokens, Qingshu sect remains eager to trade, and will ensure your satisfaction. Alas, this token was a singular stroke of fortune, discovered by chance amid the vast ancient battlefield. Yuanjin nodded gently. Since our business concludes, we shall not overstay. Zhang Fan rose. Su Chuan followed suit. Senior Zhang, must you depart so hastily? Stay several days, let us discourse on the Dao. Regrettably, Xianyu sect lacks Qingshu sect stability. I must return to uphold its foundations. Very well then, so be it. Senior Yuansong, Senior Yuanjin, I take my leave. Su Chuan observed every ritual with impeccable grace, leaving no room for reproach. Yuansong, you escort the two seniors out. Yes, Patriarch. As they departed, Yuanjin's gaze shimmered faintly before he soared toward the summit of a secluded mountain, the hermitage of Qingshu sect's other senior cultivator. Though Yuanjin's cultivation and power ranked slightly below Zhang Fan's, the recluse residing here rivaled Zhang Fan in both depth and mastery. Senior Su Yan. Yuanjin saluted the white-haired youth seated cross-legged within the hall, then recounted Zhang Fan and Su Chuan's visit. Fascinating. An emerging nascent soul clan newly established and guarded solely by a shape-shifting demonic beast, yet it unearthed an ancient prodigy token. Clearly the Su clan possesses extraordinary fortune. Do you suspect the Su clan is linked to some ancient lineage? Ancient prodigy tokens manifest only for those blessed with immense destiny. Be they recluses or sect disciples, they must have inherited some ancient Taoist lineage binding their fortune to its legacy. The white-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, azure light surging within their depths. It appears another preeminent force is poised to rise. Yu Enjin's gaze flickered, thoughtful, unreadable, before he asked Senior Brother, how proceeds your cultivation of the Qingshu Dao canon? Do you foresee breakthrough to the nascent soul realm? Throughout Qingshu sect's history, several predecessors attained my current realm, yet none succeeded in transcending heaven and earth's ultimate constraint. It is exceedingly difficult. Truly no hope remains. The awakening of the Prodigy List spirit artifact and the opening of the Golden Core Arena may bestow considerable fortune upon our sect. Discovering elixirs such as the Illusory God Pill, which could advance an infant nascent soul to the Divine Soul stage, would significantly raise our odds. Alternatively, unifying the eastern region entirely would exponentially amplify Qingshu sect's fortune. Beyond these, we must await upheavals in the southern heaven and Blackwater regions. Only chaos heralds true opportunity. Understood, Senior Brother. I shall redouble efforts to nurture Golden Core prodigies within the sect. Beyond the gates of Qingshu sect, Zhang Fan and Su Chuan walked side by side. Young Su, this old man has rendered you tremendous aid. How shall you repay me? Even without your guidance, this junior possessed confidence in securing the Gloom and Bloom legacy. Still, your presence made matters considerably smoother. Attempting to evade obligation, well, now that affairs are settled, you shall accompany this old man back to Xianyu sect. Su Chuan grinned, glancing sideways. No rush. I must visit one more place first. Have you heard of the Nine Dragon Mountains? Nine Dragons Mountain. Zhang Fan suddenly stopped, looking at Su Chuan in confusion, and exclaimed, "What are you going there for? Are you seeking death?" Senior, you jest. I am not joking with you. Nine Dragons Mountain is one of the 3 great demon clans in Tiannan. Its overall strength is even above that of the 10,000 great mountains. Even I do not dare to venture there easily. Naturally, I will not force my way in. I just want to take a look. You can return to Xianyu sect first. After a while, I will come to help your sect with alchemy. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. While the matter of the tribulation pill is crucial, I should watch over you until the pill is completed. Thank you, Senior. With you here, it will be even safer. Stop talking nonsense. What exactly are you going to Nine Dragons Mountain for? Speak honestly, or do not blame me for forcibly taking you back to Xianyu sect. To recognize relatives? Su Chuan patted one of the spirit beast bags. A streak of dark light flashed, and Mou appeared before the two. Greetings, Dao friend Zhang. Mou had seen Zhang Fan fight against the 2 soul-snatching true demons and held him in awe. So it is Dao friend Mou. Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, Dao friend Mou is a transformed dragon. Is it possible he has something to do with Nine Dragons Mountain? Mou hesitated. No worries. Su Chuan smiled. Senior Zhang is someone you can trust. Mou said, I hail from Nine Dragons Mountain. I was trapped during my travels many years ago. I was rescued by the Su family. After thousands of years away, I have finally fulfilled my promise to enter the transformation stage and can return to see it again with dignity. Hearing this, Zhang Fan fell into deep thought, somewhat incredulous. Su Xiaoyu, are you playing a big game here? He looked somewhat serious. What is Senior Zhang talking about? I do not understand at all. Zhang Fan stared at Su Chuan, knowing it would not be easy to pry information from him. He sighed. Well, there are always a few troublemakers in every era stirring up the storm. Perhaps the opportunity lies within these waves. What opportunity? Aren't you good at guessing? Guess for yourself. With that, Zhang Fan continued to fly forward. Su Chuan only asked deliberately. He naturally understood what the opportunity was. By the way, Senior, do you know how to get to Nine Dragons Mountain? With Dao friend Mou here, why would I need to lead the way? Can I say that Mou is getting old and doesn't recognize the way anymore? Mou's dark golden vertical pupils widened as he looked at Su Chuan. Do not slander me. Nine Dragons Mountain is in the extreme east with no teleportation array. It requires flying for 100,000 miles. The two used their escape techniques to fly. Fortunately, Su Chuan's Imu Qingwang Dun was already very close to perfection, barely keeping up with Zhang Fan. According to Su Chuan's estimation, after months of focused contemplation, he might reach perfection. We have arrived. This is the border of Nine Dragons Mountain. As the words fell, Su Chuan's escape light landed beside Zhang Fan. He gazed down at the vast, boundless forest and could not help but ask, where is Nine Dragons Mountain? The true Nine Dragons Mountain is naturally in the core area. This demon clan's territory spans nearly 100,000 miles. Numerous powerful demon beast clans reside here. Even several 4th-tier demon beast clans exist. They all respect Nine Dragons Mountain and the Dragon Clan. Senior knows quite a lot. I cannot keep up with you. Su Chuan flattered him. Then he released Mou again. At this moment, Mou transformed into a dark-colored dragon over a dozen feet long. Zhang Fan examined him, and said, "It seems Tao friend Mo you should come from the Black Dragon lineage of Nine Dragons Mountain. The Black Dragon primarily has a water-based dragon bloodline." Indeed, Mo you nodded, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his double pupils. The mountain is primarily home to 5 colored dragons, each representing a different element. When I left to wander in the past, each lineage had a dragon lord. I wonder how they are doing now. The demon clans tend to exclude human cultivators. It is very difficult to gather information. Speaking of which, I have always had a question: why is it called Nine Dragons Mountain? Since the 5-element dragons are in power, wouldn't 5 Dragon Mountain be more appropriate? It seems it was the aspiration of our ancestors, hoping for the emergence of 9 dragon lords, so there could be 9 dragon inheritances. Well, what a beautiful vision. Chuan said, "Mo you should return to 9 Dragons Mountain alone. I will wander around this territory to see if I can find any rare treasures. Okay, if you need any spirit herbs or materials, just tell me. Perhaps I can take some from the treasury." Sure. Chuan communicated with Mo and then Mo flew deep into the vast forest. Zhang Fan smirked at Chuan. "I did not expect you to be a dragon tamer. Do not slander me. Mo is a crucial member of my Su family. He is a senior elder of the Su family." Seeing Chuan's righteous stance, Zhang Fan shrugged. "Say whatever you like." After a pause, he added, "However, your Su family gets along well with the demon beasts. As a member of the Su family, it is natural to get along well. If not, we would not be so lenient." That does make sense. The two descended into the forest, slowly advancing in the direction Mo had taken. Chuan merged his aura with the forest environment through the way of withering and flourishing, making it nearly impossible to be detected. As for Zhang Fan, he also concealed his aura capable of blocking divine sense probing. Half a day later, a silhouette of a mountain peak appeared in Mo's eyes. Initially, it was just a faint ink mark on the horizon, but as he flew closer, the outline became clearer and more majestic. It was a massive mountain with a foundation sprawling for thousands of miles and towering over 10,000 feet, like a pillar supporting the heavens, standing tall on the earth. The mountain body was dark green, steep and perilous, with countless waterfalls cascading from its waist like a white ribbon suspended in the air. The mountain peak was shrouded in clouds difficult to see with the naked eye. The entire mountain was enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual light, soft, yet vast, clearly a massive formation covering thousands of miles. 9 Dragons Mountain. Mo's pupils slightly constricted and his speed involuntarily slowed. "After thousands of years, I have finally returned." He had vowed not to return until he achieved the transformation stage after losing the competition for the Dragon Lord candidate. Now, after enduring countless hardships, he had finally succeeded. Returning in wealth, but not to one's hometown, is like wearing fine clothes at night. Chuan's words are indeed true. At this moment, his emotions surged. He could no longer suppress the excitement within him, and his spiritual power surged wildly. Boom. Mo's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a 100-foot-long dark dragon in an instant. His scales gleamed with a cold light, and the massive dragon head raised high, reflecting the towering mountain. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous dragon roar. Roar. That dragon's roar was like thunder from the heavens, carrying 3,000 years of accumulated longing and pride rolling towards 9 Dragons Mountain. Wherever the sound wave passed, the clouds shattered and the void trembled. Within hundreds of miles, countless birds and beasts were startled into flight, and terrestrial animals dashed, turning the entire forest into a boiling cauldron. On 9 Dragons Mountain, countless dragons simultaneously looked up. The pressure contained within that dragon's roar made all lower-tier dragons involuntarily bow their heads. Several stronger auras suddenly soared into the sky upon sensing that dragon's roar. 5 streaks of flowing light shot out from different directions of 9 Dragons Mountain and soon reached Mo. 5 dragons whose sizes were not inferior to Mo appeared. Each of them had a dense, deep aura, and their vertical pupils coldly stared at Mo. Among them, 1 dragon had scales as red as fire, 2 were earth-colored, and the remaining 2 were 1 black and 1 golden. Strangely, there was no green dragon. They were the 5 dragon lords of 9 Dragons Mountain. The gazes of the 5 dragon lords simultaneously fell upon Mo, their eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. Especially the entirely black dragon lord, whose gaze swept back and forth over Mo, the suspicion in his eyes growing deeper. He sensed a familiar aura from Mo. As he pondered, the earth-colored dragon opened its mouth and spoke in a buzzing tone. "Where do you come from, and why do you trespass on my sacred mountain?" The tone held wariness and questioning. Mo turned his dragon head towards him, suddenly grinning, revealing his sharp fangs. "I come from the Black Dragon lineage. Why would I need to trespass to return to my homeland? The earth-colored dragon was taken aback. The other dragons exchanged glances, their sights landing on the black dragon. If what he said was true, it was clear he was a water dragon from the black dragon lineage. You are from the black dragon lineage. The red dragon spoke, looking at the black dragon. Mo Duo, is this your offspring? Mo Duo's brows furrowed. He could sense that the bloodline power of the dark dragon before him indeed came from the same source. This sense of familiarity was undeniable. But could this truly be his lost offspring? He pondered in his heart. Over these thousands of years, he had generously bestowed blessings, and who knows how many had been lost outside. But the question arose. What should he call him? This situation truly made Mo Duo feel awkward, even enough to use his dragon claws to dig out a three-room apartment. He cleared his throat, planning to act like a stern father and praise him properly. Just as he was about to speak, Mo, you suddenly interjected. Are you my second brother? You are still alive. Mo Duo was taken aback, but could not recall. Who are you? Second brother, do you not remember? When I left, I swore that one day, when I entered the transformation stage, I would return openly and honestly. Hearing this, Mo Duo seemed to recall something, his eyes flashing. That was over 3,000 years ago. It's you, Mo, you're actually alive. His tone was filled with astonishment. Mo, you laughed heartily. If you second brother are still alive, how could I possibly be dead? The other four dragons exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. As expected of two brothers. Their way of greeting each other was exactly the same. The red dragon could not help but mutter softly, these two really are blood brothers. The dark golden dragon nodded in agreement. The earth-colored dragon said, since he is a returning clan member, we should welcome him. Let's hold a banquet 3 days later to treat him. At the same time, we will also celebrate our clan producing another dragon lord-level powerhouse. At that time, everyone will gather members from each lineage to hold the event at the True Dragon Pool. How about it? Of course. Mo Duo, since he is your brother, you shall make the arrangements first. Naturally. Mo Duo nodded and said to Mo Yue, come with me, I will arrange accommodations for you. He also wanted to introduce him to the younger generation of our clan. Mo Yu did not refuse. Soon the group of dragons returned to their residences. However, with Mo Yu's return, the strength of the black dragon lineage would greatly increase, impacting the resource distribution among the lineages. The two shrank their bodies, transforming into human forms, and flew into a black palace. Inside the palace there was a throne. Mo Duo flew over and sat down. Mo Yu stared at the throne in a daze. He once fantasized about taking over the responsibilities of his father and sitting on that throne one day. But now that thought was gone. It was better to leisurely spend time in the Su family and cultivate slowly. Mo Yu casually took a seat. Mo Duo looked at him and asked, where have you been all these years? When did you enter the transformation stage? I just wandered around seeking opportunities. As for entering the transformation stage, it hasn't been too long. This statement was half true and half false, making it impossible to discern. It seems you do have some fortune. The world is indeed vast, and there are many opportunities to help you reach the transformation stage. But the number of those who can truly achieve it is few. If it were me, without relying on the clan's inheritance, I would not have much confidence in overcoming the tribulation. Second brother, you must have been in the transformation midstage for quite a long time now, right? It has been over 1,500 years. By the way, were those the current dragon lords you met earlier? I did not seem to see the green dragon lineage. That's right, what you saw today is all the dragon lords besides the Grand Elder. Mo Yu vaguely remembered that only those in the late transformation stage or above could serve as Grand Elders. The old dragon lord of the green dragon lineage fell over 200 years ago, and no new dragon lord has appeared since. Therefore, there is currently no ruler. The yellow dragon lineage had a new dragon lord emerge 100 years ago, and there are now 2 dragon lords alive. They are the strongest among all lineages. However, now that you have returned, the black dragon lineage is destined to grow stronger. In the next 100 years, we will also receive more resources. Of course, if our lineage does not produce outstanding individuals, in over 1,000 years, we will probably end up like the green dragon lineage. Mo Yu slightly nodded, having gained a preliminary understanding of the current 9 Dragons Mountain. By the way, second brother, which lineage is the current Grand Elder from? The green dragon lineage. It seems that prosperity leads to decline, one flourishes while another diminishes. Half an hour later, members of the 2nd and 3rd tiers from the black dragon lineage hurried to the palace. From today, Mo, you will be our 2nd dragon lord of the black dragon lineage. You must respect him as you would respect me. All the dragons bowed their heads in response. Soon only a few dragons remained in the palace, all of whom were Mo Duo's offspring. Of course, he had many offspring, and these were all of purer bloodlines. Those with mixed blood were left to fend for themselves at the foot of the mountain. The dragon clan values bloodline purity. Those with mixed blood are not even regarded as kin. This is your seventh uncle. He is stronger than me, having ventured outside alone and entered the transformation stage. Some of you have also traveled for training, so you should understand the hardships of the outside world. In the territory of 9 Dragons Mountain, human cultivators do not dare to venture easily, but we dragons will also be targeted outside, either as rare treasures to be hunted down or as spirit beasts to be tamed. Your seventh uncle has wandered for thousands of years alone and returned after transforming, making him a miracle for our clan. Seventh uncle, where have you been in the outside world? Seventh uncle, how many human cultivators have you killed? Seventh uncle, you must have eaten quite a few cultivators. Seventh uncle, how did you enter the transformation stage? The younger members of the Black Dragon lineage chimed in excitedly. Mo immediately felt overwhelmed. The simplest way to deal with it was to leave and let Mo Duo arrange his cave. 3 days later at Julong Mountain in the True Dragon Pool, the return of clan members who had transformed after thousands of years of traveling was a remarkable event for Julong Mountain. In addition to welcoming them, Julong Mountain would also hold a grand ceremony to confer the title of the new Dragon Lord. Only after this ceremony could one truly be called the Dragon Lord of the Holy Mountain. As dawn broke, the morning sun leaped out from the edge of the sea of clouds, casting countless golden rays through the mist onto the surface of the True Dragon Pool, which spanned several miles. The water of the pool was crystal clear like jade, yet deep as an abyss, with glimpses of spiritual light flickering at the bottom. The scenery around the pool was picturesque. In the distance, a waterfall hundreds of feet tall cascaded down from the mountain, resembling a hanging galaxy. The roaring sound was deafening, stirring up clouds of mist. Under the sunlight, rainbows often appeared amidst the mist, colorful and dreamlike. Nearby, the banks of the pool were adorned with rare flowers and herbs, fragrant spiritual medicines, and ancient trees reaching for the sky. Occasionally, spiritual birds would swoop by, their feathers vibrant, chirping melodiously. In this place, one could see jiaolong everywhere. There were many jiaolong of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with bloodlines that were nearly pure. In the pool, more than a dozen jiaolong either floated or sank, playing in the water or practicing their breathing. Some were only a few zhang long with tender scales, clearly young dragons. Others had grown to over 10 zhang, their auras steady. They chased and played in the water, creating waves upon waves, sometimes leaping out of the water, stretching their bodies, their scales shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. On the shore, more jiaolong lounged upon the bluestone, either meditating or conversing softly. In the sky, jiaolong also flew about. Occasionally, low murmurs echoed among the mountains. Roughly counting, the jiaolong gathered around the True Dragon Pool numbered in the hundreds. Each one at least had the potential to reach the 3rd stage. Of course, it does not mean that all jiaolong could ascend. To those who failed in competition would be expelled from the Holy Mountain, left to fend for themselves. The sun rose higher. Suddenly, a long dragon's roar echoed from deep within Julong Mountain. This roar was different from ordinary jiaolong. It was deeper, more distant, carrying the pressure of a true dragon. All jiaolong quieted simultaneously. Whether in the water on the shore or soaring in the sky, they all lowered their bodies, bowing in respect. Even the dragon lords of various clans, including Modwa, displayed respect. A massive blue figure soared up from the mountain peak. It was a blue jiaolong, nearly 150 zhang long, its entire body covered with scales as jade-like as the sky, each scale shimmering with a gentle spiritual light. It wound through the sky with its head held high, its slit pupils resembling deep wells looking down upon the countless jiaolong below. Its aura was vast like the sea, clearly a being of peak transformation. After a moment, this blue jiaolong flashed with blue light and transformed into a human form, a robust middle-aged man with long green hair. I pay my respects to Elder Qingxiao. Modwa and the other dragon lords bowed first, followed by the younger jiaolong. We pay our respects to the elder. Their voices resonated through the skies. Where's Moyue? As soon as the words fell, Moyue stepped out from beside Modwa and said, Moyue is here. Come before me. Moyue soared into the air, flying to Qingxiao's front. You have diligently cultivated for thousands of years, relying on yourself to reach the transformation period. Your character, determination, and talent are all commendable. You are quite impressive. From this day forth, you will be the Dragon Lord of Julong Mountain, sharing the management of the Black Jiaolong lineage with Modwa. He flicked his robe, and a crown carved from dark jade appeared in the air. The crown was engraved with intricate dragon patterns with a fist-sized dark pearl set at the top. This dragon crown is a top-tier treasure requiring blood to refine and bonds with the bloodline of my Jiaolong clan. It can greatly enhance your strength. It also possesses strong defensive capabilities. If danger arises, it can automatically form a protective barrier. Come here, I will place it upon your head. Mo Yue complied. Qing Xiao supported the crown with both hands and gently placed it upon Mo Yue's head. At the moment the crown descended, all Jiaolong simultaneously raised their heads, roaring towards the sky. Roar! Hundreds of Jiaolong roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The sound of the dragon's roar converged into a torrent soaring into the sky, scattering the clouds. Sunlight poured down unabated, illuminating the true dragon pool in a golden glow. Mo Yue slowly stood up, his gaze scanning the countless Jiaolong paying homage. In the double-slit pupils of the Jiaolong, there was awe, curiosity, and envy. Once Mo Yue had also been one of them. Qing Xiao looked at him, nodding slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Continue to cultivate diligently. Yes, Elder. As the words fell, King Xiao's figure flickered and transformed back into the 150 zhang long blue Jiaolong, soaring into the air, flying deep into Jiulong Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the mist. Congratulations, Dragon Lord Mo Yue. The other Dragon Lords offered their congratulations along with gifts for the Dragon Lord. Mo Yue's eyes lit up. The gifts from the Dragon Lords must be valuable. He wondered if there would be something useful for him or Xu Chuan. Meanwhile, Xu Chuan and Zhang Fan were still wandering in the forest on Jiulong Mountain. Xu Chuan, do you trust Mo Yue this much? Zhang Fan said, Jiulong Mountain has deep foundations. Perhaps there are ways to forcibly release him from the spirit beast contract. Moreover, the authority of the Dragon Lord is high and powerful. Xu Chuan did not look at Zhang Fan, only replying blandly, perhaps the former Mo Yue might have had such thoughts. But now he probably has long abandoned that idea. Living well, there is nothing more important than this in the world. Mo Yue's knowledge of events was nearly the same as that of Su Mingwei and the others. He watched the Su family grow step by step, rising in power, and even contributed many accomplishments. The potential of the Su family he is well aware. Are you that certain? Trust is essential in using people. The Su family and Mo Yue have long been inseparable. In the future, my Su family will also produce another lineage of Jiaolong. They will be the descendants of Mo Yue. It seems your Su family has great ambitions. You can accommodate humans, demons, and spirits alike. If they are our own, why distinguish between them? If they are not as fellow humans, we would not show mercy. Zhang Fan's eyes shimmered slightly as he fell into thought, suddenly saying, I am not as good as you. Xu Chuan did not explain further, merely smiled slightly. After a moment, Zhang Fan asked, how long do you plan to stay here? We came together, we should return together, otherwise it would take him a long time to fly back to the Songlong mansion alone. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. Second brother, what is in the clan's treasury? Is there anything my younger brother can use? Modwa looked at Mo Yue in surprise. There are fewer and fewer treasures useful to us. I would like to take a look. All right, as the Dragon Lord of the Black Jiaolong lineage, you naturally have the right to access items from the treasury. Mo Yue accompanied Modwa to the Black Jiaolong lineage's treasury, where a peak third-stage Jiaolong was responsible for guarding. Dragon Lord Modwa, Dragon Lord Mo Yue. The Black Jiaolong greeted respectfully. Open the treasury. Yes. The two transformed into human forms and entered. The treasury was embedded in the mountain with walls surrounded by restrictions, so even transformed beasts could not easily break through. After a moment they passed through the passage and arrived at a grand hall several dozen zhang high. This is the treasury of my Black Jiaolong lineage. Only dragon lords and a few elders of the clan can enter. In recent years, fewer and fewer Jiaolong had gone out, and the consumption was greater than the increase. Gradually, it became unsustainable. You can browse and pick a few items. Mo Yue nodded, his slit pupils already scanning the surroundings. Since you know it's becoming unsustainable, why not venture out of Jiulong Mountain? Venture out? Yes, my Jiulong Mountain is not weak. Why not go out and compete with human cultivators? It's not that simple. Although Jiulong Mountain is strong, we cannot withstand the larger numbers of human cultivators. This matter is simple. We can form alliances. As long as my Jiulong Mountain Jiaolong guarantee not to indiscriminately slaughter, and with the backing of several top human factions, we can stand alongside normal human forces. Of course, some clan members may inevitably be surrounded and killed, but as long as an example is made over time, my Jiulong Mountain can gradually integrate. Mo Yue began to pick and choose. The territory of Jiulong Mountain is so vast, treasures and resources are limited. If one day, even the transformation stage experts from various lineages cannot be born, we will eventually be targeted by humans and face extinction. Although there are conflicts among human cultivators, those conflicts are what drive progress. Moyue had often heard Chuan analyze this, so it was familiar to him. Hearing this, Modwa looked at Moyue in shock. You have indeed changed. After mingling in the human world for thousands of years, even your thinking has begun to resemble that of humans. Humans are powerful. To become a dominant force, there are naturally things we can learn from them. There is a saying among humans, learn the skills of others to control them. Modwa pondered for a moment and said, what you say has some merit, but this is a significant matter that cannot be decided by our lineage alone. It must be discussed among the various lineages and then decided after consulting Elder Qingxiao. I am merely making a suggestion, Moyu. Turn to look. Modwa nodded slightly. Do you see anything you like? He'll take a look again. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. Hearing Moyu's earlier words, he felt unsettled and replied casually, then take your time. Some truly precious items are not found here. Even if Moyue takes more, Modwa would not feel pained. After Modwa left, Moyue began to select items in earnest. This sword heartstone can be given to that little fellow Su Chongjian as a gift. The water and fire lotus requires both water and fire attributes to refine perfectly. To leave it here would be a waste. Jin bamboo is great material for crafting flying swords. The Su family has been increasing in number, so I need to prepare some. Dragon blood gold is an excellent material for creating top-grade treasures. A Delying would surely like it. This one is good. That one is also good. Many materials here are of little use to the Jiaolong clan, but they hold great value for human cultivators. Compared to human cultivators, the utilization rate of heavenly materials and treasures by beasts is far too low. Moyue selected over 30 items of third stage and above, leaving feeling quite satisfied. At the entrance of the treasury, a Jiaolong stopped Moyue for registration. Moyue then presented his items one by one. Seeing their dazed expressions, Moyue snorted coldly. What? Does this lord not even have the right to dispose of these items? Of course not, Dragon Lord Moyue. May I ask what use you have for these? Naturally, they are for gifts. Moyue could not speak the truth and grew cold, saying, I have my uses, you need not interfere. If you are uncertain, you can ask my second brother. Yes, Dragon Lord Moyue. After the treasury guard completed the registration, Moyue swaggered out. In the following 2 days, he visited other lineages in succession to exchange for dragon blood fruits. This item is greatly beneficial for Jiaolong. The other dragon lords took out lists from the treasury to exchange. Moyue first looked for items that Su Chuan needed. If there were none, he would consider others. Modwa heard others mention this and found Moyue. Do you have dragon blood fruits of considerable age? It was an unexpected gain, but they have all been exchanged. What a waste. Wouldn't it be better used on the members of my black Jiaolong lineage? The outside world is vast. If I could encounter it once, I could encounter it a second time. What do you mean? I feel that a too comfortable life does not suit me. Moyue grinned. Are you leaving again? Isn't that a bit hasty? In that case, why are you back? Modwa furrowed his brows. To fulfill a former promise. I said that once I reached the transformation stage, I would return openly. Is that all? It's hard to buy the comfort in my heart with a fortune. Modwa realized he could no longer see through Moyue. He was entirely different from the impression he had of him in earlier years. Second brother, you need not keep me. My mind is made up. However, you can discuss the previous suggestion with the other dragon lords. This is not just for the long-term survival of Jiaolong Mountain. If one day the great world becomes completely chaotic, as a member of the Southern Skies beings, we will ultimately have to make a choice. Mojuo's pupils constricted slightly. He understood what Moyue was referring to. Regarding the situation in the Southern Sky and in Heishui as a dominant force among beasts, they were naturally aware. Second brother, I have said all I can. If you need to find me, you may come to the northwest region to Songlong Mansion. I am somewhat of a prominent figure there. Moyue laughed and soared into the sky, flying towards the Jiaolong Mountain formation. Modwa considered stopping him, wanting him to help the black Jiaolong lineage. But if his heart was not in this, even if he could keep him, it would not change his mind. Forget it. Perhaps those thousands of years of wandering outside have long made him no longer share the same heart as the clan. In the northwest region at Songlong Mansion, having resolved his inner conflict, Moyue felt extremely at ease as he swiftly flew towards that direction, following the sensation he shared with Su Chuan. At this moment, Su Chuan also felt something and looked up towards the approaching direction of Moyue, smiling lightly. He has come. So fast. You just returned for a few days? Zhang Fan questioned, slightly puzzled. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Moyu's figure descended from the sky. Quite fast. This crown is not bad. Su Chuan smiled slightly. This is the dragon crown, a symbol of the dragon lords of Jiaolong Mountain, comparable to top-tier defensive treasures. It is said to also enhance one's own strength. Only those with the bloodline of Jiaolong can refine it. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Moyue looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you, Dao friend Zhang, to know so much. So did you just go back to get the title of Dragon Lord? What else could it be? Moyue chuckled, and to bring back some gifts as well. After all, I am the great elder of the Su family, so I must give the younger generation some resources and gifts. I find myself speechless. What did you gain? Chuan asked. I got a little, but the main benefit is for the younger generation, or what you need is not among them. That's normal. Since that is settled, let's return. Chuan looked at Zhang Fan and said, Senior, which city has a teleportation array for cultivation recently? Let's go back to Qingshu City. That works. In Xianyu City, within the teleportation square, two young figures appeared amidst the radiance. Finally back. Had I known, I wouldn't have accompanied you on this journey. Young man, if you cannot refine 15 do not blame me for keeping you in my Xianyu sect. Facing Zhang Fan's threat, Chuan smiled and replied, Then Senior, do not forget the ones exceeding 15 belong to me. Naturally, I keep my word. Zhang Fan thought that Chuan could at most produce 5 or 6 do-dan in one furnace, ensuring that at least 5 were of high quality. It was for this reason that Zhang Fan valued it so much, not hesitating to accompany Chuan to the east. However, having a teleportation array is indeed convenient. It took just over a month to return from such a distant place. Chuan, it takes just as long for me to travel back and forth between Songlong Mansion and Xianyu Mansion. Why not have Ming Xian build a teleportation array in the future? Given his talent in array formation, comprehending this 4th-tier teleportation array is only a matter of time. Then we can only wait patiently. Let's go, follow me back to Xianyu sect. Chuan nodded slightly. The two of them took to the skies and headed towards Xianyu sect. Along the way, both Zhang Fan and Chuan returned to their original appearances. They flew directly into the protective array of Xianyu sect. Zhang Fan said, Our sect has Danxia Peak, which contains the ground fire. Do you want to refine at this peak? Ground fire is quite useful for alchemists below the 3rd tier, but it's unnecessary for me, Chuan replied. Zhang Fan nodded. Then let's go to my Xianyu peak. With me there, you need not worry about being disturbed. Do you need a high-quality alchemical furnace? No need, I can use my own. A high-quality one is good, but I still need to get accustomed to it. Furthermore, if its power is too overwhelming, it could affect the quality and quantity of the pills produced. Forget it, I am not well-versed in alchemy, I'll follow your lead. I will take a day to adjust, and the next day Senior can bring the materials for do-dan. Alright, Zhang Fan then led Chuan to reside in a cave dwelling on Xianyu Peak. A day and night quickly passed. The next morning, Chuan opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly, and his aura harmonious and unobstructed. After a moment, a voice transmission arrived. Chuan opened the barrier and Zhang Fan personally handed him a storage bag. Little friend, do not let me down. After saying this, Zhang Fan returned to the main hall at the peak to meditate, but he remained concerned about Chuan's alchemy. After all, this was related to the future plans of Xianyu sect for the next few thousand years. In the quiet room of the cave dwelling, Chuan flicked his sleeve, bringing out his alchemical furnace. The furnace he used was already a mid-grade magical artifact crafted by Su Deling. As for the low-grade magical artifact, it was given to him after Su Mingqing stepped into the golden core stage. This could be considered a legacy of the family. Chuan was not in a hurry to refine do-dan, but first refined a couple of Ju-Yuan-dan to practice. Each batch was flawless. Very good. Only then did Chuan begin to refine do-dan. He raised his hand, and spirit materials flew out from the storage bag, hovering in midair. Do-dan, a 4th-tier spiritual pill, aids golden core cultivators in overcoming their inner demon tribulations. While its materials are few, each is extremely rare. Chuan scanned the materials, confirming everything was in order, and flicked his fingers, sending a true flame into the furnace. Moments later, he waved his hand, sending in one spirit herb after another. With his alchemical experience, Chuan did not hesitate. The entire process flowed smoothly. After more than 2 days, the first batch of do-dan was successfully refined. The fragrant aroma of the pills filled the air, refreshing the mind. Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands together. Open. The furnace lid flew off, and a beam of spiritual light shot up into the sky. Immediately after, 7 streams of light flew out from the furnace, landing in Chuan's palm. 7 do-dan each round, and full contained rich spiritual light. Among them 2 were particularly radiant, with swirling cloud patterns indicating they were high-quality do-dan. 3 others were slightly inferior, but still mid-quality. The remaining 2 had a duller color, marking them as low quality. 7 is quite good, gets a good start, but there were still minor areas for improvement. After storing the pills in a porcelain bottle, he pondered for a moment. He began to review the alchemical process in his mind, then proceeded to simulate improvements. Half a day later, Chuan commenced the second batch of Du Dan. Another 2 days passed. This time he refined a total of 8 Du Dan with 3 high quality and only 1 low quality. This showed his technique was becoming more refined, and the integration of the medicinal properties was increasingly perfect. A smile appeared on Chuan's lips as he continued to adjust his breath and simulate improvements. The next day, he began the third batch of refining, producing 9 pills this time. In terms of the utilization of spirit herbs, it was nearly perfect. However, there were still flaws and room for improvement in the integration of medicinal properties. 5 high quality, 4 mid quality. It seems this is my current limit. Indeed, the path of alchemy is endless. The 15 pills promised to Zhang Fan must include 5 high quality. This time I refined 3 low quality, and with the 2 low quality I still need 5 mid quality. In doing so, including those obtained from the secret realm of Zhun Mo Mountain, I now possess 9 high quality and 7 mid quality. Tisk if Zhang Fan knew, would he directly rob me? Chuan smiled slightly. After allocating the Du Dan that belonged to him, he stored them in the Su clan's cave heaven for safekeeping. After that, he took a moment to adjust himself before planning to head to Zhang Fan to report. During his alchemy, Zhang Dao Ran emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. With this batch of Du Dan, Xian Yu sect would likely see at least 1 more nascent soul cultivator in the next 2 to 3 years. At the peak of Xian Yu, the moment Chuan stepped out of the cave, Zhang Fan noticed. He had been keeping a strand of divine sense to monitor Chuan's cave dwelling. Of course, it was only on the periphery. If he intruded and disrupted Chuan's alchemy, failing to meet the requirements, Zhang Fan could only consider it his misfortune. Master, what is it? Zhang Dao Ran saw Zhang Fan suddenly show a joyful expression as if he had relieved a heavy burden. It's nothing. When Su Xiaoyu comes, you can meet him before returning. Understood, Zhang Dao Ran replied respectfully. A moment later, Chuan entered the main hall. Seeing Zhang Dao Ran, he appeared slightly surprised and asked, Zhang Sect Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Then I congratulate Sect Master Zhang on successfully breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. You are 1 step closer to the Dao. Thank you. Zhang Dao Ran smiled faintly and nodded. How did it go? Zhang Fan asked. Senior, please take a look. Chuan smiled slightly, flicked his sleeve, and pushed 3 jade bottles towards him. Zhang Fan's divine sense swept over. Exactly 15 in total, with 5 of each quality, high, middle, and low. What a coincidence. Zhang Fan scrutinized Chuan, his eyes flickering, thinking to himself, I wonder how many he has hidden away. 2 or 3. Forget it, after all I made a promise to him, and if there are any difficult pills to refine in the future, I can also ask him for help. Senior, is there a problem? Zhang Fan shook his head, stroking his beard and smiling. No, I'm just curious how many you refined in total. It's a commercial secret, I cannot disclose it. Who do you think I am? Am I afraid of robbing you? Yes, I am genuinely afraid. Chuan faced him calmly. Senior, you keep your promises, how could I think otherwise? It's just that it is indeed difficult to disclose. Fine, I won't pursue it. Thank you, Senior. If there are any similarly difficult pills to refine in the future, you can come to me, and I will ensure your satisfaction. If there's nothing else, I will return to Songlong Mansion. Recently, our Xian Yu sect has built a long-distance teleportation array that can directly send you into Songlong Mansion territory. But where it lands is uncertain. Are you willing? Thank you, Senior. Dao Ran, go help me send off Yes, Master. Thank you, Zhang Daoyu. Chuan left by the teleportation array, and Zhang Dao Ran returned to the main hall at Xian Yu Peak. Master, I have already sent Chuan away. Zhang Dao Ran suddenly asked. Master, with your identity and status, why are you so courteous to Su Daoyu? Previously, it was due to him being of the same sect that I took care of him. Now he holds value. After a pause, Zhang Fan said, You know that Chuan can refine pills, right? Yes, I have heard that his alchemical skills are quite impressive. Not just impressive, I went to the Tiandan sect with him, and he competed with Chong Song. Can you guess the outcome? From what Master said, did Su Daoyu win? Chong Song is a 4th-year alchemist of the nascent soul stage, ranking 2nd in Tiandan sect. Moreover, the alchemical legacy of Tiandan sect is among the best in the entire Tiannan region. Su Daoyu is only in the mid-golden core stage, and yet his alchemical skills have reached this level. Seeing Zhang Dao Ran's shocked expression, Zhang Fan sighed. You have interacted with him. Did you not notice that his divine sense has already reached the nascent soul level? Zhang Dao Ran's pupils constricted again, then he said, So what he handed over to Master just now was? That's right, it was the Du Dan. Zhang Fan said, This is my transaction with him. He helps refine pills, and the compensation is the remaining pills beyond the 15 due Edan. No wonder Master asked him how many he refined in total just now. Su Chuan's potential far surpasses yours. You should interact more with him. Disciple understands, Zhang Dao Ran replied respectfully. Return now, or you have just broken through, and need to consolidate your realm. In a while select someone suitable to take over as sect master. Then let them take your place. After that focus on your cultivation, perhaps you can travel outside to gain experience and expand your network. Zhang Dao Ran did not refuse. Advancing to the late nascent soul stage is not so easy. It requires opportunity. Even Xianyu sect does not have such an opportunity to ensure one can step into the late nascent soul stage. Otherwise the Tianya master would have succeeded long ago instead of being trapped at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage for hundreds of years. After giving a bow, Zhang Dao Ran left the main hall. Zhang Fan murmured softly, I wonder what kind of surprises the Su family will bring in the future. After saying this, he closed his eyes and entered meditation. On the other side in Songlong Mansion, within the Songlong mountain range, a flash of light passed. Su Chuan's figure suddenly appeared. Where is this? He rushed into the air, carefully discerning, confirming that this was indeed the Songlong mountain range. Quite accurate, the long-distance teleportation array is indeed convenient. Mou rushed out from the spirit beast bag exclaiming, We are finally back. Su Chuan flew to its head saying, Let's go back to Yunxi City. In Songlong Mansion, the Su family held the highest status, so there was no need to hide. Mou flew high, and within a short while they returned to Yunxi City to the Su mansion. After landing, Mou transformed into human form and grinned. Su Chuan called the younger generation over. It's time for me, the Supreme Elder, to show my prowess. They must know that I am not just for show. Of course. Su Chuan naturally wanted to satisfy this bit of vanity. The ones coming were all core members of the Su family, as well as the Su family's talents. Father, why did you call us over? Are you bringing back gifts? Su Mingshu asked. This time my Supreme Elder Mou returned to the old home, and specially selected some treasures to bring back for you all. You must remember to be grateful. Uncle Mou, what treasures? Little girl, yours are not included, but you can ask your father. He brought back a fine spirit beast. Just wait until I finish speaking. All right. Mou then began to distribute. Su Chongjian, this piece of sword gallstone can be used to sharpen your flying sword, enhancing its sharpness far beyond the same tier. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Su Chongjian accepted it with a bow. Su Chongfei, you possess innate dual attributes of water and fire. Although you previously had great opportunities, this water-fire lotus is perfect for you. It can be used to comprehend divine abilities and greatly enhance your cultivation after refinement. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Su Chuan, this bamboo sword is excellent. A 1,000-year-old one can serve as material for a magical flying sword. A 10,000-year-old one can serve as top-grade magical artifact material. With your means, you should be able to cultivate it in large quantities. It is indeed a good item. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Deling, this piece of dragon blood gold is for you. Mingxian, this material should be useful for your array formations, right? Mou distributed nearly half, while the rest was handed to Su Chuan for storage in the Su family treasury. These materials are at least third tier with many fourth tier. Not long after, Su Mingshu asked, Father, what spirit beast did you bring back? Is it for me? Not exactly. Su Chuan smiled, and then released the fierce sun lion. The violent aura surged immediately, startling everyone. A peak third-tier demonic beast. Master. After the fierce sun lion emerged, it first greeted Su Chuan, then scanned its surroundings. His name is Su Tianshi, and he will become the guardian spirit beast of our Su family's Beastmaster sect. Yi Fan said. With this spirit beast guarding the sect that Ant will establish soon, will instantly become one of the top 10 powers in Songlong Mansion. Su Mingshu's eyes lit up. Tianshi, you will follow my daughter from now on. She will arrange for you. Yes, Master. Mingshu, how is the establishment of the Beastmaster sect coming along? It is expected to be properly established in half a year, officially recruiting disciples. As for our Su family spirit beasts, they have already been settled over there. Su Chuan slightly nodded. Everyone can return now. Yes, Father Ancestor. After they left, Su Chuan looked at Mou and asked, What are your plans? Of course I will cultivate diligently. Mou said, My second brother is now in the mid-transformation stage. I cannot lag behind him. After saying this, he dived into the deep pool to practice using the water attribute 4th tier spiritual vein. 3 months later, his escape technique was finally perfected. Another 3 months passed. On this day, Su Mingshu arrived early at Su Chuan's courtyard requesting him to accompany her to the Canglong mountain range. Su Chuan readily agreed. The two of them took to the skies heading towards the eastern city gate of Yunxi. Moments later, the scenery before them opened up. A vast expanse of mountainous forests unfolded, undulating endlessly without end. Father, we've arrived. Su Mingshu slowed down her speed, guiding Su Chuan to look down. The Beastmaster sect occupied an area of over 200 square miles, encompassing various terrains such as forests, hills, valleys, and lakes. From above, one could see areas delineated by formations, each with its own unique atmosphere. Father, this is the territory of the Tiger clan. Su Mingshu pointed to a wooded area. The forest was filled with towering ancient trees casting deep shadows, and faintly visible were a few massive tigers roaming between the trees. They were all descendants of Subai. The two continued forward, arriving at a cliff-laden precipice. In the sky, more than 20 hawks circled and soared, their wings blocking out the sun. They sometimes swooped down, sometimes shot straight into the clouds, their claws tearing through the wind, the sound of their cries resonating in the heavens. This is the area of the Eagle clan, Su Mingshu introduced. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Further ahead lay a vast lake shrouded in mist. The lake spanned dozens of miles, its waters deep and mysterious, with faint glimpses of aquatic dragons swimming within. A few black dragons, their scales glistening ominously, and white serpents exuding icy auras could be seen. Father, these should be descendants of Uncle Moyue. Some of them, although their bloodlines are somewhat mixed, have all been unified here. What about his offspring? Zhao Air is following Chongfei, the white serpent is with Diyue, and Zhao Da is still honing his skills at Yunhu, insisting on unifying the entire Yunhu. They should be nearing the peak of the second tier, right? Indeed, their bloodlines are quite rich, hence their rapid advancement. They are comparable to the top geniuses among humans. Afterwards, Su Diyue took Su Chuan to see the territories of other creatures like the blood-eyed spider and blood silkworm. The planning is quite impressive. Su Chuan praised. Father, let's go check out the disciples' area of the sect next. Su Chuan nodded. In the core area of the sect, buildings had already risen. There were discussion halls, disciples' residences, a scripture repository, alchemy rooms, and a treasure hall. Stone paths crisscrossed, leading up the mountain peaks with tiered green steps. Although the scale was still relatively small, the overall appearance of the sect had already taken shape. Su Chuan's divine sense swept through. Within the entire residence, there were barely 100 people. Among them were a dozen members of the Su clan, 20 to 30 disciples from the Zhao family, and others interested in the Beastmaster way from different families. Once the sect is officially established, we can start recruiting disciples. But relying solely on our Su family and affiliated families, we cannot fill it out yet. Su Mingshu explained. I understand. Our Su family's alchemical tools, formations, and the path of beast mastery all need continuous new talents. These require certain innate abilities. Additionally, we need to maintain a certain number of combat experts. Let's take it slow. The next 1 to 200 years will be a development phase for our Su family. After a brief moment, Su Mingshu said, by the way, Father, you should name this sect. You haven't named it yet. Not yet. Su Chuan pondered for a moment. In that case, let's call it Tianshu's sect. Daing's Tianling sect has the character Ling, while yours has Shu. Su Mingshu's eyes lit up. Thank you for the name, Father. Shouldn't we also establish the 3 sects of pill formation and formations in the future? Tianxing sect, Tianxian sect, Tianyuan sect. Su Mingshu's eyes lit up. Thank you for the name, Father. Shouldn't we also establish the 3 sects of pill formation and formations in the future? Tianxing sect, Tianxian. The Tianshu sect was only 1,000 miles away from Yunxi City, so naturally some rogue cultivators or forces had discovered it. However, upon realizing it was a Su family matter, they didn't spread the word extensively. Now they finally knew that the Su family was about to establish a sect, and it was a Beastmaster sect. Most of the guests were from the younger generation, such as Mo Tingtao from the Mo family, Yin Yu from the Yin family, Lei Yunpeng from the Lei family, and Song Yung from the Song family. If there were no young Golden Core cultivators, then it would be the older generation of Golden Cores. At that moment, a lion's roar echoed through the sky. The roar was rough and violent, carrying a terrifying might rumbling down from the mountain peak. Within the sect, the first and second tier spirit beasts that had been lying or standing suddenly trembled, lowering their heads and resting their front limbs on the ground, shivering. This was the suppression from deep within their bloodlines. Everyone was suddenly startled, looking up at the sound to see a crimson figure descending from the mountain peak. It was a lion over 3 meters long, its fiery red mane gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, and where its hooves touched the air, faint sparks flickered. It strode confidently, and with each step the void seemed to tremble slightly. Sitting atop the lion was a woman dressed in red, exuding unmatched elegance. Her brows radiated heroism, and her gaze was electrifying as she looked down at the countless guests below, not showing a hint of fear. It was none other than Su Mingshu. Above her head, a massive purple-blue eagle circled, its wings spread out to nearly 7 or 8 meters, with flashes of lightning dancing between its feathers. The eagle's gaze was sharp like a knife, surveying the beings below. The fierce sun lion descended from the air, landing steadily before the main hall of the sect. The purple-blue thunder eagle also folded its wings and landed atop the hall. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then sounds of gasping filled the air. Peak of the third tier. Lei Yunping's pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming. He stared intently at the fierce sun lion, feeling the overwhelming ferocity emanating from it, his heart shaken beyond words. That thunder eagle is also at the mid-third tier. Yin Yu's gaze fell upon the purple-blue thunder eagle atop the hall. Is this the foundation of the Su family? Su Mingshu, a peak third-tier demon beast, and a mid-third-tier demon beast. For a newly established sect, its displayed strength was only beneath the Canglong alliance, the Mo family, the Lei family, and the Can family. A golden core elder side. However, the overall strength of Canglong prefecture was indeed relatively weak, with a significant divide in power levels. Unlike other prefectures which had 3 or 5 golden core families, there were hardly any here. Of course, this was also related to the original 3 sects being absorbed into the original Tiansong sect. Many people covertly looked towards the Su family members. Su Chuan, Su Mingshu, Su Mingyuan, Su Deng Yifan, and others were all present. Su Mingshu dismounted from the lion, gently patting the fierce sun lion's neck. The fierce lion let out a low growl, behaving very gently. Ever since its ferocity was suppressed, its temperament had become less violent. Coupled with the long time spent with Su Mingshu, it had grown fond of her. The purple-blue thunder eagle remained perched atop the hall, completely still. Father. Su Mingshu first greeted Su Chuan. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Then she clasped her hands in salute to the crowd, her smile radiant. Welcome, fellow friends, to witness the grand ceremony of the establishment of my Tianshu sect. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. No worries. Sect Master Mingshu is too polite. Fairy Su is young and accomplished. Everyone quickly returned the gesture, exchanging pleasantries. Please enter the hall and rest a while, my friend. Su Mingshu guided. The grand ceremony will begin in half an hour. Everyone clasped their hands and began moving towards the grand hall. Inside, everything had been prepared. Su Mingshu led the golden cores to their seats, adhering to etiquette, leaving no room for error. Everyone chatted and exchanged pleasantries. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The grand ceremony officially commenced. Everyone moved to the sacrificial area. Su Mingshu first bowed to everyone, saying, today my Tianshu sect is established in the Canglong mountain range, and I invite all forces of Canglong prefecture to witness. Then she walked to the front of the high platform, lighting incense to pay homage to heaven and earth. Her voice was clear and resonated across the surroundings: heaven and earth, sun, moon, and stars. Today I, Su Mingshu, established the sect named Tianshu. May this sect nurture spirit beasts, coexist with all living beings, and breathe in harmony with heaven and earth. In the future, I shall walk the righteous path, keep my heart true, not betray heaven's will nor the lives of the people. After speaking, she bowed deeply and placed the incense into the burner. The fragrant smoke spiraled upwards into the clouds. Outside the hall, the fierce sun lion roared to the heavens, and the purple-blue thunder eagle cried out loudly. In the distance, many spirit beasts responded, their roars echoing through heaven and earth. Various forces congratulated her. Congratulations to Sect Master Mingshu for establishing the Tianshu sect. May it endure for generations. Congratulations to Sect Master Mingshu for establishing the Tianshu sect. May it endure for generations. The grand ceremony concluded. Su Mingshu turned around and clasped her hands to everyone. Thank you, friends, for witnessing this. Today a modest banquet has been prepared, not much by way of respect. I hope you don't mind. The banquet was set up in the square outside the hall. Hundreds of tables were lined up, filled with spirit fruits and delicacies, the fragrance of spirit wine wafting in the air. Everyone raised their glasses, the atmosphere lively. During the banquet, Su Mingshu stood up again, sweeping her gaze across the crowd, and said, today, I am grateful for the kindness of all friends. I cannot thank you enough. With the establishment of the Tianshu sect, we need to attract talented individuals. After 3 months, the Tianshu sect will officially begin recruiting disciples. Regardless of whether one aspires to the path of beast mastery or not, they are welcome to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. She paused for a moment and continued, if there are any rogue golden cores willing to join our sect, as guest elders the Tian Shu sect will also welcome them with open arms. Upon her words, a stir suddenly arose in the crowd. Recruiting disciples after 3 months. Also recruiting guest elders. Some rogue golden cores exchanged glances, secretly calculating. Although the Tian Shu sect was newly established, its deep foundations were evident. Moreover, like the Tianling sect, it relied on the Su family, and in Songlong Prefecture few forces dared to provoke it. Afterward, the banquet continued, filled with laughter and joy lasting until dusk. Guests gradually took their leave, and Su Mingshu personally escorted them to the mountain gate. The fierce sun lion lay before the hall, and the purple-blue thunder eagle stood atop the hall. Su Chuan walked to her side, standing with his hands behind his back. "You did well today." Su Mingshu turned her head, smiling slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, father." Su Dang, Su Mingyuan, and others also praised her, making her feel elated. "Mingshu, from now on this will be your sect, and you must manage it well. Daughter understands. One day I will make the Tian Shu sect a top power in Songlong Prefecture. It will be no weaker than the Lei family or Tsang family. Then let's set the goal to surpass them first," Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Time flew by again, and 3 months passed. Many came to the Tian Shu sect to participate in the disciple assessment. There were cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, and even a couple of golden core rogues willing to become guest elders of the Tian Shu sect. Of course, all were at the early golden core level. Not long after, Su Chuan's other divine ability, the Jia Mu Xianling battle armor, was also finally perfected. This divine ability was one Su Chuan had rarely used until now. It seemed useless, but one could only blame Su Chuan for being too strong and having too deep a foundation. However, no matter what, it was still a life-saving defensive technique. With 3 divine abilities perfected, I fear that in terms of divine abilities, I have surpassed many nascent soul cultivators now. Practicing the Qianshin Ju, my divine sense can already split into nearly 14 strands, probably close to the limit of nascent soul's initial divine sense. The Xian Tian Lianshin Ju can still be cultivated further corresponding to the initial nascent soul, but the progress is slow. To cultivate divine sense to the mid-nascent soul stage, it is estimated to take several decades to hundreds of years. Su Chuan sighed softly. He was fortunate, as many in the Su family were practicing the Xian Tian Lianshin Ju, but the vast majority had already stagnated. It was evident that they were not suited for cultivation. Such heavenly techniques, if there were no cultivation difficulties, could easily produce overlord-level nascent soul families. The early stages can help, but over generations there will eventually be outstanding young talents suited to practice this technique. Fortunately, the divine sense secret techniques can be practiced by almost everyone. At least one can cultivate one without issue. But achieving perfection is not easy. This is akin to some powerful techniques recorded in secret arts. Although the cultivation conditions are harsh, once mastered, it grants the ability to traverse the world. It is rarely restrained by others. Divine sense secret techniques also belong to one of the most difficult to cultivate types. Suddenly, Su Chuan's mind stirred. Mingxian contacted me. Is Guyu City finally about to take action? He immediately pulled Su Mingxian and Mei Yun into the Su clan's cave heaven. After a series of inquiries, it was just as he had suspected. Father, although Guyu City is preparing to act as we envisioned, can this truly allow Mei Yun to smoothly enter the Tanling sect? It is indeed hard to say. Su Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, "In that case, I will go personally." "Master, you are going to take action yourself?" Mei Yun asked in surprise. "Naturally, I want to appear in a straightforward manner. It depends on the timing and specific circumstances. If needed, I will take action. So that's how it is. With the master overseeing, I can rest assured. By the way, Mingshuan, what is Guyu City? Once this operation against the Tanlang sect succeeds, how do they plan to respond?" In terms of overall strength, Guyu City is still quite inferior to the Tanling sect. I heard that the elders of Guyu City are seemingly in contact with the Sima family and Yechaos family. Just not sure if they have succeeded in persuading them. Su Chuan thought for a moment. It should have been successful. Why? Gu Xianyu is not foolish. Oh, without guarantees, he would not decide to act. I believe he will soon have you contact me. If my guess is correct, his bargaining chip with the 3 major families of the Tanling court is our Su family. If we join forces with Guyu City, it is still possible to annihilate the Tanling sect. But I think he will set some restrictions on our Su family. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure. Mei Yun smiled slightly. No matter how cunning Gu Xianyu is, he will certainly not escape the palm of the master. Is someone looking for me? Father, I will take my leave first. With that, Su Mingxian exited the Su clan's cave heaven. Master, I will also log off now. Thank you, Elder, for leading the way. Su Mingxian nodded slightly in response, maintaining a calm demeanor. The Elder said nothing further and turned to leave. Su Mingxian followed him through numerous courtyards. After walking along a winding corridor for a while, they finally stopped in front of a tranquil courtyard. The courtyard was small, yet exquisitely elegant. Several tall bamboo plants grew within beneath, which lay a clear pond, where koi swam leisurely. A winding stone path led to the main house, where two plain lanterns hung, casting a gentle light. Please, Taoist Su, the city lord is waiting inside. The elder gestured aside, and then stepped back. Su Mingxian straightened his robe and stepped inside. Inside was a quaint and ancient-looking quiet room. The furnishings were simple, yet elegant. In the center was a long table made of rosewood upon which rested a bronze incense burner, emitting wisps of calming incense smoke. Behind the table sat Gu Xianyu on a low couch, a tea set placed before him, the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. Upon seeing Su Mingxian enter, he smiled slightly and gestured, Taoist Mingxuan, please take a seat. Su Mingxian complied and sat down facing Gu Xianyu across the table. Gu Xianyu personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Su Mingxuan, his movements calm and unhurried. Su Mingxian accepted it with both hands and thanked him, but did not rush to drink. Instead, he waited silently for the other to speak. Gu Xuanyu, unhurried, took a sip of tea before slowly beginning, you should be aware of the previous plan, Taoist Mingxian. Su Mingxian nodded. This plan has a problem. Angering the Tanlang sect may prompt Qi Tianxiong to attack directly. Our Guyu city lacks a fourth-tier great formation, and my strength is significantly inferior to his, so I can't guarantee I can stop him. So the city lord does not agree with the undercover plan. Not at all, Gu Xianyu replied. The Tanlang sect is a common enemy to both our families. Eliminating them would be beneficial to us both. If we could send spies, and that would be excellent. Then he continued, I mean to ask you to invite your father and the Su family's transformed great demon here. If they were here, even if Qi Tianxiong attacked, he would surely return empty-handed in haste. Su Mingxuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he began to ponder, confirming his father's earlier speculations. After a while, he raised his head to look. When I came, my father was still in closed-door cultivation, and I don't know if he has exited yet. Moreover, I am not sure he will definitely come. Understood, Gu Xianyu said. Taoist Mingxuan, feel free to send a message back to inquire. All right, Su Mingxian nodded in response. I will go out of the city to send a message shortly. Then he stood up, cupped his hands in farewell, and left. Gu Xianyu watched him leave. After Su Mingxuan's figure disappeared, he picked up his teacup and took another gentle sip. Taoist Su, you wish to remain uninvolved, but it is not that simple, he murmured to himself, gazing out at the swaying shadows of the bamboo outside, lost in thought. Su Mingxian pretended to send a message, but actually found a secluded place to contact Su Chuan again. He informed him of the situation. Father, just as you suspected, what should we do now? If Guyu City and the three great families, including the Sima clan, breathe together and take a firmer stand, it would be sufficient to withstand the Tanlang sect. Yet I doubt they can achieve that. To eradicate the Tanlang sect, my Su family must take action. Fortunately, we only need top-tier combat power. Our lower-tier cultivators and mid-tier strength can continue developing safely. What if Gu Xianyu requests my Su family to send more people? Su Chuan smiled faintly at Su Mingxuan. Your father and I have been debating this matter, and I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Gu Xianyu knows well that the addition of top-tier combat power is not a problem, but if my Su family dispatches a large number of cultivators, it may evolve into a different level of conflict. Are you suggesting a resurgence of the war between the two factions? In about 7 or 8 days you may reply to Gu Xuanyu, saying that I will visit Guyu City soon. Understood. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Mingxian informed them that Su Chuan had exited his closed-door cultivation and would soon come to Guyu City. Gu Xianyu revealed a smile. Just as he had anticipated, in that case, I must prepare to welcome Taoist Su in advance. Taoist Mingxuan, you should return to rest, Gu Xianyu added. Su Mingxian came to Guyu City not only to assist them, but also to convey the Su family's stance and act as a spy. After all, using the Su clan's cave heaven to relay messages is extremely convenient. 3 days later, Su Chuan arrived in Guyu City with Mou. Gu Xianyu gave them a grand reception. In the main hall, only Gu Xianyu and the top 5 elders along with Su Chuan, Su Mingxuan, and Mou were present. 2 or 3 golden core elders saw the transformed Kuo Long for the first time and felt an immense pressure. It's much stronger than the city lord's aura. The Kuo Long clan is inherently gifted. Entering the transformation stage is far stronger than a cultivator entering the nascent soul stage for the first time. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator would take decades to reach the same level. Yet this Kuro Rong Jinjuan appears quite approachable. It is said that he possesses nascent soul combat power, which seems inconsistent. The city lord places such importance on him. How could he be an ordinary individual? However, his realm is only mid-golden core. It's difficult to imagine how he possesses nascent soul combat power. Indeed, even with high-grade magical treasures, that shouldn't be possible. The few exchanged thoughts through sound transmission, but soon fell silent. Gu Xianyu clasped his fists and smiled. Daoist Kuro Rong and Daoist Moyue, it is an honor to have you come all the way to Guyu City. Please, City Lord, no need for formalities. Su Chuan naturally accompanied him. After setting down his wine cup, he said, my son informed me of some matters. Qi Tianxiong has a grudge against my Su family, so I can naturally agree to help deal with him. But what preparations has Guyu City made? After more than a decade of hiding our strength, it should be about time, right? Do you need my Su family to lead the Songlong alliance to assist? Gu Zuanya's pupils slightly constricted as he smiled. If the two of you assist and work with this city lord to block or even kill Qi Tianxiong, then our chances of victory will certainly increase. However, if the Songlong faction takes a large-scale offensive, this city lord fears it might cause turmoil within the entire Tanlang faction. If it once again evolves into a war between the two factions, it would not be good for either of us, right? In that case, does Guyu City have a chance of winning in the battle between golden cores? I have contacted the heads of the Sima, Nye, and Chao families. They will come to Guyu City in 3 days. You two can meet them together. All right, Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Then I thank Daoist Su, this city lord will toast you both again. It seemed that throughout Gu Xianyu had been in control, but everything was already within Su Chuan's expectations. 3 days later, the heads of the 3 great families of the Tanlang faction, Sima, Nye, and Chao, arrived at Guyu City accompanied by a late Golden Core elder. Sima Patriarch Sima Xiangheng was suddenly startled upon seeing Su Chuan already seated in the hall. He had been heavily wounded by Su Chuan during their previous battle and had fled the battlefield. However, because of that, he had retained much of the Sima family strength. The Nye family patriarch, Nye Jiofeng, and the Chao family patriarch, Chao Yuanqi, had previously teamed up against Su Chuan outside the Yunqi formation. Both sides were evenly matched. However, they knew that long ago, even with their combined strength, they were no match for Su Chuan. Thus, both of them were filled with vigilance. City Lord Gu, the 3 of them clasped their fists, and the Golden Core elder, who followed them, also bowed. You 3, please, no need for formalities, take a seat quickly. Daoist Su and Daoist Moyue, you should all be acquainted. As for this person, he is one of Daoist Zu's offspring, named Su Mingxian. Greetings to the 3 patriarchs. Su Mingxian clasped his fists. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. Nye Jiofeng said, City Lord Gu, you mentioned wanting to form an alliance, though you brought in Daoist Su. They are still the Songlong faction's forces, which might be a loss of righteousness. Daoist Su is merely visiting Guyu City. It just so happens he encounters trouble and intervenes. What's wrong with that? As for the main force, it will naturally be our 4 families, and we can also reach out to other families with grievances against the Tanlang sect. In the last war between the 2 factions, the Tanlang sect suffered the most casualties and has yet to fully recover. You could say they are in a state of weakness. If we join forces regardless of the quality or quantity of golden cores, we can easily crush them. Sima Xiangheng stroked his beard, pondering. That is true, but the golden core stage is not the key to determining the outcome of a battle. Indeed, this patriarch also believes so. Chao Yuanqi chimed in. Are you suggesting it's the nascent soul level? How do you know we don't have any? As he finished speaking, Gu Zuanya's lips curled into a slight smile, and a previously dormant aura suddenly erupted. A nascent soul pressure filled the entire hall, causing even the protective barrier enveloping it to tremble. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage. When did this happen? Why have I never seen the celestial phenomena of the nascent soul? No, back then at the High-Level Trading Conference in Yunqi City, that nascent soul opportunity was obtained by you. The 3 patriarchs were simultaneously astonished. Haha, Gu Xianyu chuckled lightly. Thanks to Daoist Su's favor, this city lord obtained that nascent soul opportunity, and I fortuitously stepped into the nascent soul stage. In our Su family, fairness prevails in trading. We would never be so generous as to give away a nascent soul opportunity. The 3 of them quickly understood that everything was being driven by Su Chuan behind the scenes. He had handed the nascent soul opportunity to Guyu City, which was second only to the Tanlang sect, giving it a foundation to counter the Tanlang sect. He must have foreseen the current scenario where many forces of the Tanlang faction would ally against them. However, would Su Chuan help without gain? Gu Xianyu did not fear inviting the wolf into his house. Seeing the others deep in thought, their gazes flickering, Gu Xianyu continued, everyone, it's actually fine to inform you. Daoist Su had long made an agreement with me to jointly deal with the Tanlang sect. After all, the Tanlang sect has long wished to eliminate the Su family, but the 2 factions have yet to recover from their injuries, coupled with the Su family's rapid growth. By the time they react, it will already be too late. Of course, the Su family will not engage in large-scale conflict. Only Taoist Su and Taoist Mo, you will take action when necessary. Wouldn't you agree, Taoist Su? Gu Xianyu looked over, and the three patriarchs gazed back at him. Rest assured, aside from dealing with Qi Tianxiong, neither I nor my family's supreme elder will personally handle matters concerning your families. If you don't believe me, I can swear a Dao hard oath. But this is predicated on your united front against the Tanlang sect. To be frank, my Su family controls one faction, and currently our reach does not extend to the Tanlang faction. Of course, what the future holds I do not know. It's also possible that the Tanlang faction may once again attack our Songlong faction. Su Chuan spoke sincerely, causing the three patriarchs to believe him to some extent. After all, they shared the same thoughts. But who could have imagined that within just a few years the Su family would gain 2 more nascent soul-level combat powers? And as long as Su Chuan does not expose himself, no one would know about their relationship with him. Daoist, Sima Daoist, Nia Daoist, Chow, how do you feel now? Are you willing to ally with my Guyu city? To stand together and jointly resist the Tanlang sect? They exchanged glances at Gu Xianyu, and then at Su Chuan and Mou. Although Gu Xianyu had revealed his nascent soul strength, shocking them, how could he at the initial stage of nascent soul compete with Qi Tianxiong, who was at the mid-nascent soul stage? However, with Mou present possessing nascent soul combat power, and having slain Shi Dan, even if the three couldn't kill Qi Tianxiong, they had a solid chance to block him. With such strength, defeating the Tanlang sect wouldn't be a significant issue. Ultimately, Guyu City and the three great families of the Tanlang faction reached an alliance, with Su Chuan also swearing a Dao hard oath. Without this, they would not feel at ease. Su Mingxian watched everything unfold, inwardly thinking, is this the calculation of those skilled in the ways of the heavens? Each of them seemed like puppets of his father, moving step by step according to his design. According to his father's expectations, the best outcome would be the death of all nascent souls of the Tanlang faction and heavy injuries among the Golden Cores. The rise of the Motion Merchant Association would follow. However, achieving this step would likely be challenging. Nevertheless, I believe my father has a plan to ensure the Su family benefits as much as possible. Daoist Su, you are wise and resourceful. What suggestions do you have regarding this battle? Gu Xianyu inquired. Naturally, it's not about a heating clash. Such losses would be too great, especially if the Tanlang sect ultimately defends with a 4th-tier great formation. So what's your suggestion? Do not publicly form an alliance. Let Guyu City provoke them while you reveal your nascent soul strength. If Qi Tianxiong comes personally, I will take action. At that point, the Tanlang sect will definitely seek to rally the remaining forces of the Tanlang faction. The emergence of new nascent soul forces will certainly attract the attention of many rogue cultivators. After all, if they make the right choice, they will gain immense benefits. Nie Zhufeng's eyes lit up. You intend for our three families to be recruited by the Tanlang sect, and then turn against them at a critical moment. Exactly, and you must hesitate between choosing Guyu City and the Tanlang sect. Ultimately, due to benefits and the pressure from Qi Tianxiong, you will choose to align with the Tanlang sect. This would reduce their suspicions towards your three families. Moreover, one of your families could choose Guyu City while the other two align with the Tanlang sect. What about the Tanlang sect's protective formation? Leave the formation to me. As long as they leave their nest, I will definitely break their formation. In that case, the Tanlang sect will be thrown into a state of panic. Gu Xianyu and the three patriarchs began to weigh the implications of his words. After considering everything, they realized that Su Chuan's suggestions were genuinely for their own good. Then let's proceed according to Daoist Su's plan. Daoist Sima, what do you three think? They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent. Not long after the three families departed from Guyu City, Su Chuan and Mou remained in the city, awaiting the start of the plan. About half a month later, in the Tanlang faction, the Bone Desolation mountain range, a piece of news exploded like thunder, instantly spreading across a radius of thousands of miles. The cave of the mid-nascent soul demon cultivator White Bone Elder, which had been lost for thousands of years, was discovered. This incident thoroughly stirred the hearts of everyone in the Gongling Mansion. The White Bone Elder is a notorious demon cultivator in the history of the Gongling Mansion. He rose to fame 3,000 years ago, mastering demonic arts to an extraordinary degree, just a step away from becoming a grand cultivator. In terms of combat power, he may not compare to those grand cultivators. However, when it comes to survival techniques, it is said that even grand cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him. He possesses 2 top-tier magical treasures, several high-grade treasures, and his cultivation technique, the White Bone Scripture, along with numerous pills and spiritual materials. In the past, he plundered many forces, and everyone claimed that an astonishing treasure was hidden within his cave. Various rumors became increasingly mysterious and absurd, yet they also made many people envious. In no time, countless loose cultivators, noble families, and merchant associations surged toward the Bone Wasteland mountain range. In the quiet secret chamber of the Lord's mansion, Gu Xianyu looked at Su Chuan across from him, his gaze deep and profound, as he spoke solemnly. Friend Su, is the news about the Bone Wasteland mountain range you're doing? Bone Wasteland mountain range. It seems to be the place we were transported to when we went to the Ganlang mansion with the Ming Immortal. Su Chuan looked at Gu Xianyu in confusion. Lord Gu, what has happened? Gu Xianyu carefully observed Su Chuan's expression. It seems this is indeed not your doing, my friend. Also, a nascent soul cave is not something that can be easily forged. Su Chuan was taken aback at the mention. Is there a nascent soul cave emerging in the Bone Wasteland mountain range? Gu Xianyu nodded slightly. Now this news will likely spread throughout the Ganlang mansion soon. We must set off quickly. After all, if the rumors are true, the owner of that cave has a significant background. You may as well tell me about it. Let's discuss it on the way. Gu Xianyu stood up, sending messages to several Golden Core elders to set off with him. Su Chuan also called for Su Mingxian and Mou to come over. The group gathered in a plaza. Let's go. The cave of the White Bone Elder has appeared. If we can obtain the opportunities within it, will greatly enhance the foundation of our Guxian city. Yes, Lord. Mou, you go into the spirit beast bag first, and I will let you out when the time comes. All right. Mou transformed into a beam of light, entering the spirit beast bag at Su Chuan's waist. The group soared into the sky, creating streams of escape light as they flew toward the Bone Wasteland mountain range. On the way, Gu Xianyu began to speak about the White Bone Elder. The White Bone Elder's real name is no longer traceable. He was originally a loose cultivator. He possessed exceptional talent, but was ruthlessly suspected of obtaining ancient legacies. He plundered in all directions, becoming infamous. Throughout the entire Northwest region, he had a notorious reputation, yet no one could subdue him, allowing him to grow stronger time and again. Ultimately, he reached the peak of the mid-nascent soul realm. Afterward, he gradually faded into obscurity. The white bone scripture he practiced is said to be extremely mysterious, capable of refining white bone puppets and possessing powerful survival techniques. He was once besieged by 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators and still managed to retreat unscathed. There were also grand cultivators who pursued him for hundreds of thousands of miles, yet he escaped unscathed. With his means and supernatural abilities, that cave is likely not easy to breach. However, if he left anything behind before his demise, it certainly wouldn't be ordinary. Hearing you say this, Lord Gu, it seems the White Bone Elder is indeed remarkable. I am quite interested in the items within his cave. Lord Gu, you are indeed courteous. However, we need to ensure that our 2 families can completely occupy this cave. If we can truly achieve that, it is not impossible. The escape light sped along. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at the Bone Wasteland mountain range. I wonder where the cave of the White Bone Elder is, asked an elder from Guxian City. There are fluctuations of battle over there. Let's go take a look. Gu Xianyu looked towards the northwest. The group immediately set off. Over 1,000 miles away, deep within the mountains, a peak shone with spiritual light, enveloped by a yellowish light curtain. This peak was desolate, rarely visited. It is unclear how this formation was triggered. By the time Su Chuan and Gu Xianyu arrived, hundreds of cultivators had already gathered around the peak. All of them had come to inquire from nearby locations. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was Foundation Establishment, and there were over 20 Golden Core cultivators. They were all using spells, magical tools, or treasures to attack the light curtain. The yellowish light curtain only rippled slightly, showing no signs of being broken. More people have arrived. A Golden Core cultivator paused and looked over, seeing Gu Xianyu and the others, his pupils narrowing. Guxian City. As soon as this was said, the others halted as well, all looking at them. One of the Golden Core cultivators, upon seeing Su Chuan, paused his gaze before leaving. The Lord has actually come. This person was none other than Xiao Zhan, the president of the Motian Merchant Association from the nearby Mountain Sea City, and also one of Su Chuan's subordinates. Su Chuan scanned the mountain peak within the yellowish light curtain. The peak was not tall, only about 200 to 300 zhang. About halfway up the mountain, a cave entrance was faintly visible, covered by a layer of ghostly white light curtain. On top of the light curtain, faint white bone phantoms swirled, exuding a chilling aura. This large formation should have reached half-step 4th tier. As for the cave entrance, it is not clear. To investigate, we must first break through the mountain formation. Su Chuan pondered slightly, but what concerned him more was that for thousands of years no one had triggered this large formation. How did it appear at this moment? Could it be that someone has already entered and accidentally triggered the large formation? If so, if we don't find this person, it will be difficult to gain anything. Lord Gu, Xiao Zhan, and several golden core cultivators gathered around. President Xiao is here as well. Gu Xianyu smiled slightly, but it makes sense. Your mountain sea city is not far from here. But it seems you haven't managed to break the large formation. Forgive me, Lord Gu. Xiao Zhan said this formation is indeed formidable. It is likely close to a fourth-tier defensive formation. Gu Xianyu observed intently. The surrounding cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Gu Xian City actually arrived so quickly, it seems other top forces are not far behind. Who would have thought that the White Bone Elder left behind such a powerful defensive formation? For this nascent soul cave, we have no chance to interfere. We can only watch as the major forces compete. If we are lucky, we may get some scraps. Once the Gongling sect arrives, the major benefits will surely go to them. Gu Xianyu transmitted a message to Su Chuan. This large formation seems to be stronger than the formation of our Gu Xian city. It might have reached half-step fourth tier. If you and I take action, even if we join forces, breaking it would still consume a lot of spiritual power, and we might not be able to break it before others arrive. Do you mean we should wait for everyone to gather? Aside from the large formation, the restrictions at the cave entrance also seem a bit mysterious, but I don't know if they are defensive restrictions. As for what is inside, it is even harder to say. Perhaps there are no traps, or perhaps there are numerous dangers. Su Chuan looked at Gu Xuanyu, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Lord Gu, are you perhaps afraid of encountering Qi Tianxiu? Gu Xianyu sighed. Alas, it is something that must be faced in the end. Let us take this opportunity to promote ourselves. Shortly after, several golden core cultivators flew in. Among them was Mei Yun. Naturally, Su Chuan had informed him. Otherwise, according to his temperament, he likely wouldn't have come here to meddle. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. The Sima family, Nye family, and Chao family arrived one after another. They have come, Gu Xianyu suddenly said quietly. From afar, the sound of breaking air rang out. Everyone looked up, and 9 streams of escape light rushed from the north, fierce and imposing with an overwhelming pressure. Leading them was Qi Tianxiong, the sect master of the Gonglang sect, dressed in a dark black brocade robe, his expression cold and his aura vast like the sea, clearly a nascent soul cultivator. Accompanying him was the true lord of the heavenly wolf. Most of the people present revealed expression. Qi Tianxiong stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the crowd. Wherever he looked, no one dared to meet his gaze. Alongside the true lord of the heavenly wolf were 7 golden core real people. 1 in the early stage, 2 in the mid-stage, and 4 in the late stage. We greet Sect Master Qi. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed in greeting. Only Gu Xuanyu, Su Chuan, and the others remained unmoving. Su Chuan, you are actually here. Qi Tianxiong's pupils narrowed slightly, his killing intent surging. It seems you are tired of living, coming here to seek death. Friend Qi, Su Chuan is a distinguished guest invited by our Gu Xian city. Is it appropriate for you to treat him this way? What are you? Qi Tianxiong unleashed an astonishing pressure that enveloped Gu Xianyu. Yet Gu Xianyu showed no change in expression. Wait your cultivation level. Previously, he had not carefully probed the divine sense of each person here. Gu Xianyu also tried his best to conceal his aura. His methods of concealing it were far inferior to Su Chuan's and could not hide from the divine sense of a nascent soul. So you have reached the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing this, everyone present was greatly astonished. The true lord of the heavenly wolf revealed an expression of disbelief. The nascent soul opportunity from the Yunxi conference actually fell into your hands. You people from Guxian City have really kept a low profile. After so many years without showing up, you must have been consolidating your realm. So feeling that your strength is stable, now you are not afraid of me, the sect master. Or have you found your... As he spoke, his gaze like a blade turned towards Su Chuan. His killing intent towards Su Chuan far surpassed that toward Gu Xianyu. Sect Master Qi, your gaze is indeed terrifying. However, if you wish to find someone to fight, I can find you a worthy opponent. Upon finishing, a black light burst forth from the spirit beast bag, transforming into the human form of Mou. You carry your Su family shape-shifting spirit beast with you. It seems you are truly afraid of death. Qi Tianxiong's gaze toward Mou carried a sense of caution. He could suppress Mou, but would find it hard to kill him, especially since Su Chuan's strength was not weak. It was evident that Gu Xianyu was also in league with Su Chuan. If a fight broke out, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, if Su Chuan took action, most of the Golden Core elders he brought would likely be killed. The Gongling sect was no longer as powerful as before, and its control over the Gongling mansion had weakened considerably. If 6 or 7 more Golden Cores died, he would likely be left to maintain the facade alone. Naturally, I am afraid of death, otherwise I wouldn't have walked this path in pursuit of immortality, Chuan responded with a smile. As long as he had a thick enough skin, no one could pierce through it. This sect master will not engage in verbal disputes with you. This nascent soul cave originated from my Gonling mansion. It has nothing to do with your Songlong mansion. What sect master Qi said is utterly wrong. I came here at the invitation and just happened to arrive when this cave emerged. Isn't that a sign of fate? If I were in Songlong, even if I knew the news, I wouldn't be able to arrive here so quickly. Since the heavens granted me this opportunity, how can I not fight for it? To those who contribute to breaking the formation, everyone will share in the spoils. Of course, if there are treasures, there will be fierce competition, and one must be prepared to lose their life. Moreover, we still don't know what the situation in the cave is like. Fighting to the death is bound to happen. It would be foolish not to act. Or do you Gonling sect think you can monopolize this cave? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned toward the Gonling sect's group. The pressure from dozens of golden core cultivators made even the true lord of the heavenly wolf perspire. Then let it be as you say. Chuan was deliberately stirring the emotions of those around him. However, he also understood that it would be impossible to incite them to attack the Gonling sect. Even if they could kill all the golden cores, they could not leave Tianxiong. Most of the people were rooted in the Gonling mansion and could not withstand the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator. Many golden core loose cultivators were delighted to hear this. In that case, let us not waste time and act together, otherwise as time goes on more people will only show up. The three nascent souls, dozens of golden cores, and hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators acted together. Hundreds or thousands of streams of light fell upon the yellowish light curtain. The formation buzzed and trembled violently. Even a half-step fourth-tier formation could only hold for a short while. It broke. A group of people revealed joyful expressions. Let's go. As Qi Tianxiong's voice fell, he led the true lord of the heavenly wolf toward the cave halfway up the mountain. Gu Xuanyo Su Chuan and the others closely followed. Then came the three major demonic families, and finally the remaining golden core forces and golden core loose cultivators. As for the foundation establishment cultivators, they looked at each other hesitant. With dozens of golden cores participating, any one of them could easily annihilate dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they could gain something in the process, unless they were lucky and did not encounter others on the way, they would find it impossible to bring anything out. Of course, fortune favors the brave. Some still wish to test their luck. Qi Tianxiong sent a golden core elder to attack the ghostly white light curtain. It seemed not to be an offensive type. Without hesitation, he led people to rush in. Chuan paused slightly. What is it, friend Su? Is there something wrong? I just feel that this light curtain is somewhat peculiar. It won't stop people from entering. If there is a problem, we will take it step by step. Moreover, do you think a mere nascent soul cave can truly block several nascent souls? What you said makes sense. You go in first, and I will enter shortly after. Gu Xianyu glanced at Chuan. Let's go. After saying that, he led the people from Guxian City to charge in. The other forces also did not hesitate and dove into the light curtain. Soon at the entrance of the cave, only Chuan and his two companions remained. Mei Yun had no intention of entering. What do you think? Chuan asked in a low voice. This restriction doesn't seem dangerous for the child, however there is a sense of danger within the cave. Is that so? Chuan stroked his chin, but it feels like there may be treasures. It's hard to say, but there should be something to gain. Chuan pondered for a moment and said, let's go in. Yes. Su Mingxian and Mou followed Chuan inside. However, just as they entered, Chuan suddenly stopped and turned to attack the restriction. This attack did not penetrate like before, but landed on the light curtain. Only entering, not exiting, is it a confinement array? Soon Chuan noticed a white skeletal mark appearing on the back of his left hand. What is this? Father, I have one here too. It can't be removed, Mou said. Interesting, it seems the white bone sage truly possesses formidable methods. Hey, let's go in and take a look. Since we are here, we might as well settle down. The others only noticed the skeletal mark on their hands later, but paid little attention to it. The cave passage was narrow. Before long, 3 forks appeared ahead. After those 3, there were 3 more. The paths became even more convoluted, twisting and turning. Why does it feel like a maze, and it also blocks divine sense detection? Is this truly the work of the white bone sage? Could it be that he is skilled in formations and restrictions as well? This possibility is not out of the question. This method resembles an attempt to disperse people to fight each other. Su Mingxian expressed his disgust, saying this white bone sage truly has a wicked sense of humor. They walked a bit further. Suddenly a voice rang out, audible to almost everyone in the cave. This place is the cave where my master the white bone sage passed away. It is a maze. Within the walls of the maze are mechanisms and some small gifts left by my master. However, you have surely noticed that in here divine sense cannot be used, so you can only trigger the mechanisms yourself. As for what you can obtain, it all depends on your luck. However, to receive my master's legacy, you must be the last person remaining in the maze. Only then will you be qualified to obtain it. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to fight to the death. Stop playing tricks. Show yourself servant of the sect. Otherwise I will destroy this maze. The furious voice of P16 faintly echoed. So there is also a nascent soul expert arriving. It seems my master's allure is indeed considerable. I can assure you there are indeed top-tier treasures preserved here. However, if you destroy the maze, it will undoubtedly trigger the explosion of the formations here. Under such a chain reaction, even a nascent soul might not survive. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Father, is what this voice says true? Those skilled in formations and restrictions can indeed achieve this. Ming Xian set up restrictions in our Su residence. They can trigger a chain explosion. However, this is a last resort. The triggering conditions are known only to Ming Xian and me. So what do we do now? Let's move forward and keep an eye out. There might be secret doors within the walls, or perhaps the exit of the maze is where the voice originated. This white-bone sage has a murderous intent. With so many golden core experts fighting, blood will surely flow like rivers. Chuan chuckled. Do you really think everyone will believe that? Of course, if there are truly hidden treasures within the maze walls, then conflict is inevitable. They had not walked long before they encountered a golden core demon cultivator from the greedy wolf sect. Upon seeing Chuan and the others, the man quickly trembled and clasped his hands, saying, I have met with the true monarch of Withering and the demon lord Mou. Chuan waved his hand. The man, as if granted amnesty, immediately darted down another passage and vanished in an instant. After wandering for half an hour, Chuan ran into Gu Xianyu and the others, including Xiao Zhan and Qi Tianxiong. Because of Chuan's presence, Qi Tianxiong did not dare to allow his sect's golden core elders to disperse freely. If they encountered Chuan, he surely would not hold back. Moreover, in this maze he was restrained. The surface of the maze had a high-grade formation restriction difficult for golden core cultivators to destroy, but it could not stop a few strikes from a nascent soul. Before confirming the truth of the mysterious voice, he did not dare to act lightly. As for the maze's divine sense restrictions, he had tried several times, and it was indeed true. Even his mid-nascent soul divine sense could not fully penetrate a wall to see the situation on the other side. This shows how strong the divine sense restrictions here are. After another 2 or 3 hours, Su Mingxian asked, Father, is there really an exit to this maze? It is somewhat unusual. If I am not mistaken, some of these walls may not actually exist. What do you mean? Keep walking. Chuan began continuously probing the surroundings with his divine sense. After a quarter of an hour, he said, found it. Chuan stood before a wall with Su Mingxian. What's wrong with this wall? It is condensed from an illusion. No way. Su Mingxian approached to touch it. That's not right. It has texture. A third-tier illusion, it already has the ability to affect the golden core's spirit subconsciously, making you feel that this place cannot be traversed. Close your eyes and walk forward. Su Mingxian did not doubt it, and directly complied. He truly walked through the wall. Mou was astonished. Impressive, you actually knew this. That voice deliberately emphasized that the wall cannot be probed by divine sense to prevent people from investigating. Even if someone tries, only a fully realized golden core's divine sense can see through it. Such places covered by illusions should be rare, unless by coincidence after several attempts everyone would stop relying on divine sense. Eventually, they would be trapped here like ordinary people. Over time, even if they initially restrained themselves from conflict, continuous skirmishes would likely occur. Truly insidious. Mou said, indeed, this is my first time seeing such an arrangement. Chuan said lightly, let's go. I am very curious about the identity of that mysterious voice. They passed through the wall. A small maze trap. Father, you've got it covered, Su Mingxian said with a smile, buttering him up. Chuan shook his head. They continued forward, discovering more than a dozen places arranged with illusions. Naturally, Chuan would not inform the others. After all, he was very interested in the so-called legacy left by the white-boned sage. Eventually, the three of them broke through the maze and arrived at the true cave. This place was no different from an ordinary cave. There was a spacious hall, several stone chambers, and a quiet room for meditation. The few stood in the hall when suddenly a white skeletal figure clad in black robes walked out from around the corner with 2 green flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. Its mouth opened and closed, not making a clicking sound, but speaking normally. It was indeed the mysterious voice they had heard earlier. Dear friends, you truly are clever. You solved my master's maze in less than a day. You have a connection with my master, but only one can inherit my master's legacy. It scans Chuan and the others. If this skeleton had flesh, it would surely reveal a slight smirk at this moment. Chuan said with a faint smile, your provocation is truly crude. This is my son, and this is my spirit pet. What do you want? The white skeletal figure paused slightly. I see. You please follow me. I will take you to receive my master's legacy. Chuan examined the white skeletal figure, noticing its bones emitting a faint golden glow, clearly not ordinary. On its exposed left hand, there was a black ring on its middle finger. They followed the white skeletal figure to the meditation room. After opening the restriction, it said, my master sat here in meditation. You go in first. Chuan said. The white skeletal figure did not refuse. On the cold jade bed in the meditation room sat a white skeletal figure in a meditative posture. Its attire gave a very strange feel. There was a black ring on its finger and a storage bag at its waist. In front of the cold jade bed, there was a faint blue light, curtain hazy and indistinct. That is my master, the white bone sage. All the master's remains are in that storage ring. You can go take it. You go. The white skeletal figure said, don't make it difficult for me. There are restrictions there. As a puppet made by the master, I cannot approach it. What you said truly makes it hard for me to believe. Then where did the ring in your hand come from? It is quite similar to the one on the white bone sage. The master made several storage rings, all of this style. This one in my hand was given to me by my master in his lifetime. I see. How should I address you? The master named me Guda. Friend Gu. Chuan smiled at him. How about we make a deal? I do not want the white bone sage's relics anymore. Just leave them for future generations, but I can't come here empty-handed. How about you give me the ring in your hand? This. The flame in Guda's eye sockets flickered wildly. If you insist on this, then. Guda suddenly struck its white hand like jade, reaching for Su Mingxuan's neck. Yet in the next moment, a colorful shield enveloped Su Mingxuan, blocking Guda's hand. The moment Guda was pushed back, Mo raised his hand, forming a massive dragon claw that tightly gripped its body, crushing it, as though to shatter it. However, Guda's entire body shone with a faint golden light, resisting against Mo's dragon claw. Su Mingxian seized the opportunity to form a seal and threw out a purple net to envelop it. Another high-grade treasure, Guda exclaimed. However, he clearly could not break free in a short time. After Guda was firmly ensnared by the purple flame net, Mo finally dispersed the condensed black dragon claw. As a top-tier binding high-grade treasure, the purple flame net was worth at least as much as an ordinary top-tier treasure. Even a nascent soul cultivator trapped within it would find it difficult to escape in a short time. Of course, Su Mingxian had not yet fully refined it, so it still had flaws. But at this moment, dealing with Guda was not an issue. Chuan smiled faintly. Friend Gu, this is somewhat unethical of you. If you do not wish to give it, simply refuse. Why resort to violence and make things so awkward? I truly underestimated you, young one. You need not provoke me with words. If it weren't for your discoveries, how could you have suddenly made such a request? However, I am quite curious, at what point did you realize my identity? I do not believe I revealed any flaws. Father, what does he mean? Haven't you figured it out? He is the white bone sage. Upon hearing this, Mo and Su Mingxian immediately looked at the skeleton in disbelief. Impossible. How could a human live for thousands of years unless he has transcended into a god? Mo said. Do you think he can still be considered human? It leans more towards being a corpse. His current state should be a special white bone puppet refined using his own soul as material. Chuan looked at the white skeletal figure and said, white bone sage, I guessed correctly, didn't I? So what if you did? Junior actually admires you greatly. This method is akin to suicide, and the success rate should be quite low. If one day you approach your end, perhaps you will seek methods of longevity like I have. Perhaps. Young man, you still haven't told me how you discovered my identity. The white bone sage continued to press. He thought to himself that he had not revealed any flaws. It's nothing much. I just like to ponder various possibilities and guess at them. As for why I suspected you, it was because of what you said after we entered. What was wrong with those words? Didn't the rest of the people become trapped in the maze? Even that mid-nascent soul demon cultivator was no exception. It was indeed clever rhetoric, but it was precisely because it was too clever. I had heard that the white bone sage could refine white bone puppets. Thus, when I first heard the voice, my immediate reaction was to guess that it was the puppet you left behind. But after some thought, such intelligence is not something just anyone can achieve. In ancient times, perhaps someone could refine puppets with intelligence, but it is certainly not something a nascent soul can accomplish, let alone something so human-like. At that time, I guessed this possibility, but I could not be certain. Once inside, Chuan smiled. That white skeletal figure on the cold jade bed must be the culprit that accidentally intruded. It likely caused the cave's array to activate. It feels like its cultivation is not high, perhaps at foundation establishment or the early golden core stage. You even guessed this. The white bone sage was even more shocked. This person caused thousands of years of my hiding to come to ruin. He truly deserves to die. At that time I was in deep sleep, and by the time I noticed it was already too late. Chuan slightly nodded. The white bone sage looked at Chuan and continued, speak, how do you plan to deal with me? It's not impossible for me to hand over all my treasures, but you must swear to spare my life. Otherwise, I am confident that before you can kill me, I will destroy this spatial ring. Once it is destroyed, the items inside will fall into the spatial rift and turn to dust. Chuan shook his head. What do you mean? Do you not wish to kill me? Or do you not want my treasures? I wish to invite you to join my Su family. From the arrangement of this cave alone, Senior, you should be a prodigy skilled in formations, illusions, puppetry, and artifact refining, right? Although none reach the 4th tier, you can certainly be deemed a prodigy. I believe this has to do with your transformation into this form. Over the long years you have lost your cultivation realm, but have been able to study the techniques of immortality. The white bone sage felt that Chuan was somewhat terrifying, as if there was nothing he could hide from him. He sighed slightly. Illusions are something I newly learned, the rest I had dabbled in during my lifetime. But over the course of thousands of years they all have improved significantly. My Su family is based on various immortal arts, making it perfect for talents like you. Is it just because of this? Your Su family belongs to the righteous path, right? Aren't you afraid that my joining will provoke the surrounding forces? Who dares? Chuan snorted coldly. The Songlong sect regards my Su family as supreme. With the power to suppress all voices, what is there to fear? The words of others. The white bone sage pondered for a moment and said, are you not afraid of my verbal agreement? What if I go back on my word? Of course there will be corresponding measures, which is to recognize me as your master. Senior, your current state is similar to that of the white bone puppet. Both can be refined, right? No way. The white bone sage immediately shouted angrily upon hearing this. Mo, you scoffed. You should take a look at your current state. I am merely a spirit pet under his command. You currently only match the full strength of a golden core, so what is there to be proud of? White bone sage, my father does not regard Uncle Mou as a spirit beast, but as a partner, as family. As long as he does not violate the rules of the Su family, he has never prohibited Uncle Mou from doing anything. He is very free. As for the spirit beast contract, it is merely a form of assurance. After all, when my Su family encountered Uncle Mou, we were just a small chi refinement family, without even a foundation establishment cultivator. And at that time, he was already a peak 3rd tier existence. He was just imprisoned. If it weren't for the spirit beast contract, how would my Su family dare to easily assist him in escaping? Upon hearing Su Mingxuan's words, the white bone sage's attitude softened slightly. Mou continued, with the help of the Su family, I have stepped into the transformation phase. In addition, Chuan has also cultivated a 4th tier corpse king and a 4th tier ghost king. If it were not for your skills, he truly would not have looked at you. Even a peak 3rd tier demon beast is of no interest to him. With a 4th tier transforming demon by your side, how could he care about a 3rd tier demon beast? The white bone sage silently complained within. However, hearing that Chuan had also cultivated a 4th tier corpse king and a 4th tier ghost king, it was enough to refresh the white bone sage's understanding. Back then he had exerted all his efforts, but had never managed to refine a 4th tier white bone puppet. Yet this young man before him had already cultivated a 4th tier great demon, a 4th tier corpse king, and a 4th tier ghost king. If he had heard this news during his lifetime, he would have considered it a wild fantasy. Even great cultivators would find it hard to achieve such feats. Why do I feel that you are deceiving me? Is there really someone in this world who can do that? You a prisoner, do I need to lie to you? Chuan, let those two fellows come out and show themselves. Chuan promptly released the corpse king and the ghost king. Some things are simply unbelievable unless seen with one's own eyes. How did you do it? The white bone sage asked in surprise. I can only say it is due to fate. The white bone sage understood clearly that these were not mere words. He himself possessed a certain great fortune, otherwise it would be difficult for a mere loose cultivator to rise to prominence in the western and northern regions as a devilish overlord. But it was evident that the fortune on Chuan was far greater than his own. Master, the corpse king and the ghost king respectfully bowed to Chuan. Have you digested the resources provided? Almost done, the blood fiend ghost king replied. They had all been granted superior offensive and defensive magical treasures, along with quite a few golden core cultivators' essence souls and bodies. The blood fiend had even devoured a peak early stage nascent soul. His aura was much stronger than that of the profound corpse king. Given the unique nature of his Ghost King status, even now he could contend with mid-stage nascent soul cultivators without much issue. If the Corpse King and the Ghost King worked together, one engaging in close combat, while the other attacked from a distance with spiritual assault, they could definitely suppress ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. This means that the two of them could deal with Qi Tianxiong. However, Su Chuan did not want to expose their connection to the Su family, hence he opted for the current approach against the Greedy Wolf sect. The Blood Fiend Ghost King noticed the White Bone Sage trapped under the purple flame bag. Master, the quality of this White Bone's soul seems very high. If I were to receive it, I could surely expedite my advancement to the mid-4th tier. Su Chuan replied, you should completely refine the nascent soul of the previous Tiangui sect elder first. That one I still have use for. Alright then, what a pity. You all can go back now. Su Chuan then proceeded to put them away. The White Bone Sage felt a chill run down his spine. Facing the Blood Fiend Ghost King, he had an innate sense of being restrained. Senior, have you made your considerations? I do not wish to spend too much time here. If you truly believe you have lived enough, I can send you back to the heavens and the earth. You bastard. The White Bone Sage cursed furiously. To conform to the heavenly way, he should have died thousands of years ago. After pondering for a long while, the White Bone Sage sighed. Do you really not plan to restrain me? What I value is your immortal arts. As long as you do not violate the rules of the Su family, you are free. In terms of identity, you will be an elder of my Su family, enjoying the rights of an elder. Alright, I will trust you this once, said the White Bone Sage. Actually, I have grown tired of staying here. But I do not dare to return to the mortal realm. That is why I have stayed here all this time. Then the White Bone Sage handed over his core for Su Chuan to refine. After refining, Su Chuan could feel a mental connection established between himself and the White Bone Sage. Can you enter a storage ring? Essentially, I am also a puppet, so naturally I can. However, the spatial ring I possess cannot. Only special spatial artifacts like the Ing Corpse bag would work. The White Bone Sage hesitated for a moment. However, since I recognize you as my master, these should rightfully belong to you. But if I need materials in the future, your Su family must be responsible for collecting them. That is only natural. The White Bone Sage unbound the ring's master authority and handed it over to Su Chuan. Su Chuan smiled slightly. After I take what is useful, I will return the remaining items and the ring to you. Thank you, Dao friend Su. By the way, is that skeleton on the cold jade bed's ring also a spatial ring? That is just an ordinary ring. Spatial rings require spatial materials. Although I can refine them, I currently do not have the corresponding materials. Are there any other useful items? They should all be in that ring. Then the white bone mark on our hands should be some sort of restriction, right? The White Bone Sage nodded. Anyone who enters through the cave's restrictions will bear this mark. Those who possess this mark will be trapped within it. How can it be broken? A nascent soul-level divine sense can forcibly erase it over time, or using this method of unsealing can also remove it. This is the method of unsealing. The White Bone Sage imparted the unsealing method through divine sense. The method is not difficult, and it can be learned in just a few hours. Su Chuan specifically created a jade slip of the technique, leaving it here, and then put the White Bone Sage into the storage ring. He then wandered through the other rooms. Indeed, there was nothing of value. Only then did he clear the traces and leave. Following that was a series of coincidences that subtly revealed the existence of the illusionary wall. Soon the news reached the ears of others. With everyone's cooperation, they quickly found the true location of the cave. White Bone Sage. Tian Lang, you go retrieve the inheritance. I will block the others. Tian Lang, the true monarch, immediately rushed over and reached for the black ring on the skeleton's hand on the cold jade bed. But as he charged in, he suddenly came under attack. Sect Master, this is a trap. Tian Lang screamed as countless arcs of electricity engulfed him. The ancient Xin Yu and Mo Yue, who had originally intended to fight desperately, immediately halted. Su Chuan said, if that skeleton is not the White Bone Sage's corpse, then where could it be? Could there be a secret chamber? Ancient Xin Yu speculated, then smiled at Qi Tianxiong. Dao friend Qi, the power of that formation's restriction seems considerable. If you do not save him, he is likely to die here sooner or later. Let's go check other areas. He smiled as he led people away. Qi Tianxiong gritted his teeth, but true monarch Tian Lang had the potential to break into the nascent soul stage, so he naturally could not let him perish here. He could only work with the other Golden Core elders to break the formation. The jade slip left by Su Chuan was soon discovered. So the white bone restriction at the cave's entrance is not ineffective. Once there is a white bone mark, one cannot leave anymore. In that case, let us make the unsealing method in this jade slip public. The one who obtained the jade slip did not dare to keep it to himself. After all, it would incur the wrath of many. In just a short time, Qi Tianxiong forcibly broke the formation of the cold jade bed. He discovered that the ring was fake and smashed the skeleton into powder with a palm. Someone sighed. I originally thought there would be treasures left by the white-boned sage here, but turned out to be a wasted trip. Aren't there still those records we can take back? It's not entirely without gains. This place should merely be a false tomb set by the white-boned sage. His true resting place is not here. It has to be so. A look at this shabby place. How could it possibly match the illustrious reputation of the white-boned sage? However, he indeed made a grand effort. A mere false tomb took up so much energy. If it weren't for coincidence, we would still be trapped in that maze today. Even if Su Chuan did not bring it up, there would always be someone who would fill in the gaps and help him complete the narrative. Dao friend Su. Ancient Xian, you suddenly transmitted a message to Su Chuan. Since there are no treasures here, there's no need to worry anymore. After we go out, I will launch a surprise attack on true monarch Tianlang. We'll have a confrontation with the greedy wolf sect. As for whether your Su family's undercover can use this opportunity to enter the greedy wolf sect, it depends on his luck. That works. After a while, those with higher comprehension levels had all learned the unsealing method. After breaking the white bone mark on their palms, they immediately chose to leave this place. Many golden cores exited the cave. Numerous golden core cultivators displayed a dejected demeanor. Suddenly, a fierce black light erupted from the crowd, charging towards the pale figure that had just stepped out of the cave. This figure was none other than true monarch Tianlang. He had sustained considerable injuries from the formation's restrictions. Qi Tianxiong was not far away. Upon noticing, he immediately formed a hand sign and conjured a wolf shadow to disperse the black light. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the source of the attack. Ancient Xianyu, you court death. With that, he charged towards Ancient Xianyu like black lightning, ready to smash his fist into his forehead. But a figure appeared before him faster, also throwing a punch. Boom! An incredible wave of air exploded. Qi Tianxiong and that figure were both forced back several steps. Mo, where are you also going to interfere in the matters between me and Ancient Xianyu? A flash of green light appeared. Su Chuan appeared not far behind Mou with a faint smile, saying, "We came as guests to Ancient Xian City. If Sect Master Qi were to kill my master, how could we act as guests?" Qi Tianxiong gritted his teeth in anger, no longer talking nonsense, and immediately engaged in a skirmish with Mo, Yue commanding. The rest returned to the greedy wolf sect immediately. Ancient Xian Yu's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly retreated, avoiding this palm. He had not expected to achieve a single blow kill. He only needed to severely injure true monarch Tianlang, and that would be sufficient. True monarch Tianlang was about to leave. Tianlang, my friend, I believe it would be better for you to die here today. Ancient Xian Yu rushed toward true monarch Tianlang. The 4 golden core elders belonging to Ancient Xian City also simultaneously acted, each charging towards the golden core elders of the greedy wolf sect. Songlong treasure umbrella. As the voice sounded, a blue-gold umbrella appeared in Su Chuan's hand. Radiant light fell, protecting his entire body. The treasure umbrella spun rapidly. Flying sword come out. Su Chuan formed a sword sign with his hand. With a series of ringing sounds, 28 flying swords shot out. Among them, 24 were incomplete Songlong sword formations, assisting Mou in attacking Qi Tianxiong. The rest flew towards the golden cores of the greedy wolf sect. After all, relying solely on 4 golden cores from Ancient Xian City was not enough to contend with the 7 golden cores of the greedy wolf sect. In an instant, the scene became completely chaotic. The golden core cultivators from other factions were startled upon witnessing this, retreating and keeping their distance from this battlefield. No one dared to interfere in the life-and-death struggle between the 2 major nascent soul factions. Sima Xiangheng, Nie Jiufeng, and Xiao Yuanxi led the golden core elders of the 3 families to stand in the air at a distance. The 3 families were not far apart. They exchanged glances, seeing the same intention reflected in each other's eyes. They watched coldly. Su Chuan's flying swords were unmatched in sharpness. In just a moment, 2 golden cores of the greedy wolf sect were injured. Another quarter of an hour passed. One of the latest stage golden core elders was entangled by the latest stage golden core elder of Ancient Xian City. Su Chuan urged a flying sword from behind, wanting to pierce through his back heart. The elder noticed it, but it was too late to dodge. Just as it was about to penetrate through, clang! A primitive large seal flew in from the side, violently colliding with the lethal sword. The sword light was deflected several feet, whistling past the elder's ear. Su Chuan frowned and looked up. He saw a figure leap out from the crowd of loose cultivators and land beside the golden core elder. He reached out to retrieve the large seal. This person was Mei Yun. However, after passing Su Chuan's concealment, In disguise he now appeared as an old man. He was not called Mei Yun but Yun Mei. The late death greedy wolf sect elder who had narrowly escaped took the opportunity to push back the ancient Xian city elder. Then still shaken he turned to Mei Yun and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Dao friend. No need. Yun merely disapproves of their sudden treacherous behavior. A mere loose cultivator, how dare you?" Su Chuan formed a hand sign, and the sword of the Canglong besieging Qi Tianxiong suddenly flew toward the battlefield of the golden cores. "Dao friend Yun, let's fend off together." "All right. Mountain River seal block for me." Black Xianxiu. Yun recently traveled through Tanlang Fu. Who exactly is this man? Judging by his cultivation aura, he appears to be only mid-golden core. I see. An elder of Tanlang sect said he is Kurong Jinjuan called Su Chuan. His renown, I imagine, has already spread throughout the entire Northwest. I had heard whispers while traveling and took them for mere rumor. How dangerous could a mid-golden core be? Indeed, everyone thought so, yet Kurong Jinjuan is a monster far beyond ordinary imagination. "Here we go again," Mei Yun shouted. The two dared not trade blows with Su Chuan any further. At that moment Qi Tianxiong roared in fury, "Su Chuan, if you slay my Tanlang sect elder, I will see to it that my sect lays siege to your Yunchi city." He carved out a slash of axelight that shattered the sword of the Azure Dragon. Su Chuan paid it no mind, and only smiled faintly. "Shi Daoyun stormed my Yunchi city alone. Now his grave grass grows 3 zhang high." Qi Tianxiong's face turned an ashen iron. Entangled by Mo Yue, he could not free his hands to strike down Su Chuan quickly. More pressing was the pursuit by Gu Xianyu after Tianlang Jinjuan, which worried him still. "A fine opportunity. Dao friend Yun, come with me. You have offended Su Chuan. In all of vast Tanlang Fu, my sect alone can shield you now." "Very well. By what name may I address you?" "I am surnamed Ding, an elder of Tanlang sect." The two of them immediately flew off for the distance. The remaining Tanlang elders naturally dared not continue the entanglement, and one by one seized moments to flee. In the blink of an eye, only Qi Tianxiong remained. But soon after, Tianlang Jinjuan returned panting and shouting, "Sect Lord, save me." Realizing he could not fully shake off Gu Xuanyo, he had turned back to seek Qi Tianxiong. "A worthless creature," Qi Tianxiong muttered under his breath. Gripping his battle axe, he carved out a colossal black axelight spanning tens of zhang. "Mo, you dared not meet that blade," and withdrew. Qi Tianxiong flashed over and stood beside Tianlang Jinjuan. "Get lost," he snapped, then sent another axelight that did not employ the full force of his previous strike. Even Gu Xianyu was driven back, showing there remained a tangible gap between the two. "Gu Xuanyo, Su Chuan, I have marked this hatred. Wait for me." He seized Tianlang Jinjuan by the shoulder and immediately used the teleportation art to flee. In scarcely the blink of an eye, he was gone. "Sect Lord," Qi retreated. "Tanlang sect has tasted humiliation for the first time. Did you not see the 3 nascent soul forces on Guyu City's side? Guyu City and Tanlang sect. Tanlang Fu can only hold one power. This place is destined to convulse." The chaos in Canglong Fu was quelled by the Su family alone. Who knows whether Tanlang Fu will see a similar power arise? "You overestimate. Houses like the Su are rare, perhaps once in a millennium," the crowd murmured. Seeing the battle end, they prepared to depart. Gu Xianyu suddenly laughed. "Forgive me, fellow cultivators. Guyu City and Tanlang sect can only leave one here. We have suffered under Tanlong's yoke long enough. If any desire to break free from Tanlang sect's rule, come forge an alliance with Guyu City. Guyu City will return Tanlang Fu to a just order." Then he turned to Su Chuan and said, "Dao friend Su, let us return to Guyu City." Su nodded and followed him away. The others dispersed with heavy hearts. Midway, Su Chuan suddenly halted. "Lord Gu, I must first return to Canglong Fu briefly to prepare for the future dismantling of Tanlang sect's grand formation. I will have Mou and Ming Xian remain in Guyu City for the moment." Gu Xianyu pondered, then agreed, "Very well, Dao friend Su, go and return swiftly." Su Chuan bowed faintly and flew toward Canglong Fu. Gu Xianyu gave the matter little thought. Yet these were but his words of convenience. Naturally, the breaking of the formation required Su Mingxian, but there was no need for personal notification. Midway, Su Chuan altered his appearance, becoming a white-haired elder and donned a black robe. He then strode into Shanghai City with careless boldness. Not long after, Su Chuan sensed Xiao Zhan's return to Shanghai City and immediately linked his spirit to him. Xiao Zhan moved and told the other 3 guild elders, "You may return. The guild master has matters to attend." They exchanged looks and cupped their fists. "Understood, guild master." In the Motian Shanghui, Xiao Zhan's word was law. He was the only one at late golden core in the guild, and now his arts had ripened. He possessed a superior treasure at his side. With the guild's cultivation resources at his disposal, his power had steadily risen these years, approaching the upper echelons of Golden Core. In decades or centuries, more reaching consummation of the Golden Core would be easily attainable. In disguise and concealing his tracks, he came to an inn to meet Su Chuan. Inside a private room, Xiao Zhan entered and saluted. "Greetings, venerable lord." No need for ceremony. Su Chuan flicked his sleeve and set another layer of ceiling within the room. "Please be seated." "Yes." Xiao Zhan quickly asked, "Venerable lord, summon me for what? Do you require the guild to scout the White Bone Master's cave in Tanling Fu?" Su Chuan shook his head, plucked up a dish, and tasted it casually, replying, "Things are not entirely as desired. Consider my Su family's Huanghe Tower in Yunqi City. How can Shanghai City compare to the bustling Yunqi City? Yet I will endeavor to improve it and strive to approach that standard." Xiao Zhan felt uneasy. "No need for apprehension. I do not mean that. I came to inform you that Immortal Shanghui must rise another level." "Rise another level?" Xiao Zhan lifted his head. "Venerable lord, the guild ranks only below Tanlang Sect, Guyu City, and the three great houses. To advance further," he continued, "we must recruit more late Golden Core experts, perhaps even Golden Core consummates. Yet that would greatly dilute my control within the guild. I will first introduce someone to you." Su Chuan smiled faintly and toyed with his storage ring. A skeletal figure in a black robe manifested within the room. A white bone automaton. Could it have come from that false cave? "It looks extraordinary. Venerable lord's fortune truly abounds." "Foolish Baigu Shangren said. Dao friend Su, compared to you, others are like simpletons." Su Chuan smiled. "This is an elder of my Su family. Henceforth, he will act as my proxy within Tanling Fu. Should I be absent, he shall be the Mo Tian Zuanju in private. You may call him Mr. Gu." The white bone elder stirred at this and turned to look at Su Chuan. In its empty sockets, two dim ghost fires flickered. Xiao Zhan's heart stirred, as well, harboring doubt about the white bone automaton's true identity. One who could be treated thus by Su Chuan was no ordinary being. Su Chuan faced Baigu Shangren and asked, "Brother Gu, do you consent to this arrangement? You intend to set up force in Tanling Fu to vie for supremacy." "Not merely intend. The plan is already underway. If matters unfold as I envision, Mo Tian Shanghui will surely stand out amidst the chaos. It could even become the dominant power in Tanling Fu. Whether it can utterly destroy the other two nascent soul forces depends on how events ultimately turn." "You play a grand game," Baigu Shangren murmured. "If you arrange so, I find little to oppose." Su Chuan inclined his head and studied Baigu Shangren. "However, your current guise will not do. Since Brother Gu excels at illusion, why not wear a more fitting appearance?" "Naturally." A spectral radiance rose from Baigu Shangren. In moments, Su Chuan and Xiao Zhan saw him become a white-haired youth. "It seems Brother Gu cares for appearances. If one is to be called Mo Tian Zuanju, the form of a white-haired youth is most suitable." "Greetings, Brother Gu." Xiao Zhan cupped his fist. "Brother Gu, you excel at forging formations, illusion, and puppetry. First, refresh Shanghai City's grand array. When time allows, craft devices and puppets as guild products or exchange goods for guild disciples." "How troublesome." "Oh, very well." Baigu Shangren sneered. "By the way, what is your current strength? I must know roughly to make subsequent arrangements." "This skeletal body is far tougher than a common mid-grade defensive treasure. Short of a top-grade artifact, it is hardly harmed. I can still employ my arts, but in this state, I am no longer suited to battle. I am perhaps a bit stronger than a perfected Golden Core with consummate arts, but no more than that. Previously, could your treasures still be used?" Baigu Shangren understood Su Chuan meant his former supreme treasures. "They can be barely driven, but not unleashed to their fullest. At most, I can activate mid-grade treasures." "Understood." Su Chuan said, "I will deposit 2 items with you. Summon them only at a crucial..." Su Chuan handed the Yin Corpse bag and the Thousand Souls banner to Baigu Shangren. The Whitebone Elder's pupils constricted. "Without these two, how could one be Mo Tian Zuanju? With them the identity fits, yet I fear I cannot control them." "Do not worry. They are not yet bold enough to betray me, and they know greater gain follows me. I have arranged things to leave them undisturbed until battle, then summon them." Baigu Shangren nodded. "With such foundations, you could likely raise Tanlang Fu outright. Why go to such lengths?" The Tanlang plan was set even before their ascension. Were the Su family to be overly dominant, all of Tanlang Fu would unite against us. Just as in the previous clash between the two Fu Tanlang sects might force my entire Songlong Fu to resist with all its strength. By overall force, Tanlang Fu still surpasses Songlong Fu. Heavy casualties would harm the Su family's future. Baigu Shangren sighed, so all are merely pieces within the Su family's grand strategy. In this world, if one does not advance, one slowly perishes. True enough. Be it survival of a faction or cultivation itself, the same holds. Chuan smiled faintly and added, by the way, Brother Gu, since you are skilled at puppetry, I possess an ancient automaton inheritance. Are you interested? An ancient inheritance. Would you part with it? As an elder of the Su family, you have the right to claim it, yet it is of extreme value. I can first grant you the teachings for puppets below 3rd rank. Further materials will depend on Brother Gu's contributions to the Su family. How many ranks can this puppetry path reach? What I hold is fragmentary, yet it can produce 5th rank puppets. The path is vast and profound. Alas, I lack the time to cultivate it fully. Cultivation, alchemy, arts, and secret methods already consume much of my hours. Then my thanks, Dao friend Su. I shall help manage Immortal Shanghui well. Soon after, Chuan produced jade slips and presented them to Baigu Shangren. The latter's resentment at having been forced to submit by Chuan at once dissipated considerably. Clever, resourceful, generous, patient, and possessed of great fortune. If such a man does not rise to the summit, heaven itself would be displeased. Baigu Shangren began to anticipate Chuan's future. Perhaps he might benefit in turn and one day escape his present plight. To walk the path of cultivation anew. If there can be ghost cultivators and corpse cultivators, why not bone cultivators? Xiaozhan, Brother Gu's identity must remain hidden. Treat him as an invited elder of Mo Tian Shanghui. Observe the situation between Tanlang sect and Guyu city. Their conflict is inevitable. Mo Tian Shanghui is already a major power. Both will seek to court. Do not rush to pledge yourself. Make extravagant demands. Seek more advantages. In the end, Chuan outlined his plan briefly. I understand. Return this to you. Chuan handed the ring back to Baigu Shangren. He had taken what he needed and left 2 mid-grade treasures within. You may leave now. Chuan flicked his sleeve and lifted the room's seal. Xiaozhan and Baigu Shangren cupped their fists and departed. On the road, Xiaozhan smiled and said, Brother Gu, I look forward to working with you. Baigu Shangren smiled. Xiao Dao friend Su Dao friend is forthright with you. I suppose you are relying upon him. Xiaozhan's body trembled. Be that as it may, the venerable lord never forced me. Without his support, I would merely be an ordinary late golden core lone cultivator. Su Dao friend is indeed generous and prudent. Tanlang Fu will not escape his grasp. By the way, the venerable lord said you excel at formations, forging, and puppets. What level have you reached? Baigu Shangren glanced at him with a smile. Do you think I am many but shallow? If so, Su Dao friend would not have insisted on bringing me in to serve him. Since we are his confidants, I will tell you. My mastery of formations is highest. I am half a step to a 4th rank formation master. Next is the puppetry path, where I am a 3rd rank peak puppeteer. I currently specialize in bone puppets. Finally, the forging path. After years of study, I am barely able to craft mid-grade treasures. My illusions likewise reach 3rd rank standards. Xiaozhan's eyes widened. Truly. He fell momentarily silent, then conceded. No wonder the venerable lord appointed you as his proxy. Brother Gu is a rare genius. I surrender. Given enough time, you too might reach my degree. Brother Gu jests. Do I know my limits? I only grasp basic alchemy and forging skills, nothing spectacular. It demands too much time, so I chose to abandon them and focus solely on cultivation to raise my realm and strength. A wise choice. Baigu Shangren said, enough chatter. Tell me of Mo Tian Shanghui's present. Chuan ate and drank his fill before he spoke. He left the inn and after several days returned to Guyu city. The incident regarding the false cave dwelling of the white-boned elder created quite a stir in the Tanling manor. Many cities were discussing the true location of his cave dwelling. Aside from that, there was the matter of the conflict between Guyu city and the Tanlang sect over the false cave dwelling. This matter caused a huge uproar, even overshadowing the authenticity of the white-bone elder's cave dwelling. Many scattered cultivators sensed that a great battle was approaching. Some wished to retreat, while others sought to profit from the chaos. This was a reshuffling of power within the Tanling manor. Who do you think will ultimately win in the battle between Guyu city and the Tanlang sect? In the past, even if the city lord of Gu were to advance to the nascent soul stage, I would still bet on the Tanlang sect being the stronger side. But with the involvement of the Su family from the Songlong manor, which helps to restrain sect master Qi might even be suppressed. That will be up for debate. Indeed, without the advantage of being in the mid-nascent soul stage, we can only see which side has the stronger foundation in the golden core stage. Even if the Tanlang sect is still stronger, the presence of the true monarch Ku Rong introduces a variable. He alone can change the dynamics of the golden core battle. The righteous have many allies while the unrighteous have few. After all, the Tanlang sect had been so tyrannical before, yet they failed to eliminate the Su family, while it was still weak. Now that the Su family has grown, they will naturally seek revenge. If I were in the Su family's position, I would also assist Guyu City in dealing with the Tanling sect. However, it seems that Guyu City and the Su family must have struck a deal. Otherwise, no one would be so reckless as to confront a nascent soul power. Suddenly, a middle-aged, scattered cultivator spoke up. Do you all think the Su family will take this opportunity to invade the Tanling Manor? Considering only the involvement of the true monarch Ku Rong and the shape-shifting great demon, it seems to be more for personal grudges. Exactly. The city lord of Gu is not foolish. He likely won't give the Su family this opportunity. I've heard that the Su family primarily focuses on commerce. Perhaps they promise to expand the Tanling Manor's business as a benefit. The Tanling sect had many ears outside, and numerous comments from scattered cultivators were relayed back to the Tanling sect. In the Great Hall, Qi Tianxiong was extremely angry. The true monarch Tianlang and several Golden Core elders were on edge beneath him. The last time the true monarch Tianlang had suffered serious injuries and had only recovered about half of his strength. Guyu City has endured for many years, and now, with Su Chuan's assistance, it has finally torn off the mask. What do you all think we should do next? The hall fell silent for a moment. The true monarch Tianlang said, Sect Master, our strength is currently about equal to that of Guyu City. If we rashly declare full-scale war, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. We must gather support from the various Golden Core factions in the Tanling Manor and those scattered Golden Core cultivators. That's a given. Who is willing to take this trip? The crowd exchanged glances. Qi Tianxiong said, the true monarch Tianlang is still injured. Yunyo, you should go and persuade them. Use incentives as much as possible. If you can negotiate with those who are easy to deal with, do so, but make sure to strike the right balance, don't let it backfire. Yunyo obeys. Sect Master, during the last battle, I received assistance from a scattered cultivator named Yun. Can we recruit him to become a guest elder of our sect? I have some impression of him. He was a mid-Golden Core cultivator using a mid-grade magical treasure. His strength is average, but that magical treasure is quite decent and is considered excellent among mid-grade treasures. What is his background? His name is Yun Mei, and he traveled to the Tanling Manor over a year ago. I don't know much else. Then look into it. If there are no issues, we can recruit him. With that magical treasure, he can barely be considered a peak mid-Golden Core combat force. Thank you, Sect Master. Elder Ding clasped his fists and returned to the crowd. Qi Tianxiong scanned everyone. Elder Ding has the sect's interests in mind by recruiting a Golden Core guest elder. All elders should strive for this as well. It is not necessary to recruit them. As long as they assist us, I will not be stingy with rewards afterwards. Even if they wish to join our sect, it is not a problem. Yes, Sect Master. All right, if there's nothing else, you may all leave. The crowd bowed and departed. Elder Ding returned to his cave dwelling and saw Mei Yun saying, Friend Yun, how is your injury? It's almost healed. I should take my leave in a couple of days. Elder Ding's eyes shimmered slightly as he smiled. Friend Yun, why rush? You haven't received my gratitude for saving my life yet. It was merely a matter of convenience. We can share drinks and talk when there's a chance in the future. Elder Ding stroked his white beard. What are your plans after this? I feel that the Tanling Manor is about to get chaotic. I plan to leave this place. It was merely a matter of convenience. We can share drinks and talk when there's a chance in the future. Elder Ding stroked his white beard. What are your plans after this? Otherwise, the world's strong cultivators would not be dominated by the large sects and powerful factions. Mei Yun pondered, her gaze flickering. Elder Ding chuckled and continued, joining a large power is ultimately more stable than wandering around alone. Are you suggesting that I join your sect, Brother Ding? But isn't recruitment to the sect very strict? Indeed, but times have changed. If you are interested, you can first become a guest elder. If you can achieve merit in the subsequent battles, you should be able to join our sect directly and become a formal elder. This? Mei Yun hesitated for a moment. I need to think this over carefully. How about I reply in a few days? Of course. During this time, Friend Yun can stay in my cave dwelling without worry. If you wish to explore the sect, I can have my disciples arrange it. Thank you, friend. Several days later, news from the Tanling sect's intelligence network arrived confirming that Yun Mei had indeed appeared over a year ago. He had been wandering around the Tanling Manor, staying in each city for a period of time. It appeared that he was indeed traveling for leisure. Elder Ding planned to inform Qi Tianxiong about this, but was told that he was out on business. Thus he sought out the true monarch Tianlang instead. The sect master is visiting friends. Since there is no major issue with that Yun Mei, we should recruit him. After a pause, the true monarch Tianlang added, when he becomes a guest elder, bring him to see me. I want to observe him closely again. Yes, true monarch Tianlang. 3 days later, Mei Yun officially became a guest elder of the Tanlang sect. Although the true monarch Tianlang had some doubts no matter how he observed, he could not find any flaws in him. Currently, the Tanlang sect also needed to gather the support of other golden cores. Otherwise, in the struggle against Guyu City, they would surely be at a disadvantage. Friend Yun, may congratulations on becoming a guest elder of our Tanlang sect. I hope you can perform well in the subsequent battles. I hope you will soon transition to a formal elder. Soon. I might not be able to wait for that. Mei Yun smiled and clasped her fists, saying, "Thank you, true monarch Tianlang. I hope I'm not overthinking this." The true monarch Tianlang murmured as he watched Mei Yun's retreating figure. After leaving, Mei Yun returned to her assigned cave dwelling. After a few days of quiet cultivation, she went out to get some fresh air. When others asked, she said she was familiarizing herself with the sect's environment and occasionally chatted with other elders. Elder Yun. Elder Li Yong of the Tanlang sect approached Mei Yun with a greeting. Elder Li Yong. Mei Yun smiled and said, "I heard you were out of the sect." Elder Yunyu was unsuccessful in persuading the three great families and invited me to join him. Unfortunately, they are still hesitant. His expression turned cold as he added, "Several decades ago my Tanlang sect only had to say a word and they would obediently come to our sect. What about the other Golden Core factions?" Mei Yun asked. "If we could recruit them, they would also be a considerable force, right? They are just a bunch of fence-sitters. We can only intimidate and recruit them at the same time." I've been wandering around the Tanlang Manor for a while and heard that beneath the three great families there is a newly rising force called the Mo Tian Chamber of Commerce. They seem to be growing rapidly. Just a group of scattered cultivators banding together, but that Xiao Zhan has indeed improved significantly in strength. Last time I went, Elder Yunyu was even overshadowed by his momentum. Elder Yunyu mentioned he might have reached a high level of supernatural powers. I really don't know what kind of luck he's had. Guyu City must be trying to recruit them as well. When the situation becomes clear, it will probably be time for a great battle. Who can argue with that? Elder Li Yong said, "Friend Yin, you should be quite familiar with your sect by now, right? Over these days I have gained a general understanding." Elder Li Yong, please speak candidly if you have something to say. I want to ask where you got that large seal magical treasure. It not only has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but its quality also seems quite good. That was something I had a friend help me craft while I was in Xinhua City. It took me a long time to gather materials. Mei Yun fabricated the story casually. Elder Yin, you know such an accomplished weaponsmith. Would you be able to recommend him? Elder Liang wishes to exchange magical treasures. Elder Yin knows that a good magical treasure can greatly enhance one's strength. Like true monarch Ku Rong, he had a top-grade magical treasure, the Songlong umbrella from the early Golden Core stage. That is how he quickly gained fame. Later he acquired another top-grade magical treasure of the large seal type. From then on he dominated the Golden Core stage and made a name for himself in the Tiansong manner. Mei Yin nodded slightly. That does make sense. Let's wait until this great battle concludes. It's a deal. Elder Liang left satisfied. Mei Yun gazed at the mountain peaks ahead, taking in the scenery as she silently thought. Tonight, I will be able to report to my master about a few matters. It was night. Yes, master. Mei Yun activated her spiritual sense and gathered spiritual energy to construct a miniature map of the Tanlang sect, scaling it down to... Yes, master. Mei Yun activated her spiritual sense and gathered spiritual energy to construct a miniature map of the Tanlang sect, scaling it down to 100 meters in radius. It mainly depicted the geographical layout, including mountains, forests, and lakes, while the buildings only appeared sporadically. Additionally, there was the sect's Great Formation. Well done. This is all I could manage. If I were to probe the situation of the Great Formation, I would likely be immediately monitored closely. Even so, I still feel that the true monarch Tianlang seems to have some suspicion of me. People are always suspicious. In the past, they might have directly expelled you, but now the Tanlang sect can only attempt to gather as many allies as possible. Golden Core cultivators are an indispensable pillar in this regard. Su Chuan then looked at Mingxian, hoping to use this to deduce the locations of the formation bases. It's unlikely to deduce all of them, but a few might be possible. However, it will take some time. Don't worry, your father and Mingxian will assist you. Alright, then let's close off here for these few days. Mei Yun, you may leave. When needed, I will call you back in. Yes, master. After speaking, Mei Yun exited the Su clan's cave paradise. With the combined efforts of the three, several days later, Su Mingxian found 7 or 8 formation bases at the 4 directions of the Tanlang sect's Great Formation. As for whether they were correct, it would require Mei Yun to verify on site. The central core of the Great Formation is typically located in a central position. As for the formation bases in a fourth-tier great formation, there are often dozens most connected with the terrain or ley lines. It could be that a single blade of grass or a stone might be a formation base. Formation bases are generally highly confidential. Aside from those who set up the great formation, few would know about them. Moreover, due to their secrecy, it is unlikely that anyone would be stationed to guard them. After all, doing so would be akin to revealing one's secrets. If there is a target, there will be a method, but if one cannot find it, then the great formation can only be forcefully breached. This is also one of the reasons why factions with fourth-tier formations can endure. As long as they do not provoke powerful cultivators or offend multiple nascent soul sects at once, they can generally remain stable. Mei Yun, I've given you the critical locations. Go look for them nearby. If you encounter anyone, adapt accordingly. I understand, Master. Elder Mingxian also said when a formation base is destroyed, the corresponding formation shield will become weak. As long as it is not extensively damaged, it will not result in exposed gaps in the shield. In that case, it is unlikely to be discovered. How much will it weaken? Mei Yun asked curiously. In the four corners, if two formation bases are destroyed, the defensive capabilities of the weakened areas will drop to the peak of the third tier. There's even a peak of the third tier. The formation is a whole, and it's very complex. This is already the safest approach for you. After you destroy it, I will have Guyu City launch a full-scale attack. Thank you, Master. A month passed. Qi Tianxiong visited several former nascent soul cultivators with whom he had some acquaintance. However, as soon as they heard of the Su family's involvement, they directly rejected him. This was because the Su family had a close relationship with the Xianyue sect. Su Mingxian had taken Xuanyu's ancestor as his master. In the confinement lands, the ancestor of Xianyue personally spoke up for him, and even a powerful cultivator from the Qingyun sect chimed in. With all these factors at play, they truly did not wish to become enemies with the Su family. It was akin to asking why Qi Tianxiong should let them repay a debt he owed. Originally unrelated factions were dragged into conflict due to a trivial nod of acquaintance. Qi Tianxiong was treating them as fools. After repeatedly hitting walls, he also ceased his thoughts of seeking external aid. In this world, only life-saving favors or paths to enlightenment can compel nascent soul cultivators to repay debts. Just like how Shi Daoyan and Yu Qi were back then. Such debts of gratitude are ones that must be repaid, or else there is a risk of being haunted by inner demons in the future. Feeling frustrated, Qi Tianxiong directly sought out Guyu City. In Guyu City, the city's protective formation remained, as usual, shrouding the entire city in a ghostly green light. The cultivators within the city went about their own business. Suddenly, a streak of light shot across. Without a second thought, Qi Tianxiong activated his divine sense magical treasure. A massive war axe formed entirely black with demonic energy, surging on its blade, exuding an oppressive force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The war axe, shrouded in black light, slammed fiercely against the ghostly green barrier. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire Guyu City as if it had trembled. That peak third-tier protective formation was forcefully torn open by the full force of a top-tier magical treasure, creating a massive breach over 100 feet long. The cultivators in the city were instantly thrown into chaos. Enemy attack. Someone has broken the formation. That is, the sect leader of the Tan Wolf sect has arrived. Voices spread in all directions. Gasps erupted and countless streaks of escape light shot into the sky. However, upon seeing the black figure hovering in the sky, they all stopped, some even fleeing. Qi Tianxiong stood with his hands behind his back in midair, looking down at the chaotic city below. He raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! A gigantic spiritual energy hand descended from the heavens, smashing a section of buildings in the west of the city into ruins. Dust and smoke surged into the sky, and the sound of screams filled the air. The streets collapsed, houses toppled, and countless cultivators fled in terror. Those with worse luck were directly obliterated by Qi Tianxiong's spiritual energy hand. Almost the moment Qi Tianxiong made his move, Gu Xianyu suddenly opened his eyes and dashed out of the meditation chamber. Mou also looked up and said calmly, Qi Tianxiong actually came to attack directly. I will go take a look. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Mou then soared into the air, heading straight for the west of the city. Bang! 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 Qi Tianxiong slammed down again, with his palm instantly turning another large area of buildings into dust. Stop it! Just as the words fell, two figures arrived, near Qi Tianxiong, one in front and one behind. Gu Xianyu slashed out a beam of sword light, shattering Qi Tianxiong's spiritual energy hand. At this moment, Gu Xuanyu's face was ashen. His gaze swept across the shattered formation, the destroyed buildings, and the bodies lying amidst the rubble, veins bulging on his forehead. Qi Tianxiong, do you have no shame? Gu Xianyu cursed loudly, his voice rising in pitch. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, you actually dare to attack low-level cultivators. These insignificant ants, what does it matter if this sect leader kills them? Qi Tianxiong's expression remained unchanged. As a tyrant of the demon path, his heart was as hard as iron and would not be swayed by mere words. Even if he were to slaughter mortals, he would show no mercy. Qi Tianxiong stopped responding, only letting out a cold laugh as he raised his hand to strike with an axe. The terrifying black axe light flew towards Gu Xianyu. Gu Xianyu, furious, did not dare to be careless. While using his flying sword treasure, he shouted, "Mo, you will lend me a hand." Of course, no problem. The two joined forces and easily shattered the axe light into countless fragments of spiritual light. You cowardly rats only dare to huddle together. The three immediately engaged in battle. Mo Yuan, known for his temper, impulsively charged in for close combat, while Gu Xianyu attacked from a distance. With both sides working together, Qi Tianxiong quickly found himself at a disadvantage. However, as they clashed, the spiritual power surged, causing the void to tremble and the buildings below to collapse. At this moment, streaks of various escape lights flew in from afar. They were all the Golden Core realists from Guyu City. Qi Tianxiong swept his gaze over them. This show of force had already been established, and if he lingered too long, he risked injury. With a cold snort, he suddenly pushed back Gu Xianyu and Mou. His figure flickered, retreating several hundred zhang away. Today is just a greeting. Next time, this sect leader will personally lead the Tanwolf sect's army to invade. I will leave no survivors in Guyu City. He stood in midair, casting a cold glance at Gu Xianyu and Mou, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As his words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Gu Xianyu stared at the retreating escape light, his expression dark enough to drip water. He looked down at the city in ruins below, and then at the massive breach in the city protection formation, his chest heaving violently. City Master. An elder stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Gu Xianyu took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "First, let's repair the formation. Mou, where I need to see Su Daoyu. Then let's go." Soon the two arrived at Su Chuan's courtyard. "Su Daoyu," Gu Xianyu said, "we can't wait any longer. If Qi Tianxiong comes a few more times, countless family forces in Guyu City may flee." I also didn't expect Qi Tianxiong to be so reckless. However, his actions today seem more like an act of venting frustration. What do you mean? According to the intelligence from my Su family, Qi Tianxiong has not been within the sect recently. Gu City Master, where do you think he could be going? Are you implying that he went to seek help, but returned empty-handed, which led to this outburst? There's a 60 to 70% chance of that, but it's also possible that he deliberately pressured us to instill panic in the people of Guyu City. After all, Guyu City lacks a fourth-tier defensive formation and is completely at a disadvantage. Gu Xianyu calmed down and thought carefully, asking, "What about the situation with the broken formation? Can it be resolved?" It can be wrapped up. Let Nye Chao join the Tanwolf sect, and the Sima family can join Guyu City. However, this alone is still unbalanced. Gu Daoyu needs to take down the Demon Sky Merchant Association with full effort. They are the second most powerful force after your family in the Tanwolf Mansion. This matter needs to be expedited. As for when to attack the Tanwolf Mansion, I will provide a suitable opportunity once I receive concrete news. Alright, I will have someone persuade the Demon Sky Merchant Association to side with us. What about the other Golden Core forces, In the end, more of them will side with the Tanwolf sect. They occupy about 60%, while Guyu City holds 40%. That's enough, Su Chuan said with a glint in his eyes. I will call my disciple Yi Fan and a few others. Some grievances must be settled. After saying this, he smiled and looked at Gu Xianyu, saying, "Gu City Master, it shouldn't violate our agreement if I call a few more Golden Cores, right? Since it's a personal grievance, the Sima family, Nye family, and Chao family naturally won't object. My Su family will only deal with the Tanwolf sect. The rest are not included." Naturally. Then Gu Xianyu left the courtyard. He really holds grudges, but it seems that they killed more people from the Tanwolf sect back then, right? Gu Xianyu thought to himself, feeling that Su Chuan was not someone to provoke. If his plan was correct, the Tanwolf sect was already on the brink of collapse. As for whether they could kill Qi Tianxiong, that was truly uncertain. 3 days later, Gu Xianyu personally visited the Demon Sky Merchant Association. Xiaozhan naturally received him with great seriousness. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. "Gu City Master, please enjoy our Demon Sky Merchant Association's spiritual tea." Gu Xianyu picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and said, "Indeed, this is good tea. However, let's skip the small talk. I believe Gu City Master knows why I am here. Gu City Master, it's not that our Demon Sky Merchant Association is unwilling. It's just that our foundation is too weak to intervene in the conflict between you and the Tan Wolf sect. If your Demon Sky Merchant Association is still weak, what are the other Golden Core families?" Gu Zuanya's pupils constricted slightly. You should be aware of Qi Tiangxiang's sudden raid on Guyu City recently. What he can do, I can do as well. Your Shanghai City, including the City Lord's Mansion's formation, cannot stop me, and you also do not have the ability to drive me away. But wouldn't the same apply to the Tan Wolf sect? Qi Tianxiang is so arrogant. How could he deign to waste words with you? I am not like him. If I, Gu Xuanyo, take control of the Tan Wolf Mansion in the future, you will have your benefits. Moreover, I do not mind revealing a bit of information to you. This time in our confrontation with the Tan Wolf sect, Guyu City has at least an 80% chance of winning. And friend Ku Rong has also agreed that in the end, he will let Phoenix Feather Fairy, Cold Moon Fairy Yifan, and others take action to settle old scores with the Tan Wolf sect. Xiao Zhan's gaze flickered slightly. It seems this is the opportunity referred to by the respected master. He smiled. If so, indeed the chances of victory are high, but rashly intervening would cause significant losses for our Demon Sky Merchant Association. Gu Xianyu immediately tossed him a storage bag. This contains the rewards I am offering from Guyu City. It should be enough, right? Haha, Gu City Master is generous. Not long ago, Elder Yunyu from the Tan Wolf sect also came, but only made empty promises. These rewards are not so easily obtained. If you pay without acting, your Demon Sky Merchant Association will know the consequences. Understood. When the decisive battle occurs, our Guyu City will naturally send someone to deliver the message. Xiao will know. After finalizing matters with the Demon Sky Merchant Association, Gu Xianyu immediately took his leave. Shortly after, a white-haired youth walked in. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator has personally come. It seems the time is near. Everything is as the respected master said. Xiao Zhan's lips curled slightly. A week later, the Nye and Zhao families agreed to side with the Tan Wolf sect. As for the Sima family, during the negotiations, the Grand Elder of Guyu City suddenly arrived, forcing Elder Yunyu to retreat. The Sima family sided with Guyu City. Tan Wolf sect. In the sect hall, Elder Yunyu reported this matter to Qi Tianxiang. The Nye and Zhao families are indeed sensible. What I promised them will be given after we destroy Guyu City. As for the Sima family, his voice suddenly turned cold. After this, there will be no Sima family in the Tan Wolf Mansion. Any forces that choose to side with Guyu City will be exterminated. The true monarch Tianlang frowned slightly and stepped forward, saying, "Sect leader, they are certainly despicable. But we need to be cautious with this matter. If we act too aggressively all at once, it could spell disaster. How about waiting to annihilate Guyu City first, pulling them in and lulling them, and then once our Tan Wolf sect has recovered to full strength, we can support a new force to replace them. Only then can we pass through smoothly. Otherwise, I fear that Songlong Mansion might take action." Qi Tiangxiang's pupils constricted. "Fine, then this matter will be handled by you, Tianlang. This battle concluded, you should also strive for the nascent soul realm." "Yes, sect leader." Mei Yun thought silently. It seems the Tan Wolf sect previously relied on brute force to govern. Their methods of managing subordinates pale in comparison to the master. No wonder they are toyed with by the master. They still wish to break through to nascent soul. In this battle, the advantage lies with our Tan Wolf sect. The only concern is the Su family. If their golden cores appear, we should attempt to surround and kill them with as many people as possible. "Yes, sect leader." The crowd cupped their hands and then exited the hall. Back at the cave mansion, Mei Yun reported today's hall meeting to Su Chuan truthfully. This time within the Su family's cave heaven, all the golden cores of the Su family were present, including Su Daizhao and Su Chongwei. Su Delying said, "Grandfather, it seems the resolution against the Tan Wolf sect is at hand." "Almost." Su Chuan looked at Mei Yun and asked, "How was the formation destroyed?" 6 locations were damaged, with 4 directions being affected. However, in the north and south, there was only 1 location. "That's enough. Let's set the time for 5 days from now. Delying, Yifan, Mingxian, and Due, you will use the teleportation array to head to the Tan Wolf Mansion." "Father, what about me and second brother?" Su Mingzhu asked. "You two can stay in Yunqi City." Su Chuan smiled. "The grievances we had in the past will be settled by us." "Understood, father." Su Mingyuan cupped his fists and said, "I will wait for you to return safely at the mansion." "All right, then you all be careful." Mei Yin said, "Sister Mingzhu, don't worry. Guyu City and the Tan Wolf sect joining forces may be able to contend with our Su family. This time the masters are only intervening under the pretext of personal grudges. Even if there's a 9 million chance of danger, they can leave immediately. The Tan Wolf Mansion is fighting amongst themselves, but what does it have to do with us? If anyone dares to come knocking with the entire Songlong Mansion united, they will only suffer losses. Alright, you're clever. When the great battle begins, you and Mingxian should leave the battlefield together. That identity need not be used anymore. There's no need for you and Mingxian to participate in the war. Then where should we go? Su Mingxian asked in surprise. Just wait in Shanghai City. Su Chuan made arrangements, and everyone left the cave heaven. Guyu City. In Su Chuan's courtyard, he summoned Gu Xianyu. Are you looking for me, Su Daoyu? Have you received news? Gu Xianyu asked. Gu City Master is truly astute, Su Chuan said with a smile. 5 days from now we will commence the full assault. Upon hearing this, Gu Zuanyu's eyes immediately erupted with 2 beams of ghostly light, and his aura began to fluctuate. But soon he reined it in. Understood. I will have someone notify the other forces right away. By the way, Su Daoyu, where do you think is a good place to gather? Then let it be the Bone Wild Mountain Range. It's roughly in the middle. Gu Xianyu pondered. There we can tear our faces with the Tan Wolf sect, and also use it as the starting point for the full assault. That's a good choice. It carries a sense of fate. Su Daoyu, do you still believe in such things? It's just a casual choice. Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. Now that the time has been set, how should we arrange the subsequent battles? Should we lure them out? Or should we directly attack the formation? Do you think the Tan Wolf sect wouldn't notice such a grand arrangement? Perhaps among the Golden Core families you've gathered there are also spies from the Tan Wolf sect. There is indeed a possibility. We can execute a counter-espionage plan, but they can do so as well. If that's the case, if I notify people, won't the Tan Wolf sect soon find out? No harm done. Such a large-scale battle, some small tricks are entirely useless. It ultimately depends on hard power. If the Tan Wolf sect acts prematurely, that would clearly indicate they have spies among us. But if they remain unperturbed, then after the battle starts, they might still provide unexpected assistance. Just like what we designed to it. Gu Xianyu grinned. No, it should be as you predicted. I feel as if all of us are just pieces on your chess. My Su family has what we want, your Guyu City, the Sima, and other 3 families also have their interests. This is a win-win cooperation. If Gu City Master does not wish to follow my arrangements, that's fine. Anyway, my Su family is ultimately responsible for holding back Qi Tianxiong and dealing with several Golden Core elders from the Tan Wolf sect. However, you should know that we won't spend too much time at the Tan Wolf Mansion. If there's no progress for too long, my Su family will return to the Songlong Mansion and wait for the day we can crush the Tan Wolf sect before coming to clean up. Ha, Su Daoyu, don't get angry. Gu City Master waved his hand. I'm not blaming you. I'm just admiring your forthrightness. Su Daoyu, please continue your quiet cultivation. I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Gu Xianyu left. Nearby, Mou on a recliner remained cold. He still doesn't fully trust you. Of course, but he has no choice but to rely on me. Gu Zuanyu's movements were swift. After obtaining the attack time from Su Chuan, he instructed the disciples of Guyu City to relay the message to the relevant forces. Sima family, are we gathering at Bone Wasteland Mountain 5 days from now? Sima Xiangheng murmured as he looked at the message that came through. It's better to end this chaos sooner rather than later. If we can divide the Tanglang sect, the Sima family's future could also progress further. But is Su Chuan really just here for revenge against the Tanglang sect? If that were the case, the Su family would have generously offered a chance for a child to be born back then. Sima Xiangheng understood this well. Given the enmity between Guyu City and the Tanglang sect, if Guyu City had not given birth to a nascent soul, they would have obediently submitted to the Tanglang sect. But now if there is no clear victor, neither side will rest easy. After all, which force would willingly relinquish their power to another? If the Tanglang sect wins this time, then. Sima Xiangheng's gaze darkened. He could imagine that in the future the Tanglang sect would not accommodate the Sima family. Su Chuan, we are all willing to become your pawns, but do not let us down. In the room of the White Bone, Xiao Zhan came to inform him of this news. He smiled and said, the master truly takes care of us, especially arranging the meeting point at Bone Wasteland Mountain. We, the Motion Chamber of Commerce, should be the closest party to that. Suddenly his brow furrowed. The underground teleportation array was stirring. Someone from the master's family has arrived. Then let's go meet them. I have yet to meet the other members of the Su family. The two went to Xiao Zhan's training chamber, traveling through the secret passage to the underground. Upon arrival, they saw 2 men and 2 women standing outside the teleportation array. Greetings, elders. Xiao Zhan greeted first with cupped fists. You are too polite, Dao friend Xiao. In the gathering, Su Mingxian held the highest seniority. You must be the Bone Elder whom my father just recruited. He has already discussed your matters with us. Bone Elder? Yi Fan and the others also spoke in turn. An ancient monster from thousands of years ago, proficient in formations, artifact forging, and puppetry, and well-versed in illusions. Such a figure is deserving of respect. As for his past as a ruthless murderer, Su Mingxian and the others did not care at all. As long as they were recognized by Su Chuan, they would also acknowledge those he accepted. The white-boned elder nodded slightly. Xiaozhan said, "Bone Elder, let me introduce you. This is Elder Mingxian, the Master's child. This is Feng Ling Xianzi, Su Delying the first in the last Outstanding Talents Conference, the Master's granddaughter. This is Han Yu Xinzi, also the Master's granddaughter and the daughter of Elder Mingxian. As for this Elder Yi, he is the Master's personal disciple. They all rank among the top 36 in the Outstanding Talents list. The number 1 in the Outstanding Talents list." The white-bone elder looked deeply at Su Delying. He had participated before and knew how difficult it was to become the top of the Outstanding Talents list. There was no possibility of cheating. Back then he had participated but only made it into the top 10. The Su family is indeed prosperous with a prodigy like Dao Fran Su, yet they can also produce such an extraordinary talent. Su Delying did not flaunt her talents, but the white-bone elder sensed some pressure from her. In the mid-golden core stage, yet possesses strength comparable to a perfected divine ability, an extraordinary young girl. Perhaps those dominant-level nascent soul sects may not even cultivate such extraordinary talents in every generation. Su Delying smiled slightly. "Bone Elder, you overpraise me. I heard from grandfather that you are also skilled in artifact forging. If there is a chance we could discuss it." "Oh, you also forge artifacts?" The white-bone elder was taken aback. Xiaozhan said, "Bone Elder need not be surprised. Elder Feng Ling's artifact forging skills should surpass yours. She apprenticed under the current top artifact forging sect's supreme elder possessing exceptional talent in artifact path. In Yunxi City, under the Su family's control, she established a sect called Tianling. There are rumors that she seems to be close to being able to forge high-grade magical treasures." "Huh." The white-bone elder gasped. "Such high cultivation talent, combat talent, and even extraordinary artifact forging talent. With all three combined, she is comparable to a figure like Dao Fran Su." "Bone Elder, you jest. How can I compare with grandfather? However, I heard that your formation skills have reached half-step 4th tier, and it would be possible to discuss this with my 5th uncle. He seems to be stuck at this bottleneck." "Oh, your 5th uncle is?" "It is I," Su Mingxian said blandly. He was naturally aloof and did not show much emotion. The white-bone elder's pupils contracted slightly. With 5 days remaining before departure, it is just right to consult with the bone elder. If he can reach half-step 4th tier early and then break through to 4th tier, it would greatly benefit the Su family. For this reason, Su Mingxian did not mind consulting others. "That works just to pass the time for me. Then let's go. We will go up first, and on the 6th day, I will quietly send the others out of the city. We have disguised masks, and at that time we will pretend to be Foundation establishment cultivators leaving the Lord's residence." Yi Fan said. Xiaozhan nodded. He arranged training rooms for everyone. Su Mingxian and the white-bone elder then discussed formations together. A stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye. Just in their discussion, he realized that Su Mingxian's skills in formations were indeed remarkable, with a solid foundation. In fact, he was even above him. Some imaginative ideas greatly inspired him. Afterward, the two also discussed restrictions. His white-bone restriction was very mysterious. However, Su Mingxian's spiritual restriction was even more profound, to the point that it left him in disbelief. What kind of restriction is this? It's so incredible. This is the ancient spiritual restriction path. I unexpectedly acquired half-step spiritual restriction inheritance. Another ancient inheritance. The white-bone elder exclaimed. Is your Su family perhaps wholesale suppliers of ancient inheritance? Not long ago, your father sent me part of the ancient puppetry inheritance. Does your Su family still have other ancient inheritances? Su Mingxian smiled mysteriously. When you become more closely related to my Su family, you will naturally learn more. My Su family will not hoard it. Whether disciples, elders, or even vassal families, as long as they have enough contribution points they can exchange for it. Well, that is indeed generous. My father once said cherishing one's own possessions will only lead to the severance of inheritance. Only by opening the doors wide can there be a flourishing age of 100 schools contending. If that is the case, then why still use contribution points to exchange? Doesn't the elder think that things obtained too easily are often not cherished? Whether it is people, objects, skills, or magical treasures, it's all the same. The white-bone elder pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, I am not as insightful as you, young friend. I only borrowed my father's words. Your father is indeed remarkable. I have seen quite a few astonishing people, but compared to your father they seem to fall short. Not to mention talent, just this demeanor, breadth, and wisdom can far surpass others. Su Mingxian smiled faintly. However, he did not want to talk too much about Su Chuan, and instead said, "By the way, I am very close to the half-step fourth-tier realm, but I have always been unable to set it up." The two discussed formations again. The Whitebone Elder's skills and formations were not much higher than Su Mingxian's. He simply explained his experience in setting up half-step fourth-tier formations. Though somewhat complex, it indeed allowed Su Mingxian to gain insights in many areas. Although everyone pursues simplification, you must first understand complexity before you can simplify. Just like Su Mingxian's current skills, he could almost simplify any kind of third-tier formation into a similar second-tier formation. He could also deduce and reorganize multiple third-tier low-grade formations to form entirely new composite formations. In this regard, Su Mingxian was even more outstanding than some fourth-tier formation masters. In less than a day, the Tanglang sect received 1 or 2 messages. The Tianling True Monarch reported this to Qi Tianxiong. Qi Tianxiong, with a cold smile on his lips, looked at Tianlang True Monarch and said, "What do you think we should do? My subordinate thinks we can either take the initiative to kill towards Guyu City based on this information catching them off guard, but prior arrangements would become useless. It's a contest of respective strengths. Even if we can win, the cost will likely be significant." Qi Tianxiong nodded slightly. "What if we wait for a rabbit? At a critical moment we can turn the tables, causing chaos. Through this battle we can also eliminate some who have betrayed our Tanglang sect. It can also deter other forces. Let them know that even if our Tanglang sect is weak, we are not a force that can be trampled upon." "From what you mean, you are more inclined towards the latter." "It still depends on the sovereign's decision. However, the sudden rise of Guyu City has already stirred many hearts. Even if they seem to submit on the surface, who knows what they think inside? What is more important is that the Su family has always been at odds with us." Tianlang True Monarch clasped his fists and said, "This time we cannot destroy Guyu City, but we must severely injure it. If possible, try to convince them. Offering some benefits would not hurt. As long as we can do this, the Su family will find it impossible to instigate our Tanglang forces. Even if battles are still inevitable in the future, it is likely to be a long time from now." Qi Tianxiong sat on the sovereign's throne, one hand supporting his chin, while the other lightly tapped the armrest. After pondering for a moment, Qi Tianxiong said, "Your considerations are indeed more comprehensive than this sovereign's. As long as we can win this battle, you will break through to nascent soul in the future. To thoroughly intimidate the hearts of the Tanglang forces is also just around the corner. Then go and notify the forces aligned with our Tanglang sect, ensuring they arrive before the 6th day. Do not mention anything about a decisive battle with Guyu City. When the time comes, lead them directly to meet Guyu City in a narrow encounter. The sudden outbreak of battle will make it impossible for anyone to take advantage of the chaos. The sovereign is wise. I will handle it right away." 5 days passed. Su Mingxian reaped many rewards. On the 6th day, the morning light was dim. A hint of fishbelly white just appeared on the horizon. Several figures quietly exited from the city gate of Shanghai City. They were all dressed like ordinary wandering cultivators with repressed auras, ordinary appearances, and unremarkable demeanor. Half an hour later, Shanghai City, Lord's residence. Xiao Zhan gathered 7 Golden Core elders, leaving only 3 within Shanghai City. The rest led hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators, flying majestically outside the city. The Lord is making such a big move. Could it be that Guyu City and the Tanglang sect are really going to war? A disciple from a noble family showed a worried expression. A gray-robed wandering cultivator said, "I wonder which side the Motian Chamber of Commerce will stand on." Among the remaining Golden Core elders, there was the Whitebone Elder. The other 2 were also servants controlled by Su Chuan. Therefore, no matter what the Whitebone Elder did, it would not pose any issues. Inside the room, the Whitebone Elder looked at Su Mingxian across from him and asked, "Elder Mingxian, aren't you coming along?" "I'll accompany the Elder." Su Mingxian sipped on spiritual tea, the fragrance wafting. "I see, but I wonder how to grasp this timing. Father has his ways." Only Yifan, Su Delying, and Su Dua left early. They concealed their figures within the Bone Wasteland Mountain, quietly awaiting Su Chuan's arrival. This place was originally seldom visited. However, due to the incident of the Whitebone Elder's false cave dwelling, many wandering cultivators had recently come here to try their luck. Such strong fluctuations fits a Golden Core true person, and there seems to be quite a number. A Foundation establishment wandering cultivator sensed the aura from the sky in the forest and felt an unspoken shock. In the next moment, beams of escape light flew in from all directions. They landed at White Bone Peak, where the false cave dwelling was located. The first to arrive was the team from the Immortal Chamber of Commerce. They were the closest, and though they set off slowly, they were still the first to reach here. Among the Immortal Chamber of Commerce's team, only Xiaozhan was in the late golden core stage, while the others included 3 in the mid-stage and 4 in the early stage. President Wei indeed arrived first. The blood-handed scholar spoke with a smile. They should be arriving soon. Just stay calm and wait. A golden core early stage elder said, President, is it really necessary to make such a big show? After all, it's a struggle for status between Guyu City and the Tanglang sect. We could just deal with it casually. If we take too much damage, it could undermine our chamber's foundation. This matter this president will decide. If a battle breaks out, I will transmit my voice to you. Whatever happens, you must follow my orders. Those who disobey will die. Several chamber elders looked at Xiaozhan's expression and hesitated, but ultimately did not inquire further. They all cupped their fists in response. A quarter of an hour later, a large number of escape lights flew in again. The Sima family had arrived. Soon one after another various forces gathered. The number of people gathered here was increasing. After about half a tea's time, the forces from Guyu City and the 3 from Chuan arrived. The pressure of the nascent soul enveloped the area for several dozen miles, instantly silencing the idle chatter. Greetings, City Lord Gu. Greetings, True Monarch Kuriko. Greetings, Dragon Monarch Moyue. Everyone cupped their fists. In their eyes, Chuan was already indistinguishable from a nascent soul cultivator. Even Sima Xiangheng, the head of such an ancient family, had to bow his head before him. At this moment, a loud phoenix cry echoed from afar. Following that, several figures flew swiftly towards them. In a short while they arrived before Chuan. The leading figure wore fiery red battle armor, exuding elegance. It's Feng Ling Xianzi. Someone immediately recognized her. And the one beside her must be Han Yu Xianzi and her husband Yifan. Yifan, upon hearing this, touched his forehead and said, Why does it sound like I'm living off a woman? Stop talking nonsense. Yifan chuckled and immediately cupped his fists in greeting. Disciple greets the master. Greetings, grandfather. Su Delying and the 2 women did the same. Chuan nodded slightly. You have come. Gu Zuanya's eyes lit up upon seeing the 3, and he smiled, saying, Feng Ling Xianzi, Han Yu Xianzi, and young friend, ye have come. Indeed, you are a great help to us. Greetings, City Lord Gu. The 3 bowed again. Stand by my side, Chuan said lightly. Yes. Gu Xianyu stepped forward through the void. The space trembled slightly, waves rippling outward. He stood tall in his dark robe, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. I am grateful to all of you for coming today. Gu is sincerely thankful. He slightly cupped his hands in salute to the crowd. The people present quickly returned the gesture, saying, We dare not. In the next moment, Gu Xianyu's gaze turned sharp. The greedy wolf sect is tyrannical and overbearing. I know many of you have suffered greatly because of them. My Guyu city has also suffered. Hundreds of years ago, Qi Tianxiong seized Guyu Mansion from my Guyu sect and turned it into the current greedy wolf mansion. My Guyu forces have barely survived bowing and scraping just to reach this point. With the heavens' assistance, I have fortuitously entered the nascent soul stage. It is time to set things right. He paused for a moment and continued, this time with the assistance of the Su family from Songlong Mansion. Not only are my friends Ku Rong and Mou here, but also the talented fairy Feng Ling and others. They are not targeting us. Instead, they seek to avenge the grievances inflicted by the greedy wolf sect. Once they have dealt with the greedy wolf sect, they will return to Songlong Mansion. This is to reassure various powers and also to remind Chuan. To speak openly in front of everyone now means that if the Su family harbors any ill intentions later, they will likely become the target of everyone's ire. Upon hearing this, many people's gazes flickered, seemingly deep in thought. Gu Xianyu observed their reactions, his tone growing ever more profound. The greedy wolf sect is indeed powerful, but they are at their weakest now. If we do not resist at this moment, we will only be subjected to their control in the future. Are you willing to accept that? The crowd listened, but did not respond. If my Guyu city can regain the rightful greedy wolf mansion, everything will return to what it once was. Each power may develop freely. My Guyu city will not interfere unless faced with an invasion from external forces, at which point I will summon you all to resist together. The rest will rely on strength and foundation. Chuan secretly scoffed. This was no different from saying nothing without my Su family standing by him. It is unlikely many would choose to align themselves. The Guyu sect had long since become dust of history. Discussing it now holds no significance. After all, apart from Qi Tianxiong, no one from the greedy wolf mansion remains from that era. Moreover, as a demonic sect, the Guyu sect was probably no better than the Greedy Wolf sect. If they had developed powerfully, how could Qi Tianxiong have overthrown them? They must have also been riddled with wounds, providing others with opportunities. If we can annihilate the Greedy Wolf sect in one fell swoop, Guyu City is willing to share the spirit stone veins, spiritual herbs, and martial arts manuals, as well as magical artifacts and pills. We will distribute according to merit. The crowd's eyes brightened. For a group of demonic families who prioritize profit, it seems Gu Xianyu's words hit the mark. The reason they followed Guyu City is not just for the sake of victory in battle, but also to share the spoils. Perhaps this share could elevate their family's power even further, even extending their glory for hundreds of years. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then they erupted into cheers like a mountain crashing into the sea. Excellent. Take down the Greedy Wolf sect. Lord Gu is mighty. We are willing to fight alongside Lord Gu. Countless people were filled with excitement, their faces flushed, eyes brimming with desire and enthusiasm. Chuan watched everything with keen eyes. His heart was calm and unperturbed. Then Gu Xianyu turned to Chuan and said, "Friend Su, do you have anything to say? My Su family only seeks revenge. Everything else has nothing to do with us, so what is there to discuss?" Chuan replied indifferently. Gu Xianyu's eyes flickered slightly, a faint smile appearing. Then with a flick of his sleeve he turned and said, "Everyone, let's set off for Guyu City." As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air, transforming into a stream of light and shooting towards the Greedy Wolf sect. Mou followed closely, then Chuan, Su Deling, and the elders of Guyu City. Behind them were the Sima family, the Mo Tian Commerce Association, and other large and small forces. At the same time, at the Greedy Wolf sect, before the mountain gate, there was a similarly bustling crowd. The Nia family, the Chao family, and other forces gathered here. "Master Nia, why do you think the Greedy Wolf sect has summoned us?" Nia Jiofeng looked over upon hearing this, and said lightly, "Oh, it turns out to be you, Niao. But how would I know about this? Master Qi will definitely explain later." Nia Jiofeng pretended to be confused, even if he guessed that today was the decisive battle with Guyu City. He would not say it publicly. Being too clever at such a time would only make one seem overly long-lived. Seeing that he could not extract any information, the head of the Niao family promptly stopped asking. After a cup of tea, countless figures flew out from the great formation of the Greedy Wolf sect. At the forefront stood Qi Tianxiong, arms clasped behind his back, flanked by the true lord of the Celestial Wolf. There were also nearly 20 Golden Core cultivators and over 2,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Seeing such a formation, everyone understood. Even without words, they knew why the Greedy Wolf sect had called them here today. Qi Tianxiong scanned the crowd. Everyone instantly fell silent. "Celestial Wolf, you speak?" "Yes, sect leader." The Celestial Wolf, true lord, clasped his fists, then turned to the others and slowly began to speak. "Seeing this formation, I believe you have already guessed something. Today is the time to attack Guyu City. According to the messages from our sect's disciples outside, Guyu City has already set out towards here. They moved so quickly. No, don't you find it suspicious that both sides chose this day? It is indeed a bit odd. The advantage in this battle lies with our Greedy Wolf sect," the Celestial Wolf, true lord, declared. "Everyone follow our sect to intercept them on the way. If we can annihilate Guyu City, half of its resources will belong to your families." The crowd exchanged glances. Some showed hesitation, while others were tempted. "What, now that the arrow is on the string, are you still hesitant to fight? If you disrupt the morale, do not blame this true lord for being merciless." The Celestial Wolf had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, his divine abilities also perfected, and he possessed high-grade magical artifacts. In the Greedy Wolf mansion, he could be said to be the primary Golden Core beneath the two nascent soul cultivators. The heads of the three major families, along with the accomplished loose cultivators, were no match for him. Someone said, "Celestial Wolf, true lord, we came in haste, and our preparations for pills are insufficient. If we engage directly..." The Celestial Wolf, true lord, raised a hand to stop him. "Our sect has already prepared some healing and recovery pills. Though not many, this battle will not be prolonged. A quick fight will suffice, and it is enough for your use. So are there any problems?" The crowd exchanged glances and then cupped their hands, saying none. Sect leader, the Celestial Wolf, true lord, turned and bowed to Qi Tianxiong. Qi Tianxiong slightly nodded. "Those who achieve merit in this battle will be rewarded. Those who attempt to cheat will face severe punishment afterward. If anyone betrays us, I guarantee our sect will completely eradicate their family or force. We dare not. I doubt you will dare. Let us go follow this sect leader. When the two sides meet, it will surely be a case of the brave winning in a narrow path." Before the mountain gate of the greedy wolf sect, it quickly became empty, with only the faintly visible dark blue great formation enveloping the entire sect's residents. Only 3 golden core cultivators remained in the entire greedy wolf sect. One was Elder Jiushi at the 7th layer of golden core, responsible for maintaining the sect's great formation. Elder Yunyu at the 9th layer of golden core was specifically left by Qi Tianxiong to prevent any accidents. The other was Hai Mingya, a newly advanced golden core cultivator and a disciple of the celestial wolf true lord. He was specifically left to guard the sect. The sect had only a few hundred foundation establishment disciples left, while those in the Qi refinement stage could not fly. Even with flying artifacts, they could not keep up with the speed of others. Hence they were all left behind. In battles of this mid to high level, Qi refinement cultivators would only be a burden and were treated as seedlings. They generally would not be sent to their deaths unnecessarily. Elder Yunyu, do you think the sect leader and master will return safely? Hai Mingya gazed at the retreating light, murmuring the question. Of course, if Guyu City did not have the Su family to support them, they would never dare to provoke our sect. The sect leader is a mid-nascent soul strongman. Even if Gu Xianyu, the Su family's great demon, and Su Chuan joined forces, they cannot keep him here. As for your master, his strength has reached its limit in the golden core stage. Even if 6 or 7 golden core cultivators surround him, they are not his opponents. After a pause, Elder Yunyu looked at the protective formation and said, with the 4th grade formation in place, our greedy wolf sect will remain undefeated. Hai Mingya nodded slightly. Elder Jiushi, how is the situation with the sect's great formation? Over a month ago, this elder checked it. There were no issues. That's good. Over the past month, no one attacked, nor were there any extraordinary events, so it was naturally impossible to check every day. Checking such a large formation is quite cumbersome. Nobody would do it just for the sake of being idle. You must remain stationed at the formation's hub at all times. If anyone attacks the formation, promptly inform me. I understand, Elder. Soon the 3 separated to attend to their own tasks. 70 to 80,000 miles away from the greedy wolf sect. This area was a wasteland with a 100-meter-wide river flowing through it. There were few signs of human habitation. Stop. Gu Xianyu suddenly halted his figure. The others stopped as commanded. What's the matter, Lord Gu? Why have we stopped here? A golden core family head asked in surprise. There are significant fluctuations of spiritual energy ahead on a massive scale. With such scale, it is likely. The team immediately fell into disarray. Silence. Gu Xianyu said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of nascent soul pressure. It seems the greedy wolf sect is already aware of our movements, but they are quite quick to act. Everyone, let's wait here. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qi Tianxiong arrived with a group of people. When the 2 sides met, the scene resembled a prearranged meeting. Sect leader Qi, your sect's spies truly are numerous. In less than half a day, you learned of our movements and came to intercept us. Gu Xianyu, I think you have misunderstood. This sect leader is merely fulfilling his promise. Last time at Guyu City, I stated that next time it would not simply be me visiting your door. However, I did not expect you would choose today to take action as well. Do you think this could be fate? Gu Xianyu smiled coldly at these words. Then Qi Tianxiong's gaze shifted to Su Chuan and the people beside him. I did not expect you, Su Chuan, to seek help with all the talents gathered. Are you not afraid of perishing in my greedy wolf mansion? If you think you can do it, feel free to try, Su Chuan replied calmly, not even blinking. Why waste words? Let's just fight. No sooner had he finished speaking than a furious dragon's roar resonated through the clouds. Mo, tired of talking, suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a 100-foot-long black dragon, its scales glistening with cold light. Its massive mouth opened, gathering a ghostly light in its throat. Countless icy sharp spikes, each a foot long, condensed densely and shot towards the greedy wolf sect's camp. Each spike was as sharp as a sword, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Where they passed, fine ice crystals formed in the air as if to freeze the world. Qi Tianxiong snorted coldly and waved his hand. A massive dark blue barrier emerged out of thin air, enveloping everyone behind him. On the barrier, faint wolf shadows roamed, howling towards the sky, exuding a fierce aura. Boom, boom, boom. The icy spikes hammered against the barrier like a torrential rain, exploding into clouds of ice mist. The barrier trembled violently, the wolf shadows roaring wildly. Moments later, it finally could not hold and shattered with a crack. However, the icy spikes had also been mostly exhausted, with the last spike dispersing into ice shards just 3 feet away from Qi Tianxiong. Roar. Mo howled at the sky, the dragon's roar shaking the heavens. This long cry seemed to ignite the fuse. On this wasteland, the largest internal conflict in the greedy wolf mansion's history erupted completely. Moe, I come to assist you. Gu Xianyu laughed as he soared into the air, demonic energy surging around him, charging directly at Qi Tianxiong. Su Chuan opened the Songlong umbrella in his hand, and a blue-gold barrier descended. With just a reminder to Su Deling and Yi Fan to be careful, he turned his back and flew high into the distance. Upon seeing Su Chuan, Qi Tianxiong's gaze turned cold. He knew Su Chuan was the key figure in this battle, and also the one who instigated Guyu City. Without a word, he gathered a massive demonic hand and struck towards Su Chuan. You still dare to harm him in front of me? Mo's 100-foot-long dragon body dashed across the sky, its massive tail sweeping through, directly shattering the 20-foot-long demonic hand that had gathered its energy. Gu Xian used demonic energy, surged, controlling flying swords that turned into beams of cold light, attacking from the weak points of vision. However, with divine sense present, these sneak attacks rarely succeeded unless one was truly too occupied to split their focus. Gu Xianyu, is this all you can do? Qi Tianxiong sneered. Your Guyu sect's predecessors were just a bunch of cowards. Had I known earlier, I should have eradicated your lineage without hesitation. Su Chuan's blue aura surged greatly, simultaneously invoking Su Ming Xian's divine sense through the family tree. Then he summoned 28 flying swords that circled above his head, forming a dragon of swords. Su Chuan did not rush to attack, but watched from the side. If it weren't for the accumulation of my Guyu sect over 1,000 years, how could your greedy wolf sect rise so quickly and control the entire mansion? But afterward you still let others act, nearly exterminating my sect's predecessors. The heavens are clear. Today is the time for the descendants of my Guyu sect to counterattack. What counterattack? You are merely relying on the strength of others. Qi Tianxiong scoffed dismissively. Without Su Chuan, it would probably take decades for you to even have the courage to confront my greedy wolf sect directly. Gu Xianyu's face turned ashen. This struck at his sore spot. Guyu City had nearly risen from nothing again, but its foundation was still too thin. Even if he advanced to the nascent soul stage, it would still be impossible to contend with the greedy wolf sect. Not every force is like the Su family, which with clever planning and an abundance of rising talents seized control in just a few decades. Gu City lured the worlds. The truth is that the victor becomes king, while the vanquished become outlaws. History is written by the winners. Why bother with what he says? Stop your rambling and watch my claws. Mou slashed through the air, unleashing 4 streaks of chilling light towards Qi Tianxiong. Having spent time with Su Chuan, he too learned to conceal his trump cards. He had yet to unleash the power of the dragon crown from Julong Mountain, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Go! The azure dragon of the sword roared and flew towards Qi Tianxiong from another direction. A high-grade magical treasure shield flew out from Qi Tianxiong's sleeve, its yellow light flickering as it defended against the attacks of Mou and Su Chuan. Even the sneak attack from Gu Xianyu failed to succeed. Qi Tianxiong faced 3 opponents without losing his composure. Holding a black battle axe, the light from the axe surged, causing the void to tremble with each swing. It felt as though the space would be cleaved apart. Mou could rely on his own scales to withstand some of the blows, but Su Chuan and Gu Xianyu had to depend on high-grade defensive treasures. Fortunately, neither of them lacked such treasures. The 4 of them were entangled in battle, their spiritual powers clashing and sending shockwaves across the area. Those below looked up to see flickering lightning in the sky, accompanied by continuous thunder. 4 figures could be faintly seen intertwining, with each clash shaking the void. The true lord of the heavenly wolf stood below, gazing at the figure, holding an umbrella, a glimmer of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Not long ago, Su Chuan had seemed like a dispensable character in his eyes. Yet he had climbed to stand before him at an astonishing speed, then surpassed him. Now he could only watch from a distance as Su Chuan fought. Heavenly Wolf, do you really think you can contend with my grandfather? A clear voice rang out. Su Deling stepped forward, her aura rising as she calmly gazed at the true lord of the Heavenly Wolf. We have clashed multiple times. Today we shall decide life and death. I'm afraid of you. If you die, Su Chuan will surely wear a twisted expression of sorrow. I would very much like to see that scene. The true lord of the Heavenly Wolf retorted coldly. He raised his hand and grasped the high-grade treasure, Heavenly Wolf halberd, which fell into his palm. With a shift in his form, he dashed away to draw the battlefield elsewhere. Su Deling followed closely behind. A high-pitched phoenix cry sounded as she summoned Fire Phoenix feather, merging with the illusory phoenix. She stepped upon the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix exhaled pale golden flames that shot towards the back of the true lord of the Heavenly Wolf. He turned and swung the halberd, shattering the flames. Without a high-grade defensive treasure, if he faced the Phoenix's flames heated with a mid-grade one, he felt that 4 or 5 streams of fire would be enough to melt and pierce through it. The enhancement from the Fire Phoenix bloodline gave Su Delying the upper hand in the battle. However, the true power lay in the incorporation of the Fire Phoenix feather. After all, it was a feather from the ancient true spirit Fire Phoenix. It was only after its integration that it possessed a fraction of the Phoenix's flame power. Typically, a mid-grade defensive treasure would suffice to block such attacks. The two fought fiercely, the halberd light crisscrossing and flames surging. The true lord of the Heavenly Wolf had just recovered from his injuries. Though his abilities were formidable, Su Delying also had the advantage of her bloodline. Moreover, he possessed the high-grade defensive treasure Tianyang Shield. Defeating Su Delying was no easy task. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows without a clear victor. Within 100 feet of their battle, no one dared approach casually. The combat in the plains below was even more intense. The forces of Guxian City and the Greedy Wolf sect collided thunderously, with Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators fighting fiercely. Last time you ruined my father's good deed, take this. Su Mingxian targeted Mei Yun directly. He unleashed a mid-grade earth attribute flying sword imbued with heavy power, stabbing toward Mei Yun. Mountain River Seal, go. Mei Yun also summoned a great seal to meet it. Yun, I will assist you, Elder Ding spoke up. No need, Elder Ding, be careful, Mei Yun warned. She noticed an elder from Guxian City approaching from the side, also in the late Golden Core stage, forcing her to respond seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Yun. You be careful as well. Understood. Bang. 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 A series of collisions occurred as the two only clashed their treasures without any close combat. As they fought, they distanced themselves from the battlefield. If you have the guts, follow me. Su Mingxian snorted coldly and flew off into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Mei Yun chased after him. Yin, you're being too reckless. That's a member of the Su family. If you pursue carelessly, it could lead to great trouble. Elder Ding said this, but he had no time to spare. As for others with no ties to Mei Yun, they naturally wouldn't go to her aid. They flew for over 1,000 miles before finally stopping. Brother Mingxuan, are we heading to Shanghai City? Listening to father is always right. Su Mingxian looked at him. First, let's restore our original appearances. Mei Yun transformed a green light, bursting forth. Moments later, her frost-colored hair turned into dark locks, and she became a young man. The two did not hesitate and flew directly toward Shanghai City. At their speed, it would take them at least half a day to arrive. In the plains, there was no change in the battle, even with 2 fewer people. The fighting remained fierce. A Golden Core cultivator from Guxian City raised his hand to unleash a series of talismans. The talismans swelled in the wind, transforming into a raging sea of flames that engulfed the opposing side. Immediately, someone from the Greedy Wolf sect summoned a blue ice flag. As he waved it, a surge of cold air erupted, colliding with the sea of flames and rising into thick white mist. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators engaged in close combat. One wielded a blade, while the other a sword, their attacks weaving a deadly dance with blood splattering. In a matter of moments, the sword-wielding cultivator pierced the heart of the blade wielder, who fell to the ground. The sword cultivator seized his magic tool and storage bag, swiftly attacking others. 3 Foundation Establishment disciples from the Greedy Wolf sect formed a simple array, instantly elevating their power to the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, continuously killing numerous Foundation Establishment cultivators from Guxian City and other families. Xiao, I heard your strength has increased significantly. Why not have a duel with me? Nie Jiofeng proposed with a mad laugh. Then let's do it. Soon Nie Jiofeng discovered that the flying sword in Xiao Zhan's hand was actually a high-grade treasure. Your treasure? Nie Jiofeng exclaimed in surprise. Where did it come from? Nie clan leader, that is something I cannot disclose. With your perfected abilities and a high-grade treasure, Xiao, you indeed qualify to battle me. In that case, I won't hold back. Xiao Zhan accepted the challenge from Nie Jiofeng, while Sima Xiangheng targeted Qiao Yuanqi. The commotion from their battle was similarly significant, second only to that of Su Delying and the true lord of the Heavenly Wolf. Bang! One pit after another appeared on the ground, created by the impact of divine abilities. Some fought above a river, slamming their palm down, causing the river to cut off and revealing a dry riverbed. In another section of the river, a cultivator practicing ice techniques froze a stretch of the river. The surface of the river formed a thick layer of ice. His opponent unleashed fire-type abilities, melting the ice and producing thick mist that enveloped the surrounding area. In the plains, various divine abilities emerged in abundance. Water, earth, fire, and demonic techniques were all in play. Someone summoned a flying sword darting through the air, ambushing and injuring a golden core cultivator. Others employed agile movements, their figures like phantoms, making them hard to guard against. Some threw numerous talismans, creating fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning that rained down. Some even tamed spirit beasts, coordinating their attacks to gain the upper hand. The sounds of screams, battle cries, clashes of magical treasures, and roaring spells intertwined, shaking the heavens and earth. Blood stained the plains with severed limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere. In the core area of the battle, under the bombardment of countless divine abilities, the terrain had already changed beyond recognition. The originally flat ground became pockmarked and riddled with ravines. Several rivers were either frozen, cut off, or redirected. In the distance, several low mountains were flattened with rubble strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, at the onset of the battle, Su Mingxian was in his room meditating when he suddenly sensed a tug of divine sense. However, this time it did not pull him into the Su family's cave heaven. It felt more like a notification. He opened his eyes and immediately sent a message. Elder Gu, the time has come. Go to the underground teleportation array. A moment later, the two gathered before the teleportation array. Elder Gu refined this item. What is this? The Bone Elder looked at a jade tablet. The restrictions on this are quite mysterious. This is the conceal spirit restriction I created, which can alter one's aura and prevent divine sense probing. With this, even a nascent soul may find it difficult to discern your details. The Bone Elder took it and chuckled. You truly are meticulous in your work. Without hesitation, he dripped blood to refine it. After successfully refining it, the two prepared to teleport over a long distance. They were already aware of the approximate distance from Shanghai City to the Greedy Wolf sect. After a slight adjustment, they could teleport directly to a location within 100 miles. The deviation would not be too great. Let's go. Su Mingxian infused his power into the teleportation array, causing it to glow. After a few breaths, with a flash of light, the two vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already hovering over a valley more than 100 miles west of the Greedy Wolf sect. Su Mingxian disguised his appearance, transforming into a sinister middle-aged man. The two flew towards the Greedy Wolf sect together. In no time, they found the location of the sect. This place is to the west of the Greedy Wolf sect, precisely at a weak point. The Bone Elder was slightly startled. You know all this? No, these types of sect protection arrays must have array masters maintaining them. Especially before such battles, they would meticulously check to avoid any slips. Then he speculated to himself, could it be that the Greedy Wolf sect lacks a third-tier array master? But that can't be. A nascent soul sect shouldn't be unable to hire a third-tier array master. Su Mingxian replied lightly, this is something you don't need to know, Elder. As for why it wasn't discovered during inspections, it might just be luck. Perhaps, the Bone Elder shrugged. I'm merely a puppet pushed forward by your Su family. Su Mingxian ignored his complaints. He waved his hand over his storage ring, and the Cloud Heaven Illusion Array flags appeared floating in the air. To cover such a large area, we still need to place the array flags at the appropriate ley lines. The positions have been calculated. This is the geographic map of the mountains here, with the red dots marking the array positions. The Bone Elder looked in disbelief. You even considered this? I feel somewhat unnerved. You will handle the east and north sides, and I will take care of the west and south. The Bone Elder took 3 of the array flags and curiously asked, no problem, but what is the function of this array? Without activating the array, it was hard to discern its specific nature from the flags alone. The Cloud Heaven Illusion Array has effects of confinement, fog, and illusion. Once successfully set up, it can create mirror illusions. From the outside, one will only see a reflected scene. The fog and confinement can prevent those inside from escaping. As long as the combat fluctuations aren't above the nascent soul level, the outside world will find it nearly impossible to detect. Additionally, I've added a restriction to block communication. This composite array is remarkable. Did you obtain it from some ancient secret realm? Su Mingxian blinked and finally admitted, I created it during the Foundation establishment stage and gradually improved it to the 3rd tier. Currently, this array flag is somewhat outdated. It's a pity that 3rd-tier high-grade array plates or flags are hard to refine. Otherwise, I would have replaced it. The Bone Elder was momentarily stunned and flew off into the distance without saying a word, having been played by the Su family once more. This annoying mouth seems to serve no purpose. After a stick of incense, the Bone Elder returned. Su Mingxian performed hand seals to activate the array, causing countless clouds and mist to generate, enveloping several miles around the Greedy Wolf sect's outer array. Then a green light curtain appeared, but the next moment it completely receded. The Bone Elder flew to the outer edge of the Cloud Heaven Illusion Array and saw that he could indeed observe the scenery within the Greedy Wolf sect. However, it was all a dead scene. If it could synchronize in real time, that would be even more extraordinary. But it was likely that only by advancing the Cloud Heaven illusion array to the 4th tier or above could that be possible. Elder Bone, it's time to act. The Bone Elder glanced at him, nodded, and said no more. He raised his hand and waved, causing a pitch-black cloth bag to fly out from his sleeve. It was indeed the corpse bag that Chuan had given him. A surge of chilling energy poured forth. Soon after, a bluish-gray corpse appeared before him. The Bone Elder waved his hand again. A large black flag materialized its surface, swirling with ghostly energy, and countless spirits could be heard wailing faintly. He waved the flag, and a bloody figure charged out from within it. The Xianyin Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King. This was the trump card Chuan had entrusted to the Bone Elder. I have met the Corpse King and Ghost King. Su Mingxian clasped his fists. You are. The Blood Fiend Ghost King possessed a powerful soul comparable to the mid-nascent soul stage. Without Chuan's assistance, relying solely on the concealed spirit restriction jade tablet, he might not be able to evade the probing of a nascent soul expert. Gentlemen, Su has instructed that we must take down the Greedy Wolf sect. We also need to cooperate with my identity as the master of the Demon Heaven Merchant Association. The Corpse King and Ghost King exchanged glances, then looked at Su Mingxian beside them. Understood, we will follow the master's orders, the Corpse King replied. Su Mingxian then pointed to a location within the Greedy Wolf sect. 100 feet ahead to the west is the weak point of the Great Array. Its defensive power is only at the peak of the 3rd tier. Please work together to break it in one strike. Just a peak 3rd tier. I alone am sufficient. The Corpse King asserted. Please cooperate, gentlemen. Seeing Su Mingxian's insistence, the Xianyin Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King did not refuse. They shifted to the location Su Mingxian indicated for the Great Array. The Xianyin Corpse King unleashed a tremendous surge of corpse energy, coalescing into several zhang-sized solid fists that slammed down hard on the flowing light shield. At the same time, the Blood Fiend Ghost King raised a finger and pointed, channeling ghostly energy into a beam of light that struck down alongside the azure fists at the weak point of the array. Boom. After a resounding explosion, a massive crack appeared in the area of dozens of feet around the point of attack. Advance. Su Mingxian's voice fell. Several people charged into the breach of the protective barrier. At almost the same moment, inside the Greedy Wolf sect, in the core of the formation, Elder Jiozai's previously closed eyes suddenly opened. He trembled all over his face, changing drastically. The protective formation of the sect has been breached. How is this possible? He immediately checked the sect's protective formation through the central hub. Indeed, he sensed a huge fissure had appeared there. Though it wouldn't incapacitate the entire protective formation, its scale would take considerable time to repair. To break the formation in an instant. Could it be that a great practitioner has descended? He was swept by raging waves of anxiety. What exactly happened? Elder Jiaoshi showed anxiety on his face. Not having the time to think further, he immediately took out a communication jade slip and shouted urgently. Elder Yinyu, Elder Hai, a huge crack has appeared in the western formation. Quickly summon the disciples to repair it with their powers. After sending the message, Jiaoshi also stood up and flew towards the damaged formation. Receiving Jiozai's message, Elder Yinyu and Hai Minjia immediately gathered hundreds of Foundation establishment and numerous Qi refinement disciples to go and investigate. They were horrified and felt a deep sense of dread. If Qi Tianxiong returned to find issues in the Greedy Wolf sect, they might even be skinned alive. Of course, that strike had made quite the noise. Many disciples nearby had heard it. They also went to take a look. Su Mingxian did not wander around, but quietly waited for the people from the Greedy Wolf sect to arrive. After all, to take down the entire Greedy Wolf sect, it was inevitable that the remaining elders and disciples would need to exert effort. The Bone Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a black robe, his white hair contrasting sharply with his eerie visage, making him quite striking. Su Mingxian seemed to stand quietly behind him, having faith that the subsequent matters could be led by the Bone. The Xianyin Corpse King said, "There are 3 golden cores here. No, unless they choose death over surrendering, we must set up restrictions to draw them into the Demon Heaven Merchants Association." The Xianyin Corpse King looked at the Bone Elder and mumbled, "Stingy." When Elder Yunyu and the others, along with a host of Foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples, hurriedly arrived and saw the figures in the sky, everyone's expression was one of horror, especially 2 of them, one radiating corpse energy and the other exuding ghostly aura. "Junior," Yinyu pays respects to the senior, "why have you intruded into our Greedy Wolf sect? If you wish to visit our sect leader, Tianxiong. The Bone Elder sneered. What qualifications does he have to warrant a visit from me? Our sect leader is a mid-stage nascent soul powerhouse. Are you not afraid of making enemies with our sect? Enough. A mere early-stage golden core, what qualification do you have to speak? As he finished speaking, the Blood Fiend Ghost King let out a strange laugh and casually released a strand of divine sense that struck fear. It made him cry out in terror, his face paling. The 9th layer of golden core nearing perfection, Qi Tianxiong is indeed cautious to leave such a golden core powerhouse like you behind. But alas, if you want to make a move, you could do so right now. Seeing the derision in the Bone Elder's eyes, Yunyu clasped his fist and sighed. With such meager cultivation, how could I dare to be reckless before a senior? I do not know the senior's intentions, but please state them clearly. Isn't it obvious? The Bone Elder's face was filled with arrogance and malevolence. From this day forth, the greedy wolf sect belongs to me. What a... Yunyu Jiushi and the other disciples all changed their expressions drastically. Do not say that I lack kindness. I will give you two choices. One is to submit and voluntarily accept restrictions set by me. The second, you can choose to become food for a 4th-tier corpse king or a 4th-tier ghost king. You can also have your flesh returned to the corpse king and your soul to the ghost king. The corpse king licked his lips. Although the blood essence of Foundation establishment cultivators was somewhat lacking, a large quantity would still benefit him. The same went for the ghost king. Does the senior really want to force us? What's wrong? Do you wish to delay time until your sect leader and the other golden core elders return? The Bone Elder's lips curled up slightly. They won't finish anytime soon. Impossible. Even if a nascent soul cannot determine a winner in terms of golden cores, we have the advantage. Moreover, my master, the true lord of the celestial wolf, has perfected his divine abilities and is only a step away from the nascent soul. In the golden core stage, he is hard to match. A golden core who has perfected his divine abilities, indeed impressive, but as far as I know, the geniuses of the Su family have also arrived. Fairy Feng Ling has battled the true lord of the celestial wolf multiple times, and they have yet to determine a victor. I wonder if your master can win against her. How is that possible? The geniuses of the Su family have mobilized, but I heard that only the withering and flourishing true lord and the transforming demon are present. Hai Minji's expression was one of shock and confusion. This battle seemed to be gradually deviating from what they in the greedy wolf sect had anticipated. Who exactly are you, senior? How do you know so much? You are definitely not from the Songlong or greedy wolf factions. Otherwise they wouldn't know so clearly. No point in saying more. I will give you half a cup of tea to consider. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a profound smile. Of course, if you have the courage, you may also try to attack and see. As his voice fell, the Xianyin Corpse King and the Blood Fiend Ghost King stepped forward in unison. Just one step. Two overwhelming pressures descended like two massive mountains pressing down. The Qi refinement disciples could no longer withstand it. They directly knelt on the ground. The Foundation establishment disciples also only managed to hold on for a moment, their faces turning red. As for Yunyu Jiushi and Hai Minjia, the three golden cores felt their breath stifled. The flow of their powers in the Dantian was also momentarily stifled. This was the nascent soul. Just the pressure alone was enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Countdown begin. The pressure dissipated. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time slowly passed. 10 breaths. 15 breaths. Finally someone broke down. It was a young disciple in the late stage of Qi refinement, his face youthful, merely 17 or 18 years old. He directly said, I do not wish to die, I am willing to submit. He muttered, staggering towards the Bone Elder, and bowed his head. Very well, come to my side. Yes, thank you, master. He did not hesitate at all, rolling and crawling to the opposite side of Elder Yunyu and the others. Yunyu's face turned ashen. Silence lasted only for 3 breaths. Soon after, the second Qi refinement disciple ran over. The third, the fourth. More and more people surged to that open space, their heads bowed, not daring to look at Elder Yunyu and the others. Soon a Foundation establishment cultivator, after some deliberation, approached Elder Yunyu and clasped his fist, saying, Elder, I am sorry. Good birds choose good trees to land on. With the sect's protective formation breached, the greedy wolf sect's momentum has waned. Perhaps even the sect leader and the other elders are in great danger. After speaking, he silently walked to the other side. Soon more and more Foundation establishment disciples followed suit. With the first there came the second, the third. The Bone Elder looked at Jiushi and asked, What is your name? Junior Jiushi. You are a formation master, right? After a moment of silence, Jiushi nodded. Tell me the location of the core of the formation. Once this matter is settled, I can allow you to leave. If you are willing, you can also become an elder of my faction. In the future, you can further your attainments and formations, reaching the pinnacle of Tier 3, and even half a step into Tier 4 is not impossible. People like you will soon be free from restrictions. Master, can restrictions be lifted after they are set? A Foundation establishment cultivator who had defected asked. Naturally, setting restrictions is merely to prevent your betrayal. After all, you joined under abnormal circumstances. But when the greedy wolf sect is destroyed and you contribute to the association, the restrictions will become meaningless. Upon hearing this, many more chi refinement and disciples joined in. In less than half a cup of tea apart from the 3 golden core elders, everyone else chose to betray. It seems your greedy wolf sect is still not very popular, not a single disciple willing to die for you. The bone elder revealed a playful smile. Joshi, what have you decided? And the other two, what about your decision? Hai Minjia looked at the 2 fourth-tier beings, ultimately feeling more fear than loyalty. Uncle Yin, I've just recently advanced to golden core, and my lifespan is only a little over 150. I do not wish to die. With my heavenly spirit root talent, I can at least reach golden core perfection in the future. Even for nascent soul, there is still hope. As for heavenly spirit root talent, not bad. With your talent, if you are sufficiently loyal, you will receive priority cultivation later on. Thank you, Master. Joshi was originally a loose cultivator recruited into the greedy wolf sect. The intention was to rely on a big tree for shade. But unfortunately, after joining, his cultivation progress was minimal, only advancing from mid-stage golden core to latest-stage golden core in over 100 years. His attainments and formations had only risen to high tier 3. Does the senior truly wish to teach higher tier formations? Naturally, individuals like you who excel in celestial arts are the most valued talents of our association. Resources will be prioritized for you. As for formations, if you join, I can provide you with the relevant classic texts on tier 3 top tier formations for free. Future provisions will depend on your contributions. In fact, I can also guide you. Junior understands. I am also willing to join. In the end, only Elder Yun stood isolated across from the crowd. Is it really the end of the line? Things are changing too quickly. Not at all. What you see is the conclusion, but to take down the greedy wolf sect, I have spent and sacrificed a lot. Elder, I can join, but I have one condition. What is it? Please tell me, which faction do you belong to, and what is your name? It seems you are not foolish knowing that, the Bone Elder said. I do not intend to hide it from you. My name is Demon Heaven Sovereign. Demon Heaven. Senior, are you from the Demon Heaven Merchants Association? No, wait, did you establish the Demon Heaven Merchants Association? Yin exclaimed in shock. But upon hearing this name, he instantly thought of many things. The sudden emergence of the Demon Heaven Merchants Association. Xiaozhan's strength has greatly increased over the years. This had been planned long ago. So the senior has been laying the groundwork for decades. I admire that. The Demon Heaven Merchants Association aims at the greedy wolf sect. Does this mean the contention between ancient ghost and greedy wolf? You guessed it. That's right, I also have dealings with the Su family. I want the greedy wolf sect to establish a firm foothold, while the Su family wants Qi Tianxiong dead and the greedy wolf sect to be obliterated. We are perfectly aligned. Senior, the Su family cooperates with Ancient Ghost City and also collaborates with you. Aren't you afraid that the Su family will ultimately benefit swallowing both you and Ancient Ghost City along with the greedy wolf sect? The Su family cannot do that. They are well aware of this, so what they want is not the greedy wolf sect's foundation. As for what it is, I certainly won't disclose it to you. Do you have any questions? Yu sighed softly. In this game, all the forces of the greedy wolf mansion are merely pawns, and only you and the withering and flourishing true lord are the players. Even the withering and flourishing true lord personally intervenes to cover the fangs of the Demon Heaven Merchants Association. The greedy wolf sect has not lost unjustly. He clasped his hands in a bow. Yu pays respects to the sovereign. You do have some management talent. You can temporarily serve as the vice president of the Merchants Association. Do not resist. I need to impose restrictions on you. Everyone complied. The Bone Elder enacted the bone restriction, albeit with slight modifications. The mark revealed on the back of his hand was not of a skeletal skull, but the emblem of the Demon Heaven Merchants Association. With this mark, no matter where you are, the association will be able to find you. Chi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples, go and bring all disciples of the greedy wolf sect here. If you do not wish to kill them on the spot. Yes, Sovereign. They quickly adapted to their change in status. After a short incense sticks time, all disciples of the greedy wolf sect were controlled. Only a few dozen were killed. First, head to the formation core. Joe, she lead the way. Yes, Sovereign. Jiyoshi responded with a bow. Hai Minjia lead the rest to repair the formation barrier here. Hai Minjia also complied. Upon reaching the formation core there were restrictions in place, and without a special token one could not enter, unless forcefully breaking the restrictions. Fortunately Jiyoshi had this authority. In Greedy Wolf Sect, only sect leader Qi Tianxiong and the true lord of the Celestial Wolf could enter this place. You said you are confident in making the original restricted token ineffective, then let's begin. The Bone Elder said to Su Mingxian. Jiyoshi was taken aback, originally thinking this person was merely the Bone Elder's subordinate. But now it seemed he was quite skilled in restrictions. After all, he himself felt he could not easily modify the restrictions, making the original entry token ineffective. Su Mingxian immediately enacted a spiritual restriction. This was the first time Jiyoshi saw such a restriction with wonder in his eyes. Using the formation core in just a quarter of an hour, Su Mingxian thoroughly understood and mastered this fourth-tier formation. Then he made modifications using the spiritual restriction. The formation showed no changes, but the aura it emitted seemed to have an inexplicable flavor. Even a half-step fourth-tier formation master like the Bone Elder could not detect any signs. So simple, eh? The Bone Elder asked. The sovereign can take a token from someone and try it. Then let's try. The three left the formation core and flew to the eastern formation. On the way, Su Mingxian crafted a new restriction token and handed it to the Bone Elder. Jiyoshi used the old token while the Bone Elder used the new one. The two flew out of the formation. Jiyoshi looked at the nearby mist and knew that the entire Greedy Wolf sect was indeed enveloped by the new formation. You go first. Jiyoshi immediately formed a hand seal to activate the original token. A blue light surged from the token, flying toward the protective formation. But it only triggered the formation's repulsion, causing dark blue light to surge. It really became ineffective. Jiyoshi was horrified. This Demon Heaven Merchants Association was indeed mysterious, having such a master of restrictions, likely having reached the fourth-tier level. Subsequently, the Bone Elder attempted it. Naturally, he made the light curtain dissolve, creating an opening for people to enter and exit. You really have your skills. The Bone Elder laughed heartily. The two re-entered the formation, and in just a moment the formation's opening was established. It has closed. The remaining disciples will absorb it. The formation has been altered, and next we will receive the resources of the Tanlang sect. The White Bone Elder looked at Jiyoshi Dao. Do you know about the resources of the sect? In response, the sect affairs are the responsibility of Elder Yun Yu, not Jiyoshi. His status is only below that of the true monarch of Tianlong, so he should know where the various resources of the sect are. Jiyoshi replied respectfully. Send a message for him to wait for me in the main hall of the sect. Jiyoshi nodded and immediately complied. The main hall of the Tanlang sect. Master, Yun Yu slightly bowed upon arrival. The White Bone Elder nodded. I want all the resources of the Tanlang sect. Can you obtain them? I have access to places like the Dao Collection Tower and the Weapon Pavilion, but only the sect's treasury is restricted. I know about it, but only Qi Tianxiong knows how to break the restrictions. That restriction, I heard Tianlang mention it briefly, is said to be a fourth-tier restriction. He paid a considerable price to have it set up in his early years. I see. Then take us there first. As for the treasury, we will handle it ourselves. Yes, Master. Given your cooperation after the battle, I will grant you a low-grade, innate spiritual item. You should be close to mastering your divine abilities, right? I believe it will help you reach a peak understanding of your powers. Additionally, there is a high-grade golden core pill. When encountering bottlenecks, it can assist you in breaking through to the perfection of the golden core stage. As long as you remain loyal to the Merchant Association, high-grade magical artifacts will also be within reach in the future. Thank you, Master. Yun Yu is willing to go through fire and water for the Merchant Association. No need for flattery, I value your actions. Don't let me down. Under Yun Yu's cooperation, all the scriptures of the Tanlang sect were copied and taken by Su Mingxian. As for magical artifacts and treasures, Su Mingxian was not interested in them, leaving them as rewards for the disciples of the Merchant Association. In the Spirit Herb Garden, Su Mingxian did not recognize many spiritual herbs and could only wait for Su Chuan to come later. However, the formations and restrictions in these important places were all reconfigured by Su Mingxian, elevated to the peak of the third tier. Finally, there is the sect's treasury. This treasury has a self-destruct restriction, but it will only trigger if it suffers continuous attacks from above the nascent soul level. The defense of the restriction is not as strong as that of the formation. The Corpse King and Ghost King can break through it with sufficient force. But with this self-destruct restriction in place, we can only break it slowly. How long will it take? At least 2 to 3 days. The White Bone Elder thought for a moment. Then you can break it here since we have already seized the protective formation of the sect. Even if Qi Tianxiong and the others all return, it will take them 10 days to half a month to break in. Understood. Immediately the White Bone Elder turned to Yunyu beside him and said, Yunyu, notify the others that the protective formation of the Tanlang sect has changed. The previous entrance tokens of the Tanlang sect have become invalid. Tell everyone not to go out if they die. Don't blame me for not reminding them. Yunyu's body trembled slightly, and he nodded in agreement before retreating. Su Mingxian informed the White Bone Elder of several weak points in the formation. Damn it, so you all have created so many weak points in the protective formation of the Tanlang sect. Could it be that there is an insider helping you destroy parts of the formation's foundation? Elder Bone, no need to ask more. I am responsible for breaking the treasury's restriction. You can take care of the formation's repair. Understood. The White Bone Elder waved his hand, and then went to the core area of the formation. The restrictions here had also been altered. Now only the White Bone Elder and Su Mingxian could enter and exit. In less than half a day, the Tanlang sect had essentially changed its name. The other disciples were busy repairing the formation. There were Qi refining disciples whispering, our sect master did not lose unjustly. I wonder how many of them will return alive this time. What sect master? Don't forget we are now disciples of the Immortal Merchant Association. My mistake, my mistake. Another disciple spoke up. Sect Master Qi is a mid-nascent soul powerhouse. He should be hard to kill. If he doesn't die and continues to trouble the Immortal Merchant Association, it is likely that the master will have a lot of headaches. These are not matters for small characters like us to worry about. When the new emperor comes, the new ministers follow. Since we have already decided to betray, if we are still indecisive, neither side will keep us. Let alone we are now all under restrictions. By the way, do you think the master will really help us lift the restrictions later? The master speaks with integrity. He will certainly not break his promise to us. Even if they did not think so in their hearts, they had to say it on the surface. Heaven knows if there are powerful beings using their divine sense to monitor them. As night fell on the wasteland, the great battle continued. In the sky, although Qi Tianxiong was injured, he did not show any sign of weakness or fatigue. Gu Xian Yu Su Chuan Mo you three want to kill this sect master. You are simply dreaming. Qi Tianxiong laughed heartily. No wonder you are a mid-nascent soul powerhouse who has been famous for hundreds of years, indeed hard to kill. Gu Xian Yu looked worriedly at Su Chuan. Su Chuan replied calmly, his high-grade defensive magical artifact has already been half destroyed. Once it truly fails, he will lose his defensive support and will surely be constrained. Old City Lord, we still have the advantage in this battle. After all, he does not have the powerful physique of a fourth-tier demon beast to withstand high-grade magical artifacts and the might of divine abilities. What you say makes sense. Why I was too anxious. MOU transmitted, Su Chuan, I really want to use the power of the Dragon Crown to beat him up. Don't rush, the time has not yet come. This is not the final battlefield. Let me tell you some good news. Mingxian and the others should have already seized the entire Tanlang sect. Haha, if that old fool finds out his home is gone when he escapes back to his lair, he will surely be furious. Su Chuan ignored MOU and instead transmitted to Gu Xianyu. It's time to enter the next phase. Are you suggesting that Nie Daoyu and Zhao Daoyu turn against them? If so, will it cause their collapse? Old City Lord, do you want to keep them all on this wasteland? If you have a way, Su can follow your lead. But Old City Lord, you must understand the others are merely helping. They are not your life and death allies in Guxian City. This battle is ultimately a struggle for status between your Guxian City and the Tanlang sect. What they want is how much benefit they can gain after victory. They certainly will not risk their lives for you. Su Chuan revealed the stark reality. Gu Xianyu was also aware of this in his heart. But they had many backup plans and a significant advantage. This gave rise to their arrogance, wanting to extinguish the main forces of the Tanlang sect in one fell swoop. It was my arrogance. Then let's proceed as Su Daoyu suggests. Gu Xianyu immediately transmitted to Nie Jiufeng and Zhao Yuanqi. Their expressions changed suddenly. Then they notified the remaining Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples from their side. After a moment, they suddenly erupted, forcing Sima Xiangheng and Xiao Zhan back. At this moment, Li Yang, the old demon, was working with Elder Yang to fight against the Grand Elder of Guxian City. The Grand Elder of Guxian City was a perfect Golden Core powerhouse, and his divine abilities were fully accomplished. However, he was not young anymore. At most, he had a lifespan of 60 years. He had not fully displayed his strength when he fought against two late Golden Core members of the Tanlang sect, and was evenly matched. Thus, they were unaware that the Grand Elder of Guxian City had already mastered his divine abilities. His opponent was supposed to be the true monarch of Tianlong, but unfortunately the true monarch of Tianlang was engaged in a fierce battle with Su Deling. Liang Daoyu Nye has come to assist you. Thank you, Nye Daoyu. Let's work together to kill him. He is the Grand Elder of Guxian City, and also the Master of Guxian Yu. His death will surely deal a blow to the morale of Guxian City. Let them become disoriented. This will also assist the sect master. No problem. Nye Jiufeng, if you dare to kill me, the city lord of Guxian City will not let you go. The Grand Elder of Guxian City also understood that the opportunity had come and cooperated in the act. You dare to threaten when death is at hand. If you fail in this battle, let's see if Guxian, you can survive the pursuit of our sect master. Seeking death. The Grand Elder of Guxian City erupted fully, suddenly unleashing the might of his fully accomplished divine abilities. He swung his dark red battle knife, slashing towards the two. What? You actually broke through your divine abilities. Li Yang, the old demon, and Elder Yang turned pale and resisted with all their might. Don't worry, with Nye here, he can't kill you. They felt reassured, but to their surprise, Nye Jiufeng's attack did not target the Grand Elder of Guxian City. Instead, it came towards them. Unprepared from behind, Nye Jiufeng was considerably stronger than the Grand Elder of Guxian City. The black blade light flashed, and Li Yang, the old demon, and Elder Yang were instantly cut in half. Because it was Nye who killed you. You dare to betray the sect master. The Nye family will not have a... At the same time, many Golden Core members of the Tanlang sect, including Elder Heizhou, were ambushed. Many Foundation establishment disciples were also similarly affected. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 elders of the Tanlang sect fell, among which 3 were late Golden Core members. Thank you, head of the Nye family, for your assistance. The Grand Elder of Guxian City clasped his fists in gratitude. Since we are allies, we naturally help each other. Just don't forget, after destroying the Tanlang sect, the promised things from the Nye family are due. Of course, we all made oaths. How could we betray a kill? The cries of battle suddenly erupted. The disciples and elders of the Tanlang sect, who were originally helped by the Nye and Zhao families, became the targets of slaughter. Those who had fought side by side just a moment ago, the allies, now plunged their swords into their bodies. Some did not understand what had happened until their death. Some desperately resisted, but were outnumbered. Some attempted to escape, but were intercepted by the Guxian City cultivators, who were well prepared. The cries of anguish, curses, and pleas for mercy filled the sky. Nye Jiufeng, Zhao Yuanqi, the true monarch of Tianlang, roared angrily, his voice trembling. You have gone mad. How dare you betray the sect master? Nye Jiufeng glanced at the distant true monarch of Tianlang. True monarch Tianlang, take care of yourself first. Perfect timing, let's work together to kill him, and do not give him a chance to escape. Su Deling's phoenix eyes narrowed. With her current strength, killing the true monarch of Tianlang was indeed a bit difficult. Upon hearing this, Grand Elder of Guxian City, Sima Nye, and Zhao family heads all gathered together. 4 Golden Core powerhouses with fully accomplished divine abilities joined in. The true monarch of Tianlang was left with no way to survive. Tianlang, today is your death day. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The true monarch of Tianlang realized he was at the end of the road and immediately activated a secret technique, forcibly boosting his power. Suddenly, a series of ringing sounds surged into his sea of consciousness, causing his mind to begin to waver. Su Deling saw this, and her eyes brightened, also employing a divine sense secret technique. The two-pronged attack directly interrupted the casting of the true monarch of Tianlang, causing him to suffer backlash. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale instantly. The true monarch of Tianlang scanned his surroundings and looked at the battlefield on the wasteland. Such a scheme surely wasn't thought of by Guxian Yu. Moreover, Guxian Yu couldn't possibly get you 3 families to fully ally with him. His gaze finally landed on Su Deling. It's you from the Su family, isn't it? What is the true monarch talking about? I don't understand. Our Su family is merely invited by the city lord to resolve past grievances with your Tanlang sect. As for Xiao Zhan, he hadn't joined in, but was watching the aerial battle with a cold smile. Then he turned to attack the other Golden Core members. Now in the wasteland, there was no Golden Core who could... In the skies above, Qi Tianxiong had already sensed the changes on the ground. His divine sense swept across the battlefield, seeing Liang Heizhou and others falling on the spot. He also saw the Nye and Zhao families crazily slaughtering the disciples of the Tanlang sect. He saw the true monarch of Tianlang being cornered by Su Deling and the 3 major families. His expression instantly turned ashen. Nye Jiufeng, Zhao Yuanqi. His angry roar thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire wasteland. The sect master will break your bodies into pieces. Extract your souls and refine your corpses. You shall never be reincarnated. The fury and killing intent in that voice made countless cultivators below feel their hearts tremble and their legs weaken. Hearing this, Nie Jiufeng and Zhao Yuanqi's expressions changed drastically. They turned to see Qi Tianxiong, unable to break through the siege of Mo, Yue Gu Xianyu, and Su Chuan. Immediately they felt slightly relieved. Don't be too happy, they may be able to suppress the sect master, but to kill the sect master is impossible. As long as the sect master does not die, your 3 families will sooner or later walk the path of extinction. Sima Xiangheng, Nie Jiufeng, and Zhao Yuanqi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The Grand Elder of Guxian City said, rest assured, as long as we seize the Tanlang sect with a 4th-tier formation, Qi Tianxiong will not be able to break in. Do you think you can break through my Tanlang sect's formation? The true monarch of Tianlang sneered. It's indeed unlikely from the outside, but what about from the inside? The Grand Elder of Guxian City's lips curled slightly. What do you mean? Could it be? All right, true monarch of Tianlang, it's time for you to depart. Gu Xianyu and Mo, you made every effort to block him, but it was impossible to keep him in place. If he truly wanted to shift the battlefield, Gu Xianyu and the others couldn't stop him. Thus Gu Xianyu declared, everyone head towards the Tanlang sect, we must annihilate it this time. Qi Tianxiong, the city lord, and the true monarch Ku Rong will do our utmost to hold him off. The Grand Elder of Guyu City, Sima Xiangheng, and the others immediately led the people to pursue the cultivators of the Tanling sect. Xiao Zhan also led the Mo Tian Merchant Association forward. The group fought their way from the wilderness to the Tanling sect. As for the others, many disciples of the Tanlang sect and children of noble families who allied with them were slain, while some scattered and fled. Some Golden Core cultivators felt hopeful and flew toward the Tanlang sect, believing that as long as they entered the Tanlang sect, the protection of the 4th grade Great Formation would ensure their safety. Others realized that the Tanlang sect's situation was dire and directly left the battlefield. The forces of the Tanlang sect were dwindling. The Grand Elder of Guyu City did not pursue the fleeing individuals, but headed towards the Tanlang sect. In the eyes of Guyu City, those fleeing were insignificant. Capturing the entire Tanlang sect stronghold was the top priority. This would be the future foundation of the Guyu sect. Even slaying the terrified elders of the Tanlang sect was not of great importance. After all, if possible, recruiting them could significantly enhance the foundation of Guyu City. However, they would need to be willing to be placed under restraints. After a night of fleeing, everyone finally returned to the Tanlang sect. Seeing the peaceful scene within the Great Formation, hope appeared on everyone's faces. Go rush into the Great Formation and we will be safe, said a mid-stage Golden Core Elder. But after rushing in, he encountered the Mist Great Formation. Wait, how could this be? Where did the mist come from outside the sect? Not all Golden Core cultivators were adept at breaking formations. A 3rd grade Mist Great Formation was enough to temporarily trap everyone here. When they stormed in, Su Mingxian, who was still breaking the restrictions of the treasure vault, immediately noticed. He temporarily set aside the work of breaking the restrictions to look for the Bone Elder. With the help of the Bone Elder Yunyu and Jiu, she quickly repaired the Great Formation. After a night, it was fully restored. How is the repair of the formation base? It's all done. Why did you come here? Have you managed to break it? The Bone Elder's expression brightened. He had never seen the treasure vault of a nascent soul sect in his lifetime. Not yet. I sensed that someone entered the Yun Tian illusion formation. It should be the people of the Tanlang sect returning. It seems there aren't any particularly powerful individuals. If Daoist Su is scheming this way, it must mean that all the latest-stage Golden Core cultivators of the Tanlang sect have perished. Perhaps so. If that's the case, let's go take a look. It's time for the forces of the Tanlang Mansion to get to know the Mo Tian Merchant Association again. What do you think about renaming this place to Mo Tian Sect in the future? This remote location is not suitable for the development of a merchant association. I do not know. You can discuss this with my father. All right then. The Bone Elder then transmitted his voice, gathering everyone to the east side of the Great Formation. What does the Lord want to gather us for? The Bone Elder hovered in the air, glancing at him and surveying the others. Your sect brothers have returned. Oh, would you like to go see them? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Let's go. This chaotic situation is nearing its climax. To witness the fall of an old power and the rise of a new one is a stroke of luck for you. Not everyone has such an opportunity. Elder Bone, you really have some wicked tastes worthy of being a great devil from thousands of years ago. Flattery, flattery, Su Mingxian transmitted. You flatter me too much, the Bone Elder replied, quite pleased. The illusion of the Yun Tian illusion formation disappeared, and the mist began to spread. When the Grand Elder of Guyu City and the others arrived, they all stopped before the mist. This should be the Tanling sect, but why has so much mist suddenly appeared? Sima Xiangheng said. When we were here yesterday, there was none of this mist, Nie Jiufeng said. The three exchanged glances and immediately understood. It should be the handiwork of the Su family. This mist should be formed by some formation, said a golden core cultivator knowledgeable in formations. The Grand Elder of Guyu City looked over. What do you think, Taoist Wu? What grade is this formation? Can you break it? At least 3rd grade, otherwise golden core divine senses would be able to see through the mist, and as for my skills in formations, they are not high. I'm only at the peak of the 2nd grade, which is not enough to break this formation. Fairy Feng Ling, what do you think? It has nothing to do with my Su family. We will not take action in the future, Su Deling said flatly. Yi Fan and Su Deyu stood with her. Although there were only 3 of them, they were enough to intimidate a dozen or so golden core cultivators. If that's the case, then let's enter the formation and hunt down the remnants of the Tanling sect. Don't spread too far apart. The Grand Elder of Guyu City led the forces of Guyu City to charge into the mist first. Then came the 3 great families, the Motion Merchant Association, and the other powers. A moment later, the battle resumed. Inside the Tanling sect, the Bone Elder was leading people to watch this series of performances. Others could not see through the mist in the Great Formation, but Su Mingxian could manipulate it for them to see. Tisk, it seems the situation is one-sided. If you all had gone along yesterday, it is uncertain if you could still be standing here now. The Bone Elder remarked. The hearts of Elder Yunyu and the others felt heavy. However, they were cultivators, and they were already prepared for the possibility of death one day. They had once destroyed several small families that did not obey the Tanling sect. There is no eternal power in the world. Today, it is simply the turn of the Tanling sect. Sigh. Yunyu sighed softly. Without the master, is he truly dead? Hai Mingjia was somewhat incredulous. The 3 great families are all on the side of Guyu City, plus the Grand Elder of Guyu City. Even the true monarch Tianlang is no match for them. A peak golden core fully realized in divine powers and in possession of a top-grade magic treasure has thus fallen. Yunyu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. However, he turned to the Bone Elder and clasped his fists. All this is merely to make wedding clothes for my Motion Merchant Association. Realizing that there was no hope left for the Tanling sect, Yunyu's heart also completely adhered. Seeing this, the others also expressed their loyalty. The Bone Elder's purpose this time was to intimidate them. Only by witnessing the tragic state of the remaining members of the Tanling sect would they truly feel fear and sincerely submit. Not long after, with a series of earth-shattering sounds, the ground rumbled and dust rose. Soon 4 streaks of flowing light rushed to the vicinity. It was Qi Tianxiong Gu Xianyu Mo Yue and Su Chuan. The Yunwu Great Formation. Qi Tianxiong recalled that during the Tahi Lake innate secret realm, Su Chuan had also set up a similar Yunwu Great Formation. He immediately looked at Su Chuan. It was you who caused this. Do not slander me, Sect Master Qi. I have been battling with you. When would I have the time and energy for this? Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. Qi Tianxiong seemed to have made up his mind about him. Who else could it be but you? Qi Tianxiong's divine sense was not obstructed by the mist. He penetrated it and saw the situation inside the Tanling sect. At the edges of the formation, 3 golden core elders and many disciples of the Tanling sect stood there watching. In addition, there were 2 cultivators he had never seen before. Yin Yu Jiushi Mingyu, what are you watching? Why aren't you taking action to bring them back into the Great Formation? Yin Yu's body trembled slightly as he revealed a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Sect Master. The Tanling sect has already changed hands. The Great Formation is no longer the same as before. I trusted you so much, yet you dared to betray me. Qi Tianxiong was on the verge of spitting blood from anger at this moment. Jiushi, was it you who plotted this? When did you betray me? Jiushi also clasped his fists helplessly, saying, Sect Master, I have always been loyal to the sect. Moreover, I did not change the formation's mastery over the 4th grade formation. He wanted to say something more, but ultimately let out a long sigh. Damn it, what exactly is happening? Qi Tianxiong appeared insane. He had only been out for a day, and upon returning his lair, had been overthrown. Moreover, the elder guards and disciples seemed to have betrayed him. Is there a sect master in the world as aggrieved as he? All right, Gu Xianyu Su Chuan, you have completely undermined my foundation. If that's the case, then today it will be to the death. Qi Tianxiong's long hair flew wildly, his eyes red as blood. The Nie and Chao families betrayed him, the true monarch Tianlang had died, and many golden core elders and disciples had perished. Now even his last stronghold had changed hands. Step by step they had him all figured out. It utterly shattered his final psychological defense. With a long howl, he shook the heavens. The low-level cultivators present all spat blood. The golden cores also turned pale. Then he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, which turned into a blood mist enveloping his body. He formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations, and the blood mist suddenly boiled, as if it were a living thing wildly drilling into his body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him. That aura surged higher and higher, stopping only at the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Qi Tianxiang's demonic energy surged, taking on a substantial form. Behind him, a giant demonic figure over 10 feet tall coalesced, fierce and terrifying, howling at the sky. He raised his hand, and a pitch-black long knife appeared from the void. The knife was long, and its hilt was carved with the head of a fierce wolf, its eyes blood red, as if it were a living entity. On the blade, ghostly light flowed, and countless vengeful souls could be faintly heard wailing, exuding a chilling pressure. Top-grade magic treasure. Gu Xianyu's expression changed drastically. No one had ever seen Qi Tianxiang use a top-grade magic treasure. Everyone thought he was just unlucky and had never obtained one. With the knife in hand, Qi Tianxiang's aura surged even more. His blood-red eyes fixed on Gu Xianyu Moue, and Su Chuan, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Today none of you three will escape. Before his voice had faded, he surged forward, appearing before Gu Xianyu. A single slash came down. That slash lacked any fancy technique, possessing only the power to destroy heaven and earth. Wherever the blade light passed, the void cracked with fissures. Gu Xianyu's face changed dramatically as he desperately channeled his spiritual power to summon his own top-grade defensive magic treasure. A dark ancient shield appeared, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, forming a protective barrier 3 feet thick. Clang! The blade light struck the barrier, producing a deafening sound. That top-grade defensive magic treasure was actually struck with a crack extending over a foot long. Gu Xianyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, flying back several dozen feet, spitting blood, his face pale. What a... He looked at the ancient shield in disbelief. A top-grade defensive magic treasure was actually unable to withstand the opponent's slash. If he comes again a few times, won't his treasure also shatter? At that moment, the tail of the sword of the Azure Dragon swept in. Mou also unleashed several streaks of cold light, several meters long, exuding extreme cold. Qi Tianxiang used the black knife to block Mou's attack, but was struck by Su Chuan's sword of the Azure Dragon. The mid-grade magic treasure's barrier immediately fractured. Then Qi Tianxiang's figure swayed, charging towards Su Chuan. The sword of the Azure Dragon obstructed him. The demonic knife swept out, the blade light akin to a ribbon cutting through the Azure Dragon's sword formation. The sword of the Azure Dragon emitted a mournful cry, scattering back into 28 flying swords. The spiritual light on the sword bodies dimmed, and some even showed fine cracks. They might need to replace the flying swords afterward. After shattering the sword dragon, Qi Tianxiang raised his hand and struck a palm towards Su Chuan. Su Chuan did not dare to meet it, hidden his figure, turning into a shadow and disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of feet away. Mou seized the opportunity. His dragon claw struck towards Qi Tianxiang's head, while Qi Tianxiang's demonic energy condensed into a fist, meeting it hidden. Gu Xianyu recovered from his shock, controlling the flying sword to launch a sneak attack from behind. The flying sword was swept away by a single slash. Even though Mou had overwhelming physical strength, he was still pushed back by a punch from a peak nascent soul. But Qi Tianxiang did not let up, bringing the demonic knife down heavily towards Mou's body. The blade light, nearly 100 feet long, seemed as though it would slice the massive dragon body of Mou in two. Daiyu crawlers. In a critical moment, Mou immediately prepared to activate the power of the dragon crown for defense. Just then, Su Chuan manipulated the heavy Xian seal to smash towards Qi Tianxiang's back. A full-force strike from a top-grade magic treasure, and Qi Tianxiang naturally did not dare to take it hidden. Just as he was momentarily stunned, Mou had already transformed into human form, dodging the blade light and escaping dozens of feet away. The ground was cut with a long fissure, and everything in its path was destroyed. This was the destructive power of the nascent soul stage. Impressive. His combat power now is not inferior to my peak period. The Bone Elder transmitted to Su Mingxian, "From your appearance, it seems you are not worried. Father does not undertake uncertain tasks." The Bone Elder ceased speaking, quietly watching the battle. He was waiting for the right moment to make his entrance. The heavy Xian seal was sent back to Qi Tianxiang by a wolf shadow returning to his hands. Gu Xianyu, Su Chuan, and Mou surrounded from 3 directions. However, it was evident that none of the three had the relaxed demeanor they had before. In just a short time, Qi Tianxiong had reversed the situation. He fought against three, forcing them to retreat step by step in a perilous situation. But this was a price paid for using secret techniques. Such methods would not last long. Once it dissipated, it could very well be Qi Tianxiong's death. Yet he appeared unconcerned, as if mad, only wishing to shred the three into pieces. Each slash carried terrifying power. Wherever the blade light passed, spiritual energy ran rampant, and the ground below was swept by the aftermath, creating ravines over 10 feet deep. Come on, didn't you say it would be to the deaths? He laughed maniacally, each slash becoming more ferocious, each strike more frenzied. Gu Xian, you want to take my Tamling sect. Come and take it. The blade light fell, and Gu Xian, you couldn't avoid it. He could only muster the strength to raise his shield in defense. The cracks on the dark ancient shield grew larger, and in the next moment it shattered. He was struck by the residual blade light, a wound appearing on his chest, blood flowing endlessly. Su Chuan, you a golden core, dare to scheme against me. Another slash fell towards Su Chuan. Su Chuan was as slippery as an eel, unwilling to engage him directly. You a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator can only bully a small golden core like me. Su Chuan taunted. But Qi Tianxiong remained unmoved. However, the attacks could not last long, as you would take the opportunity to retaliate. Come. However, with the top-tier magic knife in hand, you dared not approach and entangle further. After all, such a treasure is enough to shatter his protective scales and even slay him. The three of them circled each other for a while. Gu Xian, you was severely injured, while Su Chuan continuously used his divine abilities to dodge, his face turning pale. As for Mo, he bore several wounds, each oozing demonic energy. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Su Chuan swallowed a high-grade jade void pill. His magical power was instantly replenished significantly. Gu Xian, you did the same, but his luck seemed not as good as Su Chuan's, as he was interrupted by Qi Tianxiong. You consumed a high-grade 9 turns rejuvenation pill, which also aided his injuries. Su Dao, you assist me. Seeing this, Su Chuan launched another heavy Xian seal. Only then did Gu Xian, you have a chance to catch his breath, also consuming pills to restore his magical power and treat his injuries. He did not possess the same close-range dodging abilities as Su Chuan. Many times he was unable to evade Qi Tianxiong's attacks. Mou was in a similar situation. However, Mou's physical strength was formidable, comparable to a top-tier treasure, allowing him to endure multiple hits. Though he was injured, he was far better off than Gu Xian. If it weren't for Su Chuan and Mou holding back Gu Xian, you would have likely been slain by now. After all, his escape skills were nowhere near those of Su Chuan. Faced with Qi Tianxiong at this moment, he wouldn't be able to run far before being caught. The heavy Xian seal was once again sent flying back. Su Chuan gazed at the cracks appearing on it and let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, it could not withstand the brilliance of the top-tier magic knife. However, as long as he could slay Qi Tianxiong, everything would be worth it. With such a deadly enemy, if he does not perish, Su Chuan would feel a thorn in his throat. The aura is starting to drop, you suddenly exclaimed with joy. Qi Tianxiong was panting, his aura beginning to wane. He looked at Su Chuan and said, you are indeed slippery. No wonder that old immortal Shi Daoyun couldn't kill you even when risking his life. If there were one less person today, you would have undoubtedly perished. Mou's vitality was strong, and his body was robust, attracting the most attention from Qi Tianxiong. Though he most wanted to kill Su Chuan possessed special escape techniques. Unless it was an unknown fight, he was confident he could exhaust Su Chuan's magical power and slay him. As for Gu Xian, he also played a role. Without him, Qi Tianxiong could confront Mou with full strength, possibly killing him first. After all, Su Chuan's attacks were somewhat weak and prolonged against a nascent soul-level opponent. Qi Tianxiong have rarely faced defeat up to this point, and even when injured I can retaliate soon. But today I admit my defeat. Defeated utterly. Su Chuan raised an eyebrow and summoned the Bone Elder. At this point you surely won't let me leave. But if you want me, Qi Tianxiong, to die, at least one of you must accompany me on my journey. Gu Xian, without your Guyu city, Su Chuan wouldn't dare to plot against my greedy wolf sect lightly. You must die. With that, Qi Tianxiong focused his assault solely on Gu Xian. Though he was somewhat weakened now, Gu Xian was not in much better shape. Furthermore, he still held a top-tier treasure which allowed him to firmly suppress Gu Xian. Su Chuan and Mou watched from the side. Su Dao, you assist me. Su Chuan remained indifferent. Haha, Gu Xian, you are of no value now. Oh, do you think Su Chuan will still help you? Qi Tianxiong laughed heartily. Su Dao, you do not forget our agreement. You promised to help me deal with Qi Tianxiong. Have I not done? Qi Zhongzhu is already weakened, and I have also captured the greedy wolf sect's great formation as promised. Do you want me to perish alongside Qi Zhongzhu? Gu Xianyu, while escaping in disarray, gritted his teeth and said, "What must I do for your help? You owe me a life-saving grace which must be repaid in the future, otherwise the inner demon will haunt you, and you will be unable to advance on the path of Tao." Gu Xianyu understood Su Chuan was taking advantage of his predicament and wanted to manipulate him, but he had no choice but to comply. Having received the promise about the inner demon, Su Chuan's lips curled slightly as he said, "Mo, you do not hold back any longer. Ha, I have been waiting for this." Mo grinned, his head adorned with ethereal light, revealing a dragon crown. Then his aura began to rise. Though not as exaggerated as Qi Tianxiang's earlier display, it was enough to rival the peak of initial transformation. Moreover, with the inherent power of a purebred dragon, Mo could fully contend against a mid-nascent soul cultivator. With my last words prepared, Qi Tianxiang, you can rest in peace. Qi Tianxiang's pupils constricted, not expecting that Su Chuan and the others still had hidden cards at this moment. He immediately charged forward, saying, "Gu Xianyu, do you see? This is what happens when one schemes with a tiger. He and Su Chuan together are enough to kill you." When did Qi Zhongzhu also enjoy sowing discord? If you had known Gu Xian, you would be promoted to nascent soul earlier. Wouldn't you have either subdued him or exterminated him? So what if I did? The Greedy Wolf Palace can only have my Greedy Wolf sect as its nascent soul power. If you do not submit, you can only die. Thus, Gu Changzhu would choose to collaborate with my Su family. Su Chuan smiled lightly, accusingly, saying, "The fate of the Greedy Wolf sect up to this point is all because of you alone. No, the sect master is not wrong. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong." With the dragon crown providing top-tier defense, Qi Tianxiang's magic knife could no longer pose a threat to Mou. Mou made his move with full force, quickly suppressing the weakened Qi Tianxiang, even causing him to suffer additional injuries. Su Chuan stood by, preventing Qi Tianxiang from escaping and ready to strike at any moment. "Since you do not wish for Gu Xianyu to die, let the Su family's transformed great demon perish." Qi Tianxiang laughed maniacally. His aura suddenly surged like a balloon being crazily inflated. Inside his dantian, his magical power violently surged, indicating a precursor to self-detonation. Once a mid-nascent soul cultivator self-detonated, all living beings within dozens of miles would be hard-pressed to escape the calamity. Gu Xianyu's face turned pale as he prepared to flee. At this critical moment, Su Chuan moved. His eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, and a formless ripple swiftly expanded from his brow. The Sword of Divine Sense. He had long prepared this for Qi Tianxiang. 3 consecutive swords of divine sense pierced into Qi Tianxiang's sea of consciousness. Qi Tianxiang let out a piercing scream, his entire being shaking violently in midair. Qi Tianxiang's spirit was already weak. It was normal for him not to withstand it. Moreover, an overwhelming ghostly aura surged from below. As the Blood Fiend Ghost King appeared, he also launched a soul attack against Qi Tianxiang. The chilling power rampaged through his sea of consciousness. Qi Tianxiang's self-detonation was immediately interrupted, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. "Now's the time." Mou transformed into a bolt of black lightning, rushing forward with a claw extended. Su Chuan waved his sleeve. A purple net flew out, instantly covering several miles around. Due to the Divine Sense secret technique and soul attack, Qi Tianxiang couldn't even maintain his magical shield. His dantian was utterly destroyed. His body fell like a kite with a severed string from the sky. Almost simultaneously, a white light burst forth from within him. It was a white glow the size of a fist, within which a miniature Qi Tianxiang could be faintly seen. His face twisted with resentment. It was indeed his nascent soul. As he attempted to escape, he collided with the purple net. Su Chuan formed a seal, and the purple net instantly shrank, binding him. This was borrowed from Su Mingxuan, and it could be easily activated with the corresponding sigil. Qi Tianxiang's nascent soul struggled desperately, darting left and right, but could not break free from the seemingly delicate strands. With each struggle, purple flames ignited on the net, scorching the nascent soul until it cried out in agony. Su Chuan paid no mind, continuously forming seals, casting complex restrictive patterns. After a while, be sealed. The final finger fell, and the nascent soul completely lost its power to struggle, unable to use any magical power. Su Chuan raised his hand, and the purple net wrapped around the nascent soul flew back into his sleeve. Then the corpse of the nascent soul and the top-tier treasure did the same. The world suddenly fell silent. The fog outside the Greedy Wolf sect gradually dissipated. Countless cultivators below gazed up at the sky, witnessing this scene, their minds shaken, unable to speak for a long time. Mou exhaled deeply, putting away the dragon crown, breathing heavily. I'm exhausted. This was far more tiring than the last time I battled Shi Dao Yun. With his words, the others erupted in a clamor. Zhongzhu is dead. The true monarch of withering and flourishing has killed another nascent soul cultivator. With his words, the others erupted in a clamor. Zhongzhu is dead. The true monarch of withering and flourishing has killed another nascent soul cultivator. Not respond. The Bone Elder appeared not far behind him, chuckling lightly. Gu Qingzhu, we meet again. Gu Xianyu turned around abruptly. He saw a white-haired young man standing with his hands behind his back, his appearance enchanting and a hint of indescribable chill in his demeanor. Gu Xianyu was about to inquire about the other's identity. Before he could speak, a sudden commotion and cries of distress erupted in front of the Greedy Wolf sect. The Magic Heaven Merchant Association's team had moved. But they were not attacking the Greedy Wolf sect. Instead, they were ambushing the golden core of Guyu City. Xiao Zhan had been just behind the Grand Elder of Guyu City. In a flash, a black flying sword pierced directly through his dantian. The Grand Elder of Guyu City looked down incredulous, and then his body slumped down, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, several other golden cores from the Magic Heaven Merchant Association also struck simultaneously. The Bloodhand Scholar extended a claw, brutally ripping out the heart of a nearby early-stage golden core from Guyu City. Another elder from the Magic Heaven Merchant Association sliced the nearest golden core's head off. 2 early-stage golden cores fell in an instant. The others did not manage to succeed. After the attack, the members of the Magic Heaven Merchant Association retreated, distancing themselves. Grand Elder, Xiao Zhan, you. The remaining golden cores of Guyu City were both shocked and enraged. Sorry everyone, Xiao Zhan smiled lightly. I am also acting under orders. Has the Magic Heaven Merchant Association gone mad? They dare to kill the Grand Elder of Guyu City, who is Gu Xianyu's master. Shouts of astonishment erupted, and the chaotic scene suddenly froze. Sima Xiangheng, Nie Jiufeng, and Xiao Yuanqi quickly gathered their respective sects, ready for battle behind them. Their gazes were fixed on the members of the Magic Heaven Merchant Association, prepared to give the command to besiege them. At that moment, a clear voice came from afar. Sima Jia Zhu Nie Jia Zhu Chao Jia Zhu, you must think clearly. What will be the outcome if you attack my Magic Heaven Merchant Association? The 3 clan heads were momentarily stunned. They never expected that the Magic Heaven Merchant Association would have a nascent soul powerhouse behind it. Indeed, without such strong backing, how could they dare to attack Guyu City? The 3 exchanged glances, choosing to watch from the sidelines. The alliance between the 3 great clans and Guyu City was solely to bring down the Greedy Wolf sect. With Qi Tiangxiang's death, the Greedy Wolf sect no longer had any chance of survival. As for the Magic Heaven Merchant Association, the situation was unclear, and they did not dare to act recklessly, fearing to drag their own families into the abyss. Master, who exactly are you? Gu Xianyu's eyes were filled with rage. However, with the 4th grade Corpse King and Ghost King staring him down, he did not dare to act rashly. He could sense that even at his peak, he could only deal with one. Xiao Zhan bowed respectfully to the Bone Elder, his voice reverent. I, Xiao Zhan, have come to meet the respected master. The other elders of the Magic Heaven Merchant Association looked at each other. Xiao Zhan bowed respectfully to the Bone Elder, his voice reverent. I, Xiao Zhan, have come to meet the respected master. The other elders of the Magic Heaven Merchant Association looked at each other, some appearing bewildered, clearly not having been informed in advance. But the Bloodhand Scholar did not hesitate to follow suit, bowing respectfully. Seeing this, the others also ceased their resistance and bowed. Greetings, respected master. The Bone Elder nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Gu Xianyu. Gu Chengzhu can call me the Master of Magic Heaven, and the Magic Heaven Merchant Association is my force. The pupils of the forces of the Greedy Wolf Palace shrank. At that moment, they could not help but understand that the Magic Heaven Merchant Association was the true mastermind. A 4th grade Corpse King, a 4th grade Ghost King, and a possibly nascent soul powerhouse of unknown strength. No wonder the Magic Heaven Merchant Association dared to orchestrate such plans against Guyu City and the Greedy Wolf sect. Sima Xiangheng felt a bitterness rising in his heart, realizing that this time he would gain nothing. After all, they were all allied with Guyu City. Now that Guyu City itself was unaware of its fate, how could it have the confidence to promise them benefits? All the various forces were thinking along similar lines. They held resentment towards the Magic Heaven Merchant Association, but did not dare to express it. Good. I did not expect my Guyu City's hard work to entirely serve your Magic Heaven Merchant Association. Gu Xianyu prepared himself for a desperate fight. What do you want? To wipe out my Guyu city and dominate the entire Greedy Wolf Palace. That depends on how Gu Qingzhu chooses. What do you mean? The Bone Elder did not answer, but instead said, listen, people of the Greedy Wolf sect, the entire Greedy Wolf sect has been taken over by my Magic Heaven Merchant Association. The elders and disciples left inside have already surrendered to my Magic Heaven Merchant Association. If you wish, you may join now. As long as you join, you can live. Once you join, your identities will remain unchanged. Your disciples will be disciples of the Magic Heaven Merchant Association, and elders will be elders of my Magic Heaven Merchant Association. I will set a restriction on you. Until you are completely loyal to my Magic Heaven Merchant Association, the restriction will only be lifted then. Rest assured, your fellow brothers inside the formation are also the same, without exception. After all, I am the one who will destroy your Greedy Wolf sect. This is not too much to ask. After a pause, he continued, of course, if you wish to follow your sect master, then you can commit suicide now. I will give you 60 breaths to consider. If you do not respond, you will die. There were still 7 or 8 Golden Core elders participating from the Greedy Wolf sect, along with over 1,000 Foundation Establishment disciples. They exchanged glances, seeing deep fatigue in each other's eyes. They then looked at the Bone Elder and the 2 4th-grade powerhouses. Soon a Golden Core cultivator bowed, saying, I am willing to join the Magic Heaven Merchant Association. The other Golden Cores did not hesitate for too long. As for those Foundation Establishment cultivators, they shouted in unison, we are willing to join the Magic Heaven Merchant Association and serve the association. Very well, from today onward you will be members of my Magic Heaven Merchant Association. If anyone dares to harm you, they will be enemies with my Magic Heaven Merchant Association. Gu Xianyu initially intended to annex the Greedy Wolf sect to thoroughly enhance the strength and foundation of Guyu City. But now everything has become a wedding dress for others. He felt unwilling and looked at Su Chuan, saying, Friend Su, please help me once more. This city lord is willing to owe you another great favor. Su Chuan smiled lightly, saying, City Lord Gu, our agreement has already ended. With Qi Taiangxiang's death, everything from here on will have nothing to do with my Su family. Friend Su, do you truly refuse to help? Or is it that all of this was your design from the beginning? Upon hearing this, Sima Xiangheng and others also looked over. The White Bones elder suddenly laughed, saying, City Lord Gu, the friend Ku Rong has an agreement with you, and there is also an agreement with my Motian Merchant Association. What they want is the annihilation of the Greedy Wolf sect. Now that the agreement has been fulfilled, they will not assist my Motian Merchant Association, nor will they help you Guyu City. If provoked, it seems that your Guyu City will soon follow in the footsteps of the Greedy Wolf sect. Gu Xianyu's pupils contracted. I did not expect you to have made preparations in 2 ways. The purpose of our cooperation was originally to annihilate the Greedy Wolf sect and city. Lord Guyu never fully trusted Su. Is that not so? Otherwise you would not have taken precautions against my Su family robbing the foundation of the Greedy Wolf sect. Gu Xianyu was silent. Su Chuan smiled slightly. As for the subsequent matters, my Su family will not get involved. You may do as you please. However, City Lord Gu, do not forget the life-saving favor you owe me. One day I will come to collect my reward. Su Deling and the others flew to Su Chuan's side, taking on the role of bystanders. Gu Xianyu sighed slightly. In this confrontation, although Guyu City did not suffer as tragically as the Greedy Wolf sect, it was still a complete defeat. Several Golden Cores fell, and the foundational strength of the Golden Core has now reached parity with the 3 great families. Apart from his advantage as a nascent soul, there is nothing else. Master of Motian, you just said that my Guyu City's fate is entirely in Gu's hands. Now it is time to discuss what that choice will be. Right. Swear to obey the orders of my Motian Merchant Association and not to act against anyone below the nascent soul of my Motian Merchant Association. You want me, Gu, to submit to your Motian Merchant Association? Gu Xianyu's tone was unfriendly. Not at all, but rather to take my Motian Merchant Association as the leader. As for unreasonable demands, you can naturally refuse. This is a right that you will still have. But if other nascent souls attack from outside the city, you must unconditionally obey my arrangements. This applies to all other factions as well. Aside from that, how you developed in the past will remain as it is, in my Motian Merchant Association will not interfere, nor will we meddle. But if anyone inadvertently provokes my Motian Merchant Association, this master will not mind wiping out a few families or factions to amuse myself. As for the second demand, the White Bones elder smiled. If you have grievances, whenever you feel you can surpass this master, you may challenge me to a duel. Dealing with the younger generation is somewhat excessive. Of course, I will not interfere with the competition among the younger generation. Even if they die, it is of no concern. If one is weak, yet still provokes others, one must be prepared to be killed. City Lord Gu, what is your opinion? Seeing him pondering, the White Bones elder continued, Or do you wish to test my power over the Corpse King and Ghost King right now? Gu Xian was silent for a moment. If this city lord swears allegiance, what if someday your Immortal Merchant Association's juniors actively provoke me? Then that would be their own seeking death. The dignity of a nascent soul cannot be infringed upon. As long as you have solid evidence, I can even personally capture that person and let you deal with them. Truly decisive. Gu Xian understood that the other party was a figure of the demonic path with a heart as firm as iron. He had the same dominance as Qi Tianxiong, speaking without compromise. There was also Su Chuan's cunning, making it difficult to grasp his thoughts. This city lord will not take the initiative against anyone from your Immortal Merchant Association, but what about you, friend Immortal? The White Bones Elder narrowed his eyes. City Lord Gu, make clear your situation. What capital do you have to negotiate terms with me? His tone carried a hint of threat, sending chills down the spine. But immediately he smiled again. Of course, this master is too lazy to bother with the juniors. Just that if one day this master is in a bad mood and encounters you, that is uncertain. From this moment on, all the forces in the Greedy Wolf Mansion buried the thought that the master of Immortal cannot be provoked in their hearts. He is a highly dangerous element, a truly capricious figure of the demonic path. Hurry up and decide. This master does not have so much time to waste with you. This master still has subsequent matters to handle. The other friends have been fighting all day and must be tired. Enough. Gu Xian ultimately did not possess Qi Tianxiang's courage. He had just become a nascent soul with 1,000 years of lifespan ahead of him. If he developed, well, Guyu's sect might not be unable to reappear. And a millennium can bring about many changes. Perhaps this master of Immortal will provoke even stronger forces in the future, and the Immortal Merchant Association will also suddenly turn to ashes like the Greedy Wolf sect. I do agree. Immediately Gu Xian swore an oath of the inner demon. The White Bones Elder laughed heartily, clasping his fists. This place now belongs to my Immortal Merchant Association. This master will not be keeping you friends here for a long stay. We dare not. The various forces all clasped their fists. Take the bodies of the Great Elder and the other 2 elders, we shall depart. When Gu Xian spoke these words, he felt extremely helpless. After several efforts, everything ended up in vain. Friend Su, the reward I promised you will be given once I break into the treasure vault of the Greedy Wolf sect. You might as well stay here for a few days. The voice of the White Bones Elder echoed. Gu Xian figure trembled slightly. Could it be that my Guyu city is too stingy, which is why Su Chuan leans toward the Immortal Merchant Association? But with the Su family's appetite, it is likely that at least 1/3, or even half of the Greedy Wolf sect's treasure vault is required to satisfy them. Alas, regret fills my heart. Gu Xian ultimately returned to Guyu City with regret, along with the elders and disciples. The various forces such as the Sima family, Nia family, and Chao family shared similar thoughts with Gu Xian. They believed that the Immortal Merchant Association must have promised the Su family an irresistible reward. Only then did the Su family resolve to conspire to destroy the Greedy Wolf sect. Everyone was convinced that the true mastermind behind the turmoil in the Greedy Wolf Mansion was this mysterious master of Immortal. As for Guyu City, it was merely a victim completely reduced to their chess piece. Friend Ku Rong, along with the other friends from the Su family, please follow this master into the Great Formation. The White Bones Elder produced a token from his hand. After activation, the token emitted a burst of blue light, opening a semicircular archway about 3 to 4 zhang wide in the Great Formation. Please. Su Chuan and the others followed the White Bones Elder inside, with the former elders and disciples of the Greedy Wolf sect closely behind. Once inside, the Great Formation closed. All of you come over. This master will first set up restrictions for you, and then Elder Yun you will arrange your matters. They had no strength to resist, and could only accept. After finishing, the White Bones Elder took Su Chuan and the others away. Elder One, are there only 8 of you left in the Golden Core period? Elder One nodded slightly. With several geniuses from the Su family, the original numerical advantage has been leveled. The battle situation had originally fallen into a stalemate. It was the Nia family and Chao family that betrayed us, right? Elder One looked surprised and nodded. Indeed, because of this, Elder Li Yang and the others in the late stages have fallen one after another. As for the true monarch Tianlong, he was surrounded and killed by Fairy Feng Ling, the 3 great families, and the great elder of Guyu City. The true masters of the Golden Core families that had previously allied with us dared not turn against us upon seeing this. At this point, we were utterly defeated. We thought returning here would. Alas, one can only say it is fate. Everyone is tired now. You should return to your own caves to rest. Elder Yin, what exactly happened here? Yin replied, I don't know the specifics, only that yesterday there was a sudden loud noise, and the master came in with the 4th grade Corpse King and Ghost King. He explained some reasons to us, and then commanded our submission, refusing meant death. Faced with the power of 2 nascent souls, not many could withstand it. As for the unwilling disciples, enough several elders since the greedy wolf sect has turned to dust we should all let go. At least the Immortal Merchant Association is still the #1 force in the greedy wolf mansion and no one dares to provoke it. As long as we serve faithfully in the future, I believe the master will lift the restrictions on us. After Elder Yin used comforting words, everyone returned to their own caves. As for what the future holds, Yin, you could not say for now, though he too had to follow the arrangements of the master of Immortal. In a quiet chamber the restrictions opened. The White Bones elder and the Su family gathered here. The gloomy middle-aged man beside him suddenly bowed to Su Chuan, saying, Father Ming-Xian, you have worked hard this time. It is what a son should do. The White Bones elder smiled, saying, Friend Su, I have finally witnessed your means. In the vast greedy wolf mansion, all forces are merely pieces under your control. Everyone lost, but only your Su family gained everything. I truly admire you. Friend Gu, you too have done while portraying the image of a demonic path giant. From now on all forces will fear you 3 parts upon seeing you. What do you mean portray? I am originally a giant of the demonic path. And what they fear is your 4th grade Corpse King and 4th grade Ghost King. Those schemes of the heart may instill fear, only true and solid power can make one completely submit. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Now tell me about the situation within the greedy wolf sect. All the martial arts and texts have been copied and handed over to Elder Ming-Xian. As for the magical artifacts and treasures, Elder Ming-Xian said the Su family does not desire them, but they can be kept to reward the disciples of the Immortal Merchant Association. As for the spiritual herb garden, you need to take a look at it yourself. Oh, if you need anything, just take it. Finally, regarding the treasure vault, originally Elder Ming-Xian said it would take several days to break through. But now killing Qi Tianxiong, he should have a token to break the restrictions of the treasure vault, right? Yes. Then let's go directly to the treasure vault. I want to see what good things are in the greedy wolf sect. If that's the case, then let's go. Around the treasure vault, no one was present. Su Chuan turned his hand and took out a token on which was an ancient seal with the character treasure. After Su Chuan infused it with spiritual energy, the treasure vault token flew up on its own, emitting a faint golden light and sticking to the door of the treasure vault. After a while, the 2 large doors of the treasure vault slowly opened. As a sect of nascent souls that had existed for hundreds of years, the greedy wolf sect naturally has many high-level resources and materials. But the truly precious foundations such as top-grade magical artifacts, peak 4th grade materials, and 3rd grade pills is quite scarce. Rare spiritual herbs and innate spiritual objects are also not numerous. Among them there is only 1 top-grade defensive magical artifact, but there are still 2 top-grade magical artifacts. For a nascent soul sect, this is indeed meager. That top-grade defensive magical artifact Su Chuan even felt was something Qi Tianxiong planned to give once the true monarch of the greedy wolf became a nascent soul. There are 21 innate spiritual objects, among which 3 are top-grade, 7 are mid-grade, and 11 are low-grade. However, Qi Tianxiong's storage ring contained 2 more top-grade innate spiritual objects. This was still due to the previous year's experience in the 3rd grade innate secret realm coming into existence. Otherwise, it would have been even less. However, among the 4 major nascent soul forces at that time, more than half of the innate spiritual objects ended up in the Su family's hands. Only the Mo family remained. But the Mo family was originally the smallest at that time, probably having less than a 10th. Grandfather, this is the heavenly wolf spear of true monarch Tianlang. Su Deling directly handed over the spoils of true monarch Tianlong, including his storage bag. Oh, there are also materials for the crossing calamity pill and the 9 souls pill. Finally, it was not in vain, and there were several kinds of materials for the 4th grade pills. It was estimated that the greedy wolf sect spent quite a bit of time and effort on this. After checking, you can take a few items you like. The rest can be left here. The Immortal Merchant Association will need these resources for development in the greedy wolf mansion. After checking, you can take a few items you like. The rest can be left here. The Immortal Merchant Association will need these resources for development in the greedy. Since the greedy wolf mansion has been destroyed, it is not appropriate to continue using this name. What name do you think we should choose, friend Su? Let's call it MOU Mansion. Motion meaning ancient and mysterious. The White Bones elder thought for a moment. That works. Well, let's call it MOU Mansion. Su Chuan handed the token to the White Bones elder. As for the 4th grade Ghost King and 4th grade Corpse King, Su Chuan temporarily kept the 4th grade Ghost King and carried the Corpse King with him. Elder Gu, I will take the 1,000 Souls banner in 2 years. For now, I will leave it with you. That's fine. Afterwards, Su Chuan visited the spiritual herb garden. Though it could not be compared to that in Zus Cave Heaven, it indeed had many rare herbs. It had basic spiritual herbs needed for ordinary first, second, and third-grade pills. Third-grade herbs were a bit scarce, only 3 formulas could be gathered. They were for healing, enhancing spiritual power, and recovering spiritual power pills. As for the other pills needed for breaking through or enhancing spiritual power, there were only 1 or 2 types of spiritual herbs. However, there were several materials for the Blood Soul pill. In the recipe text, there are also some demonic path pills that can be taken. Su Chuan planned to take some time to understand them. The rest would be regarded as the foundation of the Su family recorded in the Zus Cave Heaven Taoist scripture building. Understanding demonic path techniques will allow one to know oneself and one's enemy in the future. Su Chuan left the method for setting the restrictions of the Great Formation's entry and exit token. Days later, he returned to Shanghai City alongside Xiao Zhan. News of this battle had already spread throughout Mou Mansion, causing quite a stir. Naturally, the most attention was on the Mo Tian Merchant Association and the master of Mo Tian behind it. Everyone knew that he was the ultimate winner, having taken over the remnants of the greedy wolf sect. They disguised themselves as disciples of the Mo Tian Merchant Association, entered the city lord's mansion, and then transmitted away. As for the subsequent arrangements for the former disciples and elders of the greedy wolf sect and the future development of the Mo Tian Merchant Association, Su Chuan naturally need not worry about it. He merely provided a few brief pointers, and the White Bones elder knew how to proceed. Su Mansion, Ku Rong Courtyard. Everyone gathered here. Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingxin cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations on father's safe return." The others, including Su Dejiao, also followed suit and greeted respectfully. No need for formalities. Alas, it is a pity that senior brother Mei Yun and I never had the chance to see the treasury of the Tanlang sect, Su Mingxian said with a hint of regret. Su Deliang smiled. Third uncle, although the Tanlang sect is a nascent soul sect with centuries of history in terms of foundation, whether it be magical treasures, materials, rare spiritual herbs, or even innate spiritual artifacts, it cannot compare to our Su family. There is nothing much worth visiting, just to satisfy our curiosity. Deliang, Su Chuan said as he waved his sleeve, releasing 2 magical treasures. They were the Canglong treasure umbrella and the Zhongshuan seal. These 2 treasures are somewhat damaged. Find time to help grandfather repair them. Of course, no problem. I'll leave it to your granddaughter. Su Deliang took the treasures. With the destruction of the Tanlang sect and no external enemies nearby from now on, our Su family can develop with peace of mind. Su Chuan scanned everyone. Our focus henceforth should be on cultivating the younger generation of the clan. Only with the continuous emergence of outstanding disciples can the Su family's fortune flourish. Do not restrain them, allow them to seclude themselves for cultivation indefinitely. Any cultivator above the age of 60 can apply for a 10-year external experience. During those 10 years, they must not reveal their Su family identity nor rely on the family's power. Once they return successfully, the clan will bestow generous rewards. Su Chuan looked at Su Dejiao and said, "Dejiao, as the head of the family, you must focus on the clan's affairs. If you are busy with cultivation, you can have Chongwei assist you. You are not far from forming the golden core. If needed, you may request innate spiritual artifacts to aid your comprehension." "Thank you, grandfather. Your grandson has taken note. Do not neglect your own cultivation. If staying within the clan becomes dull, you may also travel outside on your own in the future." "Understood." Everyone cupped their hands. "There are 2 more matters. For one, you may volunteer yourselves." After a pause, Su Chuan said, "I intend to send someone back to the Lingyu territory to secretly reorganize and unify, establishing a grand unified force." The crowd's expressions changed. "This period is safe. No force will interfere, or else the Lingyu territory would not prosper. A 500-year demonic tribulation would then lose much of its meaning. Who among you is willing to go?" Everyone exchanged glances. One person raised his hand. All looked towards Su Jingwu. "Ancestor, the path of immortals is difficult to develop in the Lingyu territory, but it is an excellent place for the advancement of martial arts. Your grandson is willing to go and reorganize it. This journey will not be short. Decades, or even a century, is possible. I understand, but with the teleportation array and no longer blocked by the Great Sealing Array, I can come and go at will and often return." Su Chuan smiled slightly. "Very well, you shall carry the martial arts fortune. The flourishing of martial arts is destined to begin here. Thank you, ancestor, for your support. However, a golden core cultivator must accompany you as a deterrent. After a brief silence, Su Mingqing said, "Father, I shall go. My elder brothers have their own affairs, I have the free time." "Very well. Jingwu will spread martial arts, and you will propagate the path of immortals and alchemy. If you receive this fortune, it will aid your cultivation. I will give you both pseudonyms, one as Taoist Jing, the other as Taoist Qing. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Father Ancestor. This matter will consume much time and effort. You too must be diligent. If you need the clan's assistance, you may return at any time or notify me." After deciding the candidates for Lingyu territory, Chuan said, "Next is the matter of the imperial court." Mei Yun. Upon hearing this, Mei Yun stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Master, have you chosen where to establish the imperial court?" This, Chuan suddenly asked. Mei Yun had indeed considered it. "Where do you think is suitable, master?" "The Moyo prefecture." "Why?" Mei Yun was slightly surprised. "The foundation of the imperial court lies among the common folk. Without pressure, how can the court unite in purpose? The Moyo prefecture is currently in turmoil, making it ideal for your initial development. Subsequent crises can be resolved slowly, gradually gathering hearts and enhancing fortune. Fortune is mysterious and may relate to strength, but is not absolute." Mei Yun pondered, and after some thought said, "Thank you, master. I have learned well. I will obey all your instructions." Chuan nodded. "Mingxuan, you and your spouse along with Deheng and the others shall assist Mei Yun in establishing the imperial court." Su Mingxian considered and agreed. His intuition told him this would benefit him greatly. This was the fortune bestowed by the imperial court. Holding a position within it would grant cultivation bonuses. The higher the position, the greater the cultivation bonus. Given Su Mingxuan's current true spiritual root aptitude, without innate cultivation talents or powerful bloodline, progress in the Golden Core realm would be slow. "Yes, Father, I will inform Wanqing and Deheng. For now, let it be so. The Su family will have a period of stability. When the number of Golden Core cultivators increases again, I plan to send them to other prefectures to establish branches and expand the Su family's legacy." Everyone fell into thoughtful silence. "All right, everyone, return to your own tasks." "Yes." Moyue burst out of the spirit beast pouch, stretching lazily, finally back. "I plan to stay home for 10 or 8 years. "I didn't know you had a homebuddy trait," Chuan teased. "I learned it all from you." Moyue pouted. "No more idle talk. I am going back to my dragon's nest." With that, he plunged straight into the deep pool. Half a month passed swiftly. After adequate preparation, Su Mingqing and Su Jingwu traveled via the teleportation array to the Lingyu territory. They emerged from the underground array. Su Jingwu asked, "Sixth ancestor, where shall we go next?" Su Mingqing turned with a smile. "Just call me Taoist Qing. From now on, we are fellow free cultivators." "Understood. As for where to go, let's first head to Dalian. If we appear first in Yuehu County, people may suspect our identities." "Very well. I wonder how things have been these 2 years since the Great Tribulation." The two soared into the sky, flying toward the former territory of Dalian. Su Deliang completed the repairs on Su Chuan's magical treasures and returned them. The Zhongshuan seal required no changes. However, regarding the Songlong treasure umbrella, after discussion with Su Chuan, 7 of its components were replaced with mid-grade flying swords. These flying swords could form critical parts such as the dragon claw's horns and tail, enhancing the power of the sword dragon. Though theoretical, whether it would succeed needed Su Chuan's testing and refinement. If successful, the sword dragon's power could reach the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, if this plan is feasible, the flying swords could be gradually replaced in the future. Had Su Deliang not felt unable to perfectly control 28 mid-grade flying swords, he would have arranged it long ago. The stronger the flying sword's power, the greater the divine sense and mental energy consumed for control. Su Chuan spent several days mastering the improved sword dragon perfectly again. Afterwards, he continued to delve deeply into the Tao of the 5 elements. Not long after, Mei Yun and Su Mingxuan, among others, traveled through the teleportation array to Moyo Prefecture. With the Moyo Merchants Association's announcement, the Tanling Prefecture was officially renamed. No one found this difficult to accept, only surprised that it was not called Matian Prefecture. Some speculated it was to show respect to Guyo City, with the character Yu referring to Guyo City. However, others argued otherwise. The unrest a month ago showed that the Matian Merchants Association never showed respect to Guyo City, rather it was humiliating. Currently, Moyo Prefecture presents an overall calmness. All major and minor forces have retreated into their homes, only a few venture out to gather intelligence. They fear another major upheaval. Were someone to invite them to attack anyone at this time, they likely wouldn't even be allowed in. After all, they were truly exploited this time. All forces worked for the Matian Merchants Association for nothing. Xiao Zhan was surprised by their purpose and asked, "Does the Lord have instructions?" "No, Chairman Xiao, you need not worry. If needed, we will contact you." Xiao Zhan nodded, then added, "By the way, Elder Gu said he wants to establish a teleportation array between Matian City and the Merchants Association headquarters. He does not understand teleportation arrays and needs Elder Mingxian's help." "Naturally," Su Mingxian said, "I will return shortly." "Thank you, Elder Mingxian." Mei Yun curiously asked, "Chairman Xiao, you also have teleportation authority, why not go yourself?" "I fear disturbing the Lord's seclusion. Unless it is urgent, I dare not disturb him." "I see." Mei Yun was left speechless. Su Chuan was indeed very kind to his own people. But to his enemies, or those once opposed to him, Su Chuan was fearsome, commanding deep respect from the heart. After a while, Su Mingxian returned and reported the matter. Su Chuan thought for a moment and said, "As a mature force under the Su family, we cannot rely on the main family for everything. People can be borrowed, but materials must be gathered by themselves. You shall find Tang Mingxian and get a material list for setting up a teleportation array. Then inform Xiao Zhan that once they have gathered 2 sets, they may come directly to the Su residence and request Mingxian to arrange the formation." "Yes, Father." Su Mingxian first approached. Su Mingxian obtained the materials list, then returned to Mayo Prefecture, conveying Su Chuan's instructions exactly. Xiao Zhan received the list and felt overwhelmed. It might take several years or even over a decade. Even the Matian Merchants Association might not be able to gather everything. Afterwards, Su Mingxian and others bid farewell and began the task of establishing the imperial court. Upon informing the Matian Merchants Association headquarters, Elder Baigu muttered, "So stingy." Then he added, "Has Chairman Xiao become rigid? It is indeed difficult for Mayo Prefecture alone to gather all materials. But they can collect from Xinhua City. Isn't that city now built by the hegemonic sect of the Northwest? It must be extremely prosperous with materials from various regions in the south visible there. It only costs more spirit stones. Relying solely on the Merchants Association elders and disciples to collect, who knows how long it will take." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Gu. I admit my thinking has been rigid." However, Elder Baigu examined the list and sighed. Teleportation arrays are indeed costly. A 3rd-rank array according to the list costs about 1,000,000 spirit stones per set. Fortunately, we do not need to hire other formation masters, or the commissioning fees would be high. Review the materials we currently have, select those suitable, and buy the rest. This way it will be cheaper. "Understood, Elder Gu." In addition, Elder Baigu was busy arranging a semi-step 4th-rank grand formation for Matian City. He planned to dismantle his own caves set for temporary use. For Mayo Prefecture, now semi-step 4th rank was sufficient. The former disciples of the Tanlang sect were also gradually assigned in batches to work at the Matian Merchants Association. These were the less talented ones. The more promising stayed at the headquarters for cultivation training and strength enhancement. In the future, they would maintain order, escort goods, or suppress conflicts with other forces. Those skilled in immortal arts would follow Golden Core elders proficient in similar arts, handling alchemy, formation talismans, and spiritual plant cultivation. Everything was put to good use. According to Su Chuan, disciples were divided into 3 categories: operational, combat, and livelihood. After all, the Matian Merchants Association operated as a commercial entity, not merely a sect. Elder Baigu was astonished upon first hearing this. It could only be said that the Su family's rise under Su Chuan was not without reason. Half a month passed again. Su Mingxian and his group finally chose a plain west of Mayo Prefecture to build the imperial court. The plain was crossed by winding rivers. Nearby were hills, forests inhabited by beasts, and various terrains. Occasionally low-level beasts appeared on the plain. They established a village here. This was the humble beginning of a village that after decades would develop into an imperial court. As for the villagers, they were all gathered by chance. Su Mingxian was skilled at recruiting people. Those he gathered always served a purpose: blacksmiths, individuals with natural strength suitable for martial cultivation, those with spiritual roots fit for immortal cultivation, and so forth. Others who ventured out might not always find anyone. Over time, this task was fully entrusted to Su Mingxian. In merely half a month, the village had grown to several dozen residents. The village was named Tianyun Village. Following were Canglong Prefecture, Yunxi City, and the Su residence. "You want to apply for an external journey?" "Yes, Father." Su Wenjing responded respectfully. Su Chonghui observed his eldest son carefully. Among his 5 or 6 children, Su Wenjing had the highest talent. However, he had been observing for some time. Su Wenjing's temperament was not quite suited to be the clan head. For a small family perhaps, but the current Su family required resoluteness that he might not possess. It seems Jinger is more suited to follow grandfather's path of protecting the family. Cultivating both the physical body and magical arts is indeed appropriate. Great-grandfather said he has a talent for refining artifacts. Although you are not yet old enough, since you have completed foundation establishment and further seclusion is useless, going out for experience is acceptable. I have one request: you must journey as a free cultivator who specializes in artifact refining. I recall Aunt has taught you some artifact refining skills. Travel as an artifact refiner. If you agree, I will speak to your grandfather and the great elder on your behalf. All right, father, I agree. Su Chonghui smiled and nodded. If this journey could unleash Jinger's talent for artifact refining, their lineage's path of artifact refining would continue unbroken. Half a month later, Su Wenjing set out alone on his journey. Meanwhile, a new round of trials for the Su family disciples was about to commence. In the land of confinement, the territory of the former Great Liang, Su Mingqing and Su Jingwu flew along the way. The fields were cracked and the streams had changed course. Once lush paths were now marked by charred tree stumps. The village lay in ruins, devoid of human presence, overgrown with weeds. Within the city, remnants of dilapidated structures were everywhere. In the corner of a collapsed wall, an old woman curled up, cradling a child. The child did not cry, merely fluttering their eyelids. Their eyes futilely rolled beneath thin lids resembling two parched fish. The old woman remained still, her gray hair lifted by the wind, then falling back down, covering the deep lines on her face. Further ahead, on a mound of rubble that once was a grand residence, a figure was moving. It was not walking, but rather pouncing and tearing. Two men wrestled in the dust for a small bag of grain that had been unearthed, using their teeth, their nails, and everything else they could muster. The sounds that rolled from their throats resembled not that of humans, but rather the growls of wild dogs guarding their food. Su Jingwu's brow furrowed, frost gathering in his gaze. Su Mingqing said nothing, only casting his eyes further afield. There stood a mansion barely intact, as if it had undergone some repairs. However, the stone lion at the entrance was missing half of its head. A man stood at the doorway, a knife tucked into his waist and a sheen of oil on his face. Those who still retained martial power after the calamity had gathered among them, perhaps a remnant of a once great clan. But now, the order was lost, and everything needed to be rebuilt. If our Su family lacks strength, the survivors of the Su family may also become part of this, Su Mingqing lamented. That won't happen, Su Jingwu replied. If someone from our Su family survives, they will surely unite the people's hearts. To re-establish order, and not merely to indulge oneself. Because placing people at the heart is the family tradition of the Su family. I was short-sighted. I should have been as perceptive as you, Taoist Jing. I wonder how many people still survive in this land. If food is scarce, it will only breed desperation. Fortunately, ordinary rice plants can be arranged in a formation exhibiting a remarkably fast growth cycle. Then let this place be it. Revive each city, let them cultivate the wasteland, repair their homes, and rebuild their own lives. If there are suitable individuals for martial and immortal paths, I can also take in disciples and pass on teachings. Good. The two descended from the sky. Most people no longer had the will to survive, not even glancing their way. But soon someone brandished a sharp object and lunged at them. It seemed an attempted robbery, shouting, "Hand over the food." Su Jingwu merely cast a glance, and the man involuntarily knelt down. Supporting himself on the ground, his body trembled slightly, as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed upon his back. Su Mingqing slowly spoke. I am the Qing Taoist passing through this place, aiming to re-establish order. If anyone wishes to survive, gather outside the East City Gate. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the city. Countless refugees raised their heads at the sound, their eyes seemingly lit with a glimmer of hope. After exchanging glances, they silently began to walk in that direction. The remaining warriors and Qi practitioners in the city trembled at the words. A voice that penetrates the ear, resonating throughout the city, must belong to a foundation establishment expert with divine sense. Many wore grim expressions, yet under the weight of fear, they could only lead the people to pay their respects. Su Mingqing and Su Jingwu flew to the East City Gate. After 1 or 2 hours, over 10,000 people had gathered here. It appeared to be a great many. But this was once a county-sized city with a population of at least 1 million. 3 or 4 practitioners at the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi and 2 martial artists at the refinement stage approached to pay their respects, saying, "We have met the seniors." What brings the seniors here? To re-establish order and restore the vitality of humanity. Are you willing to lend a hand? Su Mingqing replied with a gentle smile. I am willing. Please instruct me, senior. For the next 7 days I will distribute food here daily. You will maintain order. Unless someone causes trouble, do not resort to violence to drive them away. After 7 days, those who can repair will begin to repair homes, and those who can cultivate will start to farm. Women will sew clothes. Everyone can work to receive food, while the elderly and children will receive food for free. You among them will send some to go out daily, seeking those still alive and bringing them back. If you can do this, you will also receive rewards. A tall, thin practitioner bowed and said, Senior is kind-hearted. I am willing to follow your instructions. As for the rewards, I do not seek them. I only wish to follow the senior and learn cultivation. A middle-aged martial artist said, Senior is an immortal practitioner. Do you understand martial arts? Su Mingqing smiled and replied, I do not understand, but this Taoist Jing beside me does. According to your words, he should be a martial artist at the Yuanwu stage. After the Great Calamity, there are still practitioners at the Yuanwu stage, surviving. The two martial artists' eyes widened in shock. They then bowed to Su Jingwu saying, I am willing to follow the senior and study martial arts. Please grant me this opportunity. You still have a conscience. As for your past actions, I will not pursue them, but if I find you causing trouble in the future, I wouldn't dare. A few of them broke into a cold sweat. Subsequently, Su Mingqing released a large amount of food from his storage ring, instructing them to arrange for distribution. In that moment, countless people were moved to tears, kneeling and bowing. Thank you, immortal teacher, for the gift of life. Heaven has not abandoned us, sending an immortal teacher to save us. Please tell us your names, immortal teacher. I am Qing Taoist, and this is my friend. You can call him Jing Taoist. Thank you, Qing, immortal teacher. Jing, immortal teacher. With 7 consecutive days of ample food, these people's complexions gradually became rosy. Su Mingqing would also treat the people in the city for free. Their spirits gradually filled with vitality. Subsequently, they began to divide labor, repairing homes, cultivating wasteland, logging for wood, and weaving cloth. Scenes of wasteland being cultivated unfolded as Su Mingqing arranged simple formations to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He then cast spells to summon rain and activated techniques to promote plant growth. In just 2 months, seeing the grains they had sown with their own hands ripening, witnessing the homes they had repaired, each person had their own new home. From that moment on, they truly came alive. Regardless of what this city had been called before, the people unanimously decided to rename it Qingjing City. More and more refugees were brought back, joining the community. In just these 2 months, the population of Qingjing City had reached 70 to 80,000. And like a snowball effect, with more hands, the speed of cultivation and repairs accelerated significantly. 6 months later, the city had begun to resemble its former self. Within the city, schools were established to teach children to read and write. Some sturdy individuals began organizing hunts in the nearby mountains and forests. All corpses were uniformly buried in a desolate mountain to the north. During this time, the two imparted the basics of cultivation methods. 6 or 7 individuals possessed the qualifications for immortal cultivation, while only a little over 10 had decent martial talent. They might hope to reach the peak of the refinement stage in the future. Another 2 months passed. Su Mingqing and Su Jingwu took a dozen people and left, leaving some behind to maintain order. Currently, with so few hands, they could only personally handle these tasks. In the future, when they had hundreds or thousands of people, they could assign them to these duties. Thus, the restoration of vitality throughout the entire land of confinement would proceed much faster. Establishing a sect and unifying the territory must also be predicated on the restoration of vitality. Senior Qing, do you plan to restore vitality across the lands? The tall, thin, middle-aged practitioner asked. Of course. Is there a problem? The tall, thin, middle-aged practitioner shook his head. Of course I wouldn't dare. It's just that both seniors are truly compassionate. I admire you greatly. After a pause, he asked. Then afterwards, do the two seniors intend to establish a power? Su Mingqing glanced at the tall, thin, middle-aged practitioner, who quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. We indeed have such intentions. If you can assist us in this matter in the future, you may all join our sect. As for the sect's name, we have already chosen. It will be called the Danwu sect. Thank you, senior. We are willing to serve you. Time flew by. Su Mingqing and his companions traveled from Great Liang to Great Jin, then to the Immortal Martial Alliance, and finally to Great Wei. 3 years passed in a blur. They could not restore all the county and city territories, but at least 9 cities were established in each place to gather the surrounding survivors. By now, Su Mingqing and Su Jingwu had gathered hundreds of people around them. They were all remnants of practitioners and martial artists. Among those they had taken as disciples, there were 7 of the immortal path and 9 of the martial path. The youngest among them was 8 years old, while the oldest was 15. The qualifications of the immortal cultivators were no lower than true spiritual roots. There was also one with a ground spiritual root. As for the others, they were merely followers. Along the way, they encountered some who resisted stubbornly. They were remnants of Foundation establishment practitioners, some being devil cultivators, and others being Dao cultivators. But they were all merely at the early to mid stages of Foundation establishment. They were no match for Su Jingwo. Naturally, there were also 2 or 3 Foundation establishment practitioners who submitted and were willing to be under their command. The 2 chose a giant peak at the junction of the 3 great domains, naming it Danwu Peak, to serve as the location for their sect. They then arranged a top-tier formation of the second rank with gathering and defensive effects. It could also generate clouds and mist enveloping the area for dozens of miles, giving it an ethereal appearance. However, this cloud and mist formation was merely an ordinary one, only obstructing practitioners below the 4th layer of Qi. Martial artists lacked divine sense, making it difficult to see through the mist and enter Danwu Peak. You will establish the mountain gate, and after it is completed, meditate here for 10 years. After 10 years, open the mountain gate and recruit widely for disciples. To unify the land of confinement is not that simple. After all, this area spans tens of thousands of miles, making travel between regions inconvenient. Without a large amount of manpower, it would be impossible to dominate this territory. However, the Su family had gathered the people's hearts and had already occupied the legitimate position. It would only proceed naturally from there. As long as governance is conducted well, in 300 to 400 years, this will become a force not to be underestimated. On another side, in the Devil's Abyss, after years of stability, the residual waves of the initial chaos had completely subsided. Rogue devil cultivators and various devil clans, as well as small Foundation establishment families, began to move about, killing and robbing treasures in the wild. It was common for clans to fight over materials and spiritual herbs. As a place dominated by devil cultivators, chaos was inevitable. But within this chaos, there were also certain inevitable rules. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. As the overlord of the Devil's Abyss, the Tian Chamber of Commerce naturally reaped all the benefits. Most of the materials, spiritual herbs, and other opportunities would fall into their hands whenever they participated. Those elders and disciples of the previously subservient greedy wolf sect had also begun to identify themselves as elders and disciples of the Tian Chamber of Commerce. Every year, many disciples joined, significantly increasing the strength of the Tian Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, 2 or 3 rogue golden core cultivators also joined out of admiration. Now the Tian Chamber of Commerce boasted 21 golden core cultivators. Both their golden core and Foundation establishment strengths firmly held the top position in the Devil's Abyss. Moreover, the Tian Chamber of Commerce began to expand, greatly establishing branches in many cities of the Devil's Abyss. Even some marketplaces had shops belonging to the chamber. With their presence, no one dared to voice objections. Through the shops and auction houses across the cities, the financial power of the chamber multiplied. Now a teleportation array had also been established between the main base of the Tian Chamber of Commerce and Tian City. The 2 could communicate freely, solid as a rock. This also greatly facilitated the travels of the elders and disciples, resulting in an increasing recognition of the Tian Chamber of Commerce among its disciples and elders. The welfare for chamber disciples was generally good. The more one worked, the more one earned. Those who contributed more received more. For instance, Yun Yu received a low-grade, innate spiritual item publicly bestowed by the Whitebone Elder. It helped him comprehend divine abilities. Likewise, some Foundation establishment disciples were granted 2 patterned artifacts. Mid-stage golden core cultivators were awarded middle-grade treasures. Such incentives made everyone even more loyal to the Tian Chamber of Commerce. In the western part of the Devil's Abyss, in the past 3 years, a city had emerged. The city was called Tianyan City. Tianyan City covered an area of several dozen miles with a population reaching over 100,000. This can be considered a sparsely populated area. In the city lord's mansion of Tianyan City, Brother Mingxuan, how is the situation in the city now? Mei Yin, seated on the city lord's throne, looked at Su Mingxian and asked, "It's all right, the population is over 100,000, and almost every few days someone gets married. In the past 2 years, over 10,000 newborns have been recorded. Various commercial industries are gradually emerging. However, we are still trading with barter methods. Recently, someone ventured out and discovered a gold mine alongside previous silver mines, copper mines, and black crystal mines. I believe we should enter the currency phase and create Tianyan currency. Based on the rarity of the mineral veins, they can be divided into black crystal coins, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. I have reviewed the scales of the mineral veins for each currency's exchange rate. For black crystal coins and below, each currency's exchange price is 1 to 100. As for the exchange rate between black crystal coins and gold coins, it is 1 to 1,000. Regarding spirit stones, they can be specifically decomposed into spirit sand. One spirit stone decomposes into 100 spirit sand, while one spirit sand can be exchanged for 10 black crystal coins. Mei Yun nodded slightly and said after a moment of contemplation, "All right, how is the cultivation situation for the practitioners and martial artists?" There are complete legacies for both immortal and martial paths, so progress is naturally not slow. However, the requirements for martial artists are lower in terms of qualifications. Thus, the number of martial artists in the city far exceeds that of immortal practitioners. But in terms of experts, there are a few more immortal practitioners than martial artists. This is also normal. Martial artists take more time to temper their bodies at the early stages compared to immortal practitioners. If we can organize a martial artist army in the future, it would greatly facilitate the expansion of our territory. Su Mingxian nodded in agreement, then added, moreover, regarding the population. At present, the role of accepting refugees is becoming less significant. We still need to undertake large-scale migrations of people. But migration is no small matter. I estimate that few would be willing. I think we might still need to resort to conquests and annexations to achieve rapid population growth. Can we ask the master to bring in 100 or 80,000 people? Such matters my father will not assist with. Su Mingxian sighed. If 100,000 people were really sent over all at once, including cultivators and martial artists, we wouldn't be able to manage at all. The human heart is difficult to gauge and would only lead to schemes and intrigues everywhere. This would be detrimental to the imperial rule. Only those who rise from the bottom, growing alongside the Tianyan dynasty, would have a sense of belonging. Moreover, this time would be sufficient for us to select trustworthy individuals and assign them to manage various affairs. The governance of a dynasty is similar to that of a family, but it is 100 times more complex. Likewise, if an entire dynasty unites, its strength surpasses that of a single family. Su Mingxian paused before continuing. Father simply wants us to experience this process of development and management. Master is truly heartless. If he were heartless, he wouldn't have sent us to help you. Su Mingxian pouted. Haha, senior brother, just joking. Then let's take it step by step. Several decades should be enough for the Tianyan dynasty to take shape, right? About right. Tiannan is inherently resource-rich compared to the prison-like land with abundant spiritual energy. Therefore, the growth rate of cultivators and martial artists is extremely fast. They consume the blood and flesh of magical beasts. Zhang Wangqing also often refines pills needed by cultivators and martial artists as rewards for outstanding members. In short, Tianyan City now advocates for communal cultivation. As long as one meets the age requirement, they can receive the basic cultivation methods. Of course, to attain higher-tier skills, one must join the army of the City Lord's Mansion. Tianyan City is protected by a second-tier high-grade formation, so there shouldn't be any major issues for now. Occasionally wandering cultivators pass by, but before they get close they are scared away by the pressure of golden core cultivators. By the way, junior brother, when do you plan to give me a grandchild? Mei Yun's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing this. Senior brother, such matters cannot be rushed. He touched his nose and smiled. You know that the chance for golden core cultivators to conceive is extremely low. This is simple. Tonight I'll ask father if there are any pills that assist golden core cultivators in conception. According to my wife, there should be such pills. Then I will trouble senior brother with this. I await your good news. Su Mingxian left the main hall and returned to his courtyard. Su Mingxian and his wife Su Deheng all reside in the City Lord's Mansion. Zhang Wangqing was practicing when she noticed him coming and opened her autumn-like eyes, smiling as she looked over. Have you finished your discussions? My junior brother is just a lazy one. No wonder father sent so many of us to help him. Currently, the imperial plans are gradually getting on track. Once the currency system is established and the army is successfully formed, the path of conquest and annexation will begin. Zhang Wangqing nodded. By the way, have you comprehended any essence of the supernatural powers? Zhang Wangqing shook her head and sighed. My aptitude is average and my comprehension is also ordinary. Reaching the peak of foundation establishment is already the result of the family's thorough cultivation. I want dare to dream of mastering supernatural powers. As for forming the golden core, I will let it happen naturally. After all, I still have over 100 years to accompany you, my husband. Su Mingxian embraced her, comforting. Don't worry, you have contributed greatly to the family. Father has been watching closely. I believe he will agree to give you a high-grade golden core pill along with Tianling pill and Jingling pill as assistance. Tianyan City also has a third-tier high-grade spiritual vein. With these resources, you will have over a 50% chance of forming the golden core. The Su family's fortune is prosperous. It will surely protect you in achieving success. That night, Su Mingxian contacted Su Chuan through his life jade talisman. Su Chuan brought him into the Su family cave heaven. What is it? There are two matters. The first is whether father has any pills or formulas that assist golden core cultivation for conception. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxian with curiosity. Are you hoping to add a grandchild for father? Father, don't misunderstand, this is for junior brother Mei Yun. There has been no news from him and Wincy for the past few years. Junior brother is cultivating with the dynasty, but ultimately the power of the dynasty will fall into the hands of us, Su family members. Su Chuan nodded. Such pills do exist. They are called pregnancy spirit pills. However, they mainly require rare spiritual herbs. While they are not extinct, they are also not common. They are known as pregnancy grass, which prefers to grow in deep mountains and large marshes. Since you brought it up, I will instruct people to search in the Songlong Mansion and Moyo Mansion. If they manage to refine them, they will be sent to you. Thank you, father. What about the second matter? Su Chuan asked. I would like to request a high-grade golden core pill, Tianling pill, and Jingling pill for Qing'er to assist her in forming her golden core. I hope father will agree. Su Mingxian placed his hands together in front of him, bowing respectfully. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, This isn't a big deal. Qing'er is one of my more favored daughters-in-law among many. Her character is gentle and unambitious. When she wishes to form her golden core, she can return to Yunxi. The fourth-year middle-grade spiritual vein there will increase her chances by more than 10%. However, this opportunity will only be available once in a short time. Even if more resources for forming the golden core can be obtained, at least a cycle of 60 years or more will need to pass. Do you agree? Thank you, father. Su Chuan slightly nodded, waving his sleeve. Su Mingxian's figure disappeared from the cave heaven. With Su Chuan's agreement, Su Mingxian immediately went to Zhang Wangqing's meditation room. Why, father has agreed. He said when you are ready to form your golden core, you can return to Yunxi. I will accompany you back then. Thank you, my husband. Wife, you have been at the peak of foundation establishment for over 10 years now. When do you plan to form your golden core? I will listen to my husband. Then let's aim for 3 months later. I will let De Hang handle matters here. Among the dead generation, our Hanger also has hopes of mastering supernatural powers and forming the golden core. As for the rest, whether they can obtain resources for forming the golden core, I fear it will depend on father's choices. From what I know of father, he wouldn't grant resources for forming the golden core to all the degeneration. Zhang Wangqing nestled in Su Mingxian's embrace and softly said, Even though Tian Nan is rich in resources, such resources for breaking through major realms are still quite limited. Father's actions are also for the consideration of the Su family. Husband understands this is inevitable for any family or sect. 3 months later, after Su Mingxian organized various matters, he returned to the Su family in Yunxi. He naturally took the underground teleportation array of Matian City, which saved a lot of time. A few days later, after Zhang Wangqing finished her meditation, she began seclusion in the Su family's secret chamber. After several months, Zhang Wangqing successfully broke through and entered the Golden Core realm. During these months, news from the Matian Chamber of Commerce arrived stating they had found several pregnancy grass and delivered them to Su Chuan. One was used for pill refining, while the others were planted in the Su family cave heaven's medicinal garden. When Zhang Wangqing broke through, she also used secret methods to quickly stabilize her cultivation level, elevating her realm to the peak of the Golden Core stage. If one has high talent and is assisted by a fourth-tier middle-grade spiritual vein, they can reach the second layer of the Golden Core, or even higher. More than 10 days later, after her realm was completely stabilized and familiarized, Zhang Wangqing exited her seclusion. Many members of the Su family came to congratulate her. Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshu, Su Mingxian, Su Deling, and others were all present. Congratulations, sister, for entering the Golden Core realm. Congratulations, third sister. Su Mingshu smiled and approached, taking her arm affectionately. Su Deling, Su Deyue, and Yi Fan also voiced their congratulations. After Zhang Wangqing, it seems unlikely that the second generation of the Su family will produce another Golden Core cultivator. Thank you, everyone. A Wangqing appreciates it here. Zhang Wangqing bowed to express her gratitude. Since Qing'er has broken through, we should also return to Moyo. I wonder how Tianyan City is doing now. Su Chuan nodded. This matter is up to you. This is what you wanted. Su Chuan casually took out a white porcelain bottle and handed it to Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian immediately understood what this was and clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, father. Su Mingshu looked on curiously. Father, what kind of pill is in this porcelain bottle? You can't just give the third brother special treatment. Su Mingxian chuckled. Mingshu, when you find a partner, I will share one with you to assist in conception. Su Mingshu immediately understood, her face flushing with 2 patches of red. She lightly scolded, "Third brother, you are too wicked. It's what you wanted, don't blame me. Master, is this a pill that helps golden core cultivators conceive?" Su Chuan nodded, smiling. "What? Do you want some too? Indeed you, and do you have yet to have a child? It is indeed a bit sparse." Mingshuan split 2 pills from the porcelain bottle and give them to Yi Fan and his wife. "Yes, father." Su Mingxian grinned, and then patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "Young man, third uncle has high hopes for you. Have another child like Fei or a prodigy." Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and chuckled a couple of times. Everyone burst into laughter. A moment later, Su Mingxian clasped his fists, saying, "Father, second brother, fourth sister, fifth brother, we shall take our leave now." The 2 left through the teleportation array and returned to Tianyan City. A month later, Su Wenxi and Su Diyu both became pregnant one after another. Especially Su Diyu, who was expecting a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. As the family tree grew stronger, even before birth, they could already sense it. One ice, one fire. It seems their aptitudes are extraordinary. At the very least, they are at the level of fire. If nurtured with water and fire treasures, there might be a chance they are both spirit roots. Up to now, the Su family has yet to have a child with spirit root aptitude. This might be the first time. The next day, Su Chuan summoned Su Dezhao. "Grandfather, what is the matter? Diyu is pregnant. That may be water and fire spirit root dragon and phoenix twins. You should send at least a 3rd-tier water-fire dual system treasure every month. Dragon and phoenix twins, and they might both be spirit roots. This is a great joy for our Su family. Grandson will take care of it right away." Almost within 2 days, this news spread throughout the Su family. Su Chongfei heard about it and rushed back to visit his parents. In the main hall of Yi Fan and his wife's courtyard, Su Chongfei and his wife stood before Su Diyu. "Mother, are you really pregnant with dragon and phoenix twins? I heard the prophecy of the great-grandfather that they might both be spirit roots. Goodness, they are even stronger than me. It seems I was born too early. If you two had formed your golden cores before having me, perhaps I would also be a spirit root." "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Fan laughed and scolded. "Hey, I'm just too happy I will finally have my own little siblings. Like Jingwu and Chongjian, they both have their own biological siblings. You're too reckless. You need to act like an older brother and be more steady in the future." "I know, father. By the way, when will you give me a grandson? I've waited 3 years and 3 years again. It can't be that you..." "Father, if you look at me like that again, I will report to great-grandfather." Su Diyu noticed Chen Yulian's head hanging low, seeming a bit downcast. He chuckled softly and took her hand, saying, "It's not your fault. It must be Feier's special constitution. It seems that's why it's difficult for them to conceive like golden core cultivators. You two should try harder. If it still doesn't work, go ask great-grandfather if there are any pregnancy spirit pills left." "You are wise, mother." Su Chongfei immediately complimented. Yi Fan looked quite displeased. "All right, you two really don't have the slightest bit of resemblance to a father-son pair." Su Diyu spoke, and the two immediately became serious. "See, husband must discipline well. You can't always show them a good face, or else they will easily take advantage of it." Chen Yulian chuckled. "Thank you, mother, for the guidance. Oh, I will keep it in mind." The father and son exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of mutual understanding. Half a month later, in the Kuragami courtyard, Su Chuan had an epiphany, and his heart was filled with enlightenment. The final truth of water had also been thoroughly comprehended. With the interdependence of the 5 elements, he gained a considerable understanding of the path of the 5 elements. However, he did not intend to walk the path of the 5 elements. After comprehending the preliminary stage, he began officially practicing the 5 elements creation palm to understand the meaning of creation. As long as he grasped the hint of its embryonic form, even without achieving entry, he could attempt to refine the repairing heaven pill. As for his cultivation level, Su Chuan had already reached the 5th layer of the golden core. However, Su Deling surpassed Su Chuan, having crossed into the golden core realm 2 years ago. The 1,000 God secret had already hit a bottleneck. Unless his divine sense broke through again, there wouldn't be any significant progress. As for the profound heaven refining divine method, he could still continue cultivating, but progress was slow. However, based on Su Chuan's own predictions, he should be able to allow his divine sense to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul before entering that realm. If this is the case, then upon entering the nascent soul, his divine sense would at least be at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul, potentially rivaling that of a great cultivator. Of course, the latter is somewhat difficult, but it is not impossible. After all, Su Chuan still possesses 4th-tier soul nourishing pills. This pill comes from the secret realm of the demon suppressing mountain. If he were to take 3 high-grade soul nourishing pills in one go while breaking through to the nascent soul, it should help him break free from shackles. He had also calculated this plan, and it seemed quite feasible with a success rate of 60 to 70%. During these years, he had already refined the top-tier magic weapon star constellation plate and began practicing the secret methods within the 28 Supreme Star Constellation Sutra. This secret method is quite difficult to practice. One must cultivate the 4 great star spirits Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to be considered as entering the preliminary stage. Each time a star spirit is produced, Chuan's own deduction power will increase. If he successfully condenses all 4 star spirits, Chuan can use this 4-symbol star constellation deduction method to calculate nascent soul experts or some powerful opportunities. Additionally, last year, Chuan also retrieved the Blood Fiend Ghost King from the Bone Man. With the remains of some 4th-tier demons and monsters obtained from the ancient battlefield, he nourished them with blood essence. This allowed their strength to slightly improve. However, he did not easily part with the body and nascent soul of Qi Tianxiu. The difficulty of obtaining these two is comparable to the most top-tier treasures. The main consideration is that they may have future utility. After all, there are countless secret methods. Who knows, perhaps there is a method to refine special avatars using the bodies and nascent souls of nascent soul experts. If there is, then Chuan will obtain a powerful nascent soul avatar. Over the years, the members of the Su family have all made progress in their cultivation, with those at the Golden Core stage and above generally advancing 1 level. Among them, Su Mingyuan successfully grasped the first part of the Heavenly Talisman's 9 chapters after years of contemplation. He is now able to condense talismans in the void, forming powerful magical abilities. Of course, each formidable 3rd-tier spell requires continuous practice to achieve mastery. He can even reach the level of instantaneous casting. Naturally, within the inheritance of the Heavenly Talismans, there are specialized offensive talismans, such as killing talismans, binding talismans, confinement talismans, and control talismans, all of which are core teachings. If Su Mingyuan learns these, he will benefit immensely, making his combat style highly unpredictable. The path of talismans, combined with his innate talent of ink flowing like a dragon and penetrating insight into human hearts and weaknesses, illuminating the void. At the Golden Core stage, Su Mingyuan can reach the level of a prodigy. His fighting style is similar to Su Mingxian's. Both can be described as highly variable. In the same realm, there is almost no way to restrain them unless they are quickly defeated with absolute strength. Su Mingxia's path over the past few years has been relatively simple, nurturing spirit beasts, strengthening the Tianxiu sect, and enhancing her cultivation. She currently appears to be in the late stage of the 2nd layer of the Golden Core. Among the members of the Su family at the Golden Core level, her realm is among the lower ranks. As for Su Mingxian, Yifan, and Su Diyue, they have all successfully broken through to the mid-Golden Core stage one after another. Otherwise, reaching this level would likely take another 2 or 3 years. Additionally, his level of ceiling has also improved significantly. Among the lineage, several have reached foundation established. Otherwise, reaching this level would likely take another 2 or 3 years. Additionally, his level of ceiling has also improved significantly. Among the lineage, several have reached foundation establishment perfection and are attempting to comprehend the true essence of their magical abilities. In the Chong lineage, there are also individuals starting to reach foundation establishment perfection, such as De Jing's eldest son, Su Chongming, and De Zhao's eldest daughter, Su Chongwan. They are among the older members of the Chong lineage. As for those further along, there are not many who have reached foundation establishment perfection. Currently, only Su Wenjing from the Wen lineage has achieved this. Most are still at the foundation establishment stage. The younger generation of the Su family in the Qi refining stage is mostly composed of youths under 20. With different levels of standing, the hierarchy of the family members also varies. For members of minor foundation establishment families, it may take decades to produce a single foundation establishment practitioner. In Golden Core families, as long as their aptitude is not too poor, there is a 60 to 70% chance of stepping into foundation establishment. Currently, among the Su family, all descendants can basically achieve foundation establishment. With multiple 4th-tier spirit veins and abundant Qi refining resources, this is the foundation of the Su family. Of course, beyond the foundation establishment stage, they can only rely on themselves. Only those particularly outstanding will attract the attention of their elders. For instance, Su Chongfei, who is now only 33, has already reached the peak of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Before the age of 36, he is likely to reach foundation establishment perfection. Such speed among the major powers at the nascent soul level is also considered top tier among foundation establishment prodigies. Moreover, his embryonic form of magical understanding has reached a balance of 40%. Achieving foundation establishment perfection may allow him to reach 60 or even 70%. With this kind of progress, he can refresh the Su family's speed record for achieving magical abilities in the Golden Core stage. Su Chongjian is no less than Su Chongfei, although he lacks the innate Qi assistance. His progress in cultivation naturally cannot compare. However, he has also reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment, and his understanding of the sword path has not lagged behind. He often goes out to train, hunt demon beasts, spar with loose cultivators, or explore nature. The embryonic form of his sword path understanding has reached 30%. Such a speed of comprehension can definitely be called a sword path genius. It can only be said that he is indeed very suitable for walking the sword path. Moreover, he has begun to create an embryonic form of his own magical techniques based on his existing sword path insights. Once used in direct confrontation, those at foundation establishment perfection who have not comprehended magic will definitely be unable to withstand this move. In the Su family, including the Su clan members, the potential of the Su family's disciples can be categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, excellent, genius, and prodigy. Even those with ordinary potential have the potential to become foundation establishment practitioners and a significant chance of stepping into the Golden Core stage. As for prodigies, only those who walk the path of magical abilities to achieve the Golden Core will be able to aspire to the nascent soul level with the support of the Su family's foundation. In the Koroyo courtyard under the tree, Su Chuan sits cross-legged. He contemplates the meaning of innate decay and growth, his breath connecting with the decay and growth tree. This seems to provide him with assistance. An hour later, Su Chuan slowly opens his eyes and murmurs, the meaning of innate decay and growth is indeed difficult to comprehend. If I can comprehend the embryonic form of the true meaning, I should be able to create powerful magical abilities effortlessly. I'll take it slow. Su Chuan does not feel discouraged. With the principle of heaven rewards diligence, he is sure to comprehend it. Now Mingxian's comprehension of 4th-tier formation and Dang's crafting of high-quality magical artifacts are both nearing success. Within 10 years they will surely succeed. However, the 4th-tier teleportation array will likely take a few more years. As for Dang, once his artifact crafting skills reach the level of high-quality magical artifacts, he should prioritize returning to the Heavenly Forging sect. The crafting of top-tier magical artifacts will be very slow without guidance. Moreover, if we wait any longer, Yan Longzi will likely come in person. For Su Mingxian, Su Chuan has similar arrangements. However, he will delay until the comprehension and layout of the 4th-tier teleportation array are completed. After all, for some cities with teleportation arrays, the spatial coordinates must be inquired from Zhang Fan. Going to each one would be too time-consuming. Once the 4th-tier teleportation array is successfully laid out, Yunqi City will welcome tremendous development. With this thought, Su Chuan calms his mind and begins to cultivate a new magical ability. He has obtained 3 magical abilities from the other shore organization: Shadowless Stab, Phantom Escape, and Thousand Faces Technique, all of which are extremely practical. If he can perfect them, Su Chuan will be able to control sword arrays from a distance and perform swift lethal strikes in close combat. Even the threat level to those in the nascent soul stage will greatly increase. If he encounters someone in the early nascent soul stage without high-quality defensive magical artifacts, he could potentially injure them with his own strength. He might even have a chance to kill them. In the family head palace, Su Daijiao conducts his daily work and cultivation here. Suddenly, Su Chonghui walks in from outside. Su Daijiao looks up and asks Chonghui, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Father, many individuals want to apply for the prodigy trials this year. They are all from the 6th generation of the Jing lineage and possess Earth Spirit root qualifications. Is there anyone to vouch for them?" Of course, each branch has Golden Core practitioners, and they will naturally look after their younger relatives. Moreover, those with Earth Spirit roots indeed qualify to challenge for prodigy potential. In that case, please prepare a written report detailing their ages, realms, strengths, and characters. Then submit it to me and the Grand Elder. Then we will discuss whether they qualify for the prodigy trials. By the way, regarding the character investigation, aside from inquiring with their parents, elders, and friends, we also need to check the results from the secret group. Understood. Su Chonghui nods, and just as he is about to leave, Su Daijiao suddenly calls out to him, "By the way, it's been 4 years since Wenjing left on his journey. Do you know how he is doing now? Our family has people in every city of the Songlong prefecture, and there are also informants in many markets. I am quite clear about his situation. Currently, he is in a place called Qingniu Market in the southeast. There is a Qingniu mountain nearby, and within a radius of over 20 miles, it is all part of the Han family's territory. The Qingniu Market was established by the Han family and is only a few miles away from Qingyo Mountain fully under their control. The Han family's strength is average. Although they have a golden core practitioner, they have been stuck at the peak of the early golden core stage for over 100 years without breaking through. It seems they were lucky to enter the golden core stage initially. How are the descendants of the Qingyo Han family? There is a potential golden core seed, seemingly a genius with a heavenly spirit root, but overall their foundation establishment stage strength is at the lower ranks among golden core families. As for the conduct of their clansmen and disciples, one can only say that with a large forest there are all kinds of birds. Not every family places as much importance on the virtues of their descendants as our Su family does. Su Dezhao nods slightly and smiles. For a remote golden core family to obtain such detailed information, it seems you have specifically sent someone to gather it. After all, he is my own son. Although I cannot provide assistance due to regulations, I still need to investigate the dangers around him. Furthermore, Wen Jing is one of our Su family's prodigies, and his ancestor values him greatly. It is said that when he returns after 10 years of tempering, there will be many rewards awaiting him. Su Chonghui pauses and ponders. Given Wen Jing's current realm, ordinary resources are of no use to him. To break through to Golden Core, our Su family's prodigies can only rely on their own magical abilities to achieve it. I know a bit about this matter. It seems there is a precious pill called Treasure Body Pill. It can help Wen Jing reach the pinnacle of the second stage in physical training. There should also be a spirit-nourishing pill to assist his divine sense in breaking limits. With that, his magical abilities will likely have no obstacles in achieving the Golden Core. Father, can your divine sense break limits now? Naturally, otherwise I wouldn't have reached 90% of the embryonic form of the true meaning so quickly. I have a feeling that within a few years I will be able to achieve magical abilities in the Golden Core. Upon hearing this, Su Chonghui smiles slightly and once again bows respectfully. Then I congratulate you in advance, Father. My talent can only be considered average. It is merely the benefit of time. Otherwise, I would be in the same situation as some of the 5th and 6th generation descendants. During your father's time, there were few people in the Su family, so all resources were devoted to cultivation. Any family would do the same. As the population increases to hundreds or even thousands, it becomes impossible to continue this way. Su Dezhao reflects. Indeed, even with the Su family's large foundation now, it is still difficult to do so. At most, I can help them reach foundation establishment. As for the subsequent stages, they must fight and strive for themselves. By the way, how is your understanding of the true meaning now? Su Chonghui sighs. Only reaching 60% of the embryonic form of the true meaning, it has become somewhat difficult to continue. Indeed, this path of magical abilities to achieve Golden Core is not something everyone can pursue. No wonder no one in the entire Chenglong prefecture has successfully walked this path in the past few hundred years. Even if someone has some understanding, they may get stuck in the last 2 or 3%. No worries, in a couple of days I will discuss it with second uncle and then apply to grandfather for a spirit-nourishing pill. With your status, you are qualified to receive these top-tier resources. As long as the divine sense breaks limits, comprehension will become much simpler. Thank you very much, Father. Su Chonghui's expression shows a hint of joy. Currently, the distance between Su Chuan and the Su family disciples is growing wider, with only the 2nd generation and a few 3rd generation members, such as Su Chongfei and Su Chongjin, able to talk with Su Chuan and even make requests. Even Su Chonghui sometimes feels apprehensive and does not dare to directly ask Su Chuan. Su Dezhao notices his expression and says, actually, if you need anything, just ask me directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Grandfather is wise. If you have matters, just seek him directly, and he will treat you fairly. The authority of our ancestor is growing heavier, and I cannot help but feel anxious in front of him. Others do not dare to disturb him either. The Grand Elder has also issued orders that ordinary family members should not disturb our ancestor unless it is urgent. But you are no ordinary person. Su Dezhao shakes his head and laughs. You are the future family head recognized by grandfather himself. The authority of our Su family head is not small. Even if your talent is not considered high, you can still receive top-tier cultivation. You will not lack for this resource. Chonghui, it is you who are creating the distance in your hearts between yourselves and grandfather. Do you expect him to explain it to you personally, or to flatter you? I understand I was wrong. Su Chonghui respectfully bows, and then slowly leaves. Soon after, Su Dezhao sends a message to Su Mingyuan wanting to apply for a high-quality spirit-nourishing pill resource. Su Mingyuan replies shortly after. The next day, Su Dezhao goes to find Su Chuan, who says nothing and directly hands him a porcelain bottle. Thank you, grandfather. Although Chonghui is busy with affairs, you mustn't let him neglect his cultivation. I understand, I will remind him. Go ahead. I take my leave. Su Chonghui is naturally excited to receive the spirit-nourishing pill. This pill is also one of the top-tier resources in the Su family, second only to pills like the Golden Core pill. To prepare thoroughly, he deliberately set aside all affairs, burned incense, and abstained from food, entering quiet meditation for 3 days. Then he closed himself off to break through. After several days, he successfully broke limits. In Qingyo Market, the market is not large, covering an area of 6 or 7 miles. Many loose cultivators have settled here. There is a forging shop here named Jing's Forging Shop, with the shop owner being a foundation establishment practitioner named Jingwen. He is middle-aged, of average appearance, exuding an imposing demeanor. Indeed, this person is Su Jingwen, who is on an external journey. In the shop, there are only 2 forging apprentices, both in the mid-chi refining stage, whom Jingwen has hired to assist. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a big beard walks in. His hair looks like a bird's nest, appearing almost unkempt and quite shabby. "Taoist Jing, I have come to see you." "Greetings, Senior Hu." The 2 chi refining apprentices respectfully clasp their fists, then continue forging. Walking inside, Su Wenjing comes out from the back hall upon hearing the voice, smiling and saying, "Taoist Hu, what brings you here? Aren't you having issues with your magical artifact again?" "Hee hee, you are still clever, Brother Jing. Among the forging masters in Qingyo Market, I only trust you." Su Wenjing smirks and invites him to sit down, personally brewing tea for him. "Taoist Hu, you are good with words, but isn't this just my cheap price? Am I the kind of person who raises prices? Even if you Taoist Jing increase by 50 or 60%, I will still frequent your little shop. So am I increasing my prices?" "Really increasing?" the bearded man exclaims in surprise. "I was just saying that casually. There's no need to be so obedient." Su Jingwen replies, "This time I won't raise the price, but I will definitely do so next time." "Why the sudden change?" "I've made a breakthrough in my forging skills and can now craft top-tier magical artifacts. Don't you think that warrants a price increase, Taoist Hu?" "So that's the case, congratulations." The bearded man repeatedly congratulates, saying as a second-tier forger the costs for crafting and repairs should naturally increase. However, once you reach the level of a second-tier forger, the Qingyohan family will likely come to invite you. You should be prepared for that. For now, only you, brother, who know of this. So long as you say nothing, all is well. Naturally, the bearded man burst into hearty laughter. "We have known each other for many years after all. Yet your mastery of artifact forging has improved astonishingly fast. Could it be that even before arriving here you were already nearing the proficiency of a Tier 2 artifact forger?" Su Jingwen nodded. "Otherwise, how could I possibly repair your top-tier magical artifact?" "Haha, he seems to have gained the better end of the bargain." The bearded man said, "Brother Jing, you did mention earlier that you wouldn't raise my fee this time, and so I entrust the artifact to you now." As his words faded, he tapped his storage pouch at the waist, and a miniature dark gold hammer materialized in his palm. Upon closer inspection, faint fissures traced across the hammer's surface. Su Jingwen accepted it and examined it carefully. The battle must have been fierce. The impact cracked even a top-tier artifact. The beast we encountered proved unusually tenacious, with formidable defenses. Still, the spoils were satisfactory. Combined with prior gains, they sufficed to purchase both a top-tier defensive artifact and a spirit-transcending pill. With this pill, I am certain I shall break through to Foundation Establishment latest. Then, Brother Jing, I shall shield you under my wing. Brother who places such trust in me, what if I conspired with others to rob you? I trust my own judgment in reading people, he declared, thumping his chest. You, Brother Jing, are not that sort of person. Moreover, having ascended to Tier 2 artifact forger, why would you covet my modest wealth? Of the 4 arts, alchemy, artifact forging, formation arrays, and talismanic script, alchemy and artifact forging remain the most lucrative. Had I possessed the aptitude, I too would have devoted myself wholeheartedly to forging long ago. Su Jingwen smiled faintly. It was precisely Husan's forthright nature that had drawn him into friendship. This repair will cost 100 spirit stones. Return in 5 or 6 days to collect it. Then many thanks indeed, Husan said with a bow and a grin. By the way, how much for forging a top-tier defensive artifact? If you supply 5 or more sets of materials, I'll charge only a handling fee, 500 spirit stones. For 3 sets, 800 spirit stones. Should you bring only 1 set, failure rates soar to 70 or 80%. I strongly advise against attempting it here. And if you possess no materials at all, you wish to purchase a finished defensive artifact, then the price climbs steeply, Su Jingwen mused. Even an ordinary top-tier offensive artifact fetches over 1,600 spirit stones. Su Jingwen turned toward Husan. Brother who mentioned earlier you wish to acquire a spirit-transcending pill. Do you have sufficient spirit stones? Do you in fact stock finished top-tier defensive artifacts? I do possess one. May I inspect it? Su Jingwen nodded and produced a black hexagon. Not bad. Brother Jing, what price do you ask? Out of respect for our friendship. If you can produce 1,600 spirit stones, it is yours. Truly? Then Brother Jing, await good tidings. I shall return once all my materials are sold. Husan departed elated. 1,600 spirit stones would barely procure even a top-tier offensive artifact at the Ox-Herding Workshop's artifact pavilion. Such items routinely carried inflated prices. He had visited the pavilion before. Their defensive artifacts began at 2,000 spirit stones, rising to 2,400 for superior specimens. Watching Husan depart, Su Jingwen smiled faintly and returned to the rear chamber to resume his study of artifact forging. Though I possess some talent for artifact forging beside my elder aunt, I fall short by a vast margin. Without her gifted treatises and annotated insights on forging, I could never have advanced so swiftly to Tier 2. Su Jingwen had once studied artifact forging under Su Delying. But when Su Delying journeyed south to Tianan, he gradually abandoned the craft, attaining only the skill to forge refined grade artifacts. Now he had taken it up anew. Su Jingwen remained deliberately low profile. Upon arrival, he carried merely 5,000 or 6,000 spirit stones, forcing him to acquire forging materials either through purchase or by hunting spirit beasts. In his first year here, he devoted himself entirely to earning spirit stones. Only later did he establish Jing's artifact forge. Were I to comprehend artifact patterns and forge pattern-infused artifacts, my evaluation for this trial would surely rank highly. Within the Su clan's ranks of artifact forgers, fewer than 10 could craft pattern-infused artifacts. Most were recruited outsiders. Among native Su artisans, Su Delying alone upheld their prestige. Yet even she alone sufficed to command respect from half the region's forgers in the northwest. Undoubtedly peerless masters capable of forging supreme-grade magical treasures resided in the northwest. Yet their number could not exceed 10, and might well be halved. Such masters qualified as Tier 4 forgers, revered even by elite nascent soul sects. Whether any existed who forged top-tier magical treasures remained uncertain. 6 or 7 days later, Husan returned to retrieve his repaired artifact and settled the fee. Apologies, Brother Jing. I've yet to sell all my materials. Please grant me a little more time. No haste. This Black Radiance shield shall remain reserved for you, Brother Hu. Even with spirit stones in hand, acquiring the spirit-transcending pill takes precedence. Cultivation breakthroughs matter most. After all, cultivation is the very foundation of every cultivator's path. Many thanks, Brother Jing. Husan felt deeply moved. As a solitary cultivator navigating life's harsh realities, encountering someone like Su Jingwen truly was rare. By the way, I notice you dwell alone. Have you considered settling permanently in Ox-Herding Workshop? I have a friend, a foundation establishment cultivator like yourself. Why not form a Dao companion bond? At these words, Su Jingwen flushed with embarrassment and hastily waved his hands. No. Please spare me such concern, Brother Hu. I have matters well in hand. So you are indeed a seeker wholly devoted to the Dao, Husan mused awed. I admire you greatly. Still establishing a lineage, raising descendants, nurturing a family, holds its own profound allure. Bloodline enduring across generations. Surely this, too, is another path toward immortality. Brother Hu speaks wisely. But let us never speak again of Dao companionship. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. For now I take my leave. With a final bow, Husan departed. Su Jingwen exhaled deeply, releasing a long breath. Half a month later, Husan successfully broke through to Foundation Establishment Latestage, his strength markedly enhanced. 2 months passed before he gathered the full sum for the Black Radiance Shield, which he then purchased from Su Jingwen. Ox-Herding Workshop lacked golden core cultivators. Its strongest resident was a Foundation Establishment perfected cultivator from the Han family. Yet the workshop maintained a patrol force of 72 members. The weakest among them had attained peak chi condensation. More than 20 held Foundation Establishment cultivation or higher. Thanks to this disciplined patrol order in Ox-Herding Workshop remained commendable. Thus Husan, now at Foundation Establishment Latestage, ranked among the workshop's elite. Though Jing's artifact forge operated discreetly, it still needed to conduct business, otherwise funds for materials and apprentice wages would dwindle. Over time, its fair pricing and masterful craftsmanship gradually earned renown throughout Ox-Herding. One morning at dawn, "Master, shall we hang the sign today?" asked Dagui, one of the forging apprentices, glancing upward. Su Jingwen nodded. Su Jingwen dedicated each day to refining his artifact forging and deciphering artifact patterns, thus accepting no more than 3 commissions daily. When orders accumulated, he simply hung a sign, refusing new forging or repair requests. Gue retrieved a wooden plaque from beneath the counter inscribed, "Currently overwhelmed with forging orders. No new commissions or repairs accepted." He affixed it to the nail outside the door, evidence that Su Jingwen's growing reputation indeed drew increasing patrons. Just past on hour, the shop enjoyed an unusual lull in activity. 3 figures approached Jing's artifact forge. "Is this Jing's artifact forge?" The leader was a middle-aged man, pale-complexioned with a neatly trimmed beard and clad in deep indigo robes. A finely polished jade pendant hung at his waist. 2 attendants stood behind him dressed as elite guards, radiating palpable, formidable aura. "Indeed it is. What brings you esteemed elders here?" "If you seek Master Jing for forging, he currently lacks availability for new commissions." The man glanced at him. "I wish to speak with Master Jing himself, about a business proposition. Please summon him." Their demeanor seemed ominous. Gue hesitated. Suddenly a voice resonated from, "Guests have arrived. Gue, Yin, invite them in. Please enter." The 3 stepped inside, and Su Jingwen emerged from the rear chamber. After Gue served spirit tea, he bowed respectfully and withdrew. Su Jingwen smiled warmly. "What brings you to me, brother? I've heard your forging mastery is exceptional. I came to see for myself." The man surveyed the shelves lining the shop, displaying artifacts of inferior, medium, and superior grades alongside several rare refined grade pieces. "Brother, you likely rely on hearsay. Those who visit me do so chiefly for the affordability of my artifacts. By the way, may I inquire your name?" "Han Yong, manager of the Oxherding Workshop's Artifact Pavilion." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Su Jingwen, causing Su Jingwen's heart to sink slightly. A Han clansman. So soon. Have the Hans already tracked him down? As masters of Oxherding Workshop's commerce, the Han family engaged across all 4 arts: alchemy, artifact, forging, formation, arrays, and talismanic script. They routinely recruited promising talents, binding them to serve the Han family, ensuring a steady flow of prosperity. "Ah, Manager Han," Su Jingwen replied with a courteous smile. "I've long admired your reputation. But may I ask, what brings you here today?" "Brother Jing, we speak plainly without pretense. Lately your humble shop has diverted considerable business from our pavilion. Yet the Han family conducts itself honorably. We neither coerce nor seize. Still, your forging mastery is exceptional. To confine such talent within a modest shop seems a profound waste. Join us instead. We shall provide abundant forging materials, enabling you to deepen and refine your art. We shall also furnish cultivation resources. With the Han family's support, ascending to foundation establishment perfected should pose no obstacle. How does this offer strike you? Surely it is most generous." Han Yong watched Su Jingwen, eyes gleaming with quiet confidence. He could not imagine anyone resisting such terms. Was not cultivation, after all, a relentless accumulation of resources? Rare resources, elixirs won through perilous struggle in the wilds, flowed effortlessly from great clans. And in his estimation, Su Jingwen, still only at foundation establishment early stage at his age, possessed merely average talent. Without adequate resources, he would likely stall at foundation establishment mid to late stage. Su Jingwen paused, then lifted his gaze, gentle but unwavering. "Manager Han honors me greatly. Yet I prefer solitude. Though small, this shop affords me freedom. I fear I must decline your kind offer." A shadow dimmed Han Yong's smile. "Master Su, I speak sincerely." His voice lowered. "Oxherding Workshop is neither vast nor insignificant. To run a business here requires patronage and protection. Should trade falter, your shop may not endure. Where then would your cultivation resources come from? Or your forging materials?" Su Jingwen's brow furrowed slightly. Polite as the words sounded, their meaning was unmistakable. Refuse the Han family, and life in Oxherding Workshop would grow perilously difficult. "I understand your meaning, Manager Han." Su Jingwen chose his words with care. "Yet I have only recently arrived in Oxherding Workshop. Many matters remain unsettled. Whether to settle here remains undecided. Your recruitment is a great honor. I am deeply grateful. But may I request a few days' reflection? Oxherding Workshop is safe. Conflict is rare, and the Han family stands nearby as guardian. Why hesitate to remain? That lies within my personal reasons." Though outwardly deferential, the man projected unshakable self-assurance. Could this mere foundation establishment early stage cultivator harbor hidden power, or perhaps a formidable background? Jing clan. No gold core clan bearing the surname Jing existed in Songlong Prefecture. Unlikely he hailed from such a lineage. Nor could he be a sect disciple. None would idle here for 3 or 4 years. Did he possess kin connected to a gold core sect? Han Yong's mind raced through possibilities. The ox-herding Han family ranked lowest among Songlong Prefecture's gold core powers. He dared not provoke conflict with other gold core sects over a single artifact forger. Should he do so, his patriarch would surely flay him alive and send his hide as apology. Since it concerns private matters, I shall press no further. Han Yong's tone softened abruptly. Su Jingwen's pulse quickened. What had shifted? Had Han Yong conjured some elaborate speculation? Very well. I grant you 7 days to consider. Should my proposal interest you, you are welcome to visit the Artifact Pavilion. I shall introduce you to several of our senior forgers. Conversations with them would undoubtedly elevate your mastery of the forging Dao. What Han Yong deemed irresistible enticement meant nothing to Su Jingwen. Su Deliang's legacy, forging treatises. Each volume alone would ignite fierce competition among Tier 1 and Tier 2 forgers. They included exhaustive analyses of artifact patterns, methods to grasp them swiftly, their functions, and ideal applications in artifact crafting. Many thanks, Brother Han. Then I shall await your esteemed visit at the Artifact Pavilion. Farewell. With a bow he departed, flanked by his 2 guards. 100 paces beyond the gate, a guard asked, Manager Han, why did your demeanor shift so suddenly? This Jingwen is but a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Either of us could subdue him effortlessly. Even if open action is unwise, subtle measures would cause. He feels different. Though he appears a lone cultivator, he lacks the ingrained humility of one. Rather, I cannot quite articulate it, yet caution is warranted. I hear his forging mastery advances rapidly, yet he has only just become a Tier 2 forger. Should he ascend to pattern-infused forger? Manager Han's wisdom shines bright. When that young man visits our pavilion and beholds the Han family's true depth, he shall surely yield. The cultivation world brims with deception and intrigue at every turn. Is it in such an environment that they rise rapidly? They have even established such a powerful force in Yunqi City. Compared to the elders, I feel like a flower growing in a greenhouse. Su Wenjing watched the backs of Han Yong and the others, silently pondering. Indeed, it is wise for the family to encourage its members to venture out and experience the world. Whether it is the annual trial missions or the decade-long journeys of scattered cultivators, although there may not be a significant increase in strength, the tempering of one's character is immensely beneficial. Compared to some scattered cultivators, the offspring of large families tend to appear much more immature in terms of temperament. If one solely relies on power to impose on others, it will inevitably provoke backlash. Ordinary scattered cultivators struggle for survival. For a behemoth like the Su family, controlling it will only become more difficult. There are many factors to consider. My grandfather is the current family head and my father is the designated heir. But Su Wenjing sighed softly in his heart. It seems my position as the head of the Su family will end with my father. It is likely to fall to other branches in the future. After a moment, Su Wenjing stopped thinking about it. After all, by the time Su Chonghui took over and then retired, it would be at least 100 years later. 100 years. Heaven knows how much further the Su family will develop. He began to contemplate the matter of the Han family. If they remain and reject the invitation from the Qi Pavilion, I wonder what tricks the Han family will resort to. To maintain the stability of the Qingniu market, even members of the Han family cannot casually break the rules. Otherwise, the scattered cultivators would have long fled. As long as I do not leave the market at will, the Han family cannot do anything to me. However, if they threaten me, some demon hunters may refuse to sell their materials to me. Even other shops might do the same. Without a source of materials, although Su Wenjing could hunt magical beasts, it would consume too much time for him. He wanted to elevate his skills in weapon forging to the level of a pattern engraver. Moreover, leaving means choosing a suitable market, establishing a new shop, and reconnecting with those around him. These are all troublesome matters. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. The family hasn't required me to hide my strength. In this place, I am invincible beneath the golden core stage. If danger truly arises, it won't be too late to run. Han Yong waited for 7 days in the Qi Pavilion without seeing Su Wenjing's arrival, thus understanding his choice. Manager Han, that kid really has no respect. Should we? Let's observe for another month, then gradually apply pressure, starting with those around him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Qi Pavilion began to take action, with 2 apprentices from the weapon shop suddenly resigning. Even Su Wenjing, no fool, understood that it was their doing. However, he was not afraid. The weapon shop already had few matters. But soon after, clients with weapon forging orders began to withdraw their requests. In just half a month, no one visited the Jing's weapon shop except for one person. Is Dao friend Jing in? Su Wenjing stepped outside and saw Dao friend. What brings you here? I heard something happened at Jing's weapon shop, so I rushed over immediately. I sincerely apologize. I was out hunting a specific magical beast with a few Dao friends. We went quite far. Additionally, it took a lot of time to find them, which is why. Su Wenjing interrupted his explanation. Dao friend, who there's no need for that. Please come in and sit. You look like you're not at all anxious. Aren't you worried? Su Wenjing chuckled. The Qi Pavilion is a property of the Han family. They wouldn't dare to break their own rules. As long as I am in the market, they do not dare to act against me. That may be true, but if you continue like this, you will inevitably exhaust your resources one day. They are forcing you to yield. I understand. Hussein looked at him and sighed. Dao friend Jing, you truly have no intention of joining a golden core power, do you? Many scattered cultivators dream of that. As the saying goes, it's good to take shelter under a big tree. Ordinary scattered cultivators are generally looked down upon. But cultivators like you who master certain immortal arts are highly sought after. Even if I were to join the Qingyo Han family, wouldn't be my choice. Oh, Hussein said in surprise, Dao friend Jing has an aim. Since I intend to become a guest elder for a certain power, I naturally have to choose the largest one. Hussein gasped upon hearing this. Dao friend Jing, you don't mean the Su family of Yunshi, do you? No wonder almost all scattered cultivators in the Songlong mansion wish to join the Su family. But that is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Joining the Su family, even as a guard, is far superior to being a disciple of the Songlong alliance. However, the Su family has strict requirements regarding aptitude, talent, temperament, perseverance, strength, and so on. Moreover, there are numerous formations and tests like the heart-seeking formation, which make it impossible to conceal anything. However, once you join it, is a matter of working until you die. One could even rely on the Su family to develop gradually with the hope of becoming a prestigious family in the future. This point is the main reason most scattered cultivators wish to join the Su family. Su Wenjing stroked his chin, understanding the psychology of these scattered cultivators. Have you tried? I remember the Su family recruits disciples periodically. Me, Hussein pointed at himself, saying, forget it, it's quite stable to develop in a small place. How would anyone know if you don't give it a try? Aren't we discussing your matter? How did it turn into mine? Dao friend Jing, are you considering leaving Qingyo market to develop in Yunshi City? After some thought, he said Yunshi City has a thriving market for pills, weapons, and talismans, as well as the weapon forging sect Tianling sect. Going there would indeed be the best choice for you. However, you must be prepared for the possibility of failure. I understand, which is why I plan to further hone my skills before heading to Yunshi City. Dao friend, who you and your other friends could also give it a try. Who knows, you might be able to join the Su family. Even if not, it would be more suitable for development, and various cultivation resources are abundant there. They'll discuss it with my friends when I return. Hearing Su Wenjing's words, he felt invigorated and a bit. Then he smiled wryly. I've never met someone like you, caring for others instead of yourself. You're truly a great sage. Dao friend, who is joking. I only share so much with you because we get along well. With others, I would just exchange pleasantries. Haha, indeed. Hussein stood up and cupped his fists, saying, since Dao friend Jing has made plans for himself, I won't meddle any further. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Dao friend who. Half a month later, Su Wenjing's materials were almost depleted, and he was feeling a bit annoyed. Forget it, I should leave in a few days. However, just the next morning, a red light shot down, flying above the center of Qingyo Market. The person was draped in a gray robe with long hair flowing freely, and the spiritual energy around him surged like a tide. The oppression of the golden core unabashedly spread out, enveloping the entire Qingyo market. Then countless spiritual energies coalesced into a gigantic hand over 10 feet wide, pressing down towards the Qi Pavilion. The Qi Pavilion had a second-grade low-tier defensive formation. The yellowish light surged fiercely, but in just half a breath the formation's light barrier shattered into countless yellow fragments. Then boom! The Qi Pavilion collapsed directly, and the explosive sound echoed as the cultivators practicing Qi inside perished instantly. The Foundation establishment cultivators were all severely injured. Those fortunate enough to escape from the Qi Pavilion were lucky, while the unlucky ones were buried beneath the rubble. Countless cultivators changed color, exclaiming, a golden core cultivator is attacking. Then, the Han family. The voice of the person descended from the high ground, neither hurried nor slow, yet it resonated for dozens of miles. He family have come to collect debts starting from your Qingyo market. The gray-robed golden core struck again. Another palm fell, and a nearby row of 3-story buildings collapsed like they were made of paper. Wood chips flew, and the screams were drowned out by the rumbling. Run! Someone shouted, and the entire street exploded in chaos. All cultivators fled towards the outskirts of Qingyo market. However, the gray-robed golden core's attacks did not cease. He began to cast spells. Flames from second-grade fire spells fell everywhere. Soon fires ignited throughout Qingyo Market, while the market's defense team rushed out attacking the gray-robed golden core from all directions. However, the person had defensive treasures on him that blocked all attacks. The pale yellow light barrier shuddered, and it would take several joint assaults to break through. But the gray-robed golden core would not give them that opportunity. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens or even hundreds of red feathered arrows shot towards the Qingyo defense team. Red streams of light flashed past. In just one pass, 50% of the Qingyo defense team fell. Then a red-patterned flying sword materialized before the gray-robed golden core. Under his command, it sped towards the Foundation establishment cultivators. The top-tier defensive magic tool was like scrap metal before the treasure shattering directly. In just a few breaths, all the Qi team cultivators had perished, including the Foundation establishment perfected cultivator stationed at Qingyo Market from the Han family. Is this the enemy of the Han family seeking revenge? Without a word, Su Wenjing gathered all the materials and magical tools in the shop into his storage bag. His storage bag was of a high grade, more than sufficient to hold these items. After rushing out of the shop for a short while, Su Wenjing heard someone calling his name. Dao friend Jing. Su Wenjing turned to look, saying, Dao friend, who? What brings you here? I was worried for your safety. You are very considerate, Dao friend, who? Soon Qingyo Market will likely turn into a sea of flames. We must leave quickly. All right. The two acted together, flying low. Just after passing 2 streets, a rumble erupted behind them. Su Wenjing glanced back. In that direction, flames soared into the sky, and countless buildings had already been reduced to rubble. There were many corpses of ordinary cultivators on the street, some motionless, while others were groaning and struggling. Golden core cultivators possess overwhelming power, capable of effortlessly annihilating an area with just a wave of their hand. With a single golden core swallowed, my fate is my own. Is this what a golden core true person is like? In the Su family, it was rare to sense the pressure of a golden core true person, as they usually concealed their aura. It seemed they had grown accustomed to it, as it was generally the case even during normal times. Without constraints, don't mention a mere market. Even a town or city could be destroyed. Don't freeze there, hurry and leave. Husan urged, the cultivation world has always been like this. Only by being strong enough can one prevent others from seeking revenge. As for forces and people that never form grudges, they do not exist in this world. I was just lamenting how the formerly prosperous Qingyo Market has turned into a sea of flames overnight. The market is manageable, but if the Han family cannot repel this person today, it is likely that the Golden Core family, which has endured for hundreds of years, will be obliterated today. Then the two focused on dodging. Suddenly a streak of spiritual light shot through the air. Su Wenjing only had time to see Husan's expression suddenly freeze. In the next moment, a tremendous force slammed into his side, sending him flying. He rolled in the air, landed, and got back up. He saw Husan standing where he had just been. A red arrow had pierced through Husan's chest. Husan flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a half-collapsed shop. Bricks and stones fell down, burying half of his body. Husan. Su Wenjing rushed over, clearing the rubble, and saw Husan lying there, a blood hole the size of a fist in his chest, blood gushing out. Husan's face turned visibly pale at a rapid pace. His lips moved, and his voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Dao friend Jing, hurry and go. He coughed once, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He'll take you with me. Su Wenjing immediately took out a pill from his storage bag and fed it to Husan. Green light surged, and the flesh in Husan's chest began to wriggle rapidly, surprisingly healing quickly. The third-order rejuvenation pill, while not top-tier among healing pills in the Su family, boasted good healing capabilities among second-grade healing pills. Moreover, this pill's quality was also of a high standard, hence its efficacy. Husan's complexion improved slightly. Although he was still pale, his injuries had stabilized. All that remained was to rest and recuperate for a while. This pill. Now is not the time to discuss this. Su Wenjing stood up, pulling him out of the rubble. The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. Husan nodded slightly. They were only a few hundred feet from the market's edge. The two rushed out without delay, glancing back. Qingyo Market had nearly turned into a sea of flames. At that moment, a voice thundered, "Stop." It sounded like rolling thunder. A presence of equal strength to the Golden Core rapidly approached from the distance. Behind him were dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators and hundreds of latest-stage Qi cultivators. The newcomer wore a long green robe with a stern expression and gray hair. Though a Golden Core, his aura was weaker than that of the gray-robed Golden Core. The gray-robed Golden Core turned to look. "Han Tai, you finally arrived, but a bit slow, aren't you? Who are you? You don't recognize me." On the day your Han family destroyed my He family, I remember your face clearly. You are Hikue. You actually didn't die. Heaven has eyes allowing me to survive and even become a golden core. After all these years, you still only reached the early stage of golden core. Today it is time for your Han family to repay the blood debt. His voice was impassioned, filled with madness, echoing for dozens of miles. In the next moment, two figures soared into the sky, crashing violently against each other. A thunderous boom resounded as if the sky had been torn open, and the violent waves of spiritual energy spread out, flattening the already damaged market once more. Su Wenjing did not look back, pulling Husan away to fly far away, the rumbling behind them gradually. An hour later, the two finally came to a stop. All around them was a desolate wilderness. Looking back, if one were to sense carefully, they could still faintly perceive the fluctuations of the battle from the Golden Core Master in the distance. The Golden Core Master is truly terrifying. Even hundreds of miles away, I can sense their battle fluctuations, Husan said with lingering fear, clasping his fists as he looked at Su Wenjing. Thank you, Daoist Jing. Without your guidance in flight, I might not have escaped far before my injuries would have flared up, he continued. Is it feeling any better now? With your elixirs, it's much improved. That elixir must be quite precious, Husan said. The medicinal properties are highly pure. It must be a top-grade healing elixir. Its healing effect is several times better than the second-tier healing elixirs I know. It feels somewhat wasteful to use it on me, he added. Daoist, who, you're being too polite. If it weren't for you at that moment, I might be the one injured now, Su Wenjing replied. This elixir was obtained from a certain cave abode, and I still have some left. So Daoist, who, please don't hesitate, he continued. Of course the injury was something Su Wenjing had casually fabricated. With his physical body, that arrow might have caused him injury. But to pierce through his body was not so easy. He also had a second-tier defensive artifact that could automatically activate a protective shield. Even attacks from spirit treasures could be blocked for several rounds. This spell could not break through that defense at all. Had Husan been able to timely activate a top-tier defensive artifact back, then he could have withstood the attack. The artifacts I refined are still too weak. If only they had automatic defensive capabilities. If they had triggered upon encountering danger, you wouldn't have suffered such injuries, Husan remarked. Daoist Jing, there's no need to blame yourself. I'm already quite satisfied with the Black Radiance Shield. As for artifacts with automatic activation, they are quite rare, and not something an ordinary artifact craftsman can create, Su Wenjing added without elaboration. Husan said, I wonder if the Han family can survive this crisis. If there's only one opponent, the cost should be manageable to fend them off, but they clearly came prepared, Su Wenjing replied. I estimate they have more tricks up their sleeve. Thus the Han family is likely in grave danger, Su Wenjing stated. Why are you so certain, Daoist Jing? Husan asked. To endure for hundreds of years and return for revenge only after reaching mid-golden core stage. Would they not be prepared? Su Wenjing replied. Moreover, the situation at the Songlong mansion is special now. If they fail this time, and the Han family seeks help from the Songlong mansion or contacts former friends, do you think the He family would still have the chance to annihilate the Han family? No. Husan pondered seriously. After all, the Qingyo Han family is also a member of the Songlong Alliance. Master Han is one of the elders of Songlong. If the Alliance learns of this in time, they will never allow it to succeed. It's a pity that the Qingyo marketplace does not have Songlong Alliance disciples stationed. Otherwise, the Han family would never dare to attack the marketplace so recklessly. Moreover, looking at the Golden Core from the He family, it mainly targets buildings. If a massacre truly happens, I'm afraid less than a third of those who could escape the marketplace would survive. Indeed, facing past foes while provoking them, one can still maintain their reason and composure. That master, he is undoubtedly a powerful figure who grew up on the edge of life and death. Perhaps there is not just one Golden Core present this time, Husan said quietly, then added, by the way, Daoist Jing, what are your plans next? I plan to find another place to settle, Su Wenjing replied. Aren't you going to the Yunxi city you long for? Su Wenjing smiled slightly, countering with, and you Daoist too. Once I find a few other companions, we will go to Yunxi city together, Husan stated. It's settled then. Husan nodded emphatically. Even if we won't have an opportunity for the assessment, we still plan to settle in Yunxi city. The group worked together to rent a cave abode in a remote location, which should not pose much of a problem. Across the entire Yunxi city, even in areas with sparse spiritual energy, the cultivation effect would be comparable to a second-tier low-grade spirit vein. For Foundation establishment cultivators, it would already be an excellent place for spiritual energy. As for places comparable to third-tier spirit veins, they were simply not affordable for those in the Foundation establishment stage. Su Wenjing pondered for a moment. If you truly plan to participate in the Su family assessment, I happen to have an item that might be of help. What is it? Husen asked, surprised. Su Wenjing smiled, taking out a token. This was given to me by a young cultivator I met while traveling. He said that with this token one can obtain an opportunity to participate in the Su family assessment. Husan flipped the token over, revealing an ancient seal character, Su, leaving him dumbfounded. The Su family token, Husan exclaimed. I don't know if it's real. That young man just handed it to me. Perhaps he is a disciple of the Su family. Wow, I didn't expect Daoist Jing to have such good fortune. No wonder you want to go to Yunchi City. Perhaps that person saw your talent in artifact crafting, Husan remarked. However, since you have this token, why not give it a try? Su Wenjing replied, laughing. Ah, what a bad memory I have, Husan chuckled. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, clearly pulling at his wound. After calming down, he declined, saying, this is too precious. With this token, you might be able to join the Su family directly. It feels wasteful for us. Consider it a repayment for saving me this time, Su Wenjing said. The Su family isn't so easy to join. To rely on connections, you must have ties with the core golden core elders of the Su family. And those elders are all reclusive, making it impossible to have that opportunity. I've heard that most of them have never taken in disciples. That does seem to be the case, Husan replied. Daoist who just accepted. In a few years, when I feel my artifact crafting skills are refined enough, perhaps we could meet again in Yunchi City and drink together. Then thank you very much, Daoist Jing, Husan said, no longer refusing the offer. A few days later, Husan's injuries had healed considerably, and he bid farewell to Su Wenjing. He sought another place to settle and continue his 10-year wandering cultivation life. To him, this 10-year wandering life felt like a game, but it also gradually made him recognize the cultivation world of Southern Heaven, becoming more adept at interpersonal interactions. Months later, Husan, along with his three friends Chiu Yun, Mao Chongji, and Cui Ji, arrived at Yunchi City. Yunchi City is indeed as prosperous as rumored. It is the first great cultivation city of the Songlong Mansion. The group temporarily stayed at an ordinary inn and prepared to gather some information about the city. Suddenly, they overheard someone discussing the matter of the Qingyo family. Have you heard? The Qingyo family was obliterated, avenged by the remnants of the He family that were wiped out by the Han family hundreds of years ago. If they couldn't even eliminate their own clan completely, who can they blame? Completely exterminating a clan is no easy task. How could it be that all clan members happened to be in their family residence? One can only say the Han family was unlucky. The remnants of the He family have actually entered the Golden Core stage, and their cultivation level is even higher than that of the Han family's ancestor. What's more terrifying is that they have befriended 2 Golden Core life and death friends. With 3 Golden Cores, how could the Qingyo family not be annihilated? Husan and the others exchanged glances, all secretly astonished. They were all witnesses to this matter. They felt the situation differently than others. It's just as Daoist Jing predicted, Husan said. What? Chiu Yun, dressed as a Taoist nun, looked on with curiosity. The Daoist Jing I mentioned to you before, after I escaped with him that day, he speculated that the He family's Golden Core revenge would definitely be well prepared. Sigh. Husan sighed. No more talking about this. Since we're in Yunchi City, we should find a way to establish ourselves here. The competition here is nothing like that small place in Qingyo Marketplace. The others nodded in agreement. After gathering information, they discovered that the Su family had no plans to expand recruitment recently. Cui Ji said, since Daoist Jing lent you that token, why don't we try our luck with it? Exactly, Mao Chongji added. Daoist Cui has a point. Even if there's only a 1% chance, it's worth a shot. Husan scanned the two of them, then looked at Chiu Yun. Seeing her nod slightly, he finally decided. Alright then, let's go to the inner city of Yunchi tomorrow. The next day, the group arrived at the entrance of the inner city, and as expected were stopped. Husan smiled, and said, we were recommended to join the Su family. This is the token given to us by that esteemed individual. He then took out the token. The captain of the guards took it, and upon seeing it, his pupils instantly contracted. The Su family core disciple token. He did not dare to be negligent, saying, in that case, please follow me. I will take you to the city lord's mansion. Thank you. On the way, Cui Ji curiously asked, why are we not going to the Su mansion, Captain? The guard captain looked at him in surprise. Haven't you just arrived in Yunchi City? Yes, Husan replied. No wonder the Su family doesn't casually meet outsiders. Even ordinary Golden Core masters who visit are hosted by the city lord's people. To enter the Su family, one must be a top-tier Golden Core power figure or a nascent soul true monarch. Moreover, the inner city of Yunchi is entirely the private territory of the Su clan, and anyone who enters must be inspected. Even the residents of the city are the same. However, compared to outsiders, the inspection for city residents is simpler. He glanced at the group. As for you, it's because you have this token that you're exempt from this step. Why is it so strict up front, but now just based on this token? Mao Chongji questioned. Aren't you afraid that we might be the ones who found the token after its owner died? You're thinking too simply, the guard captain replied. Every token of the Su family is bound to its owner, including us guards. Once the owner dies, the token becomes ineffective. To pass through the Su family's formations with it, the owner must personally activate it. In the hands of outsiders, it's just an ordinary iron plate. Just now, the moment I touched it, I made a judgment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be taking you to the city lord's mansion right now. Oh, I would have captured you on the spot and interrogated you. Could it not be lost? The Su family's methods are not something you can comprehend. No matter where it is, the owner can be tracked down using secret methods. If that's truly not possible, a new token will be reissued, but once that happens, the previous one becomes scrap metal. How stringent indeed, Husin thought to himself. Soon the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. The guard captain explained the situation and handed the token over to Chinchanga, after which he returned to the inner city gate to continue his duty. This is indeed the core token of the Su clan. Chinchanga looked at the group. Who gave you this token? It was given to me by a friend of mine who said he met a young nobleman by chance and recommended him to come to Yunchi City to participate in the Su family assessment. He passed this opportunity to us, Husan explained. My friend is an artifact craftsman with considerable talent, he added. An artifact craftsman, you say? Chinchanga mused thoughtfully. This indeed could happen, as the Su family values all forms of cultivation arts greatly and is eager for talent. You all wait here for a moment. This city lord will inform the Su family, and they will return to handle this matter. Thank you, city lord. Chinchanga promptly sent a message to Su Chonghui. Before long, Su Chonghui arrived at the city lord's mansion. He walked into the hall, directly sat in the main seat, and said, Elder Chuan, hand me the token. Let me see which clan member of the Su family this is from. Elder Chuan immediately handed over the token. Although he knew it was a core disciple's token from the Su family, only the Su family members could identify its owner. Husan and the others secretly observed Su Chonghui. Seeing that he was only at the foundation establishment stage, yet was treated so respectfully by a golden core elder, they realized he was an important figure in the Su family. The four of them immediately felt apprehensive. So it's Wenjing. The Qingniuhan family was annihilated. He must have gone to settle in another place. However, it's a bit remote. The family has yet to find his trace. So these people are friends that Wenjing made in Qingniu marketplace. It's quite rare for him to recommend them. But to join, they will still need to be thoroughly assessed, Su Chonghui thought to himself, making a decision in just a few breaths. He looked up and said, since you have the recommendation of my Su clan member, I will grant you an opportunity for assessment. As for how to arrange the assessment, we in the Su family still need to discuss. Come back to the city lord's mansion in 3 days. Thank you, esteemed sir. I will keep the token for now, and when I see him in the future, I will hand it over to him. Husin thought for a moment. I will obey your command, esteemed sir. The four then departed. Young master, what is this token? Chinchanga asked after they left. It belongs to my eldest son, Wenjing. He is out traveling, and these should be the scattered cultivators he befriended outside, Su Chonghui explained with a smile. I see. Should we? Su Chonghui raised his hand to stop him, saying, we will proceed according to the rules, testing their spiritual root, talent, bone structure, physique, and bloodline. Then there's combat strength, inner heart, and illusion assessments. As long as the last two items are acceptable, they can either be accepted as outer city guards or join the demon hunting team. It's up to them to choose. Understood. 3 days later, Husan and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. They underwent numerous tests and confirmed that there were no major issues. Their mental disposition was also acceptable. Coming to the Su family was merely out of admiration. They wanted to rely on a big tree for better cultivation. Thus they were retained by the Su family. Chinchanga asked them whether they wanted to serve as outer city guards, patrol teams in the city, or demon hunting teams. After Chinchanga's explanation, the group chose to join the patrol team. For newcomers to Yunchi City, this position would allow them to quickly understand the city. I never expected that we would actually join the Su family. We can move to the inner city tomorrow. Thanks to Daoist Jing for giving us such a precious opportunity. Husen said excitedly. I think that Daoist Jing may not be a simple person. What do you think, Daoist Hoof? Qiu Yun remarked. Indeed, I've just begun to understand some things now, Husen said. Since the Su family token is so important, why would a member of the Su clan easily bestow it? Others. Even if bestowed, there would be reminders not to pass it on to others. Unless he himself is the fabricated young master Su he speaks of. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Diyue finally gave birth. In front of Su Diyue's bed, she held a pair of dragon and phoenix twins wrapped in brocade. The baby boy had skin as smooth as jade with a handsome face, sleeping peacefully. The baby girl was delicately carved like jade with lips like cherry blossoms nestled in her mother's arms. Both little ones had thick hair at birth, and although their eyes were not fully open, their charming features were already vaguely visible. Yifan tightly held her hand and gently said, "You've worked hard." Su Diyue smiled softly. Su Mingxian Su Chongfei along with Su Diyue and Yifan's two disciples Tang Qianqian and Yifeng. Now Tang Qianqian was at the 6th level of foundation establishment, and so was Yifeng. Ever since Tang Qianqian began to cultivate the Sinu Taiyin Jing, her progress had been astonishing, and she had now caught up with Yifeng. Congratulations, Master Mistress, on the birth of a precious child. You are thoughtful. Su Diyue smiled slightly. Su Chongfei leaned closer. Are these my younger brother and sister? They look so adorable. Certainly they are much cuter than you were as a child, Yifan retorted. Father, they are both your offspring, and you are treating them differently. Su Mingxian raised the corner of her mouth and said lightly, You two should not cause a ruckus, Diyue, as just given birth. She is still a bit weak, do not disturb her. The father and son immediately ceased their chatter. Yifan, you are the father, please name the two children. Father-in-law Yue and I have long decided the boy will be named Su Chongxing and the girl Su Chongxi. Chongsheng and Chongxi, those names are quite nice. In the Ku-Rong courtyard, Su Chuan's divine sense immersed in his sea of consciousness, quietly observing the 3 specific pieces of information appearing on the family tree. Su Chongxing, Su family 4th generation, age 1, spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, purity 7. 6. Talent none, physique pure yang, spirit body bloodline, grade 7, superior bloodline. Note: pure yang spirit body, a superior yang attribute, physique, cultivating yang and fire attribute techniques will yield extraordinary progress. It can enhance the power of the corresponding spells and abilities. Su Chongxi, Su family 4th generation, age 1, spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, purity 8. 1. Talent none, physique pure yin spirit body bloodline, grade 7, top bloodline. Note: pure yin spirit body, a superior yin attribute, physique, cultivating yin and cold attribute techniques will yield extraordinary progress. It can enhance the power of the corresponding spells and abilities. Su Jinghao, Su family 6th generation, age 1, spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, purity 7. 2. Talent Eye of Calamity, physique calamity spirit body bloodline, grade 7, top bloodline. Note: Eye of Calamity, upon awakening, can observe the energy of calamity, a natural talent of the Calamity spirit body. The Calamity spirit body is a top-tier spirit body, extremely rare. It can only grow rapidly through the cultivation of the corresponding techniques. Interesting, 3 heavenly spiritual root members were born on the same day. Su Chuan murmured, Chongsheng inherits Yifan's bloodline talent, and Chongxi inherits Diyue's. The latter's spiritual root purity has actually reached 8. No wonder her bloodline is grade 7 top. It's a pity both did not possess innate talents. Now the Chong generation has 4 prodigies. Could this be a generational breakthrough? The 2nd generation had Su Chuan striving hard for talents to emerge. The 3rd generation was similar. The 4th generation is the moment for the Su family's bloodline to shine. A top-tier spirit body having innate talents shows the strength of the Mei Yun bloodline. With this child's spiritual root, physique, and talent, it seems Jingwu among the 6th generation can be considered a rival. Truly a triple joy. Su Chuan felt elated, the birth of heavenly spiritual root talents. It shows that the Su family is continuously marrying into high-potential individuals and has finally received returns. Although it may not be the case every generation, the integration of these bloodlines into the Su family will potentially yield outstanding descendants every few generations. With each generation accumulating, the Su family is bound to become immensely powerful. Su Chuan Diyue has given birth. Are you not going to take a look? Mou suddenly appeared looking at Su Chuan. Hearing this, Su Chuan slowly opened his eyes, smiled. Since you are so curious, let's go see the little ones. The two immediately went to Diyue's room. Father Grandelder. Greetings, Master Grandfather. Greetings, Great-Grandfather. Greetings, Great Master. Everyone took turns to greet the two. Su Chuan looked over. Diyue, you've worked hard. Both children are heavenly spiritual roots. Father, you already knew. Su Mingxian had previously checked the child's purity with her power. It was not low. But specifics still required special testing tools for spiritual roots. Chongsheng is a pure yang spirit body, likely inheriting Yifan's talent bloodline, while Kong's qualification is even higher than Chongsheng, inheriting Diyue's talent bloodline. She is a pure yin spirit body. 1 yin and 1 yang, just right. Yi Fan exclaimed. Exactly, this occurrence can be considered a rare event in a millennium. Then if I have both the attributes of fire and cold, wouldn't that be a ancien millennium occurrence? Su Chongfei said. Su Chuan smiled. Having both fire and cold spiritual power is indeed rare, but your physique is slightly inferior. You can only be considered a medium spirit body, while these two little ones are both top-tier spirit bodies. However, in terms of potential, you are not lacking at all. If you can transform, you can far surpass them. I see, Su Chongfei realized. Regarding the physique and talents of these two little ones, it is strictly forbidden to disclose. If it leaks out, severe punishment will be imposed. Yes, Father, Su Mingxian replied. There is one more thing. Wenxi also gave birth today, and her son's qualification is also remarkable. For our Su family today can be considered a triple joy. Su Chuan did not say much. However, others speculated. For him to say this, it must also be a heavenly spiritual root qualification with a special physique. That is indeed wonderful. I imagine third brother is very pleased right now. Su Mingxian smiled lightly. The bloodline of the eldest brother is the most prosperous, and the second brother's line also produced Chongjian. My line also has Diyue and them to support. Only third brother and sixth brother do not have prodigies overseeing. In these few days I will not allow others to disturb. After the full moon, I will let other clansmen see them. What about third brother? I will ask him what he thinks. That works too. Su Chuan and Mou stayed for a while before returning to the Ku Rong courtyard. Not long after, he brought Su Mingxian and Mei Yun into the Su clan's cave heaven. First they congratulated each other, then inquired about their thoughts. Mei Yun said, the child has just been born, but it's best not to stir things up. Once they grow older, let's stay in Yunxi for a while to familiarize ourselves with our clan. Father, I think so. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Then it shall be so. Mei Yun Mingxuan, take good care of this child. He has a special physique harboring the calamity spirit body and is only suitable for cultivating the corresponding techniques. Currently, the only one we have recorded in our Su family is your 9 heavens guiding chi calamity technique suitable for his cultivation. Otherwise, we cannot bring out his physique and talent. He has talent. Yes, it is an innate talent of his calamity spirit body, the Eye of Calamity. It is estimated that he can only awaken after cultivating the corresponding technique and reaching a certain level. So it is then my son is indeed a genius. Su Chuan smiled at this. He then sent them off and left the Su clan's cave heaven. Brother Mingxuan, how did Master know that Jing Hao was born so far away in Songlong Mansion? How did he also know about his qualification and talent? Perhaps it is father's talent. He can oversee everyone in the Su family. Is there such a talent in the world? Your talent is also quite peculiar. Isn't Jing Hao's calamity spirit body very mysterious too? Mei Yun nodded indeed. Soon after, he no longer dwelled on it. He picked up the sleeping Su Jinghao, smiling. Grow up quickly, I will pave the way for you to conquer the world. And then take over my position as soon as possible. Su Mingxian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, he too was filled with anticipation. Among the 5 branches of the Su family, only he and the 6th Su Mingqing did not have prodigy descendants. Having checked Su Jinghao previously, he knew the child should have a good spiritual root qualification. Now, after hearing Su Chuan's report, this talent is more than just good. He would likely rank among the top 3 of all the current clan members. Little Hao Hao, grow up quickly. In the future, bring honor to your ancestor Su. A month later, the full moon celebration for the Su family's Qilin child was not grand. Only the Su family members attended. However, with over 100 clan members, it was still a lively scene. Each family sent gifts, mostly longevity locks and the like, or toys for the children. As for gifts of resources or magical artifacts, there were basically none. After all, the elders of the direct line were mostly golden core cultivators with high seniority. They simply did not lack resources. If any 7th or 8th generation younger generation had a Qilin child, there would likely be many who would send resources. Aside from celebrating, Su Chongsheng and Su Chongshi, Su Dejiao also set a reward. For eligible young men and women, those looking for partners should do so. If it's a girl, she can invite a suitor. If they produce excellent offspring, they can receive significant resources from the clan as a reward. However, it is also stipulated that there should be no coercion, and if discovered, severe punishment will be enforced. Someone asked, clan head, what rewards are available? Su Daijiao smiled and replied, a 2-pattern magical artifact you can choose between attack or defense. 1 high-grade Chongshu pill, 1 high-grade Takai pill, and 1 bottle of high-grade Yuyudan. 3 bottles of high-grade Jiyuan pill. 1 opportunity to change techniques, and 1 divine sense secret technique. Many young people present brightened up. This reward is undeniably generous. Not everyone among the clan's 3rd generation can receive such dedicated cultivation. Apart from basic healing mana recovery and improvement pills, other pills must be exchanged for clan contribution points. If a prodigy is born in addition to these resources when they reach full foundation establishment, they can choose an opportunity to break through the limits of the soul or receive resources for forming a golden core. This includes one each of Jin, Dan Tianling Dan, and Jingling Dan. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Giving birth to a child with prodigious potential ensures one's own promotion to golden core realms. Who wouldn't be envious upon hearing this? Even if one ends up exhausted, it would still be worth it. Of course, you all know the rarity of these resources. Even our Su family has limited amounts. Thus, every 100 years at most 10 portions are allocated as this reward. Many people pondered. For couples, they exchanged glances, reading each other's thoughts. After returning, they would work hard. Su Dezhao observed their expressions. For many, today would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. In just 2 years, the Su family had formed marriages with numerous golden core families, including the Mo family, Lei family, and Song family, among others. The 4 major families of Yunxi City, Qintang Yan, and Yin also had daughters marrying into the Su family. It seems the Su family's 8th generation is not far off. Su Chuan smiled brightly. Many 7th generation descendants were already in their teens, and with the current trend, the 7th generation descendants with average talent are likely to marry early, relying on procreation to help them pursue their golden core dreams. One day someone arrived to deliver an invitation. However, they were stopped at the inner city gate. Who are you and what business do you have in the inner city? I am a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, Jin Zhan, sent by my master to deliver an invitation to the Su family. Oh, I kindly ask you to let me in. Qingyuan sect, I have not heard of it. The team leader scanned him, but it seems you are unaware of the Su family's rules. In Yunxis inner city, ordinary people cannot enter. Just hand over the invitation to us, and I will notify someone to deliver it to the Su family. This. Jin Zhan glanced at the other party, a full foundation establishment cultivator with 7 or 8 others also at the same level, while he himself was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I understand, thank you for your trouble. Jin Zhan handed the invitation to the team leader, cupped his hands, and then left. Afterwards, he went to deliver invitations to the Chuan family, Tang family, Yin family, and Yin family. Only after delivering them did he leave Yunxi City. A quarter of an hour later, someone from the Yin family came to collect the invitation and delivered it to Su Dezhao. At this moment, Su Chonghui was also by his side. The Qingyuan sect sent an invitation inviting our Su family to attend their grand opening ceremony. Chonghui, you will go on this trip. Bring a few people to broaden your horizons. I heard last year that He was preparing for the sect establishment. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. He wiped out the Han family due to personal grudges and also handed over 30% of the Han family's resources to the Songlong Alliance as punishment. The Songlong Alliance did not pursue the matter. Now, having joined the Songlong Alliance, He and his friends have all become elders of the Songlong Alliance. As a great elder of the alliance, our Su family should indeed pay a visit. Su Chonghui thought for a moment and added, Father, what kind of congratulatory gift shall we send? After all, it is their grand opening ceremony, and our Su family is a leader in Songlong Mansion. We cannot let others think we are stingy, Su Dezhao said. Then let's send 3 bottles of medium-grade Qingyun Dan, 1 talisman treasure, and 3 third-tier fire-type talismans. That's about right, Su Dezhao replied. Gifts from the Su family were usually finished products, while when receiving gifts, they preferred rare spiritual herbs, millennial spiritual herbs, or high-grade spiritual iron and ore. After all, those spiritual medicines and materials could yield 10 times the return in the Su family. As a business family, they had to be meticulous. The grand opening ceremony was in 3 months. When Su Chonghui, when he took a Qi refining disciple, a 7th generation descendant of the Su family, and 1 foundation establishment clan member. Although the Qingyuan sect had just been established, they had 1 mid-golden core and 2 early golden core cultivators. Their strength was not weak among golden core forces. Thus, many forces sent golden core realms to congratulate them. Even the Mo family, Lei family, and Song family sent young golden cores from their families. However, the Su family only sent foundation establishment cultivators. But with Su Chonghui's position as a young clan leader, he indeed attracted attention. After this visit, the Qingyuan sect had also formally established its foundation in Songlong Mansion. Yet only half a year had passed. In Yunxi City, unusual phenomena suddenly appeared above the Yin family estate.